Chapter 1739. The Blissful Region. Qin Zhao's glorious feat of obtaining the immortal ascension platform quickly spread throughout the Blissful Island. Even in the Blissful Region, it was enthusiastically discussed. Fatty Kai felt that he had truly hit the jackpot this time. The heavens had never favored him like this before, allowing him to hug Qin Zhao's thigh. Although Qin Zhao had previously also been a dazzling dark horse, a peerless genius who had dazzled the world with his brilliance, this immortal ascension platform was simply too astonishing. However, the heaven-defying act of ascending the immortal ascension platform had pushed Qin Zhao's peerless beauty to the extreme, pushing her to a level where she could be compared to Nan Gongling. It could even be said that he had surpassed Nan Gongling. After all, Nan Gongling was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her advantages in all aspects were far from what Qin Zhao could compare to. But Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was comparable to Nan Gongling's. In comparison, people naturally felt that Qin Zhao was superior. So the one who was being discussed the most right now was naturally Qin Zhao. Yi Wu Guwei and Amon didn't go to the cultivation region. They followed Fatty Kai to the Blissful Region. The Blissful Region was truly a place where they could enjoy the bliss of the mortal world. It was an eye-opener for them. They were originally in a very good mood, but after Qin Zhao's news came, they went wild with joy. I already knew that Brother Qin Zhao would be extraordinary. He really is heaven-defying. In the future, becoming a holy son won't be a problem. Yi Wu Guwei, Amon, to be able to recognize Qin Zhao as your big brother is the greatest fortune of your lives, said Fatty Kai with a complacent expression. This matter was a success story in his life. It was enough for him to brag about for a long time. Yi Wu Guwei and Amon were naturally incomparably happy. Although they didn't have the confidence to pass this election, Qin Zhao's peerless talent would definitely be able to help them in the future. Even if they couldn't join the Fumu Immortal Palace, they might be able to join other powers. No matter what, they would definitely be stronger than their clan. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. If they were able to grasp this opportunity, then their lives would definitely soar. With Qin Zhao's character, they believed that Brother Qin Zhao would definitely arrange everything for them. Yo, isn't this Fatty Kai? Bringing a bunch of immature brats here to show off. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. 3 men were walking towards them. These 3 men all looked ferocious. At first glance, one could tell that they were not good people. Their clothes were not bad. It could be seen that they also had some background. Fatty Kai originally had some family background. Although it might not be considered a big power in Linfu City, at least it wasn't too small. It wouldn't be to the point where anyone could come and bully it. Therefore, since these 3 men dared to mock Fatty Kai, it was obvious that they had the backing of their families. When he saw the 3 men in front of him, the smile on Fatty Kai's face froze. He twitched and said, "We're just here to have fun. Don't be so smelly." Based on Fatty Kai's words, it could be seen that he was a little afraid of these 3 men. Based on the aura of these 3 men, it could be seen that they were universe grades. However, their cultivation bases should only be universe grades. However, even though they were only universe grades, they still had an absolute advantage over Fatty Kai and the others, who were only 4th-step sovereigns. The difference of one major realm was a huge chasm. Therefore, in terms of strength, these 3 men could also suppress Fatty Kai and the others. The man in the middle glanced at Shai Wuguei and Man contemptuously and sneered. Some people really have no sense of shame. I heard you call him Brother Qin Zhao so affectionately. You really know how to recognize people randomly. People who don't know would really think that you have some kind of close relationship with Qin Zhao. Now that Qin Zhao's name has shaken Linfu City, you shamelessly call him relatives here. I also said that Qin Zhao is my little brother. Why don't you go to heaven? Do you want to recognize people as relatives? Fatty Kai was a little displeased when he heard this man's words. He said anxiously, "Sui Fu, they aren't randomly recognizing people. They are Qin Zhao's brothers and have been following Qin Zhao all the way here. They are brothers. Is there a need to talk nonsense? Ha ha ha, brothers. Just these two pieces of trash? What qualifications do they have to be brothers with Qin Shao? And you, Fatty Kai, do you think you are a genius? Aren't you just relying on your family's wealth? What else does your family have besides money? Do you really think you can pass the selection and become a secretary of the Fushur Immortal Palace? A famous disciple? Why are you still trying to claim connections here? Sui Fu was even more disdainful. How could a peerless genius like Qin Shao have a few mediocre brothers? It was said that birds of a feather flock together. This was not without reason. If they were not at the same level, it would be difficult for them to play together. Geniuses should be together with other geniuses. How could a trash squeeze into the ranks of geniuses? For a peerless genius like Qin Shao, only people like Princess Nangongling, Zhang Yang, and Dao Hufeng could talk to him. The most important thing was that Qin Shao had just become famous in Linfu City, and he heard someone calling Qin Shao brothers. It was as if their relationship was very good, which made him very uncomfortable. In his heart, he also hoped to be on good terms with Qin Shao, but he didn't even see Qin Shao. He didn't even have a chance. Therefore, the imbalance in his heart, plus the grudges between Sui Fu and Fatty Kai, made him furious. Just a little bit, and he exploded in an instant. Sui Fu snorted and added, "He's just a lucky boy. There's nothing special about him." However, he had heard that Qin Shao had ascended from the universe. Humph, he's just a lowly savage. He just cheated to look so monstrous. Don't be happy too early. Maybe you'll be knocked down soon. How can you say that about brother Qin Shao? Yi Wugui and Man were angry. Qin Shao was their respected big brother and idol. How could they tolerate others saying that? Sui Fu glanced at Yi Wugui and Man unhappily. He said mockingly, "So what? Do you really think you're Qin Zhao's brothers? What does it have to do with you? You still dare to be unhappy, don't you? You're just two pieces of trash who haven't even grown hair. Even if I cripple you, you deserve it. Don't be untactful. Otherwise, once we leave the blissful island, I'll kill you in minutes." Fatty Kai was angry at Sui Fu's threatening words. He stepped forward and glared at Sui Fu. "What do you mean? Are you bullying us? We didn't offend you in any way. Why are you being so aggressive? Don't you think you're going too far?" "Haha, going too far." The three men laughed at the same time. Their laughter was so sarcastic, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you idiots? Going too far? Do you have any brains? How can you say something so funny? The strong are respected, and the fist is the biggest. Strength is everything. Don't you know this is the law of survival? So what if I'm bullying you? So what if I'm being aggressive? So what if I'm stepping on you? You don't like it? If you don't like it, just say it. Then I'll have an outlet to teach you a lesson. My hands are itching for a beating today. Hurry up and say it. I'll satisfy you." Sui Fu's words weren't just arrogant, either. However, he was sure that Fatty Kai and the others would win. Although there were more than 10 people in their group, it was still a lot of people. Although they had a lot of people, they were all fourth-step rulers. Their weaker cultivation base meant that they wouldn't be strong. The 3 universe grades were enough to suppress Fatty Kai and the others. Weaklings don't even have the awareness of weaklings. How ridiculous. People like you would have died a few hundred times if you were outside. How interesting. How dare you be so arrogant when you don't have a strength? Do you have a death wish? If I want to kill you all, it's just a matter of minutes. The other 2 universe grades also joined in the clamor. Fatty Kai was so angry that his face turned green. However, there was nothing he could do. He knew that he definitely couldn't beat them in terms of strength. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Yi Wugui and a man lost even more confidence. No matter how angry they were, they could only endure it. What else could they do? If something really happened, they wouldn't even know how they died. Sui Fu's smile widened when he saw that Fatty Kai and the others didn't dare make a sound. He really enjoyed the feeling of trampling on others. It was a kind of vanity satisfaction. However, at that moment, a sharp voice was suddenly heard. "Are your hands itching? That's great. My hands are itching too." Fatty Kai and Yi Wugui were delighted when they heard this voice. They naturally knew who this voice belonged to. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? Qin Shao was here. Yi Gui and the others immediately looked over and saw Qin Xiao walking over with Su Yi, Imo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao. Seeing Qin Xiao come, Fatty Kai and the others all let out a sigh of relief. The smiles on their faces were back, and they were full of confidence. What? Qin Xiao is here? Could it be that they really are Qin Xiao's brothers? Sui Fu and the others' expressions became ugly when they saw Qin Xiao. They looked at Qin Xiao blankly, unable to say a word. Qin Xiao arrived in front of Sui Fu's group and coldly stared at them. He said to Sui Fu, "Do you want to fight me here or outside of the Blissful Island? It just so happens that I also want to leave the Blissful Island. I don't mind fighting you outside." Sui Fu's face paled when he heard Qin Xiao's words. How could he have the courage to fight with Qin Xiao? How could Sui Fu not know that Yi Gui and the others were really Qin Xiao's brothers? He had really kicked a hardboard. No, no, no. Lord Qin Xiao, I was just joking with them. How could they take it seriously? I'm so weak. How could I dare to fight with you? Lord Qin Xiao, wouldn't I be beaten to death? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if you beat me to death. I was just joking. It's my bad mouth. Please forgive me, Lord Qin Xiao. Sui Fu immediately changed his attitude and became very respectful. He flattered Qin Xiao in an extremely humble manner. The other two immediately nodded and bowed as they apologized. There was no longer any trace of the arrogant attitude they had before. Qin Xiao's words made the three of them as humble as dogs. Fatty Kai and the others were very happy. They had vented their anger. Get lost, Qin Xiao shouted coldly. Sui Fu and the others were secretly happy. They immediately left. I told you to get lost, Qin Xiao said coldly again. Sui Fu and the others' faces darkened. They looked at Qin Xiao and could only obediently get lost on the ground. Fatty Kai and the others were very happy. Chapter 1740. Ha ha ha. Awesome, it's really awesome. Brother Qin Xiao, your last sentence of telling them to scram was too satisfying. Just looking at the three of them, who looked as if their parents had died, makes me feel good. It's a pity that there were so many onlookers. Otherwise, it would have been even better. They deserve it. How dare they speak so rudely to Lord Qin Xiao? Just telling them to roll on the ground is already too easy for them. If it were me, I would have humiliated them. They're just three mad dogs. They are not worth Lord Qin Xiao's time. Fatty Kai and the others were all overjoyed after reprimanding Sui Fu and the other two. They were full of admiration for Qin Xiao. Either you have super strong strength, or you have unparalleled monstrous talent. With either of the two, it would be enough to intimidate everyone. Qin Xiao had both strength and exceptional talent. Therefore, one sentence from him was enough to make Sui Fu and the other two pee their pants. They did not dare say a word. This was unparalleled authority. Even a fourth-step universe grade or a half-step heavenly venerate would not dare to offend Qin Xiao, let alone Sui Fu and the other two. Therefore, how could Sui Fu and the other two not pee their pants when they saw Qin Xiao? Ha! Brother Qin Xiao's domineering aura doesn't stop here. It's a pity that you weren't in the cultivation area just now. You missed out on so much drama, Su Yi said with a smile. Fatty Kai and the others looked at Su Yi, who was exuding the aura of a fourth-step universe grade. Compared to them, Su Yi's cultivation base was much higher. Su Yi was also very humble in front of Qin Xiao. Fatty Kai's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Yes, it's a pity. It's really a pity. Haha. However, we are also very excited to hear the news here." Qin Xiao shook his head and said to everyone, "It's about time. Let's go out first." Everyone nodded and followed Qin Xiao. Wherever Qin Xiao went, he would attract a lot of surprised gazes. As for Fatty Kai and the others who followed Qin Xiao, they were also basking in Qin Xiao's glory. Many people were sizing them up and admiring them. This was a treatment that they enjoyed greatly. Geniuses were like this. No matter where they went, they would be respected. Although Linfu City was a place where geniuses gathered, it was still rare to see someone as monstrous as Qin Xiao. Leaving the blissful island wasn't as troublesome as coming in. There was a teleportation array that directly teleported them to the outside world. Therefore, Qin Xiao and the others used the teleportation array and arrived outside in an instant. This trip to the blissful island. Although she didn't experience the true happiness of the blissful island, Qin Xiao's harvest was huge, which made Qin Xiao very satisfied. With his current accumulation, it was not difficult for him to break through to the heavenly venerate realm in the immortal Tao. If he wanted to, he could have directly ascended the immortal promotion plateau and become an immortal in one fell swoop. Even if he didn't use the power of the immortal promotion plateau, Qin Xiao felt that it was not difficult for him to break through and become an immortal. Of course, Qin Xiao wouldn't break through easily. It was easy to break through, but whether the foundation was strong or not, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. Breaking through by force was actually meaningless. If he accumulated more immortal Tao and then used it to break through, the effect would be better. To Qin Xiao, one's cultivation level was indeed not important. However, there was one thing that Qin Xiao was thinking about. If he broke through and became an immortal, then his vitality would be restored, and his great Tao would be restored to the first step heavenly venerate realm. All his strength would be restored. However, he was not in a hurry. Whether he became an immortal or not, his strength wouldn't increase too much. Even if he became an immortal, even if he regained his great Tao, he was still too weak. The road of cultivation was just the beginning for Qin Xiao. He had just left the level of an ant. Qin Xiao's heart suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of alarm, as if some kind of danger was approaching. Qin Xiao frowned as soon as this feeling came over him. A cold light flashed from the horizon and appeared in front of him in an instant. It was so bright that Qin Xiao couldn't even open his eyes. The terrifying cold light was bone-chilling, and a terrifying murderous aura surged over. What a terrifying murderous aura! What cold power! It's so strong. I have no way of blocking it. This is definitely the power of a heavenly venerate, but it doesn't seem to be a heavenly venerate. An extremely strong half-step heavenly venerate? An assassin? It's obvious that he wants to kill me. Who is it? Qin Xiao's expression turned cold instantly. Although he was a first-step heavenly venerate, his strength was only at the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm after his vitality was greatly damaged. He could probably reach the half-step heavenly venerate realm if he unleashed his full strength. However, the power that appeared in front of him was at the heavenly venerate realm. Therefore, Qin Xiao was obviously no match for it. Even if he was no match for it, Qin Xiao wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He was about to use all his strength to block this attack. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't leave any leeway. He wanted to kill Qin Xiao right away, so his attack was peerlessly terrifying. Fatty Kai and the others were all dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies couldn't move anymore. A figure suddenly walked out of the void like a ghost in the dark. His body was shrouded in darkness, and his speed was so fast that he only left an afterimage in the air, making it impossible for people to see his appearance clearly. Even Qin Xiao only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes. He couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. This speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It was way too fast. It was frighteningly fast. Such fast speed was also an ability possessed by experienced assassins. Big Brother Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, and the others wanted to shout, but they couldn't make a sound. At this time, Xiao Dao and the others felt as if they were struck by lightning. They couldn't help but think, is Big Brother Qin Xiao going to die? It would be a pity if such a peerless monster died. It would be a great loss for the Fusu Immortal Palace. Xiao Dao and the others held their breaths. It was as if they were frozen in place. They were completely powerless. Qin Zhao's heart also sank to the bottom. With his identity as a participant in the selection, there was still someone who dared to kill him, who had such a deep blood feud with him that they wanted to kill him at all costs. Qin Zhao's strength erupted, but he also clearly felt that he was no match for the person in front of him. Even if he fought back with all his strength, he would probably end up dead. The other party could ignore everything to kill him. Obviously, he was prepared. There was no way out now. Could it be that Qin Xiao, am so unlucky that I'm going to die here today. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Although he had encountered such a situation many times, but could there be a miracle this time? Could someone come to save him? I'll risk it. Hopefully, I can delay him for one move. If he can't take my life in one move, then he will probably leave and not continue to attack. Qin Shao also secretly thought in his heart. The huge commotion here would definitely attract a lot of attention. No matter what, he was still a participant in the selection. Moreover, he had caused such a commotion. With such a reputation here, he was also a peerless monster who would receive a lot of attention. So, if he killed him, then the other party would bear a lot of responsibility. Big. There was no other way. He could only risk it. There was light. Suddenly, a ray of light fell from the sky, like an immortal from the ninth heaven, erasing all the darkness. This ray of light, like the rising sun, illuminated the darkness of dawn and directly shattered all the darkness. It made the darkness no longer exist and let the light return to the world. This ray of light was warm. The cold darkness and murderous aura were also instantly defeated. Qin Zhao's eyes also became clear, and he could see everything clearly. Qin Shao saw clearly that the person who rushed out to kill him was an indifferent man in black, and the person who came out to save him was no one else but Princess Nangongling. Seeing Princess Nangongling, Qin Shao was really surprised. He didn't expect that Princess Nangongling would come out to save him at the most dangerous time. And it should be known that Nangongling had left the blissful island long ago, so it was impossible that she just happened to pass by here. The only possibility was that Nangongling noticed something when she came out, so she deliberately stayed behind. Only in this way could she be able to save Qin Shao in time. Otherwise, even if she just happened to pass by, she might not be able to save him so quickly. Such a situation made Qin Shao feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was a man, but he still needed a girl to save him, which really made Qin Shao feel very strange. Moreover, this girl was Nangongling, which made Qin Shao feel even more strange. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't know what Nangongling meant to him, and of course he didn't want to know. Qin Shao was still a little embarrassed about Nangongling. He really didn't know how to treat this princess who was admired by thousands of people. After seeing Nangongling, the indifferent killer's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Princess Nangongling, why are you here?" Nangongling didn't pay attention to the indifferent killer at all. The ray of light fell from the sky, and the powerful immortal power directly and overbearingly sent the indifferent killer flying, breaking all his attack power. Nangongling's strength had indeed reached an unimaginable level. The killer whose strength had reached the level of a first-step celestial master was actually defeated by Nangongling's domineering aura. After the indifferent killer failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. With the help of his retreat, he quickly fled into the void and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After the indifferent killer left, everyone came back to their senses. "Miss Nangongling, thank you for saving my life just now." Although Qin Shao was a little embarrassed facing Nangongling, he still stepped forward and sincerely thanked her. Nangongling's expression didn't change much, and she was as calm as the water in an ancient well. She looked at Qin Shao. Although she didn't show much coldness, she gave people the feeling that she was a high and mighty queen. Nangongling looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes were very clear, as bright as the stars. Although they didn't have any attack power, Qin Shao was embarrassed to look at her. "Just a thank you? Isn't your life too worthless?" Nangongling finally said. Chapter 1742. The square was especially solemn today. The surroundings were filled with guards in silver armor. Their armor was bright and shiny, and their auras were extraordinary. They surrounded the entire square and did not allow other people to enter. Although the square was surrounded, there were still many people who stopped to watch. This was a grand event in Linfu City. Naturally, many people wanted to come and join the fun. Therefore, the outer periphery of the square was tightly cordoned off. "Look, Qin Shao is here. Is he Qin Shao? Why does he look no different from other people? He doesn't have any arrogance. Compared with Princess Nangong Ling, he is too far away. But in terms of talent and potential, Qin Xiao is not inferior to Princess Nangong Ling. Yes, Qin Xiao is too low-key. He is very down-to-earth and doesn't have any arrogance. It is said that he comes from a humble background. Maybe it is because of this that Qin Xiao is so approachable. It is said that many people can talk to Qin Xiao. That's right. It said that many people went to hug Qin Xiao's thigh. Look, there are so many people behind Qin Xiao. They are so envious. Haha, if you are so envious, you can also flatter Qin Xiao. It is not shameful. Who knows? We might really be able to please Qin Xiao. I want to go, but I don't want now. He is going to enter the square soon. As soon as Qin Xiao appeared, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Countless eyes looked over, and many flattering voices came in an endless stream. Many girls even boldly confessed to Qin Xiao, but it was unknown whether their confessions were true or not. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was used to such a scene, so he didn't feel anything. Shopkeeper Gan, he and Feng had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw Qin Xiao coming, the two of them smiled and came to greet him. Seeing Shopkeeper Gan, Qin Xiao nodded slightly to him and stopped. Haha, congratulations, Lord Qin Xiao. Shopkeeper Gan, he cupped his hands and congratulated him as soon as he arrived. His face was full of smiles as he said, in just a few hundred years, Lord Qin Xiao has shone brilliantly. TSK, this is something worth celebrating. This time, I believe that Lord Qin Xiao will definitely be one of the candidates for the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace's nominal disciple selection. You will come out on top and shine brightly. I will wait here for the good news from the Lord Qin Xiao. Mo Wang Bei and the rest of you, good luck too. Qin Xiao nodded with a smile and replied politely. Thank you for your kind words, Shopkeeper Gan He. Ha ha ha. Come. I have prepared some fine wine for you. I wish you all success in your endeavors. Manager Gan He said, bringing out the fine wine he had prepared. Wine that Shopkeeper Gan He could sell was clearly not ordinary. Fatty Kai and the others also got a cup each. Since it was Shopkeeper Gan He's kind intentions, Qin Xiao did not refuse. Thank you. Everyone thanked Shopkeeper Gan He and drank the wine. This time, the wine was even more extraordinary than the previous one. If they drank a few more cups, they might not be able to suppress their cultivation and break through. Just one cup was enough to make people feel refreshed. Their spirits were instantly lifted, and it was as if their souls had been purified. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if they suddenly had more strength to fight and strive for the position of nominal disciple. Good wine, it's really good wine. Even Fatty Kai couldn't help but praise him. With Fatty Kai's family's financial resources, he should have drunk a lot of good wine. For him to praise the wine, it was enough to show how good it was. After finishing the wine, Qin Xiao said to Shopkeeper Gan He, we will go in first. Ha, good. Shopkeeper Gan He immediately made an inviting gesture. Qin Xiao and the others entered the square. The smile on Shopkeeper Gan He's face grew wider and wider. Many people in the surroundings looked at Shopkeeper Gan He with incomparable envy. Many immortal shops had tried their best to invite Qin Xiao, but this good thing only fell on Shopkeeper Gan He. This was something that Shopkeeper Gan He was very happy about. In the square, there were already more than 100,000 candidates gathered. Some people Qin Xiao was familiar with were also here. Nangong Ling, Zhang Yang, Dao Hufeng, and the others were already here. Qin Xiao's arrival had obviously attracted a large number of gazes, and all of them were focused on him. Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling were like a pair of suns and moons, competing to bloom with supreme brilliance. They were the two most dazzling existences. Because of the two of them, everyone else's light had become dim and dull. The two of them were like peerless heaven's prides. They were peerless, monstrous geniuses who could suppress an era. Other geniuses like Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng were not considered geniuses in front of the two of them. More than 100,000 candidates quickly gathered in the square. The promised time of 1,000 years was quickly approaching. Everyone was waiting for the selection to begin. Their final fate would be decided. Although most of the people present would not be able to pass the selection and would face the fate of being eliminated. But no matter how small the hope was, people were always full of longing and expectation for the future. They always thought that luck might fall on them. They always thought that if they gave it a try, they might be able to see the light. Everyone in the square was full of fighting spirit and passion. Around the square, there was a flurry of discussion. It was incomparably lively and noisy. Everyone was discussing who could pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. 3 immortal lights suddenly descended from the sky. Like the rising sun, they illuminated the whole square. Under the holy grace of the immortal lights, everyone involuntarily knelt down to worship. This was a devotion that came from the depths of their hearts. The supreme immortal aura was like the majesty of the heavens. It was a sacred power in the level of life. There's no need for such formalities. A voice like an immortal flood rang out in the depths of everyone's minds. This power made everyone involuntarily stand up. However, many people still lowered their heads, not daring to look at it. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 3 immortal auras. The immortal aura enveloped the square. Qin Zhao recognized one of the 3 immortals. The one standing on the left was immortal Yun Ku, who had received him. The one in the middle was an old man with an immortal aura. He had long white hair and a long beard. His long robe fluttered in the wind. He was pure and holy. His slender face had a sense of superiority and majesty. The immortal aura was vast and mighty. Standing there, he released endless immortal aura, as if he was the sky. This immortal aura was too strong. It was so strong that it was suffocating. On the right stood another immortal. He had a fat head and big ears. His round face had a natural smile, giving people a feeling that he was quite amiable. Compared to the immortal aura of the old man in the middle, the 2 immortals' immortal auras were like stars compared to the sun and moon. The difference was too big and too obvious. They were not on the same level at all. Could it be that the immortal in the middle was an ancient sage? But that was impossible. How could an existence like an ancient sage appear so easily? If he was not an ancient sage, could he be a half-step ancient sage? The thought of it made people involuntarily gasp. Half-step ancient sages. There were only a few half-step ancient sages in the Fudu Immortal Palace. Which one of them was not high and mighty? Who would have thought that a half-step ancient sage would come to the selection of unnamed disciples this time? It was really unbelievable. Everyone held their breaths, and the huge square was completely silent. Many people still lowered their heads, not daring to look at the 3 supreme existences, immortals who stood in the clouds. The immortal aura, the image of dragons and phoenixes, the sound of songs rising from the 4 seas, and the multicolored light. It was like a dream. They could even vaguely hear the sound of immortal music and the sound of a grand song. Fatty Kai, could it be that the palace master of the Futu Immortal Palace is here in person? Xiao Dao asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Fatty Kai immediately shook his head and said, "How is that possible? How could the palace master of the Futu Immortal Palace be here in person? The one on the left is immortal Yun Ku. The one on the right is immortal Qi Ling, and the one in the middle is a half-step ancient sage." The name of a half-step ancient sage is not commonly known to outsiders, so I don't know which half-step ancient sage it is. In short, it is a supreme existence. Once a half-step ancient sage appears, immortal light will shine for thousands of miles. Let's not talk. Even a trace of our thoughts can't escape the half-step ancient sage's notice. If we have the slightest bit of bad thoughts, we might anger the half-step ancient sage. If we provoke them, we'll definitely die. The strength of a half-step ancient sage was indeed incredible. A single thought was enough to kill them. Even Qin Xiao felt his heart trembling. This was a trembling from the soul, a fear that had seeped into his bones. Qin Xiao had felt this before when he met the ancient sage of the Blood Temple sect, Yu Luosha. Pale and powerless, he felt as weak as an ant. With a single thought, the other party could easily crush him to death. Facing this half-step ancient sage now, he felt more or less the same. The previous Yuluosha was a true ancient sage, and the one in front of him was a half-step ancient sage. But to be called a half-step ancient sage, one's strength was actually infinitely close to that of an ancient sage, so there was naturally some holy aura. A trace of holy aura was enough to make Qin Shao unable to resist. The half-step ancient sage's voice suddenly sounded. What surprised Qin Shao was that the voice was very soft, without a trace of majesty. Little guys, the selection is about to begin. What awaits you will be danger, cruelty, and even sacrifice. Our Fuda Immortal Palace needs true geniuses. Even if you're just a registered disciple, you need to be a first-class genius, a real talent with talent and potential. Little guys, whether you can become a registered disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace in the end depends on your own efforts. The voice was not majestic, but the words made everyone's heart sink. That's right, competition was cruel, bloody, and there were sacrifices to be made. And this sacrifice was not a small one, but a great one. Most likely, more than half of the people here would die in the selection. How cruel was this? But only such extreme cruelty could select the geniuses of true heaven, the geniuses that Fuda Immortal Palace needed. This was something that everyone already knew about. Qin Shao Nangongling. The half-step ancient sage's gaze suddenly fell on Qin Shao and Nangongling. He continued, "The two of you do not need to participate in the selection. You pass directly. With your talent, potential, and strength, the selection is meaningless to you. So, I will not waste your time. It is time. The two of you can enjoy this special exception." Chapter 1743. Although everyone knew very well that there was no difference whether Nangongling and Qin Shao, these two peerless geniuses, participated or not. The two of them would definitely pass the selection. It was a piece of cake for them. However, even though they knew about it, it still made many people feel uncomfortable to be given special treatment like this. Perhaps it was jealousy that was causing trouble in their hearts. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, it was said by the half-saint himself. Who dared to touch the supreme immortal power of a half-saint? The words of the half-saint represented the decision of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Nangongling seemed to have expected it. She wasn't surprised at all when she heard the news. Her face was expressionless, like an ancient well without ripples. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would be given special treatment. He didn't need to participate in the selection. In fact, Qin Shao didn't care about the selection. Anyway, he was confident that he would pass. However, such a special treatment would save them some trouble. The selection wasn't difficult for him, but it was more troublesome. You two go and rest. When the entrance ceremony starts, you can come and officially join our Fumu Immortal Palace. The half-saint said to Qin Shao and Nangongling. The two of them bowed respectfully to the half-saint and nodded to show that they understood. Nangongling walked over to Qin Shao. Such a move attracted a lot of attention. Nangongling had done this more than once, but it still aroused a lot of suspicion. "Come my place. I'll treat you to a drink." Nangongling walked in front of Qin Shao and said. Previously, Nangongling took the initiative to invite Qin Shao once, but Qin Shao mercilessly refused. This time, Nangongling opened her mouth to invite Qin Shao again. So many people looked over with strange gazes. On one hand, they were envious of Qin Zhao's good fortune to be invited by Princess Nangongling twice. On the other hand, they also wanted to see if Qin Shao would refuse this time. If he still dared to refuse, they would really respect him as a man. Being invited by Nangongling was probably the dream of countless men in Linfu City. However, only Qin Shao had such an honor. On the other hand, Fatty Little Knife Kai and the others were secretly laughing. Princess Nangongling forced Qin Shao to come again. This time, Qin Shao was embarrassed to refuse. After all, Princess Nangongling saved his life. If he flatly refused now, he wouldn't know what was good for him. Thinking here, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a drink." Hearing Qin Zhao's answer, Nangongling didn't change. He didn't say anything else. He didn't make an inviting gesture and directly left. Her character was indeed a little strange. Qin Xiao also felt relieved. She had already noticed it earlier, so there was nothing strange about it. She shook her head gently and followed after him. Under countless envious and jealous gazes, the two were about to leave the square. But at this moment a voice sounded. "Honorable Immortals, this junior has some questions. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." The loud voice was loud enough to spread across the entire square. Obviously, the person who spoke wanted everyone to hear. Looking for the voice, everyone's eyes fell on one person. The person who spoke was none other than Dao Hufeng, Qin Zhao's enemy. Hearing Dao Hufeng's voice, Qin Xiao couldn't help but stop. Obviously, he knew that Dao Hufeng's words were directed at him. Even so, Qin Xiao didn't continue to leave. There are some things that didn't need to be avoided. The half-saint glanced at Dao Hufeng coldly. Although Dao Hufeng was trembling in fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "According to what I know, Qin Xiao isn't from the Exinhua clan. He's not even from Fujin Mountain. He ascended from the outer universe. He's just a lowly life form. He's a first-step heavenly venerable. That's why he's been cheating. With his cultivation level, he shouldn't even be qualified to participate in Fujin Immortal Palace's in-name disciple selection. Fujin Immortal Palace has always been fair. This time, it's the same for the in-name disciple selection. Therefore, this junior would like to boldly ask, shouldn't a person like Qin Xiao, who cheats, be kicked out and removed from the game? Should we disqualify him from the competition? If he's not disqualified, I'm afraid it'll be very unfair to the others. Not only is it unfair to us, but it's also unfair to the countless cultivators in Fujin City. If a first-step heavenly venerable can pretend to be a fourth-step sovereign and participate in the selection, then I'm sure countless cultivators in Fujin City would want to participate. The news of Qin Zhao's identity had long been spread in Fujin City. Many people had their own opinions. They all felt that Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was due to cheating. Qin Xiao was a first-step heavenly venerable, so it was natural for him to be a monstrous talent. Therefore, many people actually had a very doubtful attitude towards Qin Zhao's peerless monstrous talent. It was just that no one had dared to jump out and say this. Now that Dao Hufeng had dared to say this, it attracted a lot of discussion. Some people lowered their heads and whispered. They wanted to stand out, but couldn't muster up enough courage. After all, if this kind of thing was not handled properly, it might bring a fatal disaster to him. Exalted Immortals, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Many people here are dissatisfied, but they don't dare to express it. However, I feel that there's a need to talk about this matter. After all, everyone wants a fair chance to compete. Everyone wants to become an in-name disciple of Fujin Immortal Palace. It's everyone's dream. Everyone fights based on strength and ability. Even if he lost, he would have no regrets. However, if someone cheats and passes, I'm afraid many people will be unhappy. Dao Hufeng, on the other hand, was extremely courageous as he added another sentence. Many people who were gloating secretly admired Dao Hufeng. He probably only dared to say something like that. Dao Hufeng, wasn't he afraid of offending a half-sage? If a half-sage got angry, the power behind Dao Hufeng wouldn't be enough to protect him. Everyone, don't you think so? If you agree with what I'm saying, then come out and say it. We have to work together to fight for the most fair treatment. Dao Hufeng didn't just say it himself. He also wanted others to stand out. Moreover, Dao Hufeng also had his own power, so he had obviously found the others long ago. At this time, he was giving his people a look indicating for them to come out and speak. However, under the vast and mighty immortal pressure, those people didn't dare to rashly stand out and say anything. Dao Hufeng kept winking and sending messages, but no one responded to him. This made Dao Hufeng a little anxious, and he almost shouted out loud. The half-step saint looked over and said, "What do you want to say? Just say it. Our Fusu Immortal Palace will do our best to be fair. It's normal for you to have your own opinions. Speak up." Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the half-sage's words. Their courage came back immediately. "Yes, Venerable Immortal. I also think it's too unfair. We are all at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. However, Qin Shao is a first-step heavenly venerate. Even if he only used the power of the immortal Tao to participate in the selection, he still has his own advantages. I've thought about this problem. In any case, Qin Shao can't get rid of the suspicion of cheating. Even if I admit that Qin Zhao's talent is monstrous, cheating is cheating. There's nothing to say about it. Yes, if we let cheaters pass, then how can the Fu Su Immortal Palace be fair? Yes, I agree that Qin Shao should be eliminated. We can't let him participate in the selection, and we can't give him any special treatment. He's just cheating. He's making himself sound like a monstrous genius. If he didn't cheat, I think he's just an ordinary person. All of a sudden, quite a few people started to follow the trend and talk about it. Of course, the number of people who said this wasn't a lot. It was only a few hundred people. Compared to the huge number of people who said this, it was indeed a very small group. Just this pinch was enough to make people feel very uncomfortable. However, not many people spoke up for Qin Shao. Most of them kept silent. Xiao Dao and the others were especially agitated and argued with them. That's enough. The semi-sage's voice abruptly resounded. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. The square returned to a state of complete silence. The half-sage's gaze fell on Qin Shao. Compared to the others, Qin Shao was probably the calmest. There was no trace of worry on his face. He was very calm and composed. It was as if the person everyone was talking about wasn't him. It was as if Qin Shao wasn't worried about this problem from the beginning. He had a strong sense of confidence. The half-sage's gaze swept across Dao Hufeng and the others. Do you have anything else to say? Do you need to add on? Hearing this, everyone's intuition told them that these words were a little strange. Therefore, no one said anything. Dao Hufeng didn't say anything either. Dao Hufeng didn't say anything. However, the half-sage's gaze fell on Dao Hufeng. He even asked, "What about you? Don't you have anything to say? Aren't you the one with the most opinions? What else do you want to say? You still have a chance to speak, so hurry up and say it." You still have a chance to speak? What does this mean? Dao Hifeng was stunned when he heard this, and his face turned ugly. His intuition told him that the situation wasn't good. As expected, his intuition didn't lie to him. Since you're not saying anything, I'll say it. Congratulations, you're the first to be eliminated. You don't have to participate in the selection. You don't have a right to enter the Fu De Immortal Palace. Boom! The half-sage's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Dao Hufeng's heart heavily. He was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. What did this mean? He was eliminated? He didn't have to participate in the selection? He didn't have the right? What was going on? To be honest, Dao Hufeng's face was filled with confusion. He didn't know what was going on at all. He was just speaking the truth. How did he end up getting himself involved in this? The others were also scared out of their wits. Their faces were deathly pale. Even Dao Hufeng had been eliminated. Would the half-step sage eliminate all of them in a fit of anger? Chapter 1744. I've been eliminated. Dao Hufeng wanted to die after suffering such a heavy blow. He felt like his world had fallen into darkness. Dao Hufeng, had absolute arrogance. He had complete confidence that he could pass the selection. However, he didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the selection and was directly eliminated. How could he accept such a thing? Know why? Honorable Immortal. I not telling the truth? Why would I be eliminated just because I spoke the truth? I'm not convinced. At this time, Dao Hufeng had completely fallen into a frenzy. He even dared to voice his doubts in front of a supreme half-step saint. After hearing Dao Hufeng's crazy words, many people broke out in cold sweat for him. He really dared to say such things. However, it would be better to die after suffering such a blow. That's why Dao Hufeng didn't care about anything else. If he didn't fight for this opportunity, it would be difficult for him, Dao Hufeng, to continue on his cultivation path. If he didn't seize this opportunity to join Fu Su Immortal Palace, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. How humiliating would it be to be eliminated? How would he have the face to see others in the future? Even if he had to fight to the death, he would fight for it. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Dao Hufeng. The whole place was eerily quiet. Many people thought that Dao Huffing was crazy. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of a supreme half-step saint? Was he courting death? How could a puny Dao Huffing offend the aura of a half-step saint? Not to mention Dao Huffing. Even if the ancestors of his clan were here, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. They would still be very respectful. The atmosphere was oppressive. The air seemed to have solidified. The eyes of the half-step saint fell upon Dao Huffing. A sharp light pierced through Dao Huffing's body, causing him to tremble in fear. We'll judge whether he cheated or not. It's not up to you to judge. Fusu Immortal Palace is an immortal sect. We take in disciples based on talent and potential. However, we also need to look at their character. Those with bad character, no matter how good their talent and potential are, we won't accept them. There's so many spots for registered disciples, not just one. Why are you so jealous? If you have such thoughts, wouldn't it be better for you to focus on the selection and give spot? With your character, how can my Futu Immortal Palace tolerate you? The half-step saint's words were filled with killing intent, causing Dao Huffing to vomit blood. Yes, there were so many famous people among the registered disciples. Why did he have to make things difficult for Qin Shao? Fuyu Immortal Palace had already made the decision, so why would he come and challenge the Immortal's might? Just how stupid was he? At the end of the day, the jealousy in his heart could not be vented, so he tried everything to vent it out. However, by doing so, he had harmed himself. But what was the point of saying all this now? There was no way to salvage the situation. At this moment, a few silver-armored guards came over and carried Dao Huffing away like a dead dog. When Dao Huffing was blasted away, the people who were cheering for him earlier were also shocked. Fortunately, the half-step saint did not continue to pursue the matter. This made them sigh in relief and wipe away their cold sweat. If the half-step saint did pursue the matter, then they would have been blasted away like Dao Huffing. You brought this upon yourself. As for Dao Huffing's elimination, Qin Shao did not think much of it. In fact, Qin Shao had never put Dao Huffing in his eyes. He had never considered Dao Huffing an opponent. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care about Dao Huffing. He did not need to care about him. In Qin Zhao's eyes, Dao Huffing was just a clown. Even if he became an honorary disciple of Futu Immortal Palace, it did not matter. Qin Shao never thought that Dao Huffing could compete with him. Nangong Ling continued to lead the way in front, and Qin Shao followed. The two of them left the square directly. As soon as they left the square, there was a phoenix chariot waiting for them. 4 fairies stood around the chariot, guarding it. No one dared to approach it. Those who knew their stuff will be able to tell that this phoenix chariot was made entirely out of phoenix tear glass. Such a big phoenix chariot made of phoenix tear glass. This was not a small amount of money. Just the material itself was already a sky-high price. In addition, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Obviously, it was made by a master. There were also many formations in it. This made the Phoenix Chariot reach the level of a mid-grade flying device. However, it was probably 10 times more expensive than a mid-grade flying device. Therefore, this Phoenix Chariot was worth hundreds of thousands of Chaos Source Stones. The 4 fairies were indeed fairies. They were all first-step heavenly venerables. But even so, they were still true immortals. Moreover, there were 4 fairies guarding the chariot. Coupled with this Phoenix Chariot, one had to admit that such a formation was terrifyingly powerful. It was really like the arrival of an exalted immortal. Everyone was in awe. Perhaps only Nangong Ling could do such a thing. In comparison, Zhang Yin and Dao Huffing's chariot were nothing. Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback by such treatment. It was indeed a little frightening. However, when he thought of Nangong Ling's identity, he understood. This was something that Nangong Ling could do. Nangong Ling got on the Phoenix Chariot and looked at Qin Shao. Although she did not say a word, her meaning was obvious. Nangong Ling did not like to talk. Therefore, most of the time, she did not speak. One look from her would tell you what she wanted to say. She gave people the feeling that she was very cold and aloof. She kept people thousands of miles away, and it was difficult to get close to her. However, she had some indescribable feelings for Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly and followed him. Fortunately, the Phoenix chariot was big. It was not crowded at all for 2 people. It was very spacious. The 4 fairies waved their hands, and immortal light bloomed. The Phoenix chariot flew into the sky like a phoenix and left quickly, leaving behind countless envious gazes. After Nangong Ling and Qin Shao left, the selection began. The selection was in full swing. It was a grand event in Linfu City. However, for Nangong Ling and Qin Shao, they did not need to pay attention to it. Following Nangong Ling, they went straight to a place with birds singing and flowers fragrant. Immortal Qi lingered. The multicolored light was extraordinary. The strange trees were very elegant, beautiful, and beautiful. There were also floating boulders with colorful plants growing on top of them. Some of them were jagged rocks of strange shapes, forming a strange scenery. This place was like an immortal paradise in the outer realm. It was filled with strangeness and magnificence. It was so beautiful that anyone who came here would be attracted to it. Beautiful things always made people feel relaxed and happy. Although Qin Shao did not know enough about this world, he could still recognize some strange flowers, herbs, and stones. The immortal Qi here was especially rich. It was definitely a holy land for cultivation. The aura and environment were very pleasant. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. There were waterfalls, streams, birds playing, and beautiful butterfly-like insects flying in the air. Those butterflies were colorful and shining with immortal light. They looked especially beautiful and cute, like little elves. Even Qin Shao could not help but exclaim, "This is really a fairyland. It's really beautiful." Hearing Qin Zhao's praise, Nangong Ling only glanced at it indifferently and did not have any reaction. She still silently led the way in front. Qin Shao admired the beautiful scenery here while walking forward with Nangong Ling. They were walking on a stone road made of white jade. The flowers, grass, trees, and stones here seemed to have spiritual qi. They all emitted immortal qi. Therefore, the whole sky was surrounded by immortal qi. The strange light was extremely brilliant. A pavilion made of jade-colored stone was in a sea of flowers. It was colorful and beautiful. In this pavilion, Nangong Ling finally stopped and sat down. With a wave of her hand, the jade table was already full of wine and dishes. Nangong Ling sat down and looked at Qin Shao. She still did not say anything, but everything seemed to be said without saying anything. Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony and sat opposite Nangong Ling. The beautiful scenery matched with the beautiful woman. This was indeed a scene to admire. Qin Shao did not look at Nangong Ling. Instead, he looked around at the sea of flowers and said, "Do you girls all like flowers?" Gu Lingwei liked flowers, Yao Shiwilian liked flowers, and Nangong Ling also liked flowers. Nangong Ling said, "So, you have a lot of female confidence. Do other people also like flowers?" Nangong Ling was a very smart woman. She could read a lot of information from Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Yes, I know 2 people who like flowers like you. They have planted a sea of flowers in their cultivation place. They like to enjoy this beautiful time in the sea of flowers." Female confidence, you can say that. If it weren't for the accident, I would have already married her. Thinking of the wedding last time, Qin Shao also had an indescribable bitterness. If it weren't for the accident that happened to Yao Shiwilian, he would have already married Gu Lingwei. Although he and Gu Lingwei did not separate because of this, they were still together in love and stayed in the source world. However, if the wedding was not completed, it would still be illegitimate. Moreover, before completing the wedding, Gu Lingwei would not consider herself Qin Zhao's wife, so there was definitely some distance between the two. Oh, then I'm a little curious. Which happy girl could almost marry you? I know that you came out of the universe, but I have never paid attention to the universe. However, to be able to produce such a peerless genius like you, it makes me curious about the universe. I'm also a little curious about the universe. If you don't mind, you might as well tell me about your universe. Let me understand what your universe is like. If you want, you can tell me about your 2 female confidants. They should be very good girls, so they could become your confidants. Nangong Ling said. Qin Xiao looked at Nan Gongling. It felt a little strange to talk about some things about him as soon as she came. However, Qin Xiao did not mind these things. Moreover, Qin Xiao also wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the matter between him and Gu Lingwei. It could also be regarded as indirectly showing that he had feelings for her and that he had a woman he loved. No matter what Nan Gongling meant, it was also good to take precautions on his side first. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao did not refuse. After thinking about it, he began to preach. Chapter 1745. Have you heard? Zhang Yin was in the limelight again yesterday. Yes, without Nan Gongling and Qin Xiao, the two peerless geniuses, Zhang Yin is invincible. No one can compete with him. But this time, there are also a few dark horses. For example, Xiao Feilong, Pan Shun, and Heyuan. The three of them are very talented. Yes, on the contrary, there are not many local geniuses in Linfu City. There are no dark horses either. On the other hand, there are a few dark horses from the small clans of forces outside. There is also a guy called Xiao Dao. He is also very likely to pass the selection. Yes, I also pay attention to that guy called Xiao Dao. Isn't he Qin Zhao's brother? Xiao Dao is still very likely to pass Qin Zhao's group of 5. As for the other 3, I'm afraid there is no hope. Yes, it's easier said than done to pass the selection. It's good enough to survive. But with Qin Zhao's relationship, I'm afraid the other 3 will also be recruited by some forces. I've heard that there are a few forces that have the same idea. It's normal to have this idea. Qin Xiao is destined to be a peerless genius, and he will shine brilliantly. So, if we can't please Qin Xiao directly, then we can do it in a roundabout way. Pleasing Qin Zhao's brother is also a way. It's said that Qin Xiao is very affectionate. Yes, I also want my clan to please Mo Wang Bei and the other 2, but my father said that we don't have the strength to fight for it. The selection of nominal disciples was held like fire and tea. From time to time, there would be news about it, and it became the focus of discussion in Linfu City. But this time, without the 2 peerless geniuses, Qin Xiao and Nan Gongling, the selection obviously lost a lot of its luster. Although there were still a few dark horses that emerged, compared to a peerless monster like Qin Xiao, they were clearly far too lacking. In the midst of the heated discussion, the selection of nominal disciples quickly came to an end. This time, there were more than 100,000 participants, but the number of people who successfully passed was only slightly more than 100. This number was even much less than what many people had imagined. After all, there were more than 100,000 participants, and these participants were already 1 in 100 million. Even so, there was such a terrible elimination rate, 1 in 1,000. In total, it was 1 in 100 billion. How frightening was this probability? The remaining 100 or so lucky people were like the brightest stars in the sky, shining with a peerless light. What made Qin Xiao very happy and a little surprised was that Xiao Dao actually passed the selection smoothly. Not to mention Qin Xiao, the others were also very surprised. Even Xiao himself was surprised that he could walk step by step to reach this step. In fact, Xiao's talent potential, but his temperament was. Previously, Xiao Dao was able to pass the test of the void space because he had a sudden epiphany and made a huge breakthrough. And this time, Xiao Dao was able to pass the final selection because he had several epiphanies, major breakthroughs, and several transformations. Only then did he reach this stage step by step. So Xiao Dao could also be said to have created a miracle. He had created a miracle that belonged to him. Although Xiao Dao had fantasized that he could pass the selection and become a nominal disciple of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, it was only a fantasy in his heart. He didn't really think he could do it. But what he didn't expect was that he really did it. He really passed the selection. Yes, with his ordinary talent and potential, he really didn't think he would be able to do it. But Xiao Dao was very clear that the reason he could walk step by step to reach this step, breaking through several epiphanies, and transforming was closely related to Qin Xiao. If it weren't for Qin Zhao's encouragement, guidance, and example, Xiao Dao wouldn't have been able to reach this step. This was a miracle that he hadn't expected. In comparison, Wild, Yi Wugue, and Mo Wangbei's talent and potential were not below Xiao Dao's. It could even be said that Mo Wangbei's talent and potential were actually very good. It was just that the three of them had been eliminated and hadn't passed the selection. This was because they hadn't been able to undergo any major transformations or breakthroughs, so they could only be eliminated in the end. But the good thing was that their luck wasn't bad. Although they had been eliminated, they hadn't died in the selection. Compared to those who had died in the selection, they were much luckier. Being able to live was already a very good thing. The selection was already over, and the ceremony to enter the sect was about to begin. Everyone gathered in the plaza. However, Nangong Ling said that she could directly bring Qin Xiao over. There was no need to go through the trouble of gathering. Qin Xiao didn't doubt Nangong Ling's ability. If she said she could bring him over, then she could definitely bring him to the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Although Qin Xiao was with Nangong Ling, Qin Xiao could still grasp all the information about Fu Yu City at any time. Qin Xiao actually wanted to leave first a few times to find Xiao Dao and the others, but Nangong Ling didn't have any intention of letting Qin Xiao leave. Every time Qin Xiao mentioned something, Nangong Ling would immediately tell Qin Xiao the information he wanted to know. Therefore, Qin Xiao was too embarrassed to leave. He could only stay here and listen to Nangong Ling's information. Because of you, Mo Wangbei and the other two have been pulled in by many forces. The conditions given are similar, and it's up to them to make their own choice. If they make a good choice, they might be able to achieve great things. No matter what, their lives will be completely changed, said Nangong Ling. This news made Qin Xiao very happy. He smiled and said, "It's not really because of me. After all, they have also reached this step. Those who can participate in the selection, even if they are eliminated, should be recruited by some forces if they can successfully survive. But because of you, they can be recruited by some good forces. Moreover, there are many forces that are willing to recruit them. Most importantly, the forces that recruit them will do their best to cultivate them. Through them, they can get on your good side. To put it bluntly, they took a big detour in order to get on your good side. Now, you're the most popular young genius in Fuyu City. I reckon that every force wants to get on your good side," said Nangong Ling. Qin Xiao smiled. In fact, he also knew this situation and could completely imagine it. This was the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will follow him to heaven. Before this, Qin Xiao had expected this, and the reality of the situation was indeed like this. As expected, those forces couldn't get on his good side directly, so they did it through Mo Wangbei and the others. This was normal. Qin Xiao didn't care too much about this. Whether or not they could get on his good side didn't depend on this little favor. However, in this way, Mo Wangbei and the others would indeed benefit a lot. It was a good thing for them. "Let's go, Qin Xiao. It's about time we go to the Immortal Sect. After participating in the Immortal Sect entrance ceremony, you will officially become a member of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. In the future, you will be able to use many of the cultivation resources of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. I believe that your brilliance has only just begun. It is indeed miraculous that you are able to walk step by step from such a lowly place to our immortal domain. In my opinion, your past, everything about you is not inferior to that prodigy. Perhaps your future brilliance will be comparable to his." Nangong Ling suddenly stood up and said. During this time, Qin Xiao had roughly told Nangong Ling about some of the things that happened in the primordial universe. Nangong Ling understood a lot about his past. He had walked step by step from a truly lowly place to where he was today. In Nangong Ling's opinion, it was indeed a miracle. Nangong Ling was born in the immortal domain, so she couldn't understand this kind of extreme lowliness. Prodigy? Qin Xiao laughed in his heart. Previously, he had also used prodigies as his goal. He wanted to surpass them. Now that he heard Nangong Ling say the same, Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He also hoped that he would soon be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies and shine brightly. Only with a big goal would there be a big motivation to move forward. Right now, what he needed to do was to force out his potential and squeeze out all of his limitless power. But Nangong Ling suddenly looked at Qin Xiao seriously. Such a look stunned Qin Xiao slightly. He looked at Nangong Ling with some confusion, not knowing what she wanted to do. "Why are you afraid of me?" Nangong Ling asked again, as if she saw Qin Xiao's embarrassment. It was just that her somewhat cold tone really made it hard for him to laugh. This was originally a very flirtatious sentence, but when it came from Nangong Ling's mouth, there was actually no flirtatious taste in it. Qin Xiao smiled helplessly and said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just feel a little strange. Perhaps I'm not very good at getting along with girls." "Not good at getting along?" Nangong Ling said, "I think you're quite good at getting along. Otherwise, how could you make these two girls love you so wholeheartedly?" Qin Xiao's face turned red. He really didn't know how to respond. Nangong Ling waved her hand and said, "I'm just joking with you, but I do want to know Gu Lingyue and Yao Xuelian. I don't know what it feels like to like a man, to be hell-bent on him and disregard everything else. I don't really understand this kind of feeling." In fact, Qin Xiao didn't really understand this either. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go." Nangong Ling didn't linger on this topic. The two quickly got on the Phoenix carriage and flew directly to the Fuda Immortal Palace. When Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling arrived at the foot of the Fuda Immortal Palace's Immortal Gate, the semi-sage arrived with more than 100 people who passed the selection. Big brother Qin Xiao. After seeing Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao ran over with great excitement. Not only Xiao Dao, but Fatty Kai also ran over with great excitement. Qin Xiao already knew that Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai both passed the selection. Fatty Kai's performance also gave Qin Xiao a small surprise. This rich and overbearing guy who looked as fat as a ball actually passed the selection. It seemed that his talent and potential were not bad. This was indeed quite different from the feeling he gave people. In fact, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were both unremarkable people, but they both passed the selection, which was a bit surprising. "You two, good job. Congratulations." Qin Xiao smiled and patted their shoulders. Xiao Dao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Fatty Kai was thick-skinned and laughed heartily. "Of course. If I didn't pass the selection, how could I continue to hug brother Qin Xiao's thigh? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. From the first time I saw you, I swore that I, Fatty Kai, would hug your thigh." Chapter 1746. The Exinhua clan was as peaceful as usual. On a piece of flat ground, a few young men were lazily gathered around. They were tired from cultivating and were resting here. "It's been more than 20,000 years. I wonder how Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, and Aman are doing. There hasn't been any news from them. It's really worrying." "Yeah, our place is too remote. Even if there is news, it won't reach here in such a short time." Grandpa Clan leader said that he sent people out to gather information. There hasn't been any news yet. No news doesn't necessarily mean there's good news. It's not easy to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I don't think there's any hope for them. The hope is indeed slim, but we should at least hope for something good, right? It's not that we don't hope for anything good, right? That's the truth. Let's not have any hope. Our Exinhua clan is very weak. If we can really produce such a monstrous genius like the in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it would be a blessing to our ancestors. Yeah, I also think it's better to not think about it. It's impossible. It's possible that the three of them have already died in the test. Pooey, pooey, pooey. Let's talk about something good. Even if they can't pass, they should at least come back alive. Look over there. There's an immortal ship flying towards us. Ah, it's really an immortal ship. Although it's not as big as the one from the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's still very big. Could it be that the Fuda Immortal Palace sent someone to bring us good news? Could it be someone really passed the test? Then who could it be? Could it be Qin Xiao? I think so too. It's more likely that it's Qin Xiao. Let's quickly inform the clan leader and the others. From afar, an immortal ship was speeding towards them. The Exinhua clan was also bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone ran out. If an immortal ship was coming, it should be good news. Although, everyone didn't have much hope. After all, to become a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it was too difficult. For a clan as weak as the Exinhua clan, It was almost impossible for them to have a nominal disciple of the Futu Immortal Palace. The Exionhua clan would be able to prosper in no time if they were lucky enough to get their hands on one of the immortal palaces. Soon, the clan leader led a group of people out of the clan and waited for the arrival of the immortal ship in the open space in front of the clan. Soon, Immortal Descends arrived at the front of the clan. His powerful immortal aura pressed down from afar, causing everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Judging from the aura of the immortal ship, it should be a mid-grade flying device. But to the Exionhua clan, even a mid-grade flying celestial artifact was an immortal treasure. There were 3 figures standing on the celestial artifact, 1 in front and 2 behind. The leader of the group was a man in embroidered robes. His face was full of smiles. The 2 people behind him were dressed in bright armor. They were obviously his attendants. However, even the 2 followers could sense a powerful aura from them. Although it wasn't the aura of an immortal, it should be the aura of a 4th-step universe grade. The fact that the 2 followers had the aura of a 4th-step universe grade showed that the leader of the group had a powerful background. However, there was no sign of the Fuda Immortal Palace on the celestial artifact. The 3 of them didn't have the same symbol on them either. Therefore, the Exionhua clan leader couldn't help but frown. Could these 3 people not be from the Fuda Immortal Palace? The aura of the leader wasn't very strong. He was only a 1st-step heavenly venerate small immortal, which was comparable to the Exionhua clan leader. The Exionhua clan leader thought that the Fuda Immortal Palace had sent an envoy to deliver the good news. Therefore, he wanted to bow and welcome them. However, he realized that the leader's aura was only comparable to his own. The flying heaven artifact came to a stop. The 3 of them jumped down from the flying heaven artifact and landed on the ground. The Exionhua clan's people stared blankly at the 3 of them. They didn't sense any strong aura from the 3 of them, nor did they sense any immortal aura, which was far from enough to make them kneel down and worship them upon seeing them. It wasn't like the last time, when everyone had involuntarily knelt down and worshipped them. In comparison, the aura of the 3 people before them was too weak. Ha ha ha! The leading immortal in embroidered robes laughed loudly. He cupped his fists and bowed at the Exionhua clan leader. Clan leader Exionhua, congratulations. Congratulations to the Exionhua clan. This time, the Exionhua clan has soared into the sky. Your name has shaken the entire Fuda Mountain Ridge. The leading immortal's words confused the people of the Exionhua clan. They had no idea what was going on. Judging from his words, it didn't seem to be as simple as the Exionhua clan having an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. A mere in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace shouldn't be enough to shake the entire Fuda Mountain Ridge, right? However, one thing was for sure. There must be great news. This was a joyous occasion. However, the people of the Exionhua clan didn't dare to express their joy. They still wanted to know what the good news was. Seeing the confused faces of the people of the Exionhua clan, the immortal in embroidered robes laughed again. He continued, the Exionhua clan is amazing. Truly amazing. This time, it can be said that the Exionhua clan has come out on top. Your name has shaken the entire Fuda Mountain Ridge. Lord Qin Shao is a peerless monster. He is one of the 2 most dazzling geniuses in the Fuda Immortal Palace's in-name disciple selection. He was directly taken in by the Fuda Immortal Palace without having to participate in the selection. And Xiao Dao is also a peerless genius. He successfully passed the selection and became an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. This means that the Exionhua clan has 2 in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. 2 geniuses at the same time. What a joyous occasion. What kind of heaven-defying thing is this? Even a man of the Exionhua clan has been taken in by a great power in the Fuda Mountain Ridge. His future is immeasurable. The Exionhua clan has 3 geniuses in one go. Their futures are immeasurable, and the Exionhua clan's prosperity is only a matter of time. After our clan master received the news, he immediately sent me to the Exionhua clan to congratulate you. What? Hearing the immortal's words, everyone was shocked to the extreme. They were overjoyed, but at the same time, they were in disbelief. The impact of this news was too great for them, so it was difficult for them to calm down for a while. For a long time, no one made a sound. Even the Exionhua clan was shocked. To be honest, he never thought that Qin Xiao and the other two would pass the selection and become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. He knew how difficult it was to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Therefore, he never thought about it. But now, not only did they become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace, there were even two of them. Not only two, but Qin Xiao was also one of the most dazzling geniuses. His name shook the entire Fuda mountain ridge. What kind of glory was this? Each and every one of them was more than enough to bring glory to the Exionhua clan's ancestors and the Exionhua clan's ancestors. Immortal. You mean Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao passed the selection and became in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace? A man is also being nurtured by great power? One of them regained his senses and couldn't help but ask. The immortal in embroidered robes nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's right. You didn't mishear me, and I didn't misspeak. This news has been confirmed. The Fuda Immortal Palace has already announced it to the world. The news will soon spread throughout the entire Fuda mountain ridge. If I'm not wrong, the messenger sent by the Fuda Immortal Palace should be on his way. But we are closer, so we arrived first. We will tell the good news to the Exionhua clan in advance." The Exionhua clan members finally reacted. They were so excited that their faces flushed red. They were speechless for a moment. The Exionhua clan's people also regained their senses. They were all overjoyed and excited. They were all running around in celebration. "Ha ha! It seems like the heavens are really blessing our Exionhua clan. We have two in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Great, this is really great. Ha ha, our Exionhua clan is destined to rise to glory. Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao, you two are really great. You will be the pride of our Exionhua clan forever. I used to laugh at Xiao Dao, but now I will follow his example. I will work hard like him. Big brother Qin Xiao is indeed the lucky star of our Exionhua clan. His arrival has brought great fortune to our Exionhua clan. From now on, our Exionhua clan will not be bullied by other powers." Everyone was incomparably agitated and excited. The Exionhua celestial race's clan master calmed himself down and said, "Thank you for telling me such great news. May I know where you are from?" "Ha!" The immortal smacked his head and laughed. "Look at me. I didn't even introduce myself after so long. I'm an elder of the Lujian sect. I am here to congratulate the Exionhua clan on the orders of our clan master." "What? Lujian sect?" Hearing the name Lujian sect, the Exionhua clan leader was shocked. Fortunately, there was a great shock earlier, so it wasn't too intense. Lujian sect was the strongest power in the tens of thousands of clans. It could be considered the supreme overlord of this territory. It was very strong. To the Exionhua clan, it was a giant existence. The Lujian sect, to the Exionhua clan, had always been a lofty and unreachable existence. In the past, even he, the Exionhua clan leader, could not meet anyone from Lujian sect. But who would have thought that the high and mighty Lujian sect would personally send someone over to congratulate the Exionhua clan? Furthermore, the Lujian sect's attitude was so humble. It was truly shocking. But the Exionhua clan knew that this was all because of Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao. It was because they had become the in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace that the Exionhua clan had such glory. Even Lujian sect had come to curry favor with them. To the Exionhua clan, Lujian sect was the sky. But now, the sky was trying to curry favor with them. One had to admit that the change in roles made it hard for them to recover. Boom! Clan leader, look! Suddenly, a supreme immortal aura came from afar, and a scream was heard. Following the scream, everyone looked over. In the distant horizon, a huge immortal ship was sailing towards them. It was as big as the previous immortal ship. From afar, they could feel the immortal aura. The immortal was also surprised when he saw the huge immortal ship. He blurted out, "The person from the Fuda Immortal Palace is really fast." Needless to say, this was obviously someone from the Fuda Immortal Palace. Chapter 1747. The Fumu Immortal Palace had never set up an in-name disciple, nor had it ever taken an in-name disciple before. This was the first time it had happened. However, the number of in-name disciples they took in this time was not many. There were only 156 in total. For the sake of these in-name disciples, Fu2 Immortal Palace had specially created an area for them to cultivate. However, there were many restrictions for the in-name disciples. Without permission, the in-name disciples were not allowed to enter the official disciple area. The other areas, such as the core disciple area and other important areas of the Immortal Palace, were even more off-limits. However, Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling were special. They were arranged to stay in the official disciple area as soon as they entered the Fumu Immortal Palace. The treatment of official disciples was indeed quite good. Every disciple had their own independent small area. Although the small area wasn't too big, it was still equivalent to a small city's territory. Furthermore, there were quite a number of servants. Of course, these servants were not living beings. They were similar to puppets and were only responsible for some trivial matters. These puppets were not living beings. After recognizing a master, they would only listen to the master's orders. Moreover, these puppets were first-step heavenly venerates. There were not many of them, but there were still 100 of them. Among these 100 puppets, there was one second-step heavenly venerate puppet. The appearance and gender of the puppets could be chosen. However, Qin Xiao did not dare to choose a female puppet, so all the puppets were male. The two second-step heavenly venerate puppets were responsible for serving Qin Xiao. The others were responsible for their own duties. Qin Xiao did not have anything for them to do for the time being, so the puppets were very idle. As for the cultivation environment, Qin Xiao did not care much about it. A corner of the ground was enough. In terms of treatment, Qin Xiao had received better treatment in the primordial universe, so it did not matter. Miss Nangong Ling and I are familiar with the treatment of the Zheng clan's disciples. In all aspects, there are indeed too many advantages over in-name disciples. However, giving us the treatment of an official disciple isn't much. After all, Nangong Ling and I can break through and become immortals at any time. After we become immortals, we will definitely be promoted to official disciples. Right now, we're just being treated a little earlier. With better resources, we'll be able to improve faster. Although hard work is the most important in cultivation, resources are equally important. Without good resources, it would be too difficult for them to grow. Even if we can grow, we will have to take many detours and spend a long time. After entering the Fumu Immortal Palace, we have to compete for cultivation resources. With such good cultivation resources, my cultivation speed will be faster. Only then will you have a greater chance of becoming stronger and more likely to reach the peak. This is a good opportunity. I can't waste it. I have to hurry up and start cultivating. Jingyang is still all right. Be it in terms of strength or experience, he's still pretty good. That is why I have to get stronger quickly, but I can't delay the search for them for too long. I have to find a chance and think of a way to get some factions to help me. Qin Xiao had been thinking about this for a long time. He had been trying to figure out how to solve this problem. Qin Xiao already had a plan. He just hadn't done it yet. For now, he had just entered the Fumu Immortal Palace. He had to deal with things here first. Qin Xiao had more or less understood the situation of this cultivation area. A wooden-looking man walked over with two other people. From afar, the two of them waved at Qin Xiao. "Big brother Qin Xiao, we're here." "Haha, brother Qin Xiao, you are treated well. TSK, you are treated like an official disciple. We are so envious that we are drooling. I want to stay here and not leave." The two people who came were obviously none other than Xiao, Dao, and Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai was a friendly person. In fact, he had only met Qin Xiao once before. They didn't have much of a relationship. But after Qin Xiao defied the heavens, he had been very close to Xiao Dao and the others. So he would come over whenever there was a problem. Qin Xiao didn't dislike Fatty Kai, so he didn't say much. Speaking of which, Fatty Kai was also a rather interesting person. The wooden man who brought Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai respectfully walked in front of Qin Xiao and said, "Master, This subordinate has brought the two young masters. Qin Shao nodded to the wooden man. In, Qin Yi, you can leave first. This wooden man was the puppet servant of the second step Empyrean. Qin Shao gave him the name Qin Yi. Qin Shao used to have a servant called Qin Yi in the Hongmeng universe. He felt that it was easier to call him Qin Yi, so he didn't care. Anyway, a name was just a code name. In fact, it wasn't that important. Qin Shao immediately left. Qin Shao waved to Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, indicating the two to sit down. Seeing Xiao Dao and the others, Qin Shao was naturally in a good mood. Xiao Dao, how is your situation? Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao smiled and said, very good. The treatment of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is needless to say. The resources for cultivation were simply too abundant. I feel that it won't take long for me to become an immortal. After entering the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, becoming an immortal was not a problem at all. If he couldn't even become an immortal, how could he become a right-in disciple of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace? Even if he was a right-in disciple, he was a 1 in a billion genius. Becoming an immortal was the easiest thing. Fatty Kai couldn't help but tease. Xiao Dao, your ambition is only to become an immortal? Xiao Dao smiled awkwardly. To be honest, his dream had always been to become an immortal. After all, in the Xianhua clan, becoming an immortal was something unattainable. In the countless years of their clan, not a single immortal was born. Becoming an immortal was an unattainable dream for him. So now, Xiao Dao's ambition was a little low, and he set his goal to become an immortal. We are now the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. What's the big deal about becoming an immortal? If we can't even become an immortal, then wouldn't it be a big joke? So, Xiao Dao, our ambition now must be higher. Our goal must be bigger. For example, becoming an immortal first, then becoming an immortal, standing above everyone, respected by everyone. That is the true ambition. Fatty Kai's ambition was not small. His goal was actually to become an immortal. But of course, the goal must be set higher. It was normal to aim for an immortal. If the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace did not even have this little ambition, then it would be a joke. Hee, that's true. Xiao Dao smiled embarrassedly. He also realized that his goal was too small. Becoming an immortal was indeed not a big deal, and he was very confident. If it was before, he would not even dare to think about it. But now, there is no need to think about it because it could be done. Putting aside his own talent and potential, just the cultivation resources of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace were enough to guarantee him becoming an immortal. With a higher vision, the scope of the world was also bigger, and the level of the view was also different. In the past, Xiao Dao saw immortals as high and mighty, unreachable. Now, he felt that becoming an immortal was just at his fingertips, and it was just a matter of time. This was an unintentional change, and Xiao Dao himself might not have gotten used to it. Fatty Kai, on the other hand, acted like an old man and said with a smile, if you want to compare the treatment, the difference between us nominal disciples and the official disciples is not just 1-star level. I estimate it is not as simple as 10 times. Haha, but this is not something to be envious of. We can only worship silently. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and smile, and said, there is nothing to be envious of. You guys should work harder and strive to become an official disciple as soon as possible. I heard that nominal disciples also have an assessment. If you don't pass the assessment, you will be eliminated. Is that so? Fatty Kai nodded and said with a somewhat serious face, yes, the assessment is held once every million years. Those who do not pass will be eliminated. Moreover, every time there was an assessment, there would be 1 or 2 spots for promotion to official disciple. After everyone had been promoted to official disciple, the outer court, after the outer disciples have become outer disciples, the disciples will recruit new people. That's the rule we're talking about for now. The assessment, once every million years, should not be a simple matter. According to other people's discussion, they all feel that the elimination rate should be quite high. Qin Shao said, it's normal to have an assessment. After all, they are just nominal disciples. This time, the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace took in more than 100 nominal disciples for the first time. Since they are nominal disciples, they are naturally not official disciples. Therefore, it is expected that there will be some assessments and the like, and some people will definitely continue to be eliminated. That's why you have to work harder. Your nominal disciple status is only temporary. As long as you don't become an official disciple, you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Come on, strive to become an official disciple as soon as possible. Xiao Dao nodded heavily. It was already a miracle that he could become an in-name disciple. For him, it was simply a heaven-defying thing that created the most dazzling glory in his life. Therefore, he was more confident that he would definitely become an official disciple. He could even create this miracle. Now he just needed to go one step further. Why couldn't he do it? To become an official disciple, he must work hard, and he must work hard to the end. We must work hard. In order to be able to cultivate with Brother Qin Xiao as soon as possible, we have to work hard too. Let's fight for it. It would be great to be promoted to an official disciple during the first assessment. Fatty Kai was very confident. Although Qin Xiao was not very clear about Fatty Kai's specific talent potential. After all, he was not present at the selection and did not see Fatty Kai's performance. But he felt that Fatty Kai should still have a lot of potential. Even if he was not as good as Zhang Yangdao, He Feng, and the others, he should not be far behind. Qin Xiao was not a bold Fatty Kai, but he was a little worried about Xiao Dao. Although Xiao Dao was said to have made rapid progress and had several transformations and breakthroughs, this kind of breakthrough method, he did not know how long it would last. Chapter 1748. Fu City Dao Clan. Somewhere, a man knelt in front of a tall and handsome man who was surrounded by immortal qi and had a shocking aura. His green hair and silver strands were fluttering in the air like an immortal swan. Around him, immortal qi could be seen lingering. Between his eyebrows, there was a strange sharpness, like a peerless treasure sword. Even with the suppression of the scabbard, there was still a peerless sharpness emanating from it. It could be seen that this man's strength was very strong. He was definitely an existence that could make this space tremble with just a trace of his sharpness. He was a powerful immortal. Big brother, you have to help me vent my anger. You have to help me vent my anger. Otherwise, I won't have the courage to continue living. I'll go crazy. The kneeling man grabbed the tall and handsome man's leg and begged. The tall and handsome man's arrogant face turned serious. He frowned slightly and said, "Little Feng, this matter is a little troublesome. If you ask me to do something else, I will agree without thinking. But if you ask me to kill Qin Xiao, it will be difficult. Big brother, even you can't do it? You are an official disciple of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. You entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace long ago. How high are your connections and status? He is just a kid who just entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace. How can he be compared to you?" The man kneeling on the ground was none other than Dao Hufeng. Dao Hufeng was humiliated to the extreme by Qin Xiao. In the end, he was eliminated and even lost the chance to participate in the selection. All of this was attributed to Qin Xiao. Therefore, his hatred for Qin Xiao had reached an extreme. The deeper the hatred, the crazier he was. The more he wanted Qin Xiao's life. If he couldn't find a way to vent the hatred in his heart, he would rather die. The tall and handsome man shook his head and said, "Little Feng, you have underestimated Qin Xiao. He is regarded as a peerless genius on the same level as Nangong Ling. They are the two most important talents in Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Although they are still official disciples for now, I believe it won't take long. After a while, you will definitely be able to enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. Fu Tu Immortal Palace must have taken them as geniuses and saintesses, as the future hope of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Do you really think that an official disciple like me can touch Qin Xiao? Little Feng, listen to Big Brother's advice. This time, you can only blame yourself for being too impulsive and offending someone you can't afford to offend. Forget it. Accept your fate." "Accept my fate? No. Dao Hufeng shook his head. "Big brother, I won't accept my fate. My fate is my own, not the heavens. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao, I would have easily become a registered disciple. In time, I would have become an official disciple and followed in your footsteps. All of this is because of Qin Shao. He destroyed everything. Now, I'm living a life worse than death. I have nothing. Everything has been destroyed. This enmity is greater than the heavens. How can I accept my fate? How can I not? Even if I die, I must drag him down with me. Even if I have to use my life to gamble for his, I must give it my all. Big brother, you know me. My talent is only a little bit lower than yours. I have the potential to follow in your footsteps and become your right-hand man. Big brother, you've been my only idol since I was young. All of my hard work is because of you. Big brother, do you really want to see me fall into depression? The tall and handsome man frowned even more. After a while, he said seriously, Little phone, do you know how much risk you have to take if you want to deal with Qin Shao? Futu Immortal Palace is focusing on Qin Shao. Also, with his monstrous talent, I'm afraid even St. Hall will have their eyes on him. If I make a move and anger St. Hall, do you know what will happen to me? St. Hall? Dao Huffing couldn't help but shudder after hearing these words. Just how terrifying was this existence? But, big brother, St. Hall won't pay attention to him, right? Dao Huffing said. The tall and handsome man shook his head and said, I don't know. It won't be so soon. It's just that it's not easy, but Dao Huffing suddenly became very excited. Big brother, do you have a way? I knew you would have a way. You're invincible in my eyes. Big brother, Little Feng's life is yours from now on. The tall and handsome man rolled his eyes at Dao Huffing and said, I really don't know what to do with you. If you weren't my favorite little brother, I wouldn't even care about you. But don't be happy too early. I have a way, but it's up to me whether it works or not. I can't guarantee it. Man proposes, but God disposes. This matter will depend on your luck. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. If there's a way, I'll give it a try. Dao Huffing seemed to be afraid that his big brother would reject him. The tall and handsome man's eyes flashed with a strange sharpness. Fuda Immortal Palace, intersect, spirit pool. Although it was called a pool, it was actually a large pool with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It could be considered a small pond. It was located in a beautiful mountain, surrounded by spirit stones and dense immortal chi. The dense immortal chi formed a thick 7-colored mist that blocked one's vision. From afar, it looked like a 7-colored spiritual mountain. Only when one got closer would one realize that it was mist and not a mountain, and that was how one could see the spirit pool. As soon as she approached, Qin Shao could not help but feel refreshed. She felt a kind of relaxation that went all the way down to her bones. Every pore in her body opened up in an instant. It felt like a withered seedling suddenly being watered by rain and dew. It was as if it was suddenly filled with vitality. That's the spirit pool in front. It's a place where immortal chi gathers. It's so thick that it's liquid. The immortal liquid in the spirit pool is extremely precious. If you sell it, 100 drops can be sold for the price of Chaos Source Rock. Moreover, this thing is priceless. It's very difficult to refine. The immortal liquid in the spirit pool is the easiest to absorb. It's like an immortal pool for cultivators. Using it to cultivate can quickly strengthen one's immortal body, increase one's immortal power, and improve one's cultivation level. A greedy look appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he walked towards the spiritual pool step by step. The closer he got, the denser the immortal chi he felt. Breathing in a mouthful of it was very comfortable. Qin Shao approached the spirit pool step by step. Soon, he was in front of the pool. Looking at the 7-colored immortal liquid in the pool, it was as if a beggar was looking at a mountain of gold. This pool of immortal liquid, how many Chaos Source rocks would it be worth? At least in the hundreds of millions, right? Just thinking about it scared him to death. Only the Fuda Immortal Palace had such extravagance. This spirit pool was only available to official disciples. Moreover, there were many other places like this for cultivation. To put it bluntly, with such cultivation resources, even a piece of trash would be able to quickly make a breakthrough if they were placed here. However, official disciples could not use the spirit pool indefinitely. The restrictions were quite severe. Official disciples only had 3 chances to enter the spirit pool. No matter who it was, they only had 3 chances. Once the 3 chances were used up, they would not have another chance. Moreover, they could only stay in the spirit pool for 100 years each time. If they did not leave after 100 years, they could only stay for 300 years at most. Once the 300 years were up, if they did not leave voluntarily, they would be punished according to the immortal rules. The punishment would be very severe. The moment Qin Shao entered the spirit pool, he felt his entire body being enveloped by dense, immortal qi. A large amount of immortal essences, like tiny loaches, entered Qin Zhao's body through every pore. They quickly turned into tiny spiritual droplets and spread throughout Qin Zhao's body. Every part. Comfortable. It was indescribably comfortable. His body, soul, and even his will were all touched. This feeling of resonance was too wonderful. This was a wonderful feeling of rapid growth. He felt like he was growing and improving rapidly. Just as Qin Shao was enjoying this wonderful feeling, a sudden scream broke the silence and startled Qin Shao. This was because this scream was actually a woman's voice. He heard a woman scream, and it was obviously coming from beside him. It was obvious that she was very close to him. This kind of sound was like that of a gangster. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally startled. When he looked over, he discovered that there was a beautiful fairy about 100 feet away from him. Her body was bathed in immortal liquid, and there was an indescribable beauty. The immortal qi around her seemed to magnify her beauty. Although she was not as good as Princess Nangongling, she was about the same as Fairy Yunru. From the aura she was emitting, she should be a second-step celestial, venerable human immortal. A human immortal from the Fumu Immortal Palace could easily defeat an ordinary great immortal at the third step, celestial, venerable human immortal. Seeing the fairy in front of him, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He really did not pay much attention just now, so he directly jumped into the spiritual pool. He did not expect that there would be someone else in the spiritual pool, and coincidentally, it was a fairy. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. This feeling, it was like taking a bath. Although everyone was wearing clothes, it still felt a little awkward. Bastard, gangster, why are you still looking? Seeing that Qin Shao did not react for a moment, the fairy complained coquettishly. Hearing this, Qin Shao reacted and immediately turned his head to the side. He said apologetically, I'm sorry. I really did not see anyone just now. I did not mean to. However, what Qin Shao did not notice was that the fairy behind him was secretly laughing. After laughing, she put on an angry look and said, Humph, your senior sister is here, and you actually said that you did not see me? You're not blind. You obviously saw me, but you deliberately pretended not to see me. You just want to see your senior sister, right? Seeing that you look like a gentleman, I didn't expect you to have such a dirty mind, you little gangster. You just entered the immortal sect, and you learned to be so indecent. I often hear people talking about you these days, saying that you're a peerless demon, saying how amazing you are. I think your character is just SOSO. Hearing this evaluation, Qin Shao was really speechless. He really did not see her, okay? If he saw her, he would not be like this. He did not have so many thoughts about women. Chapter 1749. Qin Zhao's quote 2. There's no way to have the best of both worlds. I won't let you down. Purple Chest only wanted to tease Qin Shao, but she didn't expect Qin Shao to have such a reaction and say such words. She was so angry that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he have to be so dismissive of her? Female disciples were a rare species in the immortal sections. Which one of them wasn't popular? She, Fairy Purple Chest, was also sought after by many disciples, okay? But when it came to Qin Shao, she was actually treated like this. It was inevitable that she would feel a little disappointed for a while. Why is your new junior brother so petty? Can I say a few words to you? Purple Chest said, a little displeased. Qin Shao was not a petty person. It was just that he was inexplicably criticized by others. He really did not want to pay attention to it. So he didn't mean to be angry when he said those words. He just wanted to settle this matter and cultivate in peace. He didn't think about anything else. As for whether the other party was a senior sister or a rare species, it didn't matter. He could even reject Nangong Ling, let alone this Fairy Purple Chest. You can say it, or I can ignore it. It's up to you. Qin Shao replied again. You, Fairy Purple Chest was so angry that her face was a little red. How could there be such a one-track mind? Was he trying to choke her to death with just one sentence? However, no one had ever spoken to her like this before. It was so indifferent that it made her feel like she was being completely ignored. A woman is a very strange creature. Sometimes, the more you flattered her, the more she ignored you. But if you ignored her, she might want to figure you out. Sometimes, curiosity was actually the beginning of a person's fall in love. Of course, this was only the case in some cases. Not all women were like this. Who is so daring to make junior sister Zi Quan unhappy? Let me take a look. At this moment, an angry voice was heard. As soon as the voice fell, a man in embroidered clothes walked over. Behind the man in embroidered clothes, there was a man in white clothes with a white jade fan in his hand. He had a graceful bearing. Qin Zhao's gaze also looked over and landed on the two men who were walking towards him. What a powerful aura. This must be the level of a great immortal, right? With just a glance, Qin Shao had a rough judgment. Their auras were so strong, it was clear that their strength was absolutely extraordinary. Since they were so strong, it was obvious that they had been in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace for a long time. Why would they come to the spiritual pool? Generally speaking, the spirit pool was only useful to the weaker disciples. The stronger the disciple, the less useful it would be. At the level of great immortal, there was basically no help, right? Therefore, Qin Shao found it strange that they came to the spiritual pool. Moreover, Qin Shao clearly felt hostility from the man in the brocade robe, a strong hostility. It seemed that he wanted to stand up for the beauty. So it's junior brother Qin Shao. What a coincidence. The man in white behind him laughed heartily. He gave off a very friendly feeling and didn't show any hostility. After saying that, the man in white looked at the man in embroidered clothes with a mocking smile and said, Yulong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet junior brother Qin Shao again. It seems that you forgot to look at the almanac when you went out today. Ha ha. Hearing the man in white's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he didn't quite understand the meaning behind his words. What did he mean by again? Did that mean that they had met once before? But Qin Shao didn't seem to be the case at all. Moreover, according to the man in white's words, unpleasant things happened in both meetings. At least for the man in embroidered clothes, they were unpleasant things. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't understand what he meant at all. The man in embroidered clothes rolled his eyes at the man in white and said, Bai Shan, don't gloat over my misfortune. This kid is very daring. He just entered the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, and he dares to be so rude to senior sister. What will happen in the future? I think we have to teach him a lesson today. As he said that, he stared at Qin Shao fiercely, as if he was reprimanding him. Teach him a lesson? Hearing such words, Qin Shao was indeed very uncomfortable in his heart. Was he trying to bully the weak? In terms of strength, Qin Shao knew that he was definitely not a match for this senior brother in embroidered clothes in front of him. There was no doubt about it. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. It wasn't just a little bit. It wasn't something that could be made up for by being a heaven-defying genius. But what could he do? If the other party really bullied him, Qin Shao could only accept it. However, no matter how weak he was, facing such oppression, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. He looked straight at Tai Yulong. Qin Shao quickly searched for the confidence of the three people in front of him. Before, Qin Shao had seen some information about the official disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Bai Shan, Tai Yulong, and Fairy Zi Quan. So it's them. No wonder their aura is so strong. The three of them are ranked in the top among the official disciples. They have a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Qin Shao did not expect to meet three powerful characters at once. The three of them were quite famous. They had a lot of prestige among the official disciples, and it was said that the three of them had a good relationship. It was almost like they had formed a small group, and not many people dared to provoke this group. Qin Shao apologized to Fairy Zi Quan quickly. Otherwise, today's matter won't be over so easily. Tai Yulong pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said unceremoniously. His words also had a commanding tone. Baishan stood to the side and said, Yulong, no matter what, you are still a senior martial brother. Don't scare junior martial brother Qin Shao. He just entered the Fu Tu Immortal Palace and doesn't know anything. Don't be so fierce. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be like this. But Tai Yulong obviously did not listen to Baishan's words. At this time, Fairy Zi Quan walked over and waved her hand. All right, Tai Yulong. I was just playing with junior brother Qin Shao. He didn't do anything to me. I just wanted to play a joke with him. Who knew that this guy would be so boring and ignore me? Joke? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Fairy Zi Quan. Was it really just a joke? But looking at Fairy Zi Quan, it didn't seem like she was lying. Moreover, she took the initiative to say good things. It shouldn't be a lie. Therefore, Qin Zhao's view of Fairy Zi Quan changed a lot. Since Fairy Zi Quan said so, then so be it. Although Tai Yulong had stopped, his last cold look was obviously a warning to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was too lazy to pay attention to Tai Yulong. So what if he was warned? He was weak now and could not resist. If he was really bullied, then it was no big deal. When he was stronger in the future, he could take revenge. It was no big deal. Fairy Zi Shang smiled charmingly as she looked at Qin Shao and said, Junior brother Qin Shao, you're really quite interesting. I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. Really, I just wanted to tease you, but you responded to your senior sister so coldly. You made senior sister very sad. Then I'm sorry, Fairy Zi Quan. I made a mistake. Since Purple Chest Fairy had taken the initiative to explain, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to not respond. Fairy Zi Quan smiled and said, What fairy? You have to call me senior sister, okay? If you call me fairy, it will make you look rude. I entered the Fuda Immortal Palace much earlier than you. So, I will call you senior sister in the future. All right, Qin Shao said helplessly. However, logically speaking, he should indeed call her senior sister. They were all official disciples, so they were all from the same generation. They were ranked according to the order in which they entered the Fuda Immortal Palace. What do you mean by all right? Come, call me senior sister, said Fairy Zi Quan. This was really making things difficult for Qin Shao. It made Qin Shao feel like he was being teased. However, since Fairy Zi Quan had spoken, Qin Shao could only say, All right, senior sister. What do you mean by all right? Just how difficult was it for him? You have to call me senior sister Zi Quan, okay? Your voice is so nice. Why does it sound so bad when you call me that? Come. Call me that again. Fairy Zi Quan didn't seem to want to give up. Qin Shao was really speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It wasn't a big deal to be addressed as such, but Qin Shao felt a little weird to be addressed like that. Moreover, Qin Shao never liked to curry favor with anyone. Thus, when Fairy Zi Quan asked him to call her that, he really found it difficult to say it. Tai Yulong was very angry when he saw this, but he didn't dare to say anything. Baishan laughed and teased. Zi Quan, I think you shouldn't make things difficult for junior brother Qin Shao. He looks like an honest person. It's good to be honest. Honest people are easier to teach, said Fairy Zi Quan. This time, it wasn't just Qin Shao who was speechless. Baishan and Tai Yulong were also speechless. Fairy Zi Quan smiled and waved her hand. I'm just teasing you. I have no interest in teaching others. After saying that, Fairy Zi Quan said to Qin Shao, Junior brother Qin Shao, before you entered the spirit pool, did you not read about some things to take note of? Some things to take note of when entering the spirit pool? Hearing Fairy Zi Quan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fairy Zi Quan in confusion and shook his head. I didn't hear about any things to take note of. Qin Shao really didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely take a look. Fairy Zi Quan said, Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You should have read about it before entering the spirit pool. Since you didn't read it, I'll tell you directly. It's the same. You shouldn't enter the spirit pool like this. Not like this. Then what? Qin Shao was also confused. It was just entering the spirit pool. There shouldn't be so many rules, right? Fairy Zi Quan nodded and said, Look at how many clothes you're wearing. You can't just jump into the spirit pool like this. No matter how clean you are, you'll still bring a lot of mortal dust into the spirit pool. Also, with the obstruction of clothes, it will be a bit difficult to absorb the immortal liquid. it will be affected. So, you have to take off your clothes before entering the spirit pool. Take off my clothes before entering the spirit pool? That's not right. Why did Qin Xiao feel that something was wrong the more he listened? It didn't make sense. Why would he need to take off his clothes before entering the spirit pool? The clothes did have some blocking effects, but this little bit of obstruction shouldn't have much of an effect on the absorption of the immortal liquid. If he took off his clothes and went in, wouldn't it feel very strange? Would it really feel like he was taking a bath of mortal dust? No. Was he being teased again? Chapter 1750. Qin Zhao's quote 3. Meeting you is a wonderful thing. PFFF. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fairy Ziquan laughed so hard that her body trembled. How dare you, Qin Xiao? If you continue to be so unreasonable, I won't be polite to you. Tai Yulong said angrily. After laughing, Fairy Ziquan said to Qin Xiao, what? Do you want me to take off my clothes and enter the spiritual pool and let you see me naked? Okay, I'm not afraid of anything. But if I really take off my clothes and enter the spiritual pool, the question is, do you dare to look? As long as you dare to look, I'll dare to make you take responsibility. Ha! Qin Xiao was petrified by her words. This joke was a bit too much, right? But to be honest, if she really took off her clothes for him to see, he definitely wouldn't dare to look. How could he dare to look? What kind of joke was this? How could he dare to look at such a thing? If he really looked, what if he was forced to take responsibility? So, Qin Xiao could only raise his hands and surrender. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were also speechless, especially Tai Yulong. Looking at him, he had the urge to strangle Qin Xiao to death. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You're really interesting. You can even blush. This is the first time I've seen a man blush. Fairy Ziquan waved her hand. Obviously, she was also joking with Qin Xiao just now. However, Qin Xiao also expected that Fairy Ziquan was joking with him, so he wasn't surprised. However, Fairy Ziquan's personality was a bit carefree. She was quite a nice person. At least, she wasn't bad. She gave people a good impression. She liked to joke and tease her servants. Maybe her personality was also quite cheerful. Fairy Ziquan walked out of the spiritual pool with a comfortable look on her face. It's really comfortable to take a bath. Unfortunately, I also used up my third chance. Otherwise, I would really want to take another bath after a while. It's really comfortable and enjoyable to take a bath here. It's just that the time is too short. It's a bit short, only 100 years. If it's possible, I want to soak in it for 10,000 years. Take a bath? Qin Xiao was almost petrified again. This was a spiritual pool, not a bathhouse. How could Fairy Zijing say that this was a place for her to take a bath? Originally, Qin Xiao was very confused. She said that the spirit pool was of no use to someone of fairy purple chess level, so why would she come to the spirit pool? As it turned out, he was just using the spiritual pool as a bath. Since he was in a good mood, he came over to take a bath. That was all. He had no other intentions. This was truly admirable. Fairy Ziquan was probably the only one who could use a spirit pool as a place to bathe. Seeing Qin Zhao's strange expression, Purple Box Fairy smiled and said, Haha, this is normal. Don't make a fuss. The spirit pool only had an effect on me the first time. It didn't have any effect on me after that. So, the second and third time I come, I'll just treat it as taking a bath. Although the effect isn't that great, soaking in the spirit pool is indeed very comfortable. It's much more comfortable than taking a bath. So, I'll treat it as a luxurious bath. In fact, it's more or less the same. Qin Xiao was convinced. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. But even though he felt relieved, it was still a bit strange to say that it was a bath. After all, this was a spirit pool. He was still in the spirit pool. Since Fairy Ziquan said that this was a place for her to take a bath, then what did it mean that Qin Xiao was here right now? Did Fairy Ziquan take a bath in it? In any case, it was a bit strange no matter how he looked at it. Haha, I'll stop teasing you. Interesting junior brother. After teasing him, Fairy Ziquan said to Bai Shan and Tai Yulong, Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Why did you have to run inside? You two bad people. I think you want to peek at me taking a bath, right? Bai Shan and Tai Yulong seemed to be used to it. They didn't say anything. The three of them left very quickly. Qin Xiao shook his head and ignored them. He continued to cultivate and enjoy the wonderful feeling of improvement brought about by the immortal liquid. Cultivating in the spirit pool was really easy. He didn't even need to use much strength. A large amount of immortal spirit chi would flow into his body, nourish his immortal body, strengthen his immortal body, and improve his cultivation base. Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm was only at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. With such a cultivation base in the spirit pool, the speed at which it rose was naturally unimaginable. Qin Zhao's state of mind was already very strong, and he already possessed the foundation for a breakthrough. Therefore, under the influence of the immortal liquid, the spiritual pool naturally broke through rapidly. Breakthrough. He actually broke through to the universe grade so quickly. In less than a year, Qin Zhao had actually broken through to the universe grade and crossed a huge hurdle. The subsequent breakthroughs were even smoother. Qin Zhao didn't have any bottlenecks to begin with. Therefore, breaking through was naturally easy. In less than 100 years, Qin Zhao had smoothly broken through to the fourth step universe grade. It had only taken him less than 100 years to break through from the fourth step ruler realm to the fourth step universe grade. That was 4 consecutive breakthroughs. Such a speed was truly shocking. This kind of thing was naturally impossible during normal cultivation. However, when placed in the spiritual pool, it became very normal. Turning the impossible into a possibility was the supreme ability of the fuming glutton immortal palace. Because of this, countless people racked their brains to enter the fuming glutton immortal palace. Entering the immortal sect was akin to ascending to the heavens. 100 years passed by very quickly. Soon, 100 years had passed. Qin Zhao had also broken through to the fourth step universe grade. If this continued, it was indeed possible for him to break through and become an immortal realm within 300 years. However, Qin Zhao didn't need to break through and become an immortal realm. If he broke through now, his foundation wouldn't be stable and the breakthrough would be meaningless. It was better not to break through than to break through like this. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't intend to break through and become an immortal realm right from the start. When 100 years were up, Qin Zhao stopped cultivating and walked out of the spirit pool. My Ru realm immortal path can be considered a half-step heavenly venerate. However, if I want to improve my strength, it won't be a matter of immortal power. I'll have to comprehend more immortal paths. There are many ways to comprehend the immortal paths in the fuming glutton immortal palace. I'd better go to the immortal pavilion first. I can choose some immortal techniques to cultivate there. The immortal pavilion was a place where immortal techniques and treasures were stored. Official disciples could go to the immortal pavilion to choose immortal techniques without restriction. However, each person could only choose 3 immortal treasures. Even so, this was still a big deal. Immortal techniques that could be stored in the immortal pavilion had to be of great quality. Immortal treasures didn't even need to be mentioned. They could choose any immortal technique and 3 immortal treasures. This kind of treatment was enough to make people go crazy. However, Qin Zhao wasn't in a hurry to get immortal treasures. He had been rewarded with a heavenly weapon sword on the blissful island. It was enough for now. As for immortal treasures, he could choose them when he needed them next time. He might not be able to find the right one if he chose now. As for immortal techniques, it didn't matter if he could choose unlimited immortal techniques. He could choose what he needed now, and he could go in and pick again in the future. The immortal pavilion was bustling. Many disciples were cultivating immortal techniques in the immortal pavilion. The immortal pavilion allowed disciples to cultivate and comprehend immortal techniques. Therefore, many disciples cultivated directly in the immortal pavilion. It was a quiet place to cultivate. This is the immortal pavilion. It's really different from other places. As soon as Qin Zhao entered the immortal pavilion, he felt the difference. Although there didn't seem to be any guards on the surface, there was a terrifying power hidden in the dark. If he dared to cause trouble here, he wouldn't even know how he died. The immortal pavilion was an important place. It was definitely a place with a strong foundation. It couldn't be tampered with. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the objects. There was something that looked like a sword, a human-shaped statue, a ball of fire, a piece of jade, a huge book, a stone mountain, a pagoda. They were all kind of strange objects. However, Qin Xiao knew that each of these objects represented an immortal technique. The immortal techniques in the immortal pavilion were displayed in such a way. It wasn't as simple as the incantations recorded on the jade slips. This way of inheritance was obviously better. It would be easier to cultivate and comprehend. This kind of inheritance was similar to the immortal pillars of inheritance in the square. It was just that the form was slightly different. Each object represents an immortal technique. These immortal technique inheritances are a little strange and interesting. There's so many immortal techniques. It's enough for me to slowly comprehend and cultivate. Fuyu Immortal Palace's foundation was indeed deep. Elite immortal arts were as though they were worthless in this place. Too many to count. Qin Xiao was about to take a look before deciding which immortal technique to comprehend first. However, as soon as he walked over, he heard an ear-piercing voice. "Hey, isn't this our exceptional genius, junior brother Qin Xiao?" He was promoted directly from an in-name disciple to an official disciple. Oh, he broke through to the 4th step universe grade. Seems like he made a trip to the spirit pool. That's quite a harvest. I'm a little curious. Junior brother Qin Xiao, why didn't you break through and become an immortal directly? If you stayed in the immortal pool for 200 more years, breaking through and becoming an immortal wouldn't be a problem. After all, you're a peerless monster, an exceptional genius. If you can't break through and become an immortal easily, then no one else can. Don't you think it's a pity that you wasted such a great opportunity? These words were clearly said in a mocking tone. It was indeed very easy to break through and become an immortal. Qin Xiao was fully confident that he could do it. However, being able to do it didn't mean that he had to do it. He had to do it if it was meaningful. If it wasn't meaningful, then there would be a huge difference between doing it and not doing it. Hearing such playful words, Qin Xiao's gaze couldn't help but look over, landing on the person who spoke. It was a man in blue. Not far away, there were a few disciples gathered there. The others didn't say anything. However, they were also watching the commotion. Qin Xiao sized up the person who had spoken. After searching for some information, he knew who he was. Hu Sanyun. Chapter 1751. Qin Xiao's quote 4. I walked through your world, yet I left my shadow behind. This sort of ordinary disciple didn't have much of a presence to begin with. However, he was trying to find some sort of presence here. Qin Xiao knew the mentality of this sort of person. Therefore, after taking a look at him, Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Ignoring him had always been Qin Xiao's character. Qin Xiao's indifference was also Qin Xiao's way of keeping the peace. However, this method obviously wouldn't be understood and might even backfire on him. Sure enough, when Hu Sanyun saw that Qin Xiao actually ignored him, he became even angrier. Hu Sanyun was indeed an ordinary disciple who didn't have much of a presence. He didn't dare offend anyone and had to curry favor with everyone. But now, wasn't there a new junior brother? It made him feel that there was finally someone he could bully. No matter what, this new junior brother was only a 4th step universe grade. Therefore, he could still step on him. If he didn't step on him now, he wouldn't be able to do so when this junior brother matured. Oh, your seniority isn't high, but your temper isn't small. After all, I'm still a senior brother. Can't you show me some respect? Hu Sanyun's words were laced with daggers. However, Qin Xiao still didn't pay attention to him. Some disciples who were gloating started to make fun of him. Ha ha ha. Hu Sanyun, I think you're a senior brother in vain. The new junior brother doesn't even care about you. No wonder. I heard some people say that you are already at the bottom of the official disciples. Originally, with a new junior brother, you wouldn't be at the bottom anymore. Looks like I was wrong. Although there is a new junior brother, you're still at the bottom. Isn't that right, Hu Sanyun? Are you going to be trampled on by a new junior brother? In that case, you shouldn't be called Hu Sanyun anymore. I think it would be more appropriate to call you Hu Daoi. Haha, Hu Daoi has always been at the bottom and has never been surpassed. Not bad, not bad. No matter what, you are still number one. Furthermore, you're number one that no one can surpass. Isn't that great? Come on, Hu Sanyun. You can do it. We'll be watching you from here. Sanya knew that these people were teasing him and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But that was just how humans were. They would rather suffer than lose face. Sanya had always been bullied by the other senior brothers. This time, he finally felt that he could turn the tables around. So, how could he give up just like that? Sanya originally wanted to trample on Qin Shao. Now that other people were fanning the flames, he became even more hot-headed. Qin Shao, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Sanya rushed in front of Qin Shao and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at Sanya and said, I heard you, but I don't think I'm familiar with you, am I? I don't think I'm familiar with you. These words are like a bolt of lightning that struck Sanya's heart. For a moment, he almost vomited blood. Moreover, these words were so powerful that he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yes, they didn't seem to be familiar with each other. Why did he pay attention to him? Even he himself felt that this answer was a little too impeccable. It almost defeated all the tricks he had prepared. For a moment, he almost thought that he had no power to resist. So, there's no problem for me to pretend that I didn't hear you talking to me, right? Sorry, I don't want to say more to people who are not familiar with me. Even if you are my senior brother, I didn't offend you. Here, I didn't get in your way, so you don't have to say anything to me. After that, Qin Shao turned around and left directly. He was so cool. This kind of coolness made Sanya feel a little helpless. However, the pride in Sanya's heart made it impossible for her to give up so easily. Sanya rushed over again and stopped Qin Shao. She said with a furious expression, Qin Shao, how dare you be so impudent? You don't know how to respect your elders. No matter what, I'm your senior brother. I'm talking to you. Don't you even have the most basic manners? Sorry, your cultivation base and strength are indeed not worthy of my respect. Qin Shao was also a little angry. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Sanya's overbearing attitude made Qin Shao angry. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hold back and directly mocked him. Impudent, impudent. Qin Shao's words had clearly provoked Sanya's most sensitive nerves, causing him to jump up and down like thunder. This was simply humiliating him and slapping him in the face in front of everyone. A new junior brother, a junior brother who was only a 4th step universe grade, actually dared to speak to him in such a manner? No matter how weak he was still a 2nd step heavenly venerate human immortal. How could a 4th step universe grade like Qin Shao talk to him like that? Humph, I think you're really itching for a beating. Do you need me to help you loosen your bones? Sanya snorted coldly with a ruthless look on his face. However, his viciousness did not scare Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Sanya without the slightest bit of fear. His face was as calm as an ancient well without ripples as he said, What? Senior brother wants to attack me? Do you want to teach me a lesson? If that's the case, why don't you just do it, senior brother? Qin Zhao's fearlessness wasn't because there were immortal rules that forbade disciples from fighting among themselves. There were indeed immortal rules, but the requirements weren't that harsh. However, Qin Shao dared to say this because he knew that Sanya wouldn't really dare to make a move on him. After all, if Sanya made a move, it would simply be too much of a bully. How could Sanya afford to lose face if news of this spread? Wouldn't he, a dignified senior brother, bully a 4th step universe grade junior brother who had just joined the immortal sect? Wouldn't that make people laugh their heads off? It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao dared to say this without fear. Sanya was so angry that he felt as though someone had stepped on his tail. This feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to kill Qin Shao. Ha ha! Sanya, junior brother Qin Shao asked you to make a move. Just do it as a gesture. Otherwise, you'll lose face. That's right, Sanya. Didn't you say that you would make a move? If you don't make a move, you won't be able to tolerate it. Hurry up and make a move. I'll applaud you. Come on, Sanya. You can do it. You definitely can. The gloating of these people made Sanya's face turn extremely ugly. How could he not want to make a move? However, how could he not know the consequences of making a move? Once he made a move, Sanya would become a laughingstock. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. However, if he didn't make a move, it would be hard for him to back down. If he didn't make a move, wouldn't he also become a laughing stock? Therefore, after Hu Sanyun gritted his teeth, he also became ruthless. Qin Shao, if you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving here. Hu Sanyun stopped Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao sneered and said, I originally came here to comprehend the immortal technique. I didn't want to leave. If senior brother is willing to accompany me here, then I'll have to trouble you. However, I won't pay you for your service. Ha ha ha, what a talent. That's exactly right. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Hu Sanyun is going to suffer again. This show seems to be getting more and more interesting. The gloating of others obviously made Hu Sanyun even angrier. He was so angry that his face completely darkened. Hu Sanyun said again, Qin Shao, don't try to win a battle of words. I can't bully you. However, there's no problem for me to disturb you while you're comprehending the immortal technique, right? Anyway, what I don't lack the most now is time. So if you want to stay here and comprehend the immortal technique, then you have to ask for my permission. As long as I'm here, then you can rest peacefully. Since he couldn't use force, Hu Sanyun directly played rogue. This kind of person was really capable of doing anything. He actually didn't feel ashamed of using such despicable means. He was indeed a weirdo. To be honest, Qin Shao was really disgusted with this kind of person. However, no matter how disgusted he was, the matter at hand needed to be solved. If Hu Sanyun really wanted to disturb him like a rogue, then it was indeed possible. Qin Shao naturally knew that his strength was far from being a match for senior brother Hu Sanyun. So if he was really angry and wanted to fight, then it would be exactly what Hu Sanyun wanted. Hu Sanyun was probably deliberately angering Qin Shao, wanting Qin Shao to take the initiative to attack. Once Qin Shao took the initiative to attack, then Hu Sanyun would have a reason to attack. How could Qin Shao not see through this little trick? Therefore, in the face of such a rogue Hu Sanyun, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He was also thinking of a better way to solve the problem. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good way. Qin Shao frowned and said, Then what do you want to do, senior brother? If you want to fight, I don't think you can say it. If you can say it, then that's fine. As long as you say it, I'll definitely risk my life to accompany you. If you don't fight, then I don't know what you want to do, senior brother. You'll keep stopping me like this? You won't let me comprehend the immortal technique? Hu Sanyun was now a rogue to the end. He said, Yes, I'll stop you like this and won't let you comprehend the immortal technique. What can you do? But it's not that it's not negotiable. If I fight, then I'll be bullying you. It's meaningless. If you don't fight, then we can think of other ways. It's not that there's no other way to compete. Let me think what's so fun about it. Hey, I've got it. Hu Sanyun's eyes lit up. Then he looked around, and his gaze finally fell on a huge sword-shaped object. He said, Qin Shao, look at that object. That's the inheritance of a sword immortal technique. I haven't comprehended that immortal technique before. If you're brave enough, then compete with me. We'll comprehend that sword immortal technique at the same time. Then, after 10,000 years, we'll seal our immortal power and compete purely with that sword immortal technique. If you can beat me, then it's your win, and I'll forget about what happened today. If you lose, then how about you obediently apologize to me and admit your mistake? Qin Shao looked at the huge, sword-shaped object and frowned slightly. You don't dare? Hu Sanyun saw this and was extremely proud of himself. It's normal that you don't dare. After all, I do have a huge advantage over you in terms of cultivation level. But, Qin Shao, aren't you known as a peerless genius? Aren't you a genius who's been promoted to an official disciple all this while? Haven't you always been very arrogant? Why don't you dare? If you don't have the guts, that's fine too. Just admit defeat. Come over here and apologize to me. Then, this matter will end here. It's up to you how you choose. Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. He said, I don't need to choose at all. I don't need to be led by the nose by you. But I've never liked people provoking me like this. Chapter 1752. Qin Zhao's Quote 5. A person looks at the snow, but there's your shadow in the snow. Hearing Qin Zhao's arrogant words, Hu Sanyun laughed instead of getting angry. Junior apprentice brother Qin Shao, you're really arrogant. Since you're so confident, I'm going to have a good fight with you today. I want to see how capable you really are. That's why you dare to say such arrogant words. Are you going to compete or not? If you don't want to compete, then forget it. I don't have time, Qin Shao said casually. Arrogant. He was really arrogant. He actually dared to say such words. Hu Sanyun was so angry that his nose became crooked. Obviously, Qin Shao didn't take him seriously at all. It was fine if other senior apprentice brothers and sisters didn't take him seriously. However, this new junior apprentice brother Qin Shao, who had just entered the immortal sect, was actually so arrogant. It was really hateful. How could Hu Sanyun tolerate such a thing? He had already said such big words. How could he back down now? Therefore, no matter what, Hu Sanyun had to get back his dignity. Of course we're going to compete. Qin Shao, don't be complacent too early. If you want to compete, then come. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant later, Hu Sanyun said with a cold smile. He was a second step heavenly venerable. He had an absolute advantage in the world beyond worlds. Moreover, he was also a peerless genius. If he wasn't a peerless genius, how could he be qualified to enter the Fuda Immortal Palace? Therefore, he didn't think that he was inferior to Qin Shao. Therefore, he was confident that he could win back some face from Qin Shao. Then let's go. Hu Sanyun waved his hand and took the lead to walk over there. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was as calm as the wind and clouds. He was very calm and composed, as if he was full of confidence. He also walked over there. Haha, this is really interesting. There's going to be a good show to watch. Is Hu Sanyun's brain filled with water today? Doesn't he know what level he is at? How dare he provoke junior brother Qin Shao like this? Does he really think that he can win just because his cultivation level is higher? Who knows? In any case, he must have gone crazy. Who cares? It's fine as long as there's a good show to watch. Hu Sanyun, this fellow, must have suffered too much shock before. Hey, who do you think will win? That goes without saying. Qin Shao will definitely win. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of Peerless Evildoer be in vain? That's not necessarily true. Although he's a peerless monster, his cultivation level is still a little too low. No matter how bad Hu Sanyun is, his talent isn't bad either. It's just that he's more ordinary among the disciples. But if he were to go out, he'd be a peerless genius. Well, it's hard to say. After all, Qin Shao hasn't really grown up. It was indeed a little too difficult for him to comprehend an excellent immortal art with his current cultivation level. Hu Sanyun does indeed have a huge advantage. Although I'm a little optimistic about junior brother Qin Shao, I don't like his arrogance. Maybe all peerless evildoers are like this. He has the qualifications to be arrogant. The onlookers also began to discuss spiritedly. Everyone was quite optimistic about Qin Shao. In the distance, 3 figures stood there. Humph, his heart is higher than the sky, and he's more arrogant than the sky. Tai Yulong snorted coldly. Bai Shan smiled and said, Yulong, it seems that you weren't much worse than junior brother Qin Shao back then, right? I remember when I first met you, you were so arrogant. But you didn't put me in your eyes at all. Compared to you, he's not bad. Genius, it's normal to be arrogant. Besides, he was the one who provoked him first. If it was you back then, I'm afraid you'd be even more arrogant. Tai Yulong was speechless. If one were to talk about being arrogant, then Tai Yulong was indeed extremely arrogant back then. However, he didn't feel anything when it happened to him. But when it happened to others, he still felt uncomfortable. Do you guys think that junior brother Qin Shao will win? Purple Box Fairy suddenly asked. It could be seen that she was quite concerned about Qin Shao. At least, she was quite interested in him. Tai Yulong was a little unhappy and said, I want to see him lose. Bai Shan smiled and said, Yulong, your jealousy is not ordinary. It's even more sour than Wu Laoxi's 90,000 universe era old vinegar. You can't stand junior brother Qin Shao, can you? Although I know you're unhappy with him, you have to be realistic. Looking at the situation, I'm sure junior brother Qin Shao has a higher chance of winning. Why are you always on his side? Tai Yulong rolled his eyes at Bai Shan. Bai Shan smiled and said, No, I just feel that junior brother Qin Shao has a higher chance of winning. What? Yulong, you don't think so? If you don't think so, why don't we bet again? Since I beat you last time, I'm quite confident, so I want to win again. Scram! Tai Yilong scolded. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Hu Sanyun had already walked to the front of the huge sword. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the stone tablet in front of the huge sword. On it, there was an introduction of the immortal technique inheritance on the huge sword. Golden Shield Sword Technique. The immortal spirits in the world are divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are called the spirits of the 5 elements. The immortal spirits of the 5 elements each represent a type of power. Everyone has their own immortal spirit attribute. Cultivating the attribute corresponding to it will be twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, it will be difficult to move forward. There are many immortal techniques with attributes. There are single attribute ones and multi-attribute ones. If it's single attribute ones, it will be purer. If it's multi-attribute ones, there will be more fusion. Single attribute immortal techniques are easier to cultivate. But this Golden Shield Sword technique is very extraordinary. It can make a single attribute so powerful and profound. Usually, those who have 2 immortal spirit attributes can be called geniuses. If they have 3 immortal spirit attributes, they are rare geniuses. If there were 4 of them, they could be described as extremely rare. If they have all 5 elements, they could be absorbed by the Fushi Palace. They can be absorbed by the Fushi Immortal Palace. Geniuses who can be absorbed by the Fushi Immortal Palace have no problem with all 5 immortal spirit attributes. Qin Xiao wasn't worried about the immortal spirit attributes at all, because he already knew that he had all 5 immortal spirit attributes. No matter which immortal spirit attribute he cultivated, he wouldn't have a problem. From afar, it looked like a huge sword. But if one looked closely, they would see that this huge sword was actually made up of countless swords. Outside, there were layers of swords. There were a few passageways that led to the surface. Inside, there were many floating swords, releasing sword chi and immortal aura. As soon as Hu Sanyun arrived, she immediately entered the huge sword to comprehend and cultivate the immortal technique. Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He slowly looked around, feeling the huge sword as if he was studying something. With regards to Hu Sanyun going in first, Qin Xiao was also a little anxious and was not worried at all. His calmness made people urge him, "Junior brother Qin Xiao, hurry up and go in. Don't let Hu Sanyun take advantage of you." Who knew that Qin Xiao would reply indifferently, "No hurry, I'll let him go for a while." Let him go for a while? How arrogant was that? Many people were directly choked by Qin Xiao's words. It was really too harsh. Even some people who thought highly of Qin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, Qin Xiao entered the huge sword. As soon as he entered, Qin Xiao felt that he was completely enveloped by endless sword chi. Golden light filled the whole world. Rays of golden sword chi swam rapidly inside. The whole space was filled with metal attribute immortal spirit chi. It was extremely rich. Qin Xiao was no stranger to the 5 elements. When he was still in the source world, when his strength was still very weak, he began to cultivate the 5 elements. It was just that the 5 elements at that time were completely different from the 5 elements now. They represented the same thing, but the quality was completely different. Immortal cultivation was to cultivate immortal energy. Metal attribute immortal energy was extremely aggressive and powerful. Therefore, this immortal technique was good at extremely aggressive attacks. If one wanted to become an immortal, he had to at least comprehend the Tao of one type of immortal spirit. Comprehending the Tao and becoming an immortal was like this. Seeking immortality and Tao was also like this. Tao was a very mysterious thing, an incomparably profound thing. Originally, immortal arts could only be fully cultivated after one became an immortal. After all, immortal techniques contained the powerful immortal Tao. There was Tao in them. At this time, Qin Xiao was in the sea of metal attribute immortal energy. He felt the majestic surging of metal attribute immortal energy and felt the metal attribute immortal Tao. Immortal techniques and immortal techniques were completely presented in front of Qin Xiao. An inch of sharpness, an inch of light, an inch of strength, an inch of Tao. Use metal as power, form as a shield, and earth as a cover. Metal techniques shield the earth, appear and disappear unpredictably, and the sword breaks the firmament. An inch of sharpness. How can one achieve sharpness? An inch of light. The sword leaves a sharp edge. An inch of strength. Where the sword reaches, the strength can break the firmament. An inch of Tao. There is Tao in the sword, and the perfectly round sword of Tao can shake the 9 heavens. Qin Shao soon calmed down and meditated on this immortal technique. Although this immortal technique was finally integrated with the Tao of the gold immortal spirit, it formed a terrifying power. However, the foundation of the immortal technique was also based on the gold immortal spirit's power. Countless forces, countless uses of force, fused together to form a strong foundation. To cultivate this immortal technique, one had to comprehend each move and style, layering the power of the gold immortal spirit bit by bit, as if building a big house. It was a huge and complicated process. It was very, very difficult to achieve. The more one cultivated, the more one could feel how difficult this immortal technique was. The more difficult it was, the better the immortal art was. The better it was, the more powerful it was. Immortal techniques that could be placed here by Fuji Immortal Palace were obviously not ordinary. They must be the absolute best immortal techniques. Any one of them would probably be enough to intimidate a party if they were to take it out. The immortal technique of Golden Shield had 4 levels: an inch of sharpness, an inch of light, an inch of strength, and an inch of Tao. The first level was an inch of sharpness. The gold immortal spirit's sharpness came first, then the edge, and then the edge. It was very difficult to reach the first level, an inch of sharpness. Qin Shao was working towards this level. Cultivation was like climbing a mountain. Looking up at a mountain, you would feel that it was too high to reach, too far to reach. But as long as one worked hard, one would get closer and closer to the top. No matter how hard, tiring, or difficult it was, one step at a time, getting closer to the top. When one really reached the top and looked down on the earth, one would feel that all the hard work along the way was worth it. Chapter 1753. Qin Zhao's quote 6. It's late at night, but you can't bear to let the moon accompany you to sleep. The 1-inch edge fused and gathered the power of the golden immortal spirit into a single piece before turning it into an endless edge. It was enough to shake the heavens and earth. The 1-inch edge added a lot of sharpness to the foundation of the edge. When the 1-inch edge was released, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. This was the power of the golden shield swordsmanship. Qin Shao had spent 1,000 years to master the first level of the golden shield swordsmanship. 1,000 years didn't sound like a long time. To others, 1,000 years wasn't a long time, but it was very short. What could be done in 1,000 years? How could one cultivate a top-notch immortal technique? What about the first level? However, Qin Shao had done it. Qin Shao had spent 3,000 years to master the second level. Qin Shao had spent close to 6,000 years to master the third level. This speed was considered very fast. Compared to the first and second levels, it was considered very good. Qin Shao and Hu Sanyan had agreed on 10,000 years. Once the 10,000 years were up, the cultivation and comprehension would end, and the two of them would have to compete. It was obviously impossible to cultivate an immortal technique to the great success stage in 10,000 years. Of course, the top geniuses among the official disciples would naturally be able to do it. However, someone like Hu Sanyan, who was at the bottom, couldn't do it. Qin Shao was still a 4th-step universe grade, so it was naturally even more difficult for him to do it. Being able to cultivate to the 3rd level in 10,000 years was already a very monstrous feat. If it wasn't Qin Shao, perhaps no one else would be able to do it. The Golden Shield swordsmanship has reached the 3rd level. The 10,000 years are almost up. I'm afraid there isn't much hope for me to advance any further. Qin Shao thought to himself and wondered what level Hu Sanyan could have reached. Based on the difficulty of this immortal technique, Hu Sanyan is still a 2nd-step heavenly venerate. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem for him to cultivate to the 3rd level in 10,000 years. If I can cultivate to the third level, there's no reason why Hu Sanyun can't. Therefore, even though we were both on the third floor, I didn't have the slightest advantage. Moreover, Hu Sanyun's cultivation level is high, so he should be the one benefiting from it. If that's the case, then my chances of losing are quite high, unless Hu Sanyun is willing to admit that it's a draw. However, it won't be that easy for this person to get back his dignity from me. If I want to win, I'm afraid I have to go one step further. However, if you take another step forward, you'll reach the level of Tao. If it's the level of Tao, then so be it. It's not like I can't fight for this level of Tao. No matter how difficult it was nothing to Qin Shao. He was not afraid at all. Qin Shao continued to comprehend the immortal technique. However, 10,000 years passed quickly. Qin Shao had no choice but to shake his head and walk out. Hu Sanyun also walked out with a cold smile on her face. From the looks of it, Hu Sanyun was full of confidence, as if she had already won. Hu Sanyun glanced at Qin Shao and couldn't help but sneer, as if she was thinking about something. Qin Shao ignored her and stopped in an open space. Qin Shao glanced in a direction and saw 3 familiar figures. They were Bai Shan, Fairy Ziquan, and Tai Yulong. The 3 of them didn't come here, but just watched from afar. At this moment, there were dozens of disciples around, but most of them were ordinary disciples. They had waited for tens of thousands of years just to watch this show. They're finally here. I've waited for 10,000 years just to watch a good show. If it weren't for junior brother Qin Shao, this peerless monster, I wouldn't have bothered to wait. Isn't that right? What's so good about Hu Sanyun? If you want to watch, just watch junior brother Qin Zhao's wonderful performance. Do you think this junior martial brother can continue to be such a monster? Who knows? Whether he lives up to his name or not. Let's see his performance this time. I bet Hu Sanyun will definitely lose. Who wants to bet with me? I'm short of money, so I want to earn some. I also bet Hu Sanyun will lose. Why don't you bet on Hu Sanyun winning? Then let's have a bet. Go away. I'm giving you the chance to win. Ghosts will follow you. Listening to these discussions, Hu Sanyun's face turned green. He almost cursed out loud. Weren't they deliberately humiliating him? Was he so unbearable? Why didn't anyone think highly of him? I'll let you guys talk. I must win against Qin Shao. When the time comes, let's see your faces. Hu Sanyun was even more irritated by the crowd's one-sided bet. He secretly competed with each other, thinking that he must win. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Hu Sanyun's anger was transferred to Qin Shao. Hu Sanyun glared at Qin Shao angrily and said, "Junior brother Qin Shao, how much have you gained in the past 10,000 years? What level are you at now? From what I see, you should be amazing if you can reach the second level, right? Senior brother, you think too highly of me. Shouldn't you say that I can only reach the first level at most?" Qin Shao said with a cold smile. However, anyone with half a brain could tell that he was being sarcastic. Hu Sanyun shook his head and said, "It's impossible to reach the first level. No matter how good you are, you shouldn't be at this level. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your peerless talent. So, the second level is more reasonable. It's already very, very good if you can reach the second level. Then, I'll take it as the second level." Qin Shao was too lazy to say more. Hu Sanyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What did he mean by taking it as the second level? What did he mean? These words made Hu Sanyun suddenly have a bad premonition. He couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that this kid has already reached the third level? That's impossible, right? In just 10,000 years, he has the ability to cultivate to the third level. Impossible, impossible. He, Hu Sanyun, had only cultivated to the third level, so he didn't believe that Qin Shao could cultivate to the third level. Since you are so confident, then it must be good. If that's the case, then I don't think we should waste time. Let's fight, Hu Sanyun said. Qin Shao glanced at Hu Sanyun indifferently and said, "You are so quiet. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you want to fight, just fight. I don't want to waste too much time on you." Hu Sanyun was so angry that he jumped like thunder. He glared at Qin Shao furiously. He was humiliated again, ruthlessly humiliated. It was as if Hu Sanyun was trampling on his dignity, which made him very angry. Fine, fine, fine. Since you want me tortured, I'll fulfill your wish. Hu Sanyan gritted his teeth fiercely. Naturally, he didn't hold back and directly attacked. He formed a seal with both hands and waved. Rays of peerless sharpness spewed out from his hands and turned into golden swords. They whistled and rushed to the sky, blooming with peerless sharpness. Thousands of swords intertwined rapidly in the air, competing to bloom with supreme sharpness. It was like a terrifying giant dragon. In terms of momentum, it was indeed a little frightening. With just one look, it was obvious that Hu Sanyun had cultivated this immortal technique to the 3rd level. The immortal pressure was definitely very strong. Hu Sanyun looked arrogantly at Qin Shao with an imposing manner. Junior brother Qin Shao, I've cultivated the golden shield sword technique to the 3rd level. Once the sword momentum is released, it can sweep through the 9 heavens. You should have already sensed this terrifying and sharp immortal might. So, junior brother Qin Shao, are you sure you want to stop me? Is that so? If you admit defeat now, it'll be more dignified. You won't have to be tortured by me later. You'll suffer less physical pain. You're still a little inexperienced to fight with me. I advise you to admit defeat now. I'm giving you a chance to admit defeat now. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't even give you this chance. Qin Shao looked at Hu Sanyan. He formed a seal with one hand and waved it. Immediately, countless strands of sword qi gushed out from his body. They quickly formed thousands of golden swords that intertwined in the air, standing off against Hu Sanyan. The sword momentum of the two was actually evenly matched. They were tit for tat. Seeing Qin Zhao's sword momentum, Hu Sanyan's expression became strange. It alternated between green and white. What? He's also cultivated to the 3rd level? Hu Sanyan could obviously see that Qin Shao had also cultivated to the 3rd level of this immortal technique. His level was not lower than his. Therefore, this was something he did not expect. He had always thought that Qin Shao should be able to cultivate to the 2nd level, and that he should not be able to cultivate to the 3rd level successfully. However, reality slapped him hard in the face, and he was a little stunned. He had just mocked Qin Shao, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped hard in the face. What kind of irony was this? Haha, it seemed that we were right. It's normal that he has cultivated to the 3rd level. Yes, I've long expected that he would cultivate to the 3rd level. If he can't reach this level, his reputation as a peerless genius will be too undeserved. However, since they're both at the 3rd level, I guess junior brother Qin Shao will be at a disadvantage, right? Why do I suddenly feel that junior brother Qin Shao is more likely to lose in this battle? Yes, although they're at the same level, junior brother Qin Shao is indeed at a disadvantage. It's true that he's at a disadvantage. Perhaps junior brother Qin Shao is not at the 3rd level? That's impossible, right? Could it be that junior brother Qin Shao has cultivated this immortal technique to perfection? It's impossible. It's only been 10,000 years. How can he do it? You know, junior brother Qin Zhao's realm is there, and he hasn't touched the level of the Dao yet. Therefore, there's no way. He can directly cultivate to the 4th level. Well, it's definitely impossible to reach the 4th level, but it's not impossible if he just touches the Dao. See, it's not so easy to touch the Dao. The main thing is, the time is too short. It's only been 10,000 years. It's too short. On the other side, although Hu Sanyan found it hard to accept, the fact was that he could only grit his teeth and fight. At least, he was still confident in his heart. Since they were at the same level, he obviously had the advantage. Therefore, Hu Sanyan had the confidence to fight. Make your move, junior brother Qin Shao. Let me see if you're more capable or if I'm more capable. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Hu Sanyan gritted his teeth fiercely. Qin Shao chuckled and said, I thought senior brother would have a little self-awareness and take the initiative to admit defeat. Since senior brother knows that we're at the same level, you're already at a disadvantage. You have so many advantages, but you're still at the same level as me. Speaking of which, it can be said that it's a draw. But in fact, senior brother is already at a disadvantage. So why don't you just admit defeat directly, so that we don't have to fight again and waste time? If it doesn't work, then I'll take a step back and call it a draw. I don't care about winning or losing. Chapter 1754. Qin Zhao's quote. It's not that there's night in this world, it's that there's no light in this world. You're humiliating me. You're humiliating me. Hu Sanyan was so angry that he vomited blood again. He roared in extreme anger and said, "So what if you've cultivated to the 3rd level? No matter what, I've got the upper hand. In the end, the loser will be you. You." With a furious roar, Hu Sanyan pushed his hands forward. The tens of thousands of golden swords above his head whizzed toward Qin Zhao. They covered the sky and covered the earth. It seemed as if they were going to devour and destroy the entire world. The whistling swords carried supreme sharpness and power that could destroy heaven and earth. The golden light shone so brightly that it hurt people's eyes. The whole space trembled under this extreme sharpness. If the onlookers weren't very strong, they would have been frightened by such a scene. The powerful sword qi formed a whistling wind. The golden wind actually contained countless sharp sword qi, enough to destroy everything. Just looking at it was enough to make people feel shocked. Immortals with weaker strength would probably be directly blown up by this golden sharp sword qi. Immortal physique. Clang, clang, clang. In this golden sword qi storm, Qin Zhao's swords also seemed to be greatly stimulated and provoked, and they began to buzz in unison. The storm of sword aura quickly formed 2 huge sword balls. The swords came out. However, the swords didn't attack each other. Instead, they fell from the sky and directly sank into the ground. The golden light shone even brighter, and endless light shone in all directions. The 2 huge sword balls quickly collided. Endless sword qi fiercely collided, and a sonorous sound of metal clashing rang out, as if the great bell of the great Tao was playing. Both of them were commanding thousands of troops and fighting fiercely. This was a contest of immortal skills. Although Hu Sanyan had a certain advantage, it wasn't very big. Therefore, Hu Sanyan didn't have the upper hand in the beginning. Under such a fierce confrontation, the 2 of them fought like fire and tea. Both of them pushed their swordsmanship to the extreme, and it was a bit earth-shattering, because they were all displaying their sharpness. In comparison, the golden shield swordsmanship was considered ordinary among the many immortal skills. Because there was only one type of immortal attribute, it was much easier to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to cultivate to such a level in 10,000 years. Of course, even if it was an ordinary immortal technique, it was still an immortal technique that was placed here. It was much more profound than the immortal technique 3 steps kill that Qin Zhao had obtained in the square. Since they were at different levels, they naturally couldn't be compared. This situation is a bit of a stalemate. Have we underestimated Hu Sanyan? Maybe. No matter how bad Hu Sanyan is, she's still a genius. It was normal for him to reach the 3rd level of the Golden Shield Sword Art in 10,000 years. No matter how heaven-defying junior brother Qin Zhao was, he could only cultivate to the 3rd level. It seems to us that we have overlooked this point. That's right. Even if it's a pure competition of immortal arts, Hu Sanyan still has the advantage. This advantage can't be displayed in the beginning, but it will definitely slowly appear later. If you're saying this, then doesn't it mean that junior brother Qin Zhao is going to lose? It's hard to say. It's just that the chances of him losing are quite high. But it's not certain that he will lose. Maybe there will be some surprises. In the distance, where Fairy Zi Quan and the other 2 were, Baishan looked at Tai Yulong with a smile and said, "Yulong, what do you think? Looking at your expression, it seems like you're waiting for Qin Zhao to lose." "What else? Am I supposed to wait for him to win?" Tai Yulong said. "Ha, that's not it. I just feel that you're acting a bit too deliberately. I'm thinking, could it be that you're the one behind all this?" "Ha ha," Baishan said jokingly. Tai Yulong glared at Baishan and said, "Do you think I'm that bored? Do you think such a lowly method is my style?" "Ha ha, no. Of course not," Baishan said with a smile. The battle between Qin Zhao and Hu Sanyan became more and more intense. The sword qi became more and more terrifying, and the sword qi ball became more and more turbulent. It was as if it could destroy this part of the world at any time. My sword is still not sharp enough, not powerful enough. Although I feel that I've already cultivated the first 3 levels to perfection, my sword still hasn't reached perfection. I keep feeling that it's lacking something, but I can't put my finger on it. During the battle, I can clearly feel that it's not enough. It's just that I feel that it's sharp enough, but the truth is that it's not sharp enough. That's because my sword hasn't entered the Tao. The Tao is the soul of an immortal technique. Without this soul, just this form alone would make it look like a flower shelf. If it's just the form without the soul, it's naturally not perfect. Naturally, it can't achieve the desired effect. So, no matter how I use this sword technique, I feel that it's not enough. It's far from enough. The Tao is the root of everything. The Tao is the level of immortals. The Tao is a brand new world. Once you enter the Tao, you can become an immortal. Seek immortality, seek immortality. To seek immortality, you must first ask the Tao. Only by asking the Tao can you become an immortal. First enter the Tao, then become an immortal. Everything starts from the Tao, and also sublimates from the Tao. The Tao is the soul of all cultivation. It's the foundation of everything. It's the soul of the immortal domain, the will of the immortal domain. To use an immortal technique to touch the Tao of the gold immortal, the sword technique itself is actually nothing. The most important thing is this Tao, the Tao of the immortal. Gold, what is gold? Qin Shao was immersed in the sea of consciousness. He vaguely touched something and comprehended many things. Hu Sanyan's face was fierce. We're at the same level, but you're definitely weak in terms of consumption. If we drag it out, I'll definitely win. No matter what, my realm is far higher than yours, so I still have an advantage. At most, it'll just slowly appear. But this situation will definitely be under my control. The final victory will definitely be mine. Hu Sanyan was very confident about the result. After all, he did have an advantage in all aspects, and he had begun to control the situation. If there was really a possibility that he might lose, then there was only one possibility, and that was that Qin Shao had comprehended the Tao. Once he comprehended the Tao, the power of his sword technique would definitely increase greatly. Only in this way could he possibly turn the tide. But how could it be so easy to comprehend the Tao? Suddenly, a particularly crisp sound of a sword rang out. Although it was crisp, it was very brief and disappeared as soon as it rang out. However, this special sound made Hu Sanyan a little nervous. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be? Just as Hu Sanyan was having some doubts and guesses, another crisp sound of a sword rang out. One sound after another rang out. Qin Zhao's sword momentum began to change. This change was not a change in the move, but a kind of qualitative change, a kind of sublimation of the sword momentum, a change in the immortal power. This change was obviously a qualitative change. This kind of change was very unusual. Not only did Qin Zhao's sword momentum change, but even his own momentum changed, which showed that this change was a change in the Tao. Was he comprehending the Tao? Oh no! Hu Sanyan suddenly turned pale with fright. His expression changed greatly, and he cried out in his heart. He knew that the situation was a little bad. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's sword momentum continued to transform and sublimate. Qin Shao was indeed comprehending the Tao of the golden immortal. A trace of the Tao was a trace of transformation, and it could make the sword momentum become more powerful. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword momentum was also gradually becoming stronger. No. If this continues, I will lose. Hu Sanyan suddenly became a little anxious. If this continued, the situation would be really bad. He wanted to fight, but how could he? Unless he also comprehended the Tao, he would definitely lose. He didn't want to lose, and he couldn't lose, because if he lost, it would be too miserable. Hu Sanyan was still desperately trying to turn the situation around, but his sword momentum was obviously suppressed. How could it be so easy to turn the situation around? As the saying goes, when soldiers come, mountains collapse. Once the decline started, the situation would be very terrible. Hu Sanyan wanted to turn the situation around, but the more he tried, the more he couldn't do it. The overall situation seemed to have been settled. Qin Zhao's eyes became brighter and brighter. In his eyes, there seemed to be threads of the Tao, and he was controlling these threads of the Tao. From these threads, he controlled the Tao, the door of the Tao, and used the Tao to enhance the power of the sword momentum. Naturally, it was very difficult to completely enter the Tao. He only comprehended a trace of the Tao to enhance the power of the sword momentum. Obviously, it was impossible for Qin Zhao to cultivate the golden shield swordsmanship to the completion of the 4th level in one fell swoop. But this was not what Qin Zhao wanted. It was impossible for him to pursue this level. What Qin Zhao wanted was to defeat Hu Sanyan. Hu Sanyan had only reached the 3rd level, but not the 4th level. It was just that Hu Sanyan relied on some of his own advantages to suppress Qin Zhao. Therefore, Qin Zhao only needed to enhance the sword momentum a little, and he could suppress Hu Sanyan. What they were competing against each other was nothing more than sword moves and pure immortal techniques. They did not mix in anything else. At this time, Qin Zhao's sword momentum was integrated with a trace of the Tao he comprehended. Naturally, the sword momentum also had a subtle change, a qualitative transformation. The strength of the sword momentum allowed Qin Zhao to suppress Hu Sanyan directly, and Hu Sanyan was still struggling bitterly. Lose! Qin Zhao's mouth slightly slipped into a faint smile. He shouted softly, and the sword momentum suddenly became incomparably violent. The comprehension of the Tao was completely integrated into the sword momentum, causing the sword momentum to expand to a terrifying level in an instant. It directly suppressed Hu Sanyan's sword momentum, crushing it as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Under this attack, the winner was determined in an instant. Hu Sanyan's sword momentum was completely destroyed. The storm surged toward him, and Hu Sanyan was pushed back. The storm of sword qi calmed down. Both of them stopped their attacks and stopped fighting. Since he had won, Qin Zhao naturally did not continue to attack. Hu Sanyan, who was pushed back, looked very pale. He looked at Qin Zhao with a complicated expression on his face. I actually lost. Hu Sanyan could not accept such an outcome. He had never thought that he would lose. He had always felt that he should have won for sure. No matter what, he should have won. But he did not expect such an outcome. He had lost. He had actually lost. He had lost so miserably. How could this be? This did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. He was a 2nd step heavenly venerate human immortal. How could he lose to a 4th step universe grade junior brother? Chapter 1755. Last time, Qinshang said that something happened to his family. Qinshang didn't explain the details. In short, Qinshang was in a very bad mood recently. He had a lot of things to deal with and couldn't write. He would slowly recover in a few days. Everyone understood Qinshang's mood. If you want to scold him, just pretend that you didn't see it. Hu Sanyan lost. This was not a strange thing, because many people had already expected such an outcome. Hu Sanyan didn't have much of presence, so whether he won or lost, no one cared. Qin Zhao was able to comprehend a trace of Tao. This was a heaven-defying feat. Many people were shocked. After all, it had only been 10,000 years. To be able to comprehend a trace of Tao, he was indeed a peerless monster. Hu Sanyan didn't have the face to stay here. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. Wait! When Hu Sanyan was about to leave, Qin Zhao shouted. Hu Sanyan's body trembled and stopped. He looked at Qin Zhao awkwardly and said, What? Do you want to humiliate me again? Qin Zhao shook his head and said, Senior brother, you're too modest. I don't have the habit of being unreasonable, but I want to remind you that you shouldn't get involved in some things in the future. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Hu Sanyan was stunned, but he immediately reacted and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I just didn't like you. It has nothing to do with other people. After speaking, Hu Sanyan turned and left quickly, but his explanation was obviously a bit of cover-up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something going on. Qin Zhao didn't care. In fact, he wasn't very sure. He was just testing Hu Sanyan. He didn't expect that he guessed correctly. Qin Zhao looked to the side. He had already noticed by Shan and the other two standing there. It was obvious that Tai Yulong was behind this matter. Hu Sanyan was instructed by Tai Yulong to do this. The reason why Qin Shao had such a conjecture before was that Hu Sanyan's behavior was indeed somewhat abnormal. Even if he didn't like him, he shouldn't be looking for trouble with him. Who didn't know that Qin Shao was a peerless genius? Who didn't know that his talent and potential were terrifying? Even if he was weaker now, his potential was limitless. It was hard to say what level he would reach in the future when he grew up. Therefore, it was obviously unwise to offend him now. Hu Sanyan was just an ordinary disciple. Wasn't it foolish for him to offend Qin Shao? Qin Shao was now certain that Tai Yulong was behind this matter. Besides him, Qin Shao couldn't think of anyone else. Many of the onlookers followed Qin Zhao's gaze and looked at Tai Yulong. They couldn't help but have some guesses in their hearts. Many people knew that Tai Yulong and Qin Shao had a grudge against each other. Tai Yulong's expression was slightly ugly, but he didn't show it. He waved his hand and left. Bai Shan and Fairy Z Quan also left. Bai Shan said jokingly, Yulong, who said just now that he wouldn't use such a despicable method. I really can't see how brilliant this method is. Bai Shan's words made Tai Yulong's expression even uglier. He glared at Bai Shan. However, the latter laughed even more happily. Tai Yulong also had a helpless expression and could only give up. After Hu Sanyan left, this farce also came to an end. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to it. For him, it was just a small episode. He continued to cultivate. It took Qin Shao 10,000 years to cultivate the Golden Shield sword technique. In fact, he didn't want to cultivate such an immortal technique. However, he didn't care because he wanted to compete with Hu Sanyan. Now, Qin Shao wanted to choose an immortal technique that he needed to cultivate. He didn't need a lot. He just needed something that was practical. The ultimate goal of cultivating an immortal technique was to increase one's strength. As long as it could increase one's strength, it was fine. All immortal techniques were for the sake of increasing one's strength. Qin Shao came under an object with 5 colors: gold, brown, blue, red, and yellow. They corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 colors were dependent on each other. They reinforced and restrained each other. They were ever-changing. 5 colors divine technique. Combine the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Gather the 5 Taoists. 3 flowers cauldron. 5 colors bloom. Great success in this technique. Light illuminates the firmament. Looking at the introduction of this immortal technique, Qin Shao was greatly moved. An immortal technique that can gather the 5 elements is indeed exquisite. Once it's used, its power will be boundless. However, there are pros and cons. The more exquisite an immortal technique is, the more difficult it is to cultivate it. If I want to cultivate this immortal technique successfully, I'll need a lot of natural treasures to assist me. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate it to great success just by cultivating it. I've never heard of any of those natural treasures. I'm sure they must be very precious. With my current ability, it's unlikely that I'll be able to collect those natural treasures. Therefore, it's not very practical for me to cultivate this immortal technique now. Although the 5 colors divine technique is powerful, if I can cultivate it successfully, it'll be enough to increase my strength by a lot. However, no matter how powerful it is, it won't help. I'll have to consider this immortal technique in the future. Qin Shao shook his head and continued to look at other immortal techniques. God Origin technique uses the 2 immortal spirits of water and fire as the source to cultivate the essence. When water and fire are combined, it will produce an incomparably powerful force. When a God Origin technique is cultivated to the extreme, it will also be extremely powerful. However, God Origin water is good at defense and speed. It's much weaker in offense. Moreover, to cultivate a God Origin technique, you'll need the help of strange water and strange fire. These 2 strange treasures are also extremely difficult to find. If I want to cultivate a God Origin technique, I'll have to pay a huge price. With my current wealth, I won't be able to support it. Although there were many natural treasures in the Fumu Immortal Palace that could be purchased, they weren't given away for free. They had to be purchased. Qin Shao had just entered the Fumu Immortal Palace. Apart from some rewards, He didn't have any other wealth or contribution points. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to exchange for natural treasures. Moreover, there were some natural treasures that the Fumu Immortal Palace might not have. He could choose 3 immortal treasures, but this opportunity was very precious. Therefore, Qin Shao wouldn't make a decision so easily. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided to choose this God Origin technique as one of the choices. After all, a God Origin technique was very strong in defense. This was what Qin Shao valued. The most important thing was to protect his life first. 8 Arms to Heaven. It's an extremely ferocious immortal technique. It's powerful, but a little too domineering. This immortal technique doesn't suit me. I'll pass. Earth-splitting technique. Not bad, not bad. It can be used in such a way. Once an immortal technique is used, heaven and earth will collapse. Such a formation is really frightening. However, the attack method is a little monotonous. It doesn't suit me. Absolute forbidden technique. What a terrifying secret technique. It's very powerful, but the price to cultivate it is too high. The price to use it is also too high. This immortal technique is a little too dark. I don't like it. He looked through all the immortal techniques. Although these immortal techniques were very exquisite and powerful, there weren't many that were particularly suitable. Therefore, after much deliberation, he only managed to pick a dozen or so schools as candidates. Of course, there were also many immortal techniques that he couldn't cultivate for the time being. It wasn't because he didn't like them, but because he couldn't cultivate them for the time being. In the end, he picked out the immortal techniques that he could cultivate for the time being. He could consider giving them a try. After careful consideration, Qin Shao finally picked out 3 immortal techniques from these immortal techniques. The first one, void-splitting technique. This immortal technique was compatible with space. It was based on metal, fire, and earth. Coupled with the Tao of space, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was extremely difficult to cultivate this immortal art successfully. Fortunately, this immortal technique didn't require the assistance of natural treasures. This was one of the reasons why Qin Shao chose this immortal technique. The void-splitting technique was an ultimate move. Once it was used, it had to be used to kill the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to use it again if it lost its effect. However, once it was used, it was extremely terrifying. This was the void-splitting technique's weakness. It could be used as a trump card. An ultimate move was still needed. This was also why Qin Shao chose the void-splitting technique. The second one, cloud shadow technique. As the name suggested, cloud shadow technique was a speed-type immortal technique. Speed was also extremely important in battle. Even if you couldn't defeat the enemy, you could still escape. Therefore, the cloud shadow technique was also carefully selected by Qin Shao. The third one, cosmos sword technique. Qin Shao had always been loyal to the sword. Therefore, choosing this Qianquan sword art was also a decision made after many comparisons. The cosmos sword technique contained the cosmos in the sword. The great Tao of cosmos was sharp enough to break the heavens. One sword could decide the cosmos. The cosmos sword technique was powerful and domineering, but also righteous and vast. The sword's will was the firmament. Qin Shao liked this kind of righteous and vast sword. It was compatible with his will and formed a bond with him. When cultivating, it would be twice the result with half the effort. These 3 immortal techniques were the result of many considerations by Qin Shao. Qin Shao also had his reasons for choosing these 3 immortal techniques. These 3 immortal techniques included attack, movement, and ultimate moves. They were enough when used together. If there were more, he wouldn't be able to cultivate them. With his current energy, he should be able to cope with cultivating these 3 immortal techniques. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. Therefore, it was not the quantity, but the quality. As for the 3-inch kill and the golden shield sword technique that he had cultivated before, it didn't matter. These immortal techniques could be used in ordinary battles. When it came to a real battle, they wouldn't be of much use. After making the decision, Qin Shao focused his energy on these 3 immortal techniques. Now, let's start cultivating. Let's start with the Cosmos Sword technique. Qin Shao quickly decided to start cultivating. Without hesitation, he immediately immersed himself in cultivating. Qin Shao stepped into the object of the cosmos sword technique. As soon as he entered it, it was as if he had stepped into another world. There was a cosmos inside, and a cosmos had a heaven. Sword shadows flashed and appeared in this world. Qin Shao walked in it. His eyes fell on those sword shadows. His heart was completely immersed in this cosmos, capturing the sword shadows, comprehending the sword chi, and the way of the sword. This was walking in an ocean of sword chi. Every drop, every flash, every movement contained the sword moves, sword styles, sword intent, and way of the sword. There was a difference between heaven and earth, and the way of the world was the firmament. Chapter 1756. Qin Zhao's quote, "Farewell, the road to the end of the world should be filled with youthful splendor. Following one's heart was the best arrangement." In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. The Nine Tribulations road was usually deserted. However, it seemed a little lively now. This was probably because Princess Nangong Ling was walking on the Nine Tribulations road, which was why many people had come to watch. No matter where Princess Nangong Ling went, she was a popular figure. Although she had just entered the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, many senior brothers among the official disciples had already started attacking her. No matter where Nangong Ling went, there was no lack of admirers. This was also part of her charisma. Nangong Ling's exceptional talent was also very admirable. Furthermore, she had an experienced elder sister. Therefore, many people pursued Nangong Ling. Therefore, wherever Nangong Ling appeared, it would definitely be very lively. The Nine Tribulations road was more lively now, as more than 100 people had gathered. At the moment, Nangong Ling was walking on a tribulation road filled with wind, fire, and lightning. She advanced step by step with great difficulty. However, no matter how difficult it was, Nangong Ling's steps were firm. However, during this tribulation, people felt that Nangong Ling could collapse at any time and be swallowed up. Li Hai, as expected of a peerless monster. Nangong Ling is only a fourth-step universe grade, yet she has already reached the fourth tribulation. From the looks of it, she should be able to pass the fourth tribulation smoothly. I have a feeling that she might reach the sixth tribulation. Yes, Princess Nangong Ling's talent can't be underestimated. The possibility of her reaching the sixth tribulation is indeed very high. TSK. This is really too heaven-defying. When I first came to the Nine Tribulations road, I only reached the fourth tribulation. Stop showing off. It's already not bad to reach the fourth tribulation. I'm only at the third tribulation. Really, I despise people like you who show off. That also depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Compared to ordinary people, you're not bad. However, compared to Princess Nangong Ling, you're still far from it. Tisk, you're not an exceptional genius. How can you compare yourself to Princess Nangong Ling? How can you compare yourself to her? Do you guys think Princess Nangong Ling can really reach the sixth tribulation? Reaching the sixth tribulation as a fourth-step universe grade can be considered as rewriting history, right? There shouldn't be much of a problem. Although my realm is a little low, the Nine Tribulations path doesn't have much to do with one's realm. Her sister, Nangong Qianzi, had reached the eighth tribulation. It was said that her talent was not much weaker. Putting aside the influence of the realm, the sixth tribulation was definitely not a big problem. The most heaven-defying one is still the Heaven's Chosen. He's an existence who directly passed through the ninth tribulation. He's an existence that can't be surpassed. Our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace has only produced one genius in the endless universe epics. There's nothing to compare. However, I'm a little curious. If Qin Shao comes here, which tribulation do you think he will reach? Qin Shao and Nangong Ling are both peerless geniuses. They should be similar. While they were having a heated discussion, a figure walked over. His young face looked very resolute. The person who had come was none other than Qin Shao, who had come out of the Immortal Pavilion after cultivating for 60,000 years. The first 10,000 years had been spent competing with Hu Sanyun and the last 50,000 years had been spent cultivating the three immortal techniques that he had selected. Now, these three immortal techniques had been cultivated to the limit that Qin Shao could currently cultivate. However, none of the immortal techniques had been cultivated to perfection. Given Qin Zhao's current realm, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate these three immortal techniques to perfection. Furthermore, it wasn't that easy to truly achieve perfection. There were many immortal Daos, so it wasn't easy to completely control them. Most importantly, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step universe grade now. He had yet to enter the immortal Dao and become an immortal, so his control of the immortal Dao was naturally very weak. These three immortal techniques were more or less enough for him to use for the time being. In the future, he would focus on these three immortal techniques and try his best to cultivate them to perfection. After cultivating these immortal techniques, Qin Shao still felt that it wasn't enough. Hence, he had come to the Nine Tribulations Road. The Nine Tribulations Road involved going through 9 tribulations and tempering one's immortal body. Every tribulation was a metamorphosis that could greatly enhance one's immortal body. A powerful immortal body was a life-saving asset. Strength alone would sometimes lead to formidable opponents. Hence, having enough life-saving assets was definitely a good thing. In this aspect, Qin Shao also valued it more. The Nine Tribulations Road was a place that was specially designed to enhance one's immortal body. The Nine Tribulations Road was also a cultivation ground that official disciples had to explore. However, everyone only had one chance to explore the Nine Tribulations Road. After completing it, they couldn't take it again. Furthermore, only first-step heavenly venerates could attempt it. Of course, Qin Shao and Nangong Ling were exceptions, so they could also attempt it. As long as their cultivation base wasn't higher than the first-step heavenly venerate, they could attempt it. In fact, Qin Shao had also considered taking the Nine Tribulations Road after becoming an immortal. However, he wasn't in a hurry to become an immortal in the short term. Hence, he didn't want to wait any longer. He might as well take the Nine Tribulations Road now. Taking the Nine Tribulations Road wouldn't have a huge impact on one's cultivation base. Although there was some impact, some trade-offs had to be made sometimes. Hence, Qin Shao decided to take the Nine Tribulations Road first. Taking the Nine Tribulations Road would strengthen one's immortal body. This way, one's strength would be much stronger. A stronger immortal body would be a form of protection. In a battle, the strength of one's immortal body was very decisive. Why is it so lively here? Qin Shao was also a little surprised when he saw the bustling scene from afar. According to what he knew, the Nine Tribulations Road should be very deserted. After all, everyone only had one chance to take the Nine Tribulations Road. Hence, after entering the immortal sect, most people would quickly take the Nine Tribulations Road. Hence, those who came to take the Nine Tribulations Road were all new disciples. But now, among the official disciples, there were only 2 new disciples, Nangong Ling and him. Hence, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if Nangong Ling was taking the Nine Tribulations Road there. He really saw Nangong Ling taking the Nine Tribulations Road there. Seeing that Nangong Ling was there, Qin Shao wasn't surprised. She's already at the 5th tribulation. She's indeed experienced. Looks like there won't be any problems with the 6th tribulation at all. Qin Shao took a look and secretly thought in his heart. Qin Shao also understood some of the situation on the Nine Tribulations Road. Generally speaking, most disciples could only take the 3rd tribulation. Of course, there were also very few who were weaker and could only take the 2nd tribulation. There weren't any who took the 1st tribulation. After all, who wasn't a genius to be able to enter the Fu Su Immortal Palace? If they couldn't even find the 2nd tribulation, then it would be a joke. Hence, most people could actually take the 3rd tribulation. To be able to take the 3rd tribulation was considered an average standard. It was a relatively normal standard. If they experienced a little more, they could take the 4th tribulation. Those who could reach the 5th tribulation were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Those who could take the 6th tribulation were exceptional geniuses. As for those who took the 6th tribulation and above, they were extremely rare. The most heaven-defying ones were the genius and Nangong Qianzi. One of them had taken the ninth tribulation, and the other had taken the eighth tribulation. They were already undefeatable legends that were difficult to surpass. Of course, there were only these two people in the entire Fu Su Immortal Palace. Nangong Ling had a chance of taking the sixth tribulation, which was very heaven-defying. After all, she was only a fourth-step universe grade. If she became an immortal, she might even be able to take the seventh tribulation. However, taking the sixth tribulation was already considered very good. Hey, look, Qin Xiao is here too. These two exceptional geniuses have met. We were just talking about Qin Xiao, and now he's here. It seems like he's also preparing to take the 9 tribulations road. Interesting. They're really anxious. Wouldn't it be better to wait until they become immortals before coming? Qin Xiao's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling were two influential figures. Although Qin Xiao wasn't as attractive as Nangong Ling, he still attracted some attention when he appeared. Junior brother Qin Xiao, you're also here to take the 9 tribulations road? I'm looking forward to your performance. Junior brother Qin Xiao, you beat Husanyan last time. That was really impressive. Unfortunately, I wasn't there to see it. Some of these senior brothers also spoke up with good intentions. Qin Xiao nodded in response. He didn't put on any airs. He didn't put on any airs in front of these senior brothers. Nangong Ling, who was in the 5th tribulation, couldn't help but turn around to take a look when she heard these discussions. Of course, her gaze landed directly on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao felt a little strange being stared at from afar. Fortunately, Nangong Ling immediately turned around and didn't look at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao secretly sighed in relief. The 9 tribulations road has a total of 9 tribulations. Each tribulation is a different heaven. 9 tribulations can help one ascend to heaven. Each tribulation improves one's immortal body during the tribulation, making it exceptionally strong. If one completes all 9 tribulations, one can achieve the indestructible immortal body. The 9 tribulations road is actually the cultivation method of the indestructible immortal body. Once one completes it, it's almost impossible to kill anyone below the ancient sage realm. If one can complete the 9 tribulations road, it's too heaven-defying. Almost no one below the ancient sage realm can be killed. It's almost the same as being invincible below the ancient sage realm. Such an immortal body is terrifying just thinking about it. If I can cultivate my immortal body to such a powerful level now, it's okay even if my realm is a little weaker. I don't have to fear anyone below the ancient sage realm. Of course, it's useless even if I'm not afraid if I'm too weak. It's just that I'm not afraid, but I'll definitely be tortured. There's no point in that. Strength is the way of the king. The immortal body is just a life-saving weapon when one's strength is weak. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao resolutely entered the 9 tribulations road. Look, Qin Xiao has entered. How many tribulations do you think he'll reach? I think he'll be about the same as Nangong Ling. After all, their talent and potential should be about the same. It's hard to say. I don't think he can beat Nangong Ling. After all, Nangong Ling's background is countless times better than his. She still has the advantage. I think he might be able to reach the 5th tribulation. It's already very impressive if he can reach the 5th tribulation. If he can really reach the 6th tribulation like Nangong Ling, then it's really heaven-defying. I also think he'll reach the 5th tribulation at most. The possibility of reaching the 6th tribulation is not high. It's even possible that he'll only reach the 4th tribulation. Actually, reaching the 4th tribulation is already very impressive. You all underestimate Qin Xiao. I think he should be able to reach the 6th tribulation. You think so highly of him? Then why don't you say he'll reach the 7th tribulation? The 7th tribulation might not be impossible. Maybe he can really do it. You really think he can reach the heavens? 7th tribulation? Stop dreaming. It's only the 5th tribulation, no more. Chapter 17:57. Qin Zhao's quote, "What's beautiful is not the sun, but your current mood." Fragrant Mountain Secluded Forest was a place where people could meditate and comprehend the Tao. It was also the place where disciples went the most. Most of the time, people who wanted to comprehend the immortal Tao liked to go to Fragrant Mountain Secluded Forest. It was more effective to comprehend the immortal Tao here. In a secluded forest, 3 figures sat cross-legged on 3 fragrant rocks, cultivating. These 3 people were none other than Bai Shan, Fairy Zishang, and Tai Yulong. The 3 of them had always been very close, as if they were whole, no matter when the 3 of them would move together. Therefore, in Fu Tu Immortal Palace, the 3 of them were already a team. They were synonymous with unity. Either none of them would appear, or the 3 of them would appear together. The 3 of them had a common enemy, and they would live and die together. What was more intriguing was that the 3 of them were a team of 2 men and a woman. This kind of team was quite interesting. If it was a team of 3 men, it would be easy to understand. There were many teams of brothers who would go through life and death together. However, with the addition of a beautiful fairy, it was indeed a little different. Fairy Zishang was quite famous, and she had countless admirers. Although she was not as famous as Nangong Ling, she was still one of the most famous people among the disciples. However, with Bai Shan and Tai Yulong around, no one could get close to Fairy Zishang. That kid actually went to walk the 9 Tribulations road. He came out of a mortal pavilion so quickly. He came out in just 60,000 years. As expected, his temperament is not stable enough. Tai Yulong suddenly frowned and snorted. Bai Shan slowly opened her eyes, but there was a slight smile on her face. She looked at Tai Yulong and said, "Although 60,000 years is not long, it is not too short either. In a mortal pavilion, the longer you stay, the better. You can't bite off more than you can chew. The most suitable one is the best. It's not a wise choice to stay in the celestial pavilion and practice immortal techniques. Maybe after 60,000 years, Junior Qin Xiao has already gotten what he wants. If you cultivate too much, then it's better to cultivate well. In my estimation, 3 immortal techniques should be enough. I don't need too many. The more you cultivate, the more complicated it becomes." Tai Yulong rolled his eyes at Bai Shan and said, "Why do you always side with outsiders? Am I your brother, or is he your brother? Haha, can't you let me say something fair? I am helping reason and not helping the relatives. The closer they are, the more I want to avoid arousing suspicion." Bai Shan jokingly laughed, making Tai Yulong speechless. Bai Shan stopped joking around and changed the topic. "By the way, Yulong, how far do you think junior brother Qin Xiao will go this time?" "I'm not interested." "Who cares?" Tai Yulong said. Bai Shan continued. "Both of us reached the 5th tribulation, right? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, each new generation excels the previous one. Reaching the 5th tribulation isn't something heaven-defying. Nangong Ling has already reached the 5th tribulation. Based on her condition, reaching the 6th tribulation shouldn't be a problem at all. However, I don't think she will reach the 7th tribulation. Let's see how far she can go in the 6th tribulation. As for junior brother Qin Xiao, I keep having the feeling that he has an unfathomable power and special potential. Therefore, I think that junior brother Qin Xiao might be able to reach the 7th tribulation." "The 7th tribulation?" Tai Yulong snorted disdainfully and said in an unconcerned manner, "Bai Shan, aren't you overestimating Qin Xiao? Being able to reach the 5th tribulation is already extremely rare. Being able to reach the 6th tribulation is even rarer. As for the 7th tribulation, how many of them have appeared in the history of the Fu Su Immortal Palace? Furthermore, he is only a 4th step universe grade. There are still many disadvantages in terms of cultivation base. If he can reach the 7th tribulation like this, then he will really be a freak. It is absolutely impossible for him to reach the 7th tribulation. Nangong Ling should only be able to reach the 6th tribulation. At most, he should be on par with Nangong Ling. Furthermore, Nangong Ling has her own advantages. How can this kid reach the 7th tribulation? I think he will only reach the 6th tribulation at most. Even if he reaches the 6th tribulation, he won't be able to go very far. Who knows? He might even reach the fifth tribulation. No matter how arrogant Tai Yulong was, he wouldn't dare say that Qin Shao wouldn't reach the fifth tribulation. Ha ha ha. Then why don't we have another bet? Bai Shan laughed heartily. Tai Yulong was speechless once again. This was the third time Bai Shan had brought up the bet with him. He had lost the first time, ignored the second time, and now this was the third time. Tai Yulong had originally wanted to ignore her. However, Bai Shan, who seemed to know what Tai Yulong was thinking, added, Yulong, don't tell me you don't want to play again? Ha ha. You have lost the previous times. If you play again, you will also lose. If you don't have the guts to play, then forget it. Although Tai Yulong clearly knew that she was trying to provoke him, he couldn't help but reply, Let's play then. Do you really think I am afraid of you? I just feel that there is no meaning in betting on this kid. Since you're so interested, I don't mind playing with you for a bit. Say it. How do you want to play? Do you want something on my body? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Ha ha. No. Am I that kind of person? We have known each other for so many years. Well, have I ever cheated you? Bai Shan immediately shook his head and laughed. You are. However, just as Bai Shan finished speaking, Fairy Zi Quan, who had been silent all this time, mercilessly added a stab. Bai Shan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Bai Shan awkwardly smiled at Fairy Zi Quan and said, Zi Quan, don't join in the fun. This is between me and Yulong. I'm not interested in joining in the fun. After saying this, Fairy Zi Shang went back to her cultivation. Bai Shan continued to look at Tai Yulong and said, Let's play a little special this time. If you lose, you will give Qin Shao your invisibility talisman. If I lose, I will give Qin Shao my teleportation talisman. Haha, what do you think? Tai Yulong rolled his eyes at Bai Shan and said, No matter what you say, no matter if we win or lose, in the end, we will have to take out the treasure. You are letting Qin Shao take advantage of you. You've really done a good job with your business. If I didn't know that you were my brother, I would have thought that you were a spy sent by Qin Shao. If you were a woman, I would understand why you are so good to Qin Shao. But you are a man. Why are you so good at Qin Shao? How come I didn't know that you have such a bad hobby? Should I get to know you again? Go away. Bai Shan waved her hand at Tai Yulong and said, You are the one who has such a hobby. I am very normal in this aspect, okay? I am not interested in your invisibility talisman. So, even if I win it, it won't be of much use. Besides, if I win, I will be too embarrassed to accept it even if you give it to me. So, why not let Qin Shao take advantage of you? If you lose, you will give it to him. You don't want to lose even more, right? I'm doing this for your sake. Then I should thank you. Tai Yulong said unhappily, An invisibility talisman is not cheap. It is worth tens of thousands of chaos source stones. This is a treasure of mine. Are you sure you want to play so ruthlessly? Haha, I am in a good mood. I want to play. You may not lose. Bai Shan said. Okay, then I will play with you. Tai Yulong clenched his teeth. 9 tribulations path. Qin Shao stepped into the first tribulation. The first tribulation was the path of gravity. As soon as he stepped in, Qin Shao immediately felt an abnormally powerful force pulling him down. His legs couldn't help but give way, and he almost fell to his knees. Such a force was too strong and terrifying. It was as if there were countless invisible hands pulling Qin Shao down. What a strong gravitational force. Moreover, the effect of this gravitational force is still increasing. The longer I stay here, the stronger the gravitational force will be. Such a strong and terrifying gravitational force is tearing apart every single cell. With this tyrannical force, it is tearing apart and tempering to improve the immortal body. This feeling is similar to when I was still in the Qin family. At the very beginning, cultivation was to temper the body and strengthen it. Tempering the body is an extremely painful thing, but only through this painful method can the body become stronger quickly. Going through the 9 tribulations on the path of 9 tribulations is similar to tempering the body forcefully. It is using this extremely painful method to forcibly improve the immortal body. Moreover, in addition to the terrifying gravitational force on the path of gravity, there's also a strange immortal energy that can regenerate the cells at any time and make them stronger. It is as if it is refining. This is the process of continuous destruction, continuous rebirth, and continuous transformation. Qin Shao moved forward step by step. Every step was extremely difficult. With every step, all the cells in his body had to go through multiple tearing, destruction, and rebirth. Every rebirth was like a new life. A lot of immortal energy was injected into his body, making him stronger. Therefore, every minute, every second, every step forward was a kind of improvement, a visible improvement. Qin Shao finally understood why the path of 9 tribulations was a place of cultivation that all the disciples would definitely come to. On the path of 9 tribulations, everyone could improve themselves. In terms of immortal body, as long as one went through a few tribulations, they would definitely become stronger. After walking for a while, Qin Shao could clearly feel the power of the path of 9 tribulations. This was only the beginning. The further he went, the stronger he would become. If he continued to transform like this, his immortal body could indeed become incomparably strong quickly. However, this pain was indeed very terrifying. It really hurt to the bones, to the soul. This kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could bear. It was pain all the time. It was endless pain. Not only was it painful, but there was also an extremely terrifying destructive force. It made you feel that if you were the slightest bit careless, you would be directly destroyed by this destructive force. Although it is very painful, there is improvement every moment. The beauty of improvement is also indescribable. Perhaps this is the joy of cultivation. There is pain, but there is also joy in the beauty of improvement. Seeing pain as a kind of joy, the heart will be much calmer. No matter how painful it is, it can't stop me from moving forward. Qin Shao moved forward firmly, step by step. His immortal body was slowly transforming. In fact, Qin Zhao's immortal body also had some advantages. After all, his great path realm was a first step heavenly venerable. Even though his vitality was greatly damaged, his divine body was actually still there. Chapter 1758. Qin Zhao's quote, "Everything is arranged for the best. Loving you is a happy and wonderful thing." The 6th tribulation of the 9 tribulations road. Nangong Ling's beautiful expression also had a bit of seriousness. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed deeply, forming 2 Chuan characters. Her expression also seemed a little unnatural. It was obvious that Nangong Ling had almost reached her limit. However, Nangong Ling had already reached 80 to 90% of the 6th tribulation. Being able to reach this point was already very good. It seems like I still can't pass it. Forget it. Nangong Ling shook her head. Her heart crumbled as she retreated from the 6th tribulation. In the end, she could only stop at the 6th tribulation. Nangong Ling's ambition had been to reach the 7th tribulation, but she had still failed. Of course, if she came back to the 9 tribulations road after becoming an immortal, she should be able to reach the 7th tribulation. However, reaching the 6th tribulation was already a heaven-defying feat. Reaching the 6th tribulation as a 4th step universe grade was already demonic enough. Many people felt that it was a pity that Nangong Ling had retreated from the 6th tribulation. I thought that Princess Nangong Ling had a chance of reaching the 7th tribulation. I didn't expect her to stop at the 6th tribulation. It's normal. After all, she is only a 4th step universe grade now. If she becomes an immortal, she will definitely have no problem reaching the 7th tribulation. Yes, it would be too heaven-defying if she could reach the 7th tribulation. Princess Nangong Ling is also heaven-defying enough. She is only slightly inferior to her sister, Nangong Qianzi. It is very impressive that the Nangong family can produce 2 such exceptional geniuses. After retreating from the 6th tribulation, Nangong Ling did not leave immediately. Instead, her gaze fell on the 9 tribulations road. At the moment, Qin Shao was wandering there and had already reached the 3rd tribulation. Qin Zhao's road was getting smoother and smoother. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th tribulations were all very smooth. He reached the 6th tribulation in one go. The sixth tribulation was a mental tribulation, which was very terrifying. Even Nangong Ling had been defeated, which was enough to show. Qin Shao had made it all the way to the sixth tribulation, which made many people's jaws drop. After all, most people had thought that Qin Shao could only reach the fifth tribulation. They had not expected Qin Shao to reach the sixth tribulation in one go. Moreover, he seemed to be relatively calm in the sixth tribulation. Thus, his potential was indeed terrifying. He even had the potential to go one step further. He's already reached the sixth tribulation. It seems that we've really underestimated junior brother Qin Shao. Who was the one who said that it would be the fourth tribulation? You're not just looking down on it a little. Like I said, junior brother Qin Shao can definitely reach the sixth tribulation. Otherwise, he won't live up to his title as a peerless genius. That's right. I've long said that I'll be similar to Nangong Ling. It's normal for me to reach the sixth tribulation. It goes without saying that junior martial brother Qin Shao is a monster. You guys are all good at speaking in hindsight. Previously, not many people thought that junior brother Qin Shao could reach the sixth floor. From the looks of it, he's going to attempt the seventh tribulation, right? Yeah, I think so too. It looks like there's still a lot of hope. TSK. If he could make it to the seventh trial, that would be too heaven-defying. Reaching the seventh tribulation as a fourth-step universe grade is a new record. If he can really reach the seventh tribulation, no one will be able to surpass him except for the brilliance of the other geniuses. Looks like our Fusu Immortal Palace is going to produce another peerless genius this time. Given his potential, I'm afraid he won't have any problems becoming a genius. Hearing what you guys are saying makes me want to hug junior martial brother Qin Zhao's thigh. The sixth tribulation was a mental tribulation. Qin Shao was walking on the path of the sixth tribulation. The mental tribulation was very frightening, not only in terms of his immortal body, but also in terms of his spirit. The most important thing in a mental tribulation is the heart. My temperament has always been relatively strong. However, the path of this mental tribulation is unusually difficult. While tempering my temperament, I'm also improving my immortal body. Furthermore, this improvement is a qualitative improvement. The mental tribulation is scary, but the power it contains is also very frightening. My immortal body is also clearly improving rapidly. However, this test is also unusually strong and frightening. As long as my heart is firm, anything is possible. I have to overcome everything and strengthen my immortal body as much as possible. As long as my immortal body is strong, my life-saving means will also be stronger. If I pass the ninth tribulation, it'll be difficult for anyone below the ancient sage realm to kill me. In the Fusu Immortal Palace's historical records, only a genius has reached the ninth tribulation. It's truly heaven-defying, worthy of being a genius. I don't have much of a chance of reaching the ninth tribulation. The seventh tribulation should be my goal. It's already not bad to reach the seventh tribulation. It'll be too difficult to go any further. The main thing is that my cultivation level is still a bit low. It's almost impossible for me to go any further. Back in the day, the genius was unparalleled, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Although it's not very likely for me to pass the ninth tribulation, my goal has always been to become a genius. I have to work hard to catch up to his footsteps. If I can't even catch up to him, then there's no need to talk about him being my goal. It was with such strong conviction that Qin Shao could break through his limits again and again without hesitation. The sixth tribulation. Qin Shao walked down step by step, getting closer and closer to the end. Looking at this trend, it shouldn't be a big problem to reach the seventh tribulation. Qin Zhao's actions also made many people click their tongues. Even Princess Nangong Ling gave him a sidelong glance. She had reached the sixth tribulation, so she naturally knew how terrifying it was. She couldn't even pass the sixth tribulation, but she didn't expect Qin Shao to pass it. Although she wasn't too arrogant, she couldn't help but admire Qin Shao at this time, which made her have a better impression of Qin Shao. Perhaps this was the feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. He's going to reach the seventh tribulation soon. It's heaven-defying. Yes, Qin Xiao is going to do something that Princess Nangong Ling couldn't do. He's a peerless genius. I'm afraid his future achievements will really be above Princess Nangong Ling. Not far away. Three figures were watching from afar. They didn't come close. Haha, Yulong, you're going to lose again. Now that I've defeated you, I've gained a lot of experience. As long as it's related to Qin Xiao, I'll be able to eat you. Bai Shan said with a happy smile. Tai Yulong's expression was slightly ugly. He didn't think that Qin Xiao could really reach the seventh tribulation. It was really too heaven-defying to reach the seventh tribulation. Although he didn't want to admit it, looking at the situation in front of him, Qin Xiao was indeed very likely to reach the seventh tribulation. In fact, there shouldn't be any problem. Seeing this, he had basically lost. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Tai Yulong had to admit defeat. Therefore, Tai Yulong's expression was a bit ugly. Facing Bai Shan's smugness, he couldn't refute. In terms of talent and potential, he had to admit defeat to Qin Xiao. Sure enough, Qin Xiao didn't let everyone down. He really reached the seventh tribulation. Such a situation was within everyone's expectations. The seventh tribulation, Tai Yulong, you've lost. Bai Shan looked at Tai Yulong with a smile. Tai Yulong's face was gloomy. He rolled his eyes at Bai Shan and said, I know, I've been tricked by you again. In the future, if you talk about gambling with me again, I'll beat you to death. Haha, what do you mean by tricking you again? I'm also taking a risk, okay? I'm not 100% sure that Qin Xiao can reach the seventh tribulation. The seventh tribulation, it's not that easy to reach. In the history of our Fu Lu Immortal Palace, there aren't many people who can reach this step. So, I'm not tricking you, I'm just a bit lucky. Bai Shan's words were obviously a bit smug. However, Tai Yulong could only helplessly accept it. After all, he had lost. The so-called winner is king and the loser is a bandit was indeed true. After entering the seventh tribulation, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. Sure enough, with each tribulation, the difficulty would increase by a lot. After reaching the sixth tribulation, Qin Xiao had actually found it a bit difficult. Now that he had entered the seventh tribulation, he could feel how scary it was. However, no matter how scary it was, it wouldn't scare Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao would still risk his life without hesitation. Do you guys think that junior brother Qin Xiao can make it through the seventh tribulation? The possibility of him making it through the seventh tribulation isn't high, right? How scary would it be if he really made it to the eighth tribulation? Yeah, if he had already become an immortal, there would still be some possibility. However, he is still a fourth-step universe grade after all, so there are some disadvantages. The possibility of him making it to the eighth tribulation isn't high, unless he really defies the heavens. I also think that the possibility isn't high. Look, the further he goes, the more shaky he seems. It seems like he won't make it to the eighth tribulation. Yeah, it's already very impressive if he can make it halfway through the seventh tribulation. Walking through the seventh tribulation was indeed more difficult as one progressed. Qin Xiao had also reached a point where every step he took was difficult. Without any major breakthroughs, the possibility of him making it to the eighth tribulation was indeed not high. However, Qin Xiao's belief was that he would make it to the eighth tribulation. Qin Xiao didn't want to make it to the ninth tribulation, but Qin Xiao still wanted to give it a shot at the eighth tribulation. He relied on this supreme belief to pull himself back from the brink of collapse time and time again, persevere, and move forward step by step. He was getting closer and closer to the eighth tribulation. If he could complete the seventh tribulation, the strength of his immortal body wouldn't be inferior to that of an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate. In other words, it would be very difficult for anyone below the fourth-step heavenly venerate to hurt Qin Xiao. Of course, although it was difficult, it didn't mean that he couldn't be hurt. After all, Qin Xiao's cultivation base was still inferior. The disadvantage of his cultivation base was unavoidable. Do you think junior brother Qin Xiao has a chance of making it to the eighth tribulation? Fairy Purple Chest, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked with interest. Tai Yulong had always been unhappy with Qin Xiao. When he heard Fairy Purple Chest's words, he couldn't help but snort softly and say, "That's impossible. How heaven-defying would it be to make it to the 8th tribulation? Apart from the prodigies in Nangong Qianzi, no one else has made it to the 8th tribulation. Qin Shao, I think. He's still too young. It's already very good for him to make it to the end of the 7th tribulation. It's impossible for him to make it to the 8th tribulation." Bai Shan, who wanted to go against Tai Yulong, smiled and said, "Yulong, don't be prejudiced against junior brother Qin Shao. Looking at the situation, the possibility is indeed not high. However, I think there's still a possibility. Who knows? Junior brother Qin Shao might be able to bring us a miracle. Although he's already on the verge of collapse, I think his faith is very strong and he's still persevering. As long as he has the strength of his faith, I think he might be able to persevere until the end. Who knows? He might really make it to the 8th tribulation." Tai Yulong rolled his eyes at Bai Shan and said, "Am I your brother? Or is he your brother? Why do you keep siding with the outsider? Can't you just follow my lead and say something?" "Haha, I've always been siding with the outsider. Did you just realize that?" Bai Shan joked. Chapter 1759. Rocks could only become harder after being battered by the wind and rain and being tempered by the baptism of time. What could only grow taller after thousands of years of growth, being moistened by the rain and dew, being battered by the wind and frost, and being caressed by the sun. It was the same for humans. They had to go through ups and downs and go through a lot of tempering in order to grow strong and slowly become stronger. The more one wanted to grow, the more difficult the process would be. Every step was a footprint, and every footprint was a form of growth. Many little steps made a mickle, and the accumulated steps were thousands of miles. The growth of cultivation was accumulated bit by bit like this. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a small boat in a raging sea, enduring the ferocious attacks of the monstrous waves again and again. He was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up by the waves at any time. Qin Shao relied on his incomparable tenacity to prop up his body in the wind and waves again and again. He pushed the waves forward again and again, pulling himself back from the brink of collapse again and again. In such a battle, he could collapse at any time. The slightest carelessness would consign him to eternal damnation. Therefore, every step was like a battle with the god of death. Every step was like a test. Every step forward was too difficult, and it would take a lot of time. Qin Shao approached the 8th tribulation step by step. However, his current situation made everyone think that he could be defeated at any time. There were even many times when some people thought that they were about to lose. They saw that they were about to fall down, but they didn't really fall down. They miraculously stood up again. It was quite a thrilling sight to watch. Taking a step forward was infinite light. Taking a step back was darkness. Qin Shao moved forward step by step, approaching the light step by step and obtaining the light. In the midst of the difficulties and tribulations, he was growing step by step and becoming stronger. At this moment, he had reached the end of the 7th tribulation. If he took a few more steps forward, he would enter the 8th tribulation. To be able to complete the 7th tribulation, his immortal body was so strong that it was difficult for an ordinary 4th step celestial master to injure him. He was so powerful that it was too terrifying. Qin Shao was only a 4th step universe grade. He hadn't even become an immortal, yet he already had such a strong immortal body. This was simply unimaginable. Such a thing could only happen in the Fumu Immortal Palace. If this were to happen outside, it would be too shocking. This is heaven-defying. This is really heaven-defying. He is about to reach the 8th tribulation. Could he really reach the 8th tribulation? It seems like the possibility is really high. TSK. How can a 4th step universe grade be able to reach the 8th tribulation? Although junior brother Qin Zhao's immortal Dao is a 4th step universe grade, didn't they say that he was a cultivator from the universe? He was a great path cultivator with a 1st step heavenly venerate cultivation base. But didn't his vital energy take a huge hit? His divine body has also suffered quite a bit of damage. Furthermore, we also look at the immortal Dao realm here. Therefore, the other advantages did not have much of an impact. Even a first step heavenly venerate is heaven-defying enough. Yes, heaven-defying enough. I thought that he wouldn't be able to go far in the seventh tribulation. I didn't expect him to go so far. I'm afraid that the Fumu Immortal Palace is about to enter a new era. Do you guys think that junior brother Qin Xiao can possibly become a match for the elite? Sure, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? He is really going to enter the eighth tribulation. I knew that junior brother Qin Xiao was extraordinary the first time I saw him. It seems like I have a good eye. Fairy Purple Chess smiled as if she was happy for Qin Xiao. Seeing Fairy Zi Quan smile, Tai Yulong's jealousy flared up again. However, he couldn't say anything in the face of such a heaven-defying genius like Qin Xiao. Haha, that's right. Junior brother Qin Xiao is indeed an unprecedented talent. Although I've seen many geniuses from the universe, it's the first time I've seen someone as heaven-defying as him. Baishan said. Ziquan nodded and said, yes, cultivators who can come out from the lowly places of the universe are generally not bad geniuses. They're almost at the level where they can become a nominal disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. However, it's rare to see someone as heaven-defying as junior brother Qin Xiao. That's right, Baishan. Do you remember 8 universe epochs ago when we were training outside? We met a cultivator who came from the universe. You even praised him. If he wasn't unwilling, you would want to bring him back to the Fumu Immortal Palace. Baishan nodded and said, and if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Now that you mention it, I remember it. There is indeed such a thing. I quite like that cultivator's character, but he's also quite unique. I wanted to help him, but he rejected me. Maybe he's a bit arrogant. He's indeed a monster. If he could join an immortal sect, his future would be limitless. It's possible that his strength has already surpassed ours. Of course, if we're unlucky, we might have already died. What's his name again? I can't remember his name. I think he mentioned his name before. What's his name again? Purple Chest shook his head. I didn't pay much attention to it. I can't remember his name. I think there's the word death. Forget it. Let's not care about this. Let's look at junior brother Qin Xiao. Look, he's taking the last step. He should be entering the 8th tribulation. Qin Xiao was taking the last step of the 7th tribulation. Once he took this step, he would enter the 8th tribulation. The last step was like a heavenly chasm. It was extremely difficult to cross it. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Xiao. They were all waiting for Qin Xiao to take the last step. Everyone seemed a little nervous. Whether he could take this step or not had a lot to do with it. Although the 7th tribulation and the 8th tribulation were not as different as heaven and earth, they were probably about the same. Look, he's taking a step. He's going to cross it. Suddenly, an incomparably excited voice rang out, and it immediately raised everyone's hearts. Everyone's eyes followed Qin Xiao's foot. Qin Xiao's foot slowly lifted up. It was as if it was slowed down by hundreds of times. Every movement was very, very slow. It was so slow that it looked like it had stopped moving. But if one looked carefully, they would find that it was moving. It was just that it was moving too slowly. Time passed by slowly, second by second. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiao's foot finally took that step. With that step, his whole person seemed to recover from being frozen. With one step, he directly entered the 8th tribulation from the 7th tribulation. From one world, he entered another world. It was a leap, like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. This was also a transformation, a huge improvement. A supreme brilliance shone on Qin Xiao's body, completely enveloping Qin Xiao. As soon as Qin Xiao stepped into the 8th tribulation, there was a sudden uproar. Sounds of envy and admiration could be heard from all around. Qin Xiao had completed this heaven-defying feat. Even Nangong Ling's expression changed greatly. A strange luster appeared in her eyes. Nangong Ling had always been arrogant. She had always been high and mighty. Her talent was recognized by everyone. She was regarded as the successor of her sister, Nangong Qianzi. She was a genius who wanted to shine with her sister in the entire Fu De Immortal Palace. She was indeed monstrous enough. But now, compared with Qin Xiao, she seemed to be suppressed. Previously, she and Qin Xiao could shine together. But now the gap had begun to appear. Therefore, this naturally made her feel a little strange. Perhaps it was not jealousy or envy, but it was a little strange and uncomfortable feeling. Perhaps I should really work hard too. For a long time, I felt a little lonely as a master. I always felt that no one in this era could be my match. In the past, I never took Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng seriously. I always felt that they were far from being my match. Since the first time I saw Qin Xiao, I don't know why I had a bad feeling. I always felt that he was very extraordinary. I always felt that he might become my opponent. Now it's proven that my premonition was right. He's really become my opponent. Moreover, it's not as simple as becoming my opponent. He is now suppressing me. His appearance also made me understand that I can't relax at any time. Otherwise, I will fall behind. It's like rowing a boat against the current. I have to motivate myself at all times. The appearance of an opponent will give me more pressure. I can't let him suppress me. In that case, I will seem inferior in front of him. From the beginning, I had confidence in front of him. I can't lose this confidence. I absolutely can't. So I must get it back. I failed in the 9 Tribulations road, but I will work harder in the future. Qin Xiao, you will always be my opponent. I won't lose to you. Nangong Ling had always been a proud person. She had always been superior. She would not lose to anyone. Look, Qin Xiao is going to lose. Don't be in a hurry to talk about losing. Maybe he can pull it back. Well, he really lost this time. Not bad. After all, he entered the 8th Tribulation. Although he only walked 1/10 of the way, it's not bad. Yeah, it's amazing. Qin Xiao walked out of the 8th Tribulation and shook his head slightly. I still can't do it. The 8th Tribulation is really too difficult and terrifying. I still lost after walking 1/10 of the way. It's about the same. It's similar to what I expected. Although I wanted to go further and try to break through the 9th Tribulation, I still lost. Anyway, I still lost. Forget it. I can't do anything about it. There's nothing to complain about. In Qin Zhao's heart, he actually wanted to compete with the Chosen Ones. The Chosen Ones were existences who had directly passed through the 9th Tribulation. So Qin Xiao actually also wanted to reach the 9th Tribulation. Even if he didn't pass the 9th Tribulation, he wanted to reach the 9th Tribulation. However, the 9th Tribulation was too difficult. There was no way. Being able to reach the 8th Tribulation was Qin Zhao's limit. There might be many factors that influenced this, but he couldn't say for sure. Thinking about it, Qin Xiao shook his head and gave up. So be it. There was no need to force anything. Chapter 1760. Qin Zhao's quote. Peach blossoms fall from the 9th heaven. You come here on a phoenix. Your brilliance illuminates the world and opens your own era. A genius was an unsurpassable existence in the hearts of countless people. It was a supreme existence, a synonym for defying the natural order. It was enough for everyone to look up to. Geniuses represented the strongest talent of an era. They represented the heavens and the earth. The sky was unsurpassable. Qin Xiao looked at the geniuses. At this moment, he felt as though he was looking at the heavens. In the past, he had been ambitious and wanted to compete with the geniuses to see who was better. But now, it seemed that he was still too far away. This kind of distance even made him feel powerless. Although it was far away, Qin Xiao was not discouraged at all. The belief in his heart was incomparably firm. The higher the mountain, the more worthy it was to climb. The more ambitious the goal, the more worthy it was to fight for it. If he could achieve it in the end, the sense of accomplishment would be the strongest. Qin Xiao did not care about the sense of accomplishment, but Qin Xiao still wanted to set a lofty goal for himself and work hard to achieve it. Haha, congratulations, junior brother Qin Xiao. You are the 3rd person to reach the 8th Tribulation in countless years. It's a heaven-defying feat. Junior brother Qin Xiao is a peerless genius. Now, you're showing the aura of a true dragon and the style of a genius. It's only a matter of time before you become a genius. Hee, junior brother Qin Xiao, I've hidden some good wine. I'd like to shamelessly invite junior brother Qin Xiao for a drink. It's a celebration for you. I wonder if junior brother Qin Xiao is willing to do me the honor? You can't be like Yuri. Yuri, you're shameless. That's not how you flatter. Damn, I'm not flattering. I really respect junior brother Qin Shao. How can you slander me with such a pure heart? Junior brother Qin Shao, don't listen to Yuri. He's just a bootlicker. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard his senior brother's words. Qin Shao knew that some people had ulterior motives, but some senior brothers still felt good about it. Of course, because of his heaven-defying actions, it was normal for him to gain the respect and favor of others. It was also normal for people to try to curry favor with him. However, if it was too deliberate, Qin Shao wouldn't like it either. Qin Shao wouldn't feel disgusted if it was just an ordinary friendship. Qin Shao responded to these senior brothers one by one. A beautiful figure walked over. It was none other than Nangong Ling. When Nangong Ling arrived, she immediately attracted the attention of others. The crowd automatically opened up a path for her. Nangong Ling walked toward Qin Shao step by step. Seeing that Nangong Ling had arrived, many people began to snicker. The relationship between Nangong Ling and Qin Shao had always been speculated by many people. There were also some rumors. It was the first time that Nangong Ling treated a man like this. Qin Shao was the only one who did this. Therefore, everyone was speculating whether Nangong Ling was interested in Qin Shao. Nangong Ling was the object of many people's adoration. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. However, Nangong Ling only favored Qin Shao. This was indeed something that drove people crazy. They were very envious and jealous. Qin Shao looked at Nangong Ling with a little helplessness. Every time he faced Nangong Ling, Qin Shao always felt unnatural. This kind of feeling was somewhat indescribable. But in fact, Nangong Ling didn't show any interest in him. Suddenly, a wisp of heavenly music was played. The heavenly music resounded and the great Tao shone. It was as if a holy blessing had descended and sprinkled the world. As soon as this wisp of heavenly music was played, everyone couldn't help but stop and look towards the source of the heavenly music. A red light illuminated half of the sky, giving birth to an immortal splendor. It was as if a holy blessing had sprinkled the 9 heavens. Petals fell like rain. They fell piece by piece with a strange fragrance. It was as if a heavenly blessing had descended. The world suddenly became peaceful. It became warm, beautiful, and fragrant. Everything became so beautiful. This peaceful atmosphere made people involuntarily calm down, become calm, and become docile. This kind of feeling was really wonderful. It was as if they could forget everything in an instant and just enjoy the beauty of this moment. As the peach blossoms dispersed, a phoenix bathed in raging karmic fire walked out of the void. A supreme immortal pressure descended with a loud bang, causing everyone to involuntarily want to kneel down and worship it. What a powerful aura! What a terrifying immortal pressure! No one dared to look at it more than a few times. What? Isn't that the palace master's mount, the phoenix? Why did it suddenly descend here? Tai Yulong looked at the phoenix in the sky with a face full of shock and confusion. This phoenix was the mount of the palace master of Fu Yu Immortal Palace before he stepped into the ancient saint realm. It had always been by the palace master's side and could be considered as the guardian beast of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. It was said that its strength was extremely strong. Some said that it was at the level of a half-step ancient saint, while some said that it was only at the level of an ancient saint. It was at the level of an upper immortal. But no matter which theory was right, there was no doubt about the strength of the phoenix. At least in Fu Yu Immortal Palace, it had a very high reputation. Ordinary disciples absolutely respected and looked up to the phoenix. They had always regarded it as a supreme existence. The phoenix rarely showed its face. Many disciples of Fu Yu Immortal Palace had never seen its true appearance. Who would have thought that this time it would actually descend directly here? It was really a little inconceivable. Bai Shan and Fairy Zi Shang also frowned deeply. Obviously, they were also very surprised. Why did the phoenix descend here? This question also caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. The significance of the phoenix's descent was almost the same as the palace master's personal arrival. After all, when the phoenix was mentioned, they would naturally think of the palace master. As the mount of the palace master, It should not leave the palace master's side for half a step. The phoenix had descended. Could it be that the palace master was here personally? This bold idea quickly emerged in everyone's hearts at the same time. It was not impossible. But if the palace master was really here, why did he come? Could it be because Qin Shao had reached the 8th tribulation? But that was not possible. It was said that when the genius reached the 9th tribulation, the palace master did not come personally. He only summoned him after that. Wanting the palace master to come personally, no one would have such great prestige. But if the palace master did not come personally, why would the phoenix descend? Qin Shao looked at the phoenix flying in the sky with a look of astonishment on his face. Nangong Ling could not help but stop and look at the sky with a look of surprise. It was the first time anyone had seen such an expression on her face. Just when everyone was in a daze, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Look, there's someone on the divine phoenix. There's someone. It's not the palace master. It's a beautiful fairy." This voice seemed to have awakened everyone. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful fairy standing on the phoenix's back. She was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her long robe fluttered in the wind, and peach blossoms lingered around her body. Petals fell from her body, sprinkling the world. Under the holy radiance, her beautiful temperament was infinitely magnified. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. This kind of beauty had completely crushed Nangong Ling. It was even more shocking than seeing Nangong Ling. The beautiful fairy suddenly leaped and flew down from the phoenix's back. Countless peach blossom petals lingered around her body, allowing her to slowly descend. She was so beautiful and so elegant. The process of her descent was the process of her beauty shocking everyone's heart. This process became more and more intense as she descended. All the men present were fascinated. They all stared blankly at the beautiful fairy. Their hearts were greatly shaken. Her beauty directly penetrated into the depths of their souls. It was as if there was a special magic that attracted everyone. This magic was very powerful and terrifying. There was no way for people to resist. Even Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Nangong Ling for the first time, he was also stunned for a moment, but it only lasted for a moment before he immediately recovered. However, looking at the beautiful fairy in front of him, the situation was different. Qin Shao was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He had never lost his composure like this before. He had never seen anyone like this. Not only was he stunned, but it was as if a brand had been planted in his heart. Even if he came back to his senses, he would still think of her. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable and inexplicable. It was as if he had some feelings just by looking at her. It was as if he had been bewitched. This feeling was also something that Qin Shao had never experienced before. Moreover, Qin Shao was very sure that this was not the power of charm. This was an indescribable charm of a woman. The charm of beauty was a kind of power that was difficult to resist. It was not a power that was deliberately displayed. It was a natural power that was born. It was as if he was born with some kind of attribute. It was very strange, and it made people puzzled. However, what surprised Qin Shao was not this. It was that the beautiful fairy in front of him was so familiar. After Qin Shao took a few careful glances, he was completely sure that it was not familiar. He really knew her. Sister Xiaoyu? The beautiful fairy in front of him was none other than Xiaoyu, Xiao Dao's sister. She was the first woman he met when he came to the immortal realm. She could be said to be his savior. How could she be Xiaoyu? It did not make sense. Xiaoyu's talent should be very ordinary. She was not a genius at all. She was far worse than Xiao Dao. In all aspects, Xiaoyu should be very ordinary. How could she appear in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace? Moreover, she appeared in such a dazzling way. Although Qin Shao did not know the origin of this phoenix, he could tell that it was very extraordinary from the aura of the immortal might. To be able to come on this phoenix, one could imagine how great her origin was. Moreover, Qin Shao could also feel from her aura that she was a step into the heaven realm, the venerable realm. The realm was secondary. That aura was too strong. In terms of aura, it completely crushed Nangong Ling. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, Qin Xiao really could not associate the beautiful fairy in front of him with Xiao Yu. Even if it was not the slightest bit, it did not match. It was not that Qin Xiao had never seen Xiao Yu, although Xiao Yu is indeed quite beautiful. But at their level, they didn't have many requirements for their appearance. After all, one's appearance could be changed. Therefore, to see whether a person was beautiful or not, the most important thing was temperament. The previous Xiao Yu's temperament was basically not at all. Compared to the one in front of him, it was simply a world of difference. The difference was not just a little bit. Therefore, Qin Xiao also wondered if the one in front of him was the real Xiao Yu. Chapter 1761. Qin Xiao's quote, "With you, even the coldest winter is a sunny spring." The path of peach blossoms formed a beautiful immortal bridge in front of Xiao Yu, allowing her to step on the peach blossoms without being stained by the dust of the mortal world. The peach blossoms were like the will of the heavens, making the heavens bow down to her. The immortal swan lingered around her. This was the blessing of the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Yu was like the child of heaven and earth, descending to the mortal world by the will of the heavens. After a long while, everyone was still in a daze. Their gazes were completely drawn over, forgetting everything else. Even Nan Gongling, who had always been held high by others and regarded as a goddess, suddenly felt that she had lost her luster and was much shorter. Even the proud her felt ashamed of her own inferiority. Compared to the radiance of the beautiful fairy in front of her, she was just a firefly. How could she compare? The sun and moon shining brightly? Who was this person? They had never heard of such a person in the Fumu Immortal Palace. Looking at her aura, she was only a first step heavenly venerable. In terms of age, she was also very young. She shouldn't have been from the Fumu Immortal Palace. If she was, then it was impossible for everyone to, I didn't know. But she came on a phoenix. In the entire Fumu Immortal Palace, other than the palace master, who had the qualifications to make the phoenix be willing to sit on her. All of these things were inconceivable. The fairy's smile was like the blooming of peach blossoms. The peach blossoms that filled the sky also became joyful. They seemed to dance along with the fairy's smile, dancing in the firmament, the youth, and the light breeze. When the fairy smiled, everyone couldn't help but smile. The beauty of the peach blossoms and the fragrance of the peach blossoms couldn't compare to the fairies. Walking among the peach blossoms, blooming in the fragrance, intoxicating the depths of everyone's heart. No beautiful words could describe it. But the fairy's smile, her soul-like peach blossom eyes overflowed with immortal light, looking straight at Qin Xiao. With the peach blossoms as a guide, the holy light followed, and the immortal might was vast and mighty. It came only for you. Step by step, Xiao Yu walked towards Qin Xiao. The path of peach blossoms also arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Countless peach blossoms bloomed around Qin Xiao, enveloping Qin Xiao in that beauty. The peach blossoms were like cheerful elves playing with Qin Xiao. In such an atmosphere, it was hard not to be happy. Everyone also looked at Qin Xiao in astonishment. The situation in front of them was very obvious. This beautiful fairy was really targeting Qin Xiao. What was going on? Were they here on the orders of the palace lord? Nan Gongling also had a strange feeling. She originally wanted to walk over to Qin Xiao and congratulate Qin Xiao, but before she could reach Qin Xiao, such a situation actually happened. At this moment, she only felt ashamed of her inferiority. How could she still have the same thoughts as before? Bai Shan and the other two looked at each other, completely clueless about what was going on. The three of them were third-step Empyrean Great Immortals, and had stayed in Fuyu Immortal Palace for more than 10 epochs. They were quite clear about the situation in Fuyu Immortal Palace. However, they couldn't understand the situation in front of them. Just who was this beautiful little fairy? The beautiful fairy didn't care about the others and went straight to Qin Xiao. The peach blossoms filled the sky, making it even more dazzling and beautiful. But these peach blossoms only bloomed for Qin Xiao. It was enough to make people envious. Why, don't you recognize me? Xiao Yu smiled like a flower. Her voice was like heavenly music, pleasant to the ear, as if it was the most beautiful melody in the world. Xiao Yu smiled, and the peach blossoms bloomed one after another. This scene was so beautiful that it shocked everyone. With a thought, the flowers bloomed and the sovereign descended. This was what it meant. When the peach blossoms bloomed, everyone's heart went numb. Qin Xiao tried his best to calm down a little and couldn't help but smile. Qin Xiao rarely smiled, but at this time, under the influence of such an atmosphere, his mood was indeed incomparably comfortable. This feeling was much stronger than when he reached the 8th tribulation. In fact, Qin Xiao didn't even know why he was so happy. It came from the bottom of his heart. It had been a long time since he felt like this. Big Sister Xiao Yu, you're indeed a little unrecognizable. I don't dare to recognize you. We haven't seen each other for 100,000 years. You've changed so much. Isn't it too much? Qin Xiao said. Actually, he was still full of questions. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Xiao Yu have? With this leap, her status was obviously much higher than a peerless monster like him. Yes. I was just thinking about what kind of expression you would have when you saw me. It's similar to what I imagined. You really don't dare to recognize me. Actually, let alone you. Even now, I actually feel like I'm dreaming. I never thought that I would have this much. One day, Xiao Yu's smile was very beautiful, very sweet, and very intoxicating. Because of the earth-shaking change in her temperament, her aura had become many times stronger. With the peach blossoms on her body, she was shining brightly. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Yu also became incomparably beautiful. Especially when she smiled, it was even more irresistible. Even Qin Xiao felt like he was going to fall for her. Therefore, he didn't even dare to look at Xiao Yu too much. This feeling was something that Gu Lingyue and Yao Shiwelian didn't have. Qin Xiao also felt a little strange. The Xiao Yu he knew was not like this at all. When he looked at Xiao Yu before, he just felt that she was more amiable and grateful. He didn't have any other thoughts. But looking at Xiao Yu now, Qin Xiao did have some other thoughts. This thought came involuntarily, and Qin Xiao didn't deliberately think about it. Many people's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Xiao actually knew this beautiful fairy, and it seemed that they didn't just know each other. They were very familiar with each other and had a very good relationship. From the beautiful fairy's words and eyes, it could be felt that she had an extraordinary friendship with Qin Xiao. The two of them were actually so close. Xiao Yu? They had never heard of this person at all. She should have just entered the Fumu Immortal Palace recently. Which exalted immortal took her in as a disciple? But that couldn't be right. Even if she was a personal disciple of an exalted immortal, she wasn't qualified to become a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace directly. She had to pass a test first. This fairy's appearance was far from what an exalted immortal's disciple could do. Could it be that she was a personal disciple of the palace master? Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, feeling suffocated. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace had lived for an unknown period of time. He single-handedly established the Fumu Immortal Palace and established a foothold in this endless southern wasteland. He opened up new territories and dominated a region. How powerful and glorious was that? But they had never heard that the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace had taken in a personal disciple. Previously, there was a rumor that the Heavens Chosen had been taken in as a personal disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. But whether it was true or false, no one had ever verified it. Even the Heavens Chosen had never told anyone about it. So this matter had always been a mystery. So on the surface, the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace had never taken in a personal disciple. If this fairy Xiao Yu was really a personal disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace, it was enough to shake the entire Fumu Immortal Mountain. This was a huge matter. Being the personal disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace was something that even Nangong Qianzi couldn't dream of. What kind of glory was this? Just when everyone was trying to figure out this question, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. "Welcome, Princess Xiao Yu." Hearing this loud and clear voice, everyone looked over. They saw an exalted immortal with the demeanor of a transcendent being walking over. It's exalted immortal Wu Lu. Seeing this person, everyone immediately recognized him. Even Qin Xiao knew who this person was. It was none other than exalted immortal Wu Lu who was guarding this cultivation area. Exalted immortals had an extremely high status in the Fumu Immortal Palace. They had the honor of an elder and could control the disciples. They had supreme authority. Everyone looked at exalted immortal Wu Lu. Even exalted immortal Wu Lu was so polite and courteous, personally coming out to welcome this person. This was enough to make everyone's imagination run wild. Could it be that this person was really a personal disciple of the Palace Master? Thinking about it, everyone felt that it was a little hard to believe. Just what kind of heaven-defying talent would be able to catch the Palace Master's eye? Even prodigies were not confirmed to be the Palace Master's personal disciple. Nangong Qianzi was not qualified, and Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling were even less qualified. What kind of genius could become the Palace Master's personal disciple? Greetings, exalted immortal Wu Lu. Xiao Yu is here to greet you. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly and bowed slightly to exalted immortal Wu Lu. Exalted immortal Wu Lu walked up to Xiao Yu, but did not get too close. Instead, he smiled and said to Xiao Yu, Princess Xiao Yu, you don't have to be so courteous. You are the Palace Master's personal disciple and have been conferred the title of princess by the Palace Master. You have a supreme position, so you don't have to be so courteous. I'm only here because I'm afraid that others might not recognize you and bump into Princess Xiao Yu. What? Boom! Exalted immortal Wu Lu's words instantly caused an uproar in the area. She really was the Palace Master's personal disciple? Heavens, this. Although everyone had guessed it, hearing exalted immortal Wu Lu announce it with their own ears still shocked them to the extreme. They could not recover from the shock for a while. This news was simply too shocking. It was so shocking that it hit the limits of everyone's heart. Qin Xiao also looked at Xiao Yu with incomparable astonishment. He had actually guessed it, but he did not dare to confirm it. He was just about to ask Xiao Yu when he did not expect exalted immortal Wu Lu to announce it. Xiao Yu had really become the Palace Master's personal disciple. She had really reached the heavens in a single bound. From being so lowly, she had directly become the personal disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace's Palace Master. This leap was simply too shocking. After recovering from the shock, Qin Xiao also smiled knowingly. He was sincerely happy for Xiao Yu. He was truly happy. This time, the Exanwa clan was really going to bring glory to their ancestors. They were going to become strong and prosperous. Originally, it was already a great thing that they had produced a small knife. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu would be even more heaven-defying now? Being the personal disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace's Palace Master, just with this identity alone, no one in the entire Fumu Immortal Palace would dare to provoke the Xianhua clan. Even the geniuses would have to think twice. She is actually the Palace Master's personal disciple. Nangong Ling only felt that her heart had received a few heavy blows. Her elder sister, Nangong Qianzi, had always dreamed of becoming the Palace Master's personal disciple, but she had never been able to achieve it. She, Nangong Ling, had also fantasized about it, but it was only a fantasy. However, this fairy in front of her had truly become the Palace Master's personal disciple. Compared to him in all aspects, she was far too inferior. All the arrogance in her body had been completely defeated. How could there be any left? Chapter 1762. Qin Zhao's quote, "When I return riding a green ox, I will repay you with a peach tree blooming. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and greet Princess Xiao Yu." Exalted immortal Black Willow couldn't help but sweep his gaze across the crowd when he saw that they were still in a daze. Princess Xiao Yu was the personal disciple of the Fu Su Immortal Palace Master. How high was her status? Even exalted immortal Black Willow had to be polite. Although he didn't have to curry favor with her, it was obvious that he doted on her. Otherwise, who could withstand the anger of the Palace Master? "Greetings, Princess Xiao Yu." Exalted immortal Black Willow's shout brought everyone back to their senses. They all bowed slightly to Xiao Yu. In the distance, Fairy Purple Chest and the other two hesitated slightly. After looking at each other for a while, they still didn't greet her. Firstly, They were quite far away, so there was no need to be so deliberate. Secondly, they were already third-step heavenly venerables. Their status among the official disciples was quite high, so there was no need for them to curry favor with her. If they met, it was fine to greet her. Greeting her from so far away would make others feel that it was deliberate. Senior brothers, you don't have to be so polite. Xiaoyu will need your care in the future. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and nodded slightly at everyone. Xiaoyu didn't put on airs, which made many people secretly sigh in relief. It was rare for someone to not put on airs. This was completely different from Nangongling. Nangongling had always been high and mighty. She had always stood at the peak of a mountain, making others unable to approach her. However, Xiaoyu stood higher, but she didn't put on airs like Nangongling. Greetings, Princess Xiaoyu. Qin Shao also teased Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled and waved her hand at Qin Shao, saying, Qin Shao, you are also teasing me. Haha, I wouldn't dare. I will need Sister Xiaoyu's care in the future. Qin Shao smiled. Xiaoyu stopped and said, that's more like it. If you call me Princess Xiaoyu again, I will really get angry. You have to call me Sister Xiaoyu. Yes. I'll listen to Sister Xiaoyu. Qin Shao nodded. Calling her sister was indeed very affectionate. In the past, Qin Shao used to call Xiaoyu Big Sister. She didn't feel anything. Now that she called Xiaoyu Big Sister, it felt a little strange. However, Xiaoyu liked to call her sister, so she would call her sister. In terms of age, Xiaoyu was indeed a little older than Qin Shao. In front of Qin Shao, Xiaoyu seemed to have taken off that supreme radiance and turned into the little sister next door. She was amiable and did not have the slightest trace of cold power that rejected people. But even so, no one dared to get close to Xiaoyu. After all, she was the direct disciple of the Palace Lord. She was like an invisible mountain that no one could reach. Xiaoyu suddenly turned around. Her lively eyes fell on Nangongling. Although there was still a peach blossom smile on her face, there was still an invisible and vast immortal aura that fell on Nangongling. The invisible aura immediately made the atmosphere a little oppressive. Let others know that Xiaoyu was not very friendly to Nangongling. Something was probably going to happen. Nangongling couldn't help but frown deeply. She looked at Xiaoyu with an ugly expression. She also felt a trace of hostility from Xiaoyu. She did not come with good intentions. Was she targeting her? You're a Nangongling, right? I heard that you're very fond of my little brother Qin Shao. You have purposely gotten close to him several times. Is that true? Xiaoyu asked. Although her tone was very calm, there was a sense of condemnation. This tone was like a sharp knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Nangongling's heart. Nangongling's face turned green. If other people dared to speak to Nangongling like this, everyone would definitely think that they were crazy. Even the senior brothers present did not have the guts to do so. Nangongling was not scary, but Nangong Qianzi behind her was not someone that anyone could provoke. Even the geniuses would probably give some face to her. How could ordinary people dare to offend her? However, when these words came from Xiaoyu's mouth, no one dared to say anything. Xiaoyu had the confidence to say these words. Nangongling said with a livid face, "You are thinking too much. I have no feelings for Qin Shao. At most, I am a little curious." Xiaoyu clearly did not believe Nangongling's answer. Instead, she said, "What? You don't dare to admit it? Women understand women the best. If you say that you have no feelings at all and are just curious, then I won't believe it. But it doesn't matter. What I want to tell you is that you should stay away from Qin Shao in the future. You are not worthy of Qin Shao." Boom! Xiaoyu's words were like a bolt of lightning that heavily smashed into Nangongling's heart, making her want to vomit blood. It was also like a sword that ruthlessly stabbed into the depths of Nangongling's heart. This kind of pain was indescribable. This kind of injury was too heavy and too deep. Not only Nangongling, but the others were also shocked. Xiaoyu really dared to say such words. These words were simply humiliating Nangongling. It was enough to make Nangongling hate her to the bone. However, Xiaoyu dared to say such words. She also had the ability to say so. Moreover, Nangongling did not dare to do anything. Nangongling's livid face also turned a little black at this time. It was extremely ugly. She clenched her fists tightly together, and the sound of clenching them could be heard. Her delicate body trembled, and the anger in her heart had completely surged up. However, she was unable to do anything. Indeed, she did not dare to do anything. She could not afford to offend Xiaoyu. Even if she asked her sister to step in, her sister would not dare to easily offend Xiaoyu. Therefore, she could only endure this matter. No matter how great the humiliation, she could only endure it. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth and said, "You are thinking too much." After saying that, Nangong Ling turned around and left. She did not want to stay here for a moment longer. To suffer such a great humiliation was too great a blow to her. It was unbearable. However, just as she turned around, a voice sounded from behind her. "Wait a moment." Nangong Ling stopped. However, her delicate body was still trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely furious. She was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. As long as it was a little bit, it would completely explode. Nangong Ling was such a proud person. It was very difficult for her to endure it. However, no matter how difficult it was, she had no choice but to endure it. To her, Xiaoyu was a mountain that she could not climb. "What's wrong? Everyone else addressed me as Princess Xiaoyu. Why didn't you do so? Could it be that you feel that I am unworthy of being addressed as a princess? Or could it be that you have a great opinion of me, the palace master's personal disciple? I do not really care about etiquette. However, if you don't address me, can I take it as you discriminating against me?" Xiaoyu added. This was originally a small matter. However, if one really wanted to make a fuss about it, it could become a major matter. Therefore, Xiaoyu's words were as sharp as a knife. They pierced Nangong Ling, causing her to feel great pain. Nangong Ling's delicate body trembled even more violently. She felt that she was suppressing her boundless anger. Many people even broke out in a cold sweat for Nangong Ling. They were afraid that she would not be able to suppress it. Once she exploded, it was likely that it would really cause a big commotion. Originally, everyone felt that Xiaoyu was a very amiable person who did not put on airs. However, at this moment, they could not help but have some new opinions of Xiaoyu. It seemed that this gentle princess, Xiaoyu, was not so easy to talk to. Those who offended her would not have a good ending. Her actions towards Nangong Ling were obviously completely caused by Qin Xiao. In this case, Qin Xiao's position in her heart was really not ordinary. Nangong Ling clenched her teeth tightly. After hesitating for a while, she finally spat out a few words with difficulty. "Princess Xiaoyu." After saying that, she quickly ran away. If she did not leave, she was afraid that she would really not be able to endure it. After getting what she wanted, Xiaoyu smiled proudly and did not bother about Nangong Ling anymore. Turning her head, Xiaoyu regained her peach blossom smile, giving people an incomparably amiable feeling. Qin Xiao also smiled helplessly. He actually did not have any hostility towards Nangong Ling. Not only did he not have any hostility, but he was also somewhat grateful. After all, Nangong Ling had saved him once before. Therefore, Qin Xiao was still relatively friendly towards Nangong Ling. However, when Xiaoyu came, she directly trampled on Nangong Ling like this. In the future, he was afraid that he would not be able to talk to Nangong Ling. However, things had already come to this, and there was no other way. "What's wrong, little brother Qin Xiao? Do you feel bad? You can't bear to part with her?" Xiaoyu asked. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "It's not that I feel bad. It's just that Nangong Ling has done me a favor before. I still owe her a big favor. However, I can't say anything about your matter. It's fine as long as you're happy." Speaking of which, I still feel bad. If you don't want to, you should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, I could have been more ruthless to her. I was still thinking if I had gone a little too far just now. Now it seems that it was still relatively light. Xiaoyu smiled and said. Qin Xiao was also suddenly speechless. "Big sister Xiaoyu, what do you mean? You're supposed to be a sunny and beautiful girl. Why does your heart seem to have become a little bit dark and gloomy?" I'm just joking with you." Seeing Qin Xiao's expression, Xiaoyu smiled even more happily. She waved her hand and said, Let's go to your cultivation place and sit down." I want to talk to you alone. There are too many people here. I don't like to talk here. Qin Xiao nodded. Okay. Xiao Yu waved her hand, and the peach blossoms continued to open a path. Qin Xiao was also supported by the peach blossoms. The peach blossom path directly extended forward to his cultivation place. The others consciously made way and respectfully sent the two of them off. As for the phoenix, it followed behind Xiao Yu in the air. Obviously, it was guarding Xiao Yu closely. The powerful immortal aura reflected each other. The supreme power, the vast immortal aura, and the sky full of peach blossoms attracted everyone's attention wherever they went. However, they could only watch from afar. It was not until the two of them were far away that everyone came back to their senses. However, they still had an endless aftertaste. Soon, the place was in an uproar again. What kind of monster is junior brother Qin Xiao? Why does it feel like all the good things fall on his head? That's right. His luck is extraordinarily heaven-defying. Everything good happens to him. First, he was favored by Nangong Ling. Then, he had a heaven-defying performance. Now, he is favored by Princess Xiao Yu. Isn't this too awesome? Sigh, there's no point in being envious. I'm really a little envious and jealous. The peak of one's life comes from this. Comparing oneself to others would really infuriate one to death. It's fine if my talent and potential are not as good as his, but my luck is also not as good as his. My luck with women is also not as good as his. I feel like I have nothing left to live for. Who can come and kill me? Do you guys think that Princess Xiao Yu is interested in junior brother Qin Xiao? It's possible. Anyway, I'm so envious. Chapter 1763. Qin Xiao's quote, "You're too nice. That's why I became so greedy. What's beautiful is not the warm sunshine today, but a good morning. Cultivation ground, pavilion courtyard. Wherever Xiao Yu went, peach trees would be planted and peach blossoms would bloom. Peach blossoms floated in the air, overflowing with fragrance. The petals covered the ground, making this place so beautiful and refreshing. A beautiful environment can also create a beautiful mood. In this place, people couldn't help but have a beautiful mood. And above the void, the phoenix was quietly there, bathed in flames, shaking this part of the world, making outsiders not dare to come close. Under the shroud of the immortal pressure, this place became an absolutely safe place. Peach blossom physique? What kind of physique is that?" After listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, Qin Xiao asked in confusion. He knew that there were some very special physiques that were very suitable for immortal cultivation. Those with special physiques were favored by the heavens, born to be immortal cultivators. Once they started cultivating, they would be able to do 100 times more with half the effort, and their speed and talent were far superior to ordinary people. Just like the prodigy like Nangong Qianzi, they were all recognized as people with special physiques. Even Nangong Ling was recognized as someone with a special physique. It was said that the prodigy had an immortal king physique, and the blood of an ancient immortal king flowed in his body. Once completely awakened, he could become a supreme immortal king. Nangong Qianzi said that the ice soul mystic immortal physique was also a very special physique. There were also the 5 elements immortal physique, radiant immortal physique, supreme tyrant physique, true dragon immortal physique, and so on. But the peach blossom physique, why did it sound so strange? Peach blossoms, with their own peach blossoms? If it was the peach blossoms on the tree, it would not be strange. But when it came to peach blossoms, it could not help but make people think of peach blossoms. So what did the peach blossom physique mean? At this moment, Qin Xiao could not help but think that he was attracted to Xiao Yu before. He always felt that there was a very special power in her body, a power that was very attractive. Could this power be related to her peach blossom physique? Xiao Yu shook her head and said, "I'm not very clear either. Master told me so I just listened. Master said that I have the peach blossom body, which is extremely rare even in the chaos epic. He's only read about it in ancient records, but he's never seen it in real life. Therefore, when he found me, he was a little excited and directly accepted me as his personal disciple. He said that my peach blossom physique is very strange and heaven-defying. It's not inferior to any physique he knows. As long as I perform well, there's a 90% chance that I'll be able to advance to Ancient Sage. What? At least 90% chance of becoming an Ancient Sage? Qin Shao almost cried out in surprise when he heard this. Since the master of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace had said this, it meant that he was very confident in his chances of success. At least 90%. Wouldn't that be equivalent to a 90% certainty? This meant that as long as nothing unexpected happened, Lil, you would definitely be able to step onto the ancient path and become an ancient saint. Ancient sage, that was the level of the Fuming Puppet Immortal Palace Master. In the entire Fuming Puppet Immortal Palace, only the Fuming Puppet Immortal Palace Master was at the level of Ancient Sage. Even if they were geniuses, they were only suspected to be Ancient Sages. However, no one had verified it. It was just a rumor. If the Fuming Puppet Immortal Palace could produce another Ancient Sage, the significance would be too great. It was no wonder that the Palace Master directly accepted Xiao Yu as his personal disciple. With such an opportunity to become an Ancient Sage, who wouldn't want to grasp it tightly? And if one wanted to grasp it tightly, the best way was to accept Xiao Yu as his personal disciple. I don't know much about the ancient path and ancient sages, Yang Qi said. Master did tell me a lot about the ancient path and ancient sages, but I still don't know anything about them. There are too many things that far exceed my understanding and imagination. Thinking about this, I feel like my head is going to explode. Xiao Yu shook her head again. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile and teased. Sister Xiao Yu, you really don't know how lucky you are. Being the Palace Master's personal disciple, who knows how many people can only dream of becoming one. It was said that Nangong Qianzi had begged the Palace Master, but the Palace Master ignored her and didn't accept her. She became his personal disciple. You were directly accepted by the Palace Master as his personal disciple. You have supreme favor. So many people are jealous of you. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Of course I know about this. But you know me, I have always been ordinary, and I don't have any ambition or dream. I have lived an ordinary life. Suddenly, I was raised to such a height. I really can't get used to it. Come here. Qin Shao nodded. This was understandable. That was indeed the case. Suddenly, Xiao Yu was raised to such a height. The contrast was too big. It would take some time for her to get used to it. By the way, Sister Xiao Yu, when I saw you before, you were indeed very ordinary. Your talent was ordinary, and you were extremely ordinary in all aspects. Your peach blossom body didn't show a bit before? Qin Shao asked curiously. This question had always troubled Qin Shao. Xiao Yu shook her head and said, I don't know. Anyway, when Master passed by the Xinhua clan, he found me and took me away. I was taken away before I could react. I was very scared at that time. Master came out and said that he wanted to accept me as his personal disciple. At that time, I just felt that Master was very, very strong, much stronger than Grandpa Clan leader. Although I was scared, I also knew that I had met an extremely powerful immortal. So, I didn't think much at that time and nodded and agreed. Then, Master told me that I had the rare peach blossom body. Then, he injected supreme immortal power into my body to help me awaken the peach blossom body. With Master's help, I successfully awakened the peach blossom body. I only felt that there were many things in my mind in an instant, and I suddenly became stronger. It was as if my entire body had been reborn, and I was a brand new person. Before, I felt that cultivation was too difficult, but now I feel that it's too easy. No matter what it is, I only need to look at it and comprehend it, and I will immediately understand. My realm was also in the process of awakening the peach blossom body. With Master's help, I directly broke through to immortality. In such a short time, I actually became an immortal. Becoming an immortal was something that I didn't even dare to think about before. But at that moment, it was so easy for me, as if it was something that I could easily obtain. Only then did I realize how powerful the peach blossom body that Master spoke of was. Then, Master brought me back to the Fuji Immortal Palace. Only then did I know what kind of person Master was. After Master brought me here, He taught me many things and taught me how to cultivate the peach blossom body, how to make the peach blossom body stronger. The stronger the peach blossom body, the faster my realm will rise, and the faster my comprehension of the Tao will be, and my strength will also become stronger. But at this point, Xiao Yu suddenly stopped. She didn't continue speaking, and a bashful blush appeared on her face. Is this embarrassed? Seeing Xiao Yu like this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Big Sister Xiao Yu, but what? Xiao Yu's face turned even redder, and she said very shyly, I'm a little embarrassed to say it. It's related to some of the characteristics of the peach blossom body and the cultivation method. Embarrassed to say it? Qin Xiao couldn't help but have some thoughts in her heart. To be able to make Big Sister Xiao Yu shy, it seemed that there was indeed something strange about it. It seemed that the peach blossom body really was related to the peach blossom. Since Big Sister Xiao Yu was too embarrassed to say it, Qin Xiao didn't intend to continue asking. She would just let Big Sister Xiao Yu be. Qin Xiao originally wanted to change the topic, but Xiao Yu spoke again. Forget it, Qin Xiao. I'd better tell you. Master said that my peach blossom body naturally has the peach blossom attribute. It will magnify my beauty infinitely and make me a fairy who will be doted on by thousands. Any man who sees me will be sucked in by me. Attract. The peach blossom body naturally has the attribute of attracting men. The weaker the strength, the worse the temperament, the more attracted they will be to me. Moreover, the more people I attract, the stronger the attribute power of the peach blossom body will be. So, when I came out just now, everyone was attracted to me. That kind of feeling is really strange, and it makes people feel quite shy. Cough, cough. Qin Xiao couldn't help but cough dryly. Actually, he had such a guess, but he didn't expect it to be true. The peach blossom body really had such an attribute power. Just thinking about it made him feel a little strange. It was no wonder that he was attracted to Xiao Yu previously. It turned out that it was because of the peach blossom body's attribute power. This power was indeed very strong. If a scheming person made good use of this peach blossom body, it would be enough to make countless men sell their lives for her. If the peach blossom body was used in this aspect, it would simply be a heaven-defying attribute. But obviously, Xiao Yu wouldn't do so. The two of them were like relatives who hadn't seen each other in a long time, happily chatting. In front of Qin Xiao, Xiao Yu also didn't hold back anything she knew. The two of them hadn't seen each other for 100,000 years. Xiao Yu also asked Qin Xiao about some things in the past 100,000 years, about participating in the selection, and then about Xiao Dao and Aman. The first person Xiao Yu met was Qin Xiao, so even Xiao Dao and Aman didn't know about this. This conversation lasted for 3 days. Almost all of the things that happened in the past 100,000 years were recounted to Yang Kai. Xiao Yu looked up at the sky, then suddenly stood up and said, Qin Xiao, I have to go. I still have to see Xiao Dao, and then I have to go back and cultivate. I reckon that we won't have many chances to meet in the future, so I'll have to rely on you to take care of Xiao Dao in the future. Qin Xiao smiled. With such an elder sister, who would dare to bully Xiao Dao in the future? Perhaps even the geniuses wouldn't dare to bully Xiao Dao, so Xiao Dao didn't need him to take care of him at all. Of course, Qin Xiao naturally didn't say that. He just nodded. Right, Qin Xiao, I have something to say to you. Xiao Yu bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, then continued. When you return on the Azure Ox, with that, Xiao Yu directly turned and flew into the sky, towards the phoenix waiting there. Soon, Xiao Yu stood on the phoenix's back, and her gaze fell on Qin Xiao. Her eyes became somewhat misty, somewhat deep, and covered with a layer of mist. Qin Xiao, there's something I haven't said to you yet. When you return on the Azure Ox, I'll welcome you with a tree full of peach blossoms. Watching Xiao Yu leave on the phoenix, Qin Xiao frowned in deep thought, a puzzled expression on his face as he thought about Xiao Yu's inexplicable last sentence. When I return on the Azure Ox, what does that mean? Chapter 1764. Qin Zhao's quote, Even the boundless mortal world and the abyss of bitterness can't compare to your smile. The news that the palace master had accepted a personal disciple quickly spread throughout the entire Fumu Immortal Palace. Once the news spread, the entire Linfu city was naturally swept up by it. Linfu City would definitely be the first to receive any news from the Fumu Immortal Palace, and would definitely be swept up quickly. Then, it will be transported from Linfu City to the entire Fumu mountain range. The more powerful factions would receive the news very quickly. However, the more remote and small clans were more isolated and had difficulty receiving the news. Previously, there had been many rumors that the prodigy was the personal disciple of the palace master. However, this rumor had never been confirmed. Neither the palace master nor the prodigy had acknowledged this matter to the public. Therefore, this matter had always been a mystery. Previously, many people had thought that this matter was very likely to be true. Perhaps the palace master did not want people to know about this matter, so he had never acknowledged it to the public. However, after this incident, many people came to a realization. Perhaps the prodigy was not the personal disciple of the palace master and had only been misunderstood. Therefore, many people began to question Princess Xiaoyu. How could she have become the personal disciple of the palace master? How could she have done something that even the prodigy had not been able to do? What kind of freak was she? What kind of heaven-defying talent did she have to be chosen by the palace master and accepted as a personal disciple? However, this doubt was quickly dispelled. Very quickly, the news of Xiaoyu passing the 9th tribulation spread. Just like the other geniuses back then, she also directly passed the 9th tribulation. Her dazzling appearance, peerless beauty, was incomparably beautiful. Since ancient times, only the prodigy of the Fumu Immortal Palace had been able to pass the 9th tribulation on the 9 tribulations road. However, there was one more person now. Qin Shao was so heaven-defying, yet he had only reached the 8th tribulation. Even though Qin Shao was only a 4th step universe grade, and his cultivation base was limited, he had only reached the 8th tribulation. Even if his cultivation base was not limited, it would still be impossible for him to pass the 9th tribulation. Qin Zhao's physique was still too weak. This gap was very difficult to make up for. Qin Shao was a lowly creature from the universe. Her life level was extremely low. Even in the universe, Qin Zhao's life level was the lowest, let alone in the immortal realm. It was unrealistic for such a lowly life form to be compared with the extremely special physique of a genius. The difference was too great. Such a gap was indeed very difficult to bridge. To be able to make it to the 8th tribulation was already heaven-defying enough. Upon hearing this news, Qin Shao didn't feel anything. She was very happy for Xiaoyu. I've never thought that my talent is invincible. I came from a humble background, and the level of life has always been my weakness. This is something that can't be ignored. It's already very good for me to be able to reach this step. Heaven's Chosen and Little Jade's heaven-defying achievements only made me understand myself even more clearly. I wanted to know that in the immortal realms, my talent can't be considered to be at the peak of demon level. There's still a gap between me and the top geniuses of the immortal realms. However, this has also given me pressure and motivation, making me work even harder in my cultivation. If your talent isn't good enough, then hard work can make up for it. Talent isn't the only factor. Hard work is also very important. From the beginning, my talent wasn't that strong, but I could improve myself step by step. I changed step by step, and that's how I got to where I am today. I don't have a special, innate, immortal body like a genius, but I have a strong heart, a firm heart for cultivation. This power can change everything for me. Only with pressure would there be motivation to move forward. Qin Zhao's heart became clearer and clearer. In cultivation, talent was very important, but what was more important was your persistence, your hard work, and your thoughts. Only when all the forces were combined could you slowly become stronger. Becoming stronger wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be done step by step. Understanding with one's thoughts was the most important. Only with a strong belief could one become strong. Xiaoyu's supreme poise had thoroughly shocked the entire fuming immortal palace. Those who doubted her earlier had no choice but to obediently shut their mouths. After all, passing the 9th tribulation was a truly heaven-defying feat throughout the ages, Only the geniuses and Princess Xiaoyu had been able to pass through the food immortal palace. To be accepted as a personal disciple of the palace lord, she must have had some heaven-defying qualities. Xiao Dao seemed to have picked up a big pie that had fallen from the sky. He'd originally been an unnamed disciple with a very ordinary status in the fuming immortal palace. Even with Qin Zhao's connection, most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, if even Qin Zhao was dared to provoke him, Xiao Dao was even more so. But after Princess Xiaoyu's birth, Xiao Dao, as her younger brother, naturally rose to a terrifying height in an instant, a height that no one could hope to reach. Not to mention unnamed disciples, there were even many official disciples who wanted to curry favor with Xiao Dao. Curry favor with Xiao Dao was equivalent to curry favor with Princess Xiaoyu indirectly. Therefore, Xiao Dao had become a very popular figure. He'd immediately become very popular in the fuming immortal palace. He'd even received a lot of gifts, making Xiao Dao feel very fearful. For a while, he really didn't have a way to react. This kind of feeling was that happiness had come too suddenly. Even if you beat him to death, he never thought that his sister would suddenly become a personal disciple of the palace lord. Princess Xiaoyu's celestial grace didn't only shine on Xiao Dao, but also on Wild. Wild was directly listed as the most important disciple to be nurtured in her faction. She enjoyed all the preferential treatment and was going to cultivate Wild vigorously. After all, Wild and Princess Xiaoyu were the same clan. The relationship between them must be very deep. Wouldn't it be the same as forming a good relationship with Princess Xiaoyu if they managed to get Wild on good terms? Furthermore, such thoughts quickly spread among the major factions in Linfu City. Thus, the major factions began to secretly send people to the Xianhua clan. Firstly, it was to send a congratulatory gift to the Xianhua clan, and secondly, it was to bring back a disciple from the Xianhua clan to be groomed. It didn't matter how talented they were. As long as they were willing to come, they could be properly nurtured. Even if their talent wasn't good, as long as there were enough resources, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become an immortal. Therefore, many forces were secretly heading towards the Xianhua clan. The supreme glory of the Xianhua clan had clearly begun. To the Xianhua clan, it was about to enter a new era. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow. This time, the Xianhua clan didn't only have one person achieve the Tao. There were 3 people who achieved the Tao. Naturally, they would be glorious and blessed. The rise of the Xianhua clan was something that everyone could foresee. On Qin Zhao's side, he felt that if he continued to cultivate in seclusion, the results would be very poor. Therefore, Qin Zhao was also thinking about the next step of his cultivation. Should he go out and explore, or should he relax? He had chosen 3 immortal arts from the Immortal Pavilion and had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. In addition, his immortal body had reached a very strong level. Therefore, Qin Zhao now needed more tests to train himself. It was already very difficult for ordinary cultivation to make much of an improvement. There would be improvement, but the speed was too slow. Qin Zhao didn't want to cultivate slowly like this. Cultivation was like this. If you cultivated leisurely and didn't pursue speed, it would be fine. However, if you did that, it would easily wear away your temperament. Although it was possible to slowly accumulate over the endless years and reach a very high level, this kind of accumulation was an extremely slow and long process. Qin Zhao didn't want to cultivate slowly like that. Too slow wasn't necessarily a good thing. Cultivating fast wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as every step was stable, it was fine. However, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao had a big matter to deal with for the time being. Qin Zhao found Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. Now, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were inseparable and had become brothers of life and death. Fatty Kai had always liked to make friends. He would befriend anyone and never offend anyone. Although he looked a bit like a henchman, to be able to get close to him, it still depended on character. Fatty Kai looked like a fence-sitter on the surface, but in fact, he had a good personality. At least, he wasn't the kind of person that people hated. Therefore, Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao didn't have any malicious intentions towards Fatty Kai. Xiao Dao had few friends, but he could get along well with Fatty Kai. Therefore, the two of them were very close. Haha, brother Qin Xiao, we finally meet again. There is a difference between the outer and inner sect. It's very difficult for us nominal disciples to see you. Fatty Kai joked. Qin Xiao smiled and patted Fatty Kai's shoulder. Fatty Kai, I came to find you because I want to ask you for a favor. Hearing this, Fatty Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. His face was full of flattery. He looked at Qin Xiao with a smile and said, I don't know what I can do to help you, brother Qin Xiao. If you have any orders, brother Qin Xiao, just say it. You don't have to be so polite. Don't be angry. As long as brother Qin Xiao says a word, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate to do it. It's not that serious. It's useless for me to take your life. I'm afraid you won't be able to sell your body at a high price. Qin Xiao said. Ahem. Fatty Kai laughed awkwardly. Qin Xiao stopped joking and said seriously, It's like this, Fatty Kai. You should know that I came from the cosmos. When I left the cosmos, I brought a few friends with me. One of them is a first-step heavenly venerate, and 9 of them are fourth-step universe grades. We had an accident when we entered the immortal realm, so we were separated from them and lost contact with them. I want to find them, but I don't know where they are or if they are still alive. Do you have any way to help me? After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Fatty Kai's expression slightly wrinkled. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, This matter shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Brother Qin Xiao, you fell in the Fu Wei mountain range, so your friends should also be in the Fu Wei mountain range. As long as they fell in the Fu Wei mountain range, it should be easy to find them. I'm afraid that they are not in the Fu Wei mountain range. That is indeed a little troublesome. Qin Xiao nodded. This was exactly what he was worried about. If he was still in the Fu Wei mountain range, then it would be much easier. With his current prestige, as long as he released the news, then it should be easy to find him. Chapter 1765. Qin Xiao's quote. A beautiful morning begins with the first ray of sunshine, and a beautiful mood begins with thinking of you. Fatty Kai seriously thought for a while, then said, So, brother Qin Xiao, I think we should try a few ways. First, spread a message in your name. Anyone who can provide information about your friends will owe you a favor. I believe that a favor from you, Qin Xiao, will probably be fought over by those large powers. So once you spread such a message, it means that the whole Fu Ding mountain range will help you find them. As long as they are in Fu Ding mountain range, they should be able to find them very quickly. But this method also has some shortcomings, and the drawbacks are still very big. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, I've thought about this method long ago, but I still have some concerns, so I've never really thought of using this method. This method is the best, but the drawbacks are also the biggest. If this is the case, then I have to spread all the information about my friends. And once the information is completely spread out, there will be some hidden dangers in it. This is something I don't want to see. Yes, the hidden dangers are not small. Fatty Kai nodded and said seriously, Brother Qin Xiao, you've been in our immortal realm for more than 100,000 years, although it's not very long. But the environment of the immortal realm is very complicated, full of danger everywhere. And brother Qin Xiao, most of your friends are not very strong. After entering the immortal realm, if they are not careful, they may fall into a place of eternal damnation. So if something happens to them, once the news is spread to the world, I'm afraid something bad will happen. For example, if your friends are captured and enslaved by a force, if the news is spread at this time, that force will definitely be afraid that you will take revenge on them. So they may go all the way and directly kill them to silence them, erase all traces, and take a gamble. If that's the case, it will be self-defeating. Qin Xiao nodded seriously. He was also worried about this. Anything could happen in the span of a few 100,000 years. Qin Xiao had to consider all possibilities carefully. After all, he only had one life. If he died, it would be gone. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to consider everything carefully. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Qin Xiao couldn't afford any risks. It would be best if there was a reliable method. Jing Yang's strength could be considered strong. and Jingyang had empty soaring god with him. So Jingyang should be able to protect himself. Thus, Qin Shao wasn't too worried. However, like the 9 dragons and the starry sky, Jiangzu and the others were much weaker. Furthermore, after that accident, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, no one knew what would happen when they landed in the immortal realm. It was possible that they had been captured, encountered an accident, or were trapped. All of these were possible. Fatty Kai continued, "If we choose this method, it's too risky, so I don't support it. It's not the safest method. If there's no other way, then there's no other way. Therefore, I think we could try other methods first. The second method is to ask a few big forces for help and let them investigate secretly. In the entire Linfu city, there are 3 forces that are very good at intelligence. These 3 forces have their own strengths, although their intelligence is similar. In fact, 1 force is enough. However, if Brother Qin Shao wants to be safe, we can ask 3 forces directly. Of course, if we ask 2 more forces, it's also 2 more favors. There are pros and cons." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "At this time, we can't care so much. Although it's difficult to repay a favor, it can still be repaid. At most, we can pay it back slowly. But once my friends are gone, they'll be gone forever. I'm clear about the pros and cons. 3 forces is safer. Then let's make it 3. Tell me which 3 forces it is." Qin Shao didn't want to owe a favor the most. It was indeed too difficult to repay. However, at this time, not to mention 3 people's favors, even if it was 10 people's favors, Qin Shao would have to owe them. Finding the others was the most important thing. It was a big thing that must be done. Qin Shao had wanted to do this for a long time. However, he didn't have the ability before, so it was delayed until now. Needless to say, the first one must be the Blissful Island. The people behind the Blissful Island are very talented. The Blissful Island is also second to none in terms of intelligence. The second one is the Purple Mountain House. The Purple Mountain House has always been famous for their intelligence. They claim to know everything in the world. There's nothing that can be better than the Purple Mountain House. Even compared to the Blissful Island, the Purple Mountain House is not inferior at all. And compared to the Blissful Island, the Purple Mountain House has existed for a long time. Therefore, in terms of information, it's needless to say. There are some things that the Blissful Island can't find out, but the Purple Mountain House can. Of course, in terms of comprehensive information, the Blissful Island is still somewhat invincible. The third one is the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court can be considered the oldest among the top 10 forces in Linfu City. It can even be said that it has existed for a longer time than the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. The information that it has accumulated is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Although the Immortal Court doesn't do intelligence business, its intelligence is absolutely unquestionable. It might even be better than the Blissful Island and the Purple Mountain House. Of course, the premise is that the Immortal Court is willing to do its best to investigate. But generally speaking, the Immortal Court doesn't do intelligence business. They won't touch intelligence easily. Therefore, the Immortal Court doesn't have a big reputation in the intelligence business. However, if the Immortal Court really wants to investigate, its ability is very terrifying. Qin Shao knew about the top 10 forces in Linfu City. Each of them had some basic information. When he first came to Linfu City, he learned a lot from shopkeeper Ganhe. Later on, he learned more about them. Therefore, Qin Shao now knew a lot about the top 10 forces in Linfu City. He also knew some of the abilities of the top 10 forces. When Fatty Kai was talking just now, Qin Shao was actually thinking about which 3 forces it was. The Blissful Island and the Purple Mountain House were easy to guess. Qin Shao also expected it. As for the Immortal Court, Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. From what Qin Shao knew, the Immortal Court didn't do intelligence business. However, he didn't expect Fatty Kai to mention the Immortal Court. He also said that the Immortal Court's ability was even stronger than the Blissful Island and the Purple Mountain House. Therefore, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. However, after listening to Fatty Kai's explanation, Qin Shao felt relieved. The Immortal Court was indeed the oldest force in existence. It was too old. No one dared to say what kind of information such an ancient force had. Therefore, it was normal for the immortal court to have this kind of ability. Of course, the immortal court didn't do intelligence business. It would cost a lot to specially investigate a piece of information. Therefore, ordinary people certainly didn't have enough faith to ask the immortal court to help them. To ask the immortal court to help them, it required a lot of faith. Fatty Kai paused and said, "But Brother Qin Shao, actually I think we don't really need to ask these three forces. It's reasonable to say that one of them is enough. If one of them can't find out, then the possibility of the other two forces finding out is actually very small. At most, it might take a lot of time. It will take more time. The three forces' ability to gather information is without a doubt. They are absolutely strong. In theory, as long as something happened in Fuji mountain range, the three forces have the ability to find out. It's okay to owe one favor, but to owe three favors at once is indeed a bit too much. If we have to choose one of the three, I think the Blissful Island is the first choice. The Blissful Island's comprehensive ability is the strongest. Moreover, they specialize in intelligence business. They have a price. In fact, if Brother Qin Shao doesn't want to owe them a favor, you can directly pay with primal chaos source stones in exchange for information. Of course, I'm just suggesting. As for the specifics, Brother Qin Shao still has to decide. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "It's not good to owe them a favor. But when necessary, there's no other way. If it can be solved with primal chaos source stones, then it's naturally the best thing. But I also know the Blissful Island's price. The information of 10 people is definitely not cheap. With the primal chaos source stones I have, I'm afraid it's not enough. I'm afraid I'll still owe them a favor in the end. Right now, I just want to find them as soon as possible. Therefore, even if I owe them a favor, I won't hesitate. Since you said three forces, then let's do it. I believe that with three forces looking together, it'll be a lot faster. Moreover, only if we find them will we owe them a favor. If we don't find them, then it'll be half a favor at most. Moreover, when the three forces meet, they'll definitely compete with each other. They'll definitely want to steal this big favor from me. Therefore, it'll also be a pressure for them. They'll do everything they can to find them. In this way, the hope will be even greater." Huh? Fatty Kai laughed out loud. "That's right. That's also my intention. That's why I recommended the three forces. If the three forces really want to work together, they'll definitely secretly compete with each other, especially if the Immortal Court gets involved. After all, the Immortal Court doesn't do intelligence business. Think about it. If the Immortal Court wins, then where will the Blissful Island and the Purple Mountain House's face go? They specialize in intelligence business. If the Immortal Court takes the top credit, they won't be able to accept it. Therefore, the three forces will definitely do everything they can to find them. In this way, the speed will definitely be a lot faster." Qin Shao smiled and nodded. He thought that this Fatty Kai was indeed a very smart person. His mind was also very meticulous. It could be said that he didn't leak anything. He didn't find a wrong person. With Fatty Kai's advice, it would be much easier to get things done. "Let's talk about the third method," Qin Shao asked. Fatty Kai nodded and continued. "As for the third method, it'll be used when the first and second methods are useless. As for the third method, Brother Qin Shao probably won't be willing to use it. I'm thinking that if your friends aren't in the Fushun mountain range, then there's no way to find them with only the first and second methods. If that's the case, then we can only find another way. As for the third method, that's to ask Princess Xiaoyu for help." "Ask Sister Xiaoyu for help?" Qin Shao couldn't help but slightly frown. He quickly understood the meaning of Fatty Kai's words. "You want Princess Xiaoyu to ask the Palace Lord for help?" Qin Shao asked. Chapter 1766. Qin Zhao's quote, "Enjoy a ray of sunshine, recite the Book of Songs, and say Amit Ba." Qin Shao quickly shook his head. If the Palace Master makes a move, it's definitely the most likely. Even if it's in other ridges, it's possible to find it. But the Palace Master is a supreme existence. How can he make a move so easily? Sister Xiaoyu has just become the Palace Master's disciple. If she asks the Palace Master now, it's obviously inappropriate. It's not good for Sister Xiaoyu. Besides, if I ask Sister Xiao Yu to ask the palace master for this kind of thing, I'm afraid it'll leave a bad impression on the palace master. And it's not necessarily possible. So if it's not a last resort, I'll never take this path. Debt of gratitude, no wonder. Qin Xiao didn't dare to owe the palace master a favor easily. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to make things difficult for Sister Xiao Yu. Fatty Kai nodded and said, well, I also think you won't choose the third path. So, you should choose the second path. As for the second option, it's probably the safest one. Of course, the result may be the worst. But now, it seems that there's no other better choice. Brother Qin Xiao, you decide. Decide? Was there need to think about it? Qin Xiao said, I've already thought about it. Let's take the second path first. If it doesn't work, then I'll make another plan. The second path was the best path he could take. Let's go, Fatty Kai. Lead the way for me and accompany me. Okay. I'm very familiar with these 3 places. I'm sure there's no problem for me to do the legwork. With Brother Qin Zhao's face, we'll definitely be treated as honored guests wherever we go. Fatty Kai laughed heartily. Qin Xiao let him lead the way, which meant that he trusted him a lot. Trust was a form of friendship. This made Fatty Kai feel that the relationship between him and Qin Xiao was a lot closer. So, Fatty Kai was naturally very happy. He admired Qin Xiao very much and respected Qin Zhao's character. So, he wanted to be on good terms with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, Fatty Kai, and Little Knife left Fu De Immortal Palace. Now that they were disciples of Fu De Immortal Palace, their robes had the insignia of Fu De Immortal Palace. No matter where they went, they would be easily recognized, unless they took off the insignia. However, in Linfu City, there was no need to wear badges at all. Everyone would definitely recognize them. Not to mention that Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao's fame had soared to the heavens now. Even ordinary disciples would definitely be known by everyone. Kulai Immortal Inn, because of Qin Xiao, naturally had a very significant rise in fame. It also became one of the most famous inns in Fu City. Wind was promoted from an ordinary waiter to the hall manager of the Immortal Inn. He was in charge of all the servants. Except for shopkeeper Ganhe, he could be considered a person who could give orders. Now, he could be considered to be a reputable figure with a decent appearance. Qin Zhao's East Wind, he only needed to borrow a little bit. It was very normal for him to have a big promotion. Wind also had some fame. So, many people came to listen to his lectures every day. Now, Wind had become the center of attention of the Kulai Immortal Inn. He was the golden signboard of the Kulai Immortal Inn to attract customers. So, in the Kulai Immortal Inn, there was a separate lecture hall. In fact, Wind was just bragging, talking about Qin Zhao's deeds. Many people admired Qin Xiao, but only a few people had seen Qin Xiao in person. As for Feng, he was someone who had served Qin Xiao for a period of time after all. Thus, many people naturally found his preaching to be very interesting. There were thousands of people in the lecture hall. Wind was wearing a brocade robe. He stood at a high place and gave a lively lecture. You're just a waiter, but you talk so much. Lord Qin Xiao is a peerless monster. How can he not be arrogant? How can he be so polite to a waiter like you? Who would believe that? That's right. I think you're just bragging and trying to curry favor. You're Kulai Immortal and is doing such a stunt and using Qin Zhao's banner. You have ulterior motives. Now, everyone is trying to curry favor with Qin Xiao. I heard people say that they're close to Qin Xiao. Some even shamelessly call Qin Xiao their brother. You're bragging so much. Why don't you say that Qin Xiao is your brother? You even became sworn brothers with him. Anyway, you're just bragging. Why don't you exaggerate? I hear people bragging every day. Your bragging here is quite refreshing. As far as I know, Qin Xiao didn't even stay in your Kulai Immortal Inn for a while, right? While Wind was giving a lecture, a few people suddenly jumped out to question him. These words were obviously not as simple as questioning. They were obviously trying to stir up trouble. However, their words also affected the others. After all, the others only heard about it and came because of the reputation, so they didn't know what the real situation was. Therefore, when these people said that, many people looked at Feng with doubtful eyes. Some of the more aggressive people even yelled at Ah Feng, telling him to get down here and stop bragging. Wind had been giving lectures here for a while, and there were often doubts, but this was the first time such an intense situation happened. Therefore, Wind was embarrassed and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone, calm down. I'm not lying. I really did serve Master Qin Shao. I'm not lying to you. Wind wanted to explain, but these people obviously didn't give him a chance to explain. They threw a barrage of words at him, making him want to cry, but have no tears. Some people even yelled, "You're talking as if it's true. If you say you're not bragging, then invite Master Qin Shao here if you're so capable. If you can invite him here, we'll believe you. Haha. If you can really invite him here, I'll even kneel down and kowtow to you and apologize. Haha. If you want me to kowtow and apologize, I'll even call you Grandpa while kowtowing. Ha ha ha. Wind's face turned red, but he didn't know how to refute. Ha. Brother Qin Shao, you're here to see such a good show. Kowtowing and calling me Grandpa, it's quite interesting. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out, suppressing the bustling scene in an instant. Immediately, it became incomparably quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound, and their eyes fell on the three figures who were walking over. The three people who came were naturally none other than Qin Shao, Fatty Kai, and Xiao Dao. The one who spoke just now was naturally Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai was smiling like a blooming flower at this moment, and his face was as round as a blooming ball of cotton. Fatty Kai seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He had always liked a lively scene. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao and the other two. Naturally, no one didn't know the three of them. Everyone was stunned when they saw the three of them. After the initial shock, they were pleasantly surprised. It's Lord Qin Shao, Lord Xiao Dao, and Lord Fatty Kai. They really came. It's really them. It's really Lord Qin Shao. My idol, I finally see his face. Ha. It seems that Wind wasn't bluffing. He really knows Lord Qin Shao. Great. After waiting for so long, I'm finally lucky enough to see him. Soon, the lecture hall was in an uproar, and it became extremely lively. A wave of worship, a wave of admiration. Qin Zhao's boundless radiance illuminated the entire place, making everyone feel incomparably honored. To be able to see Qin Shao was something that many people dreamed of, and now they finally got to see him. Lord Qin Shao, Wind, who wanted to cry but had no tears, looked at Qin Shao in a daze and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He really didn't expect Qin Shao to suddenly appear at this time. When he wanted to cry but had no tears, he really felt a little desperate. And in this moment of despair, Qin Shao actually appeared and walked out. This feeling was a little too mysterious and a little too wonderful, and Wind was really speechless. What? Lord Qin Shao, they really came? The few people who were stirring up trouble just now were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They were very arrogant just now, but they didn't expect Qin Shao to really come. They didn't expect this at all. After all, Qin Shao was now cultivating in the Fuyu Immortal Palace. So how could he have the time to come to such a small place? Therefore, they were sure that Qin Shao definitely wouldn't appear, but they never expected that Qin Shao would appear. This feeling was like being stabbed in the back by a knife all of a sudden. Qin Shao did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he walked straight in. Wind was sluggish for a long time before he suddenly reacted and quickly went to Qin Shao to greet him. As soon as he arrived, Wind was about to kneel, but Qin Shao waved his hand and a force stopped him. I don't like this. Kneeling is not allowed, Qin Shao said flatly. Wind knew that Qin Shao didn't like people kneeling to him, but he just wanted to kneel from the bottom of his heart. Wind quickly said, Lord Qin Shao, Lord Xiao Dao, Lord Kai, your presence brings light to our humble Kulai Immortal Inn. I'll inform the innkeeper right away, and I've already asked the servants to prepare the food and wine. Please come in. Qin Shao nodded and didn't refuse. He came to Kulai Immortal Inn for business. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't refuse, Wind was wild with joy. In fact, he wasn't sure just now, and was just testing. Qin Shao came to Kulai Immortal Inn, and if he just came and left immediately, then it was nothing. But if he was willing to stop and stay here for a while, then the meaning was completely different. Under the blessing of the immortal light, Kalai immortal and was really honored. At this time, Wen didn't care about what happened just now, and happily led the way. Qin Shao didn't care about those words. The group of people was about to leave under countless envious gazes. At this time, Fatty Kai stopped and looked at the two people who had just spoken with a joking expression. He said, "You two guys, didn't one say that he would kneel down and kowtow, and the other said that he would kowtow and call him Grandpa? Come, now I'll give you a chance to do that." Hearing Fatty Kai's words, the two people's faces suddenly darkened, and they almost suffered internal injuries. The others also couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a slap in the face. Too miserable, too miserable. Win wanted to say no, but since Fatty Kai said so, he didn't dare to interrupt. Chapter 1767. Fatty Kai originally wanted to take Qin Shao to visit each of the clans one by one, but Qin Shao thought it was inappropriate. If they visited each of the clans one by one, there would be a time difference. Which clan should they visit first? If there was a time difference, it would be unfair to the three clans. The three clans would definitely want to earn back the favor they owed. Therefore, if they didn't do it well, it might cause some discord between the three clans. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided to invite the three clans to a banquet at the Kulai Immortal Inn and ask for their help at the same time. This way, the three clans would be present and the time could be synchronized. The rest would depend on each clan's ability. In this way, there wouldn't be any grudges. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others went straight to the Kulai Immortal Inn. Feng arranged for Qin Shao and the others to stay in the best courtyard of the Kulai Immortal Inn. Sumptuous dishes and wine had already filled the table. Shopkeeper gone, he quickly rushed over to accompany them. After knowing the purpose of Qin Zhao's visit, Shopkeeper gone, he personally went to the three clans to invite them. On the other hand, Feng stayed behind to accompany Qin Shao and the others. This made Feng feel extremely flattered. Today could be said to be the most glorious day of his life. After what happened just now spread out, Feng, would probably sweep up a great reputation in Linfu City. And all of this was given to him by Qin Shao. Therefore, even if Qin Shao asked him to die, Feng wouldn't hesitate. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid. If he had the opportunity to die for Qin Shao, it would definitely be the luckiest thing in his life. Feng's worship of Qin Shao was already deep in his bones. Qin Shao and the others didn't sit for long before they felt a ray of immortal light from afar. It swept past like a graceful swan. A powerful immortal pressure quickly descended. Qin Shao and the others only saw a flash in front of their eyes before a tall figure landed in front of them. Dressed in a purple robe, he looked somewhat handsome. Although he was serious in speech and manner, he didn't give people the impression that he was cold and dignified. On the contrary, he gave people the impression that he was somewhat amiable. Judging by the formidable immortal power radiating out from his body, Chun Feng could also sense that this purple-robed man was a fourth-step ascendant immortal, a revered existence amongst immortals. An exalted immortal was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the entire Fuji mountain range. He was definitely a big shot that stood at the pinnacle. It was not an exaggeration to say that a single stomp of his foot could shake Linfu City. Seeing the newcomer, Qin Shao and the other two also stood up. Although their status was not bad, they still had to be humble in front of a fourth-step heavenly venerate exalted immortal. However, Qin Shao obviously didn't know the person in front of him. Fatty Kai was a know-it-all. He immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, this is the Vice Court Lord of the Immortal Court, exalted Immortal Mingyang. He is the younger brother of the Lord of the Immortal Court. He is very powerful and has been famous for a long time. That's why he has the name Exalted Immortal Mingyang. In the Immortal Court, Exalted Immortal Mingyang is considered the second most powerful person. Although the Lord of the Immortal Court didn't come personally, he sent Exalted Immortal Mingyang here. That's enough respect for you, Brother Qin Shao." Haha, I have to say, Brother Qin Shao, you really have a lot of face. At first, I thought that they might send an important elder or an experienced exalted immortal. That's already very good. But I didn't expect exalted Immortal Mingyang to come personally. I really underestimated him. Fatty Kai didn't need to introduce the other party's background. Qin Shao had already vaguely guessed it. An exalted immortal, after all. In a faction, he was definitely a dominating existence. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't surprised at all that the purple-robed, exalted immortal in front of him was the Vice Court Lord of the Immortal Court. But what surprised Qin Shao was that the Vice Court Lord of the Immortal Court actually came personally. That was indeed giving him a lot of face. In fact, Qin Shao had always thought that a third-step exalted immortal was already giving him face by sending him here. Exalted Immortal Ming Yang's personal visit was indeed a surprise to Qin Shao. Maybe he's also here for Xiao Dao. Right now, Xiao Dao's attractiveness isn't inferior to mine. In fact, it's even a bit stronger than mine. Qin Shao joked. But in fact, he knew that exalted Immortal Ming Yang was here for him. After all, he was the one who invited him. If he said that exalted Immortal Ming Yang wasn't here for him, wouldn't it be a humiliation to him? Besides, Qin Shao also felt that he had the right to do so. After all, he owed him a favor. Qin Shao was just about to speak when another powerful aura came rapidly. Then, another powerful aura came from another direction. The two powerful auras seemed to be competing to be the first. They were both approaching an extremely fast speed. Before they arrived, their voices arrived first. Exalted Immortal Ming Yang, it's good that you're the closest. You're the first to arrive. Fortunately, we're not slow either. At least we're not too late to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'd have taken all the benefits. This was a voice full of vigor. It was vigorous and full of immortal qi. As soon as the voice fell, two figures landed almost at the same time. One was an immortal-like white-haired old man, and the other was an elegant and handsome man. Although the two seemed to be very different in age, their auras were about the same. They were also very powerful. These two were also exalted immortals. All of a sudden, three exalted immortals were gathered here. It was a rare sight to see three exalted immortals gathered together. After all, exalted immortals were powerful and lofty existences that rarely appeared. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to meet even one of them. It was far too difficult to meet three of them at once. Most people would never be able to do so in their entire lives. But Qin Shao was so influential that three exalted immortals came to see him in person with a single invitation. If news of this were to spread, it would probably alarm the entire Linfu city, wouldn't it? Win's mouth was wide open. He was so flabbergasted that he couldn't utter a single word. It was too shocking for him. He didn't expect that three exalted immortals would come to see Lord Qin Shao in person. These were exalted immortals, high and mighty exalted immortals. But now, it was as if they were worthless. Wind, had never seen exalted immortals at such a close distance. Today, he saw three of them at once. Wind knew it wasn't appropriate for him to be present at such an occasion. So he bowed to the three exalted immortals and retreated, leaving the place to Qin Shao and the others. Fatty Kai immediately introduced them to Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, this exalted immortal with a transcendent air, is exalted immortal Lu Run, the Vice House Lord of the Purple Mountain House. The handsome man over there is a commander of the blissful island called Exalted Immortal Yun Yi, but he prefers others to call him Young Master Yun Yi. These three factions were the top 10 in Linfu City. The three of them were all exalted immortals. Their immortal aura was vast and mighty, shaking Qin Zhao's deity heart. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao both seemed a little nervous, and they were obviously a lot more reserved. It was difficult to remain calm when facing three exalted immortals at such a close distance. Even Qin Shao couldn't remain completely calm. After Fatty Kai finished his introduction, he said, "Brother Qin Shao, how about Xiao Dao and I go somewhere else to play? You can chat with the three exalted immortals. It's not convenient for us to disturb you." However, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "There's no need. It's not about any confidential matters. You were the one who came up with the plan in the first place. So, as the strategist, you can't leave. Who knows? I might need you to help me come up with a plan later." Haha. Fatty Kai felt that he didn't help much, but he was still very happy to hear Qin Zhao's words. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Fatty Kai grinned and said, "At best, I'm just an incompetent strategist. But if Brother Qin Zhao wants me to do it, I'll do it even if I have to die 1,000 times." After knowing the situation of the three exalted immortals in front of him, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and immediately bowed to them. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao followed suit. Chapter 1768. Qin Zhao's quote. Home is a place you can't return to, a place you can't integrate with. Home is where you miss. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. Little friend Qin Zhao, little friend Xiao Dao, it's a pleasure to meet you. We wanted to invite little friend Qin Zhao to be our guest, but we didn't expect little friend Qin Zhao to take the initiative to invite us. Haha, of course we rushed over immediately. Exalted Immortal Ming Yang, Exalted Immortal Lu Run, and young Master Uni all expressed their attitudes. They were obviously more polite to Qin Zhao and Xiao Dao, and didn't put on any airs. As fourth step Exalted Immortals, there was no need for them to lower themselves like this. Even if they weren't from the Fumu Immortal Palace, their status as Exalted Immortals was still high enough. An ordinary disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace couldn't afford to offend an Exalted Immortal. Exalted Immortals, please take a seat. Qin Zhao immediately gestured for the three of them to sit down. Drinking wasn't the main point, so after drinking for a while, Qin Zhao didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Exalted Immortals, the Immortal Court, Purple Mountain Mansion, and Blissful Island have given me, Qin Zhao, a great deal of face by gracing us with your presence. I, Qin Zhao, will remember this favor. I invited the three of you here because I have a very important matter for Qin Zhao, and I'd like to ask for your help. Qin Zhao had always been a grateful person, so he threw out the favor right from the start, and then explained the situation in detail. The three Exalted Immortals were smart people, so they naturally understood Qin Zhao's meaning. Originally, this kind of matter only required the help of one of the three factions, but Qin Zhao invited all three of them at once, so the three Exalted Immortals naturally understood why Qin Zhao did this. Those people were very, very important to Qin Zhao. And on the other hand, Qin Zhao was also a very loyal and righteous person. Of course, everyone knew about Qin Zhao's character. That was why the three Exalted Immortals personally came when Qin Zhao invited them. Otherwise, no matter how big the matter was, there was no need for them to take action. By taking action, they had shown enough sincerity. Exalted Immortal Ming Yang took the lead and said, "Little friend Qin Zhao, I understand now. Our Immortal Court will definitely do everything we can to investigate this matter. If there's any news, I will personally inform Qin Zhao. I won't say anything else. I'll take my leave first." With that, Exalted Immortal Ming Yang stood up to leave. Qin Zhao stood up to send him off. Exalted Immortal Lu Ren and young Master Uni chatted for a while before leaving. Since the three Exalted Immortals had agreed so readily, they would certainly investigate the matter as soon as possible. So now, Qin Zhao just had to wait for news with peace of mind. I hope. Qin Zhao looked up at the sky. His eyes became deep and distant. They're all still alive. As long as they're alive, no matter what, it's good. As long as you're alive, I'll definitely make you all better. Although Qin Zhao longed for it so much, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. The Immortal Region wasn't an extremely scary place. It wasn't as scary as the Greater Thousand Secret Realms, where dangers were everywhere and it was difficult to take a single step. But in the Immortal Region, experts were everywhere. The possibility of death was still very high. If something unexpected happened, it would be hard to say, although it hadn't been very long. It had been nearly 200,000 years. It wasn't a short time. Brother Qin Zhao, don't worry. I believe the heavens will help the worthy. It hasn't been that long. The possibility that they're all still alive is very, very high. I believe they're all smart people. In fact, as long as they're careful, it won't be a big problem to stay alive. After all, our Immortal Region is a holy region. It's still very dangerous. Fatty Kai comforted Qin Zhao. Xiao Dao also comforted him. That's right, Brother Qin Zhao. I believe they'll be fine. You don't have to worry. With the three great forces taking action, there'll definitely be good news soon. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze and nodded. He said, yes, I hope so. Now, we can only wait. There's no other way. Fatty Kai rolled his eyes and suggested, since we're waiting, Brother Qin Shao, why don't we go to the blissful island and have some fun? I don't think Brother Qin Zhao's current mood is suitable for cultivation. In that case, we might as well go and relax. Last time, Brother Qin Shao only stayed in the cultivation area for a few hundred years. The time was too short. He didn't have much time to play on the blissful island. This time, we just happen to have some time. We can play on the blissful island and see the true happiness of the blissful island. It's also a good thing. Xiao Dao also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He agreed with Fatty Kai's suggestion. Xiao Dao just felt that Qin Shao was definitely not in a good mood right now, so it would be good for him to relax. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I also have the same idea. During this period of time, I didn't want to continue cultivating. Since we're waiting for news, let's go to the blissful island and have some fun. That's true. Last time we went to the blissful island in a hurry. We only went to the cultivation area and didn't go anywhere else. Hearing Qin Shao agree, Fatty Kai immediately laughed. Haha, that's right. If you don't spend some time in the blissful island, you won't be able to experience it. This time, let me lead the way. Now that we're in a higher position, we can go to more places. As long as it's on the blissful island, we can go anywhere. Just as the three of them were about to leave for the blissful island, a phone walked over and said, Lord Qin Shao, the person who came with you last time, Lord Wild came to look for you. I already had someone bring him over. Oh, Wild came. Hearing of Feng's words, Qin Shao and Xiao Dao's eyes immediately lit up. Smiles appeared on their faces. Sure enough, they quickly saw a figure quickly walk over. From afar, they recognized that it was Wild. When Wild saw Qin Shao and Xiao Dao, he was incomparably excited. He sped up and happily shouted from afar, Big Brother Qin Shao, Xiao Dao, haha, I've been looking forward to seeing you for so long. I finally get to see you. When I heard that you came to the Kulai Immortal Hotel, I immediately rushed over. I was afraid that you would leave again. Fortunately, you haven't left yet. It's really great to see you again. As he spoke, Wild had already arrived in front of Qin Shao and the others. Fatty Kai jokingly said, Haha, Wild, you only know how to greet Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao. You directly ignored me. How can you discriminate people like that? In the past, you used to call me Fatty Kai this and Fatty Kai that. You call me brother. How long has it been since we last met? You've already turned hostile. Wild's face was flushed with shame. He quickly said, It's my fault, my fault. Big Brother Kai, please don't blame me. Just now I was too excited, so I didn't notice that Big Brother Kai was also here. You're my big brother. How can I not recognize you? I've always wanted to hug a thick thigh like you. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wild's words, Fatty Kai laughed heartily. He was incomparably happy. That's more like it. Then we're still good brothers. Now that you have Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao's thighs, you don't have to put me, Fatty Kai, in your eyes. Just now, you really made me sad. If you didn't come, then we really would have left. You really came at the right time. But how come you're so well informed? Could it be that Brother Qin Shao sent someone to inform you? Wild naturally knew that Fatty Kai was joking. Fatty Kai's character was carefree, so it was very fun to play with him. Wild shook his head and said, That's not it. My master informed me, and also sent someone to send me here. That's why I was able to rush over so quickly. Oh, Fatty Kai's eyes turned, and he smiled slyly. It seems that the major forces in Linfu City are really paying attention to the whereabouts of Qin Shao. We just sat here for a short while, and your side already received the news, so you immediately rushed over. Come, it seems that they know that you want to see Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao, so they did this. Wild nodded and said, Yes, Master and the others are very good to me, and take care of me very much. They always think of me if there's anything. I've always wanted to see Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao, but I can't go to the Fuda Immortal Palace, and I can't even send a letter. Even if I send a letter, I can't go to the Fuda Immortal Palace to see them. So, I can only wait. Fatty Kai nodded and said, Of course, they'll definitely treat you well. You're now an important person. With Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao, which force dares to not treat you well. If they treat you well, they'll be on good terms with Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao. Of course, they'll also be adding Princess Yu now. So, in your force, you'll definitely be very favored. I'm afraid that even some of the direct descendant geniuses won't necessarily have a higher status than you. Wild thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Fatty Kai, you're right. Indeed, even those direct descendant geniuses won't easily provoke me, and they're very good to me. Of course, that's the case on the surface, but I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Actually, I also know that everything I have, it's all because of Brother Qin Xiao. But in the past, the treatment I received wasn't very good. But after Sister Xiao Yu came out, the treatment I received improved a lot, and I can feel it very clearly. Qin Xiao nodded. He already knew a bit about this situation. When a person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. This was a very normal thing. Moreover, Wild's talent was still not bad, and he could be considered a #1 genius. If he had some resources to nurture him, then at least becoming an immortal wouldn't be a problem. As long as he worked hard, there was still hope for him to become a second step heavenly venerable or a human immortal. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Force wanted to use this method to get on good terms with Qin Xiao. Now, with Princess Yu's radiance, there was no need to talk about it. By the way, Brother Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, I've received news from Grandpa Patriarch that the younger generation of our clan has all been accepted as disciples by the major forces in Linfu City. Many of them have become disciples of human immortals, or even great immortals, becoming personal disciples. Our Exine clan is now like the sun soaring into the sky. We're probably more than 100 times stronger. The major forces are trying their best to curry favor with our Exine clan, and large amounts of treasures and money have poured into our Exine clan, making our Exine clan incomparably strong quickly. Now, there aren't many people left in our Exine clan. Maybe the next step, our Exine clan will have to consider moving to Linfu City. Chapter 1769. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, I've already heard about this, and it's within my expectations. However, I feel that your Exine clan doesn't need to be in such a hurry to move to Linfu City. You can take your time and think about it. There's no need to rush. The path must be taken slowly and steadily. This will be more beneficial to the Exine clan's development. The Fusu Immortal Palace has also given the Exine clan many rewards. There are many resources there, and there are so many clansmen that have been recruited by the other factions. As long as the Exine clan can remain calm and steady, in less than 1,000,000 years, the Exine clan will definitely be strong. At that time, if we come to Linfu City and develop the clan, it will be better. A man grinned and said, That's the clan master's business. I won't interfere. Anyway, I'm just following them. Qin Xiao shook his head lightly. This was the Exine clan's business. It was not his place to say anything. The Exine clan had heaven-defying luck and stood at the intersection of the best development path. Whether or not they could grasp it, it would depend on their own fortune. If they could grasp it, then the Exine clan's future would indeed be limitless. In the future, it would really be possible for them to become one of the top 10 factions. Qin Xiao and the Exine clan were fated together. If the Exine clan was in trouble, then Qin Xiao would naturally not hesitate to help. In Qin Xiao's heart, he naturally hoped that the Exine clan could prosper and become stronger. Qin Xiao and the others already knew about this, so a man didn't say much. A man also joined them, and the four of them rushed to the Blissful Island. This time, when they came to the Blissful Island again, the treatment was obviously different from the last time. The Blissful Island had already known that Qin Xiao was coming to the Blissful Island, so there were already people waiting outside to welcome them. The person who came out to welcome Qin Xiao and the others was none other than Fairy Yunru, whom Qin Xiao knew. Although Fairy Yunru was only a second step celestial venerable human immortal, her status in the Blissful Island was not very high. But after all, she knew Qin Xiao and was a beautiful fairy, so it was most appropriate for her to come out and greet Qin Xiao. Little Fairy greets the Lord Qin Shao and young Master Xiao Dao. Fairy Yin Ru's smile was especially beautiful and had a charm that could topple cities. In terms of temperament, Fairy Yunru was indeed not as good as Nangong Ling, let alone Princess Xiaoyu. However, Fairy Yunru's temperament was not bad at all. Among the fairies, she was definitely one of the most outstanding. Therefore, many people would be mesmerized by Fairy Yunru. Qin Shao was relatively calm, but Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Man were not so calm. When they saw Fairy Yunru, they couldn't take their eyes off her. Your blissful island is quite resourceful. You already knew we were coming. Seeing Fairy Yunru, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood. Fairy Yunru smiled and said, "Of course. If we didn't have such resourcefulness, then wouldn't our blissful island have an undeserved reputation?" Qin Shao smiled. That was indeed the case. He did not doubt the blissful island's ability. Many people knew that he had appeared in the Kulai Immortal Inn, so the blissful island naturally knew about it. After knowing, they would naturally secretly send people to pay attention. After Qin Shao and the others left the Kulai Immortal Inn, they directly came to the blissful island. The time they wasted on the way was naturally enough for the blissful island to prepare. Therefore, everything was a bit unexpected. But after thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. Big sister Fairy Yunru, you only have Qin Shao and Xiao Dao in your eyes. Can't you see a living person like me here? Fatty Kai pouted and said with an aggrieved expression. Fairy Yunru glanced at Fatty Kai, then waved her hand at him without any trace of politeness and said, "Go away. I only have dealings with humans. I won't talk to a strange species like you. With a big inner ball like you here, it's already very brave of me to not be scared by you. If you keep getting fat like this, then I won't even be able to see your face in the future." Fairy Yunru's words almost caused Fatty Kai to suffer internal injuries. Xiao Dao and Man did their best to not laugh. Qin Shao also wanted to laugh. It seemed that Fairy Yunru's relationship with Fatty Kai was not simple. At the very least, it should not be as simple as just meeting a few times. Qin Shao was not interested in investigating others, so he did not know what Fairy Yunru's background was. As if seeing Qin Zhao's thoughts, Fatty Kai took the initiative to explain, "Brother Qin Shao, Fairy Yunru is actually a member of my family. Although we are not of the same bloodline, we are still family. She was not able to enter the Fuda Immortal Palace before she was chosen by the Bliss Palace. She joined the Bliss Palace and is now working on the Bliss Island." Qin Shao was relieved. So they were from the same family. No wonder their relationship was not simple. "Lord Qin Shao, let's go. I'll bring you in." Fairy Yunru smiled at Qin Shao and made an inviting gesture. With Fairy Yunru leading the way, the path was naturally much smoother. "Lord Qin Shao, do you have any place you want to go?" Fairy Yunru asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I'm not too familiar with your Bliss Island. Since you two are familiar with it, I'll let you lead the way. You just need to make the arrangements. I won't bother you." "Lord Qin Shao, you should be here to relax. Why don't you go to the Bliss District? The Bliss District is the specialty of our Bliss Island. You can find bliss there. It's also the most popular district." Fairy Yunru suggested. Qin Shao knew a bit about the Bliss District. Seeking bliss, enjoying bliss, and doing it all in bliss. The Bliss District could be said to be the specialty of the Bliss Island. It was the symbol of the island. Most of the people who came to the Bliss Island were here for the Bliss District. Qin Shao also thought that if they wanted to go, they should first consider the Bliss District. Now that Fairy Yunru also suggested it, it seemed that the Bliss District was indeed the first place. However, before Qin Shao nodded and agreed, Fatty Kai had a different opinion. He shook his head and said, "Of course we have to go to the Bliss District. However, I feel that the Bliss District is not the best place to go." Fairy Yunru glared at Fatty Kai and said, "You damn fatty, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Do you have a sister who is familiar with the Bliss Island? If we don't go to the Bliss District, where do you want to go?" Fatty Kai immediately raised his hands and surrendered. He shook his head and said, "Cough, cough. I don't dare. Sister Fairy Yunru, how could I dare to argue with you? Look, I really think that the Bliss District is the best place to go." In terms of understanding of the Bliss Island, I'm definitely not as good as you, Sister Fairy Yinru. However, in terms of understanding Brother Qin Shao, Sister Fairy Yinru might not be as good as me. The most suitable place is the best place. Although the Bliss Island is good, it might not be the place that Brother Qin Shao needs the most. Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Fairy Yinru also felt that what he said was reasonable. Therefore, she looked at Fatty Kai and signaled him to continue. Fatty Kai continued, I feel that the Bliss District can be considered as the first place to go. Bliss District? Fairy Yinru couldn't help but slightly frown. She had a thoughtful expression on her face. Qin Shao also looked at Fatty Kai with a puzzled expression. He had never heard of the Bliss District. He knew of the districts on the Bliss Island, but they were very few. There were tens of thousands of districts on the Bliss Island. Qin Shao only knew a few dozen. It was pitifully few. Obviously, he had never heard of the Bliss District. Yes, the Bliss District. Fatty Kai nodded seriously and said, if Brother Qin Shao wants to relax, then getting bliss is obviously a very good way. The Bliss Illusion Zone is a place where anyone can obtain bliss, the bliss of the heart. Therefore, I feel that Brother Qin Shao should go to the Bliss District now. If there's still time after he comes out, it won't be too late to go to the Bliss District. If it's the Bliss District, the first time you go there is the best effect. As for the Bliss District, it's the same no matter when you go there. Sister Fairy Yinru, do you think I'm right? Yinru thought for a while and said, all right, Sister admits that what you said does make some sense. If it's the Bliss District, then we can still consider it. Moreover, the flow of time in the Bliss District is 100 million times faster. 1 year outside is 100 million years inside. 10,000 years outside. That's 1 trillion years inside. Therefore, in terms of time, you don't have to spend too much, unless you've been infatuated with it. But with Lord Qin Shao and the others' temperaments, such a situation will definitely not happen. Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything. Fatty Kai grinned happily. Being able to gain Fairy Yinru's approval was also a very glorious thing. Qin Shao asked confusedly, what's so special about the Bliss District? From the name, it should be an illusory place, right? Fatty Kai nodded and said with a smile, yes, Brother Qin Shao. The Bliss District uses illusion as reality. Everything is made up, but it feels very real. In the Bliss District, you are the supreme ruler, the creator of all things. Everything is controlled and created by you. You can do whatever you want. You can completely control the whole world. And in this world, you can transform it into the boundless world. In the Bliss District, everything you want can be satisfied. Anything you can achieve in reality can be achieved in the Bliss District. Although the Bliss District is illusory, as long as you enter it, you won't be able to tell that it's illusory. Everything is incomparably real. No matter how strong a person's temperament is, they won't feel that it's fake. Everything is real. This is very different from illusions. It's precisely because of this that many people are willing to stay in the Bliss District and are unwilling to come out. There are many people like this. Some people have stayed in it for who knows how many universe eras and are still unwilling to come out. After listening to Fatty Kai's explanation, Qin Shao felt a little relieved. However, Qin Shao was not very interested in the Bliss District. This time, he came out to relax, so his purpose was still to have fun. Since he came to have fun, then it was worth visiting a place where he could have fun. Whether it was the Bliss District or the Bliss District, it didn't matter to Qin Shao. He could go anywhere as long as he could relax. Since Fatty Kai and Fairy Yinru both felt that the Bliss District was worth visiting, then he would go and have a look first. He could go to the Bliss District whenever he wanted. Thinking of this, Qin Shao agreed. Chapter 1770. Qin Zhao's quote, if you're drunk, just fall in my arms. Don't ask the heavens, just ask for the moon. The Blissful Illusion District was a special district on the Blissful Island. However, the cost of living in the Blissful Illusion District was quite high. Therefore, ordinary people would find it difficult to spend money there. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to 100 million years in the Blissful Illusion District. Therefore, the fee to enter the Blissful Illusion District was 1 chaos source rock per year. If one stayed in the blissful illusion district for 10,000 years, it would be 10,000 chaos source rocks. How many people would be able to afford such an exorbitant fee? Moreover, in theory, only immortals could enter the blissful illusion district. This rule was not set by the blissful island to restrict the weak. Instead, it was because the blissful illusion district was quite dangerous. Without becoming an immortal, it would be difficult for one to endure that kind of illusion world. However, Qin Xiao and the others were all geniuses. They were disciples of the Fu De Immortal Palace. Therefore, they could break this rule. In all aspects, they were not weaker than immortals. Therefore, they could definitely endure it. After entering the blissful illusion district, they saw many palaces in front of them. At a glance, they could see countless palaces. Lord Qin Xiao, these are all blissful illusion palaces. All the palaces are the same. No matter which palace you enter, it's the same. Only one person can enter each palace. Those palaces with closed doors mean that there are people inside. Those palaces with open doors can all be entered. Fairy Ruyu introduced. Qin Xiao glanced around. Indeed, most of the palace's doors were closed. It seemed that the blissful illusion district was quite popular. There were only a few palaces with open doors. One could see how popular this place was. Fairy Ruyu continued. Lord Qin Xiao, the blissful illusion district is calculated by the year. 1 chaos source rock per year. If you need to stay there for a few years, you just need to pay the number of chaos source rocks. I'll ask the manager here to come over. He'll give you the corresponding token. Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. 1 year outside was 100 million years inside the blissful illusion palace. 1 year compared to 100 million years, this time flow was simply too exaggerated. Up until now, Qin Xiao had only lived for a few million years. 100 million years was simply an unimaginable number to him. Haha, brother Qin Xiao, don't think that the time inside is too long. Although the flow of time was 100 million times faster, it was actually very difficult to sense. In that kind of blissful world, you couldn't feel the passage of time at all. So at the very least, he would have to stay there for 1,000 years. Fatty Kai seemed to have seen through Qin Xiao's thoughts and said with a smile, 1,000 years was indeed not a long time. Qin Xiao was also thinking that with the ability of the 3 major forces, they might not be able to find out the truth even after 1,000 years. Waiting for 1,000 years should not be a problem at all. 1,000 years outside was equivalent to 100 billion years inside the blissful illusionary palace. 100 billion years was equivalent to 100 epochs. The lifespan of a mortal who had yet to become a heavenly venerate was only limited to 1 epoch. In fact, Qin Xiao did not think that he would need such a long time. To him, 100 million years was already long enough. However, the time in the blissful illusionary palace was illusory after all, so he might not feel anything. Fatty Kai, the flow of time in the blissful illusionary world is 100 million times faster, and it feels real. Does that mean that you can cultivate in the blissful illusionary world? Cultivating in there, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Xiao Dao suddenly thought of something and asked. Clearly, a man also had this doubt. After hearing Xiao Dao's question, he also nodded fiercely to express his curiosity. Haha, Fatty Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, if that's the case, then wouldn't everyone sharpen their heads to enter the blissful illusionary palace? In fact, cultivating in the blissful illusionary palace has no effect. Because it is completely isolated from the outside world, it is an illusory world. Therefore, all the immortal Tao laws do not exist, and everything does not exist. Therefore, cultivating in there is a waste of time. In the blissful illusionary world, you are the only ruler. You can create any laws you want, and you don't need to cultivate at all. Everything in the world revolves around you. Oh, so it's like that. I understand. After listening to Fatty Kai's explanation, Xiao Dao felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed like that. It was very reasonable. Then I'll go in there for 100 years. Qin Xiao quickly made his decision. 100 years? Fatty Kai and Fairy Yinru were both slightly stunned. Clearly, they were surprised by Qin Zhao's words. Brother Qin Zhao, isn't 100 years too short? Fatty Kai couldn't help but ask. He felt that 1,000 years was too short. If they want to go in, it would definitely be free. The Blissful Island would definitely not take this money. Therefore, it was not a matter of money or not. Qin Zhao smiled and said, I wanted to say that 10 years would be enough. Hearing you say that, I feel that 10 years is too short. Then let's make it 100 years. That's enough. I don't like to stay here for too long. I've only lived for a few million years. If I stay in the blissful, illusionary world for so long, I'll feel very strange. Fairy Yinru couldn't help but glare at Qin Zhao. This sentence was really quite hurtful. Qin Zhao chose 100 years. Xiao Dao and Man also chose 100 years. 100 years was enough. After all, they hadn't become immortals. They had only lived for a few million years. It was very short. Since Qin Zhao and the other two had decided on 100 years, Fairy Yinru didn't say much. She quickly gave them 3 tokens and said, You can find any empty, blissful, illusionary palace to enter. After 100 years, you'll be automatically sent out. 100 years outside is actually 10 billion years inside. It's about 10 epochs. Speaking of which, it's actually quite long. 10 billion years, a world completely dominated by you. I hope you enjoy this blissful experience. But I also hope that this blissful experience will make you happy and not confuse your minds. Actually, if I didn't know that your minds are very firm and strong, I wouldn't have suggested that you go to the blissful illusionary world. Because it's very easy to get lost there. Once you get lost, your cultivation path will basically be ruined. Many people are completely ruined after entering the blissful illusionary world. But the blissful illusionary world can indeed give people bliss. You'll only play once, and it won't be long. It's fine. But if you stay for a long time, I'll be a bit worried. If your Tao heart is even the slightest bit affected, it won't be good for your cultivation. Qin Zhao nodded. He naturally understood this, so he didn't want to stay in the blissful illusionary world for too long. 100 years was already quite a long time. Actually, if Qin Zhao had to choose, he would rather choose a year. If it was only 1 year, it seemed a little too short. Since it was a game, then let's play. However, there are pros and cons. If you can withstand the temptation of the blissful illusionary world, it'll actually be a test for your state of mind. It'll even improve your state of mind. So it's still okay to go in and play once, Fairy Yinru said. That was the truth. It was hard to say when you drink and when you peck. Qin Zhao quickly found an empty, blissful, illusionary world palace and walked in. As soon as he entered the blissful, illusionary world palace, the palace doors quickly closed. As soon as he stepped in, a strange power directly enveloped Qin Zhao. Being enveloped by this strange power, Qin Zhao's consciousness was instantly annihilated. Soon his consciousness completely disappeared. Chapter 1771. Hongmeng Universe, Origin World, Mountain River Prefecture. Qin Zhao was the master of the mountains and rivers. He had also built a mansion in the Origin World called the Mountain River Prefecture. Qin Zhao rarely stayed in the Mountain River Prefecture. Most of the time, he took Gu Lingyue around the Hongmeng Universe. In the garden, Qin Zhao and Gu Lingyue were tending to the flowers. Originally, they didn't need to do these trivial things. However, they liked to do it themselves and enjoy this dull pleasure. Qin Zhao suddenly frowned. Gu Lingyue stopped what she was doing and looked at Qin Zhao with concern. What's wrong, Qin Zhao? Did something happen to the clone? Something must have happened to the clone if it could make Qin Zhao frown. The clone was Qin Zhao's hope and Qin Zhao's concern. Therefore, Gu Lingyue naturally knew how important the clone was to Qin Zhao. If something happened to the clone, Qin Zhao would definitely be dealt a heavy blow. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed, and he shook his head gently. Nothing happened. It's just that my clone entered a strange place. As soon as I went in, I lost contact with my main body. Therefore, I don't know what's going on with the clone. This isn't a big deal. Gu Lingyue also frowned slightly. Qin Zhao was the master of the Origin World. No matter how far his main body and clone were, They could sense each other as long as they were in the Great Thousand Domains, unless they had entered some terrifying danger zone that would cause the connection to be cut off. Once such a situation occurred, it meant that it was very likely that they had entered a terrifying place. This was naturally what Gu Lingyue was worried about. Qin Xiao chuckled. Lingyue, don't worry. I'm not in a dangerous place. It's a paradise. I'll explain it to you in detail. Thus, Qin Xiao explained the situation in the Paradise Void Zone to Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue was relieved. It was good that there wasn't any danger. Lingyue, you should be breaking through to the universe grade force soon, right? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. Gu Lingyue was also a peerless genius. After waking up, her potential was completely stimulated, and her cultivation speed surpassed Qin Xiao's in the past. It was extremely shocking. However, Gu Lingyue's potential slowly decreased, and she didn't reach the level of Qin Xiao. Of course, that was only to say that he was not as monstrous as Qin Xiao. But compared to other people, he was incomparably heaven-defying. Gu Lingyue had already reached the level of a third-step universe grade 10,000 years ago, which was the level of the previous ruler of the Desolate Land. If he advanced further, he would be a fourth-step universe grade, which was the level of the previous master of the Heavenly Court. Such a cultivation speed was indeed too terrifying. Of course, the reason why Gu Lingyue was so heaven-defying was also greatly related to Qin Xiao. In addition to Qin Xiao, the Heavenly Court Master and the others would also do their best to help Gu Lingyue. All kinds of cultivation resources could satisfy Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue was also another legend in the primordial universe after Qin Xiao. The Lord of Death, Qin Xiao, and Gu Lingyue were even jokingly called the three most heaven-defying geniuses in the 8 epochs of the primordial universe. The Lord of Death was unquestionably ranked first and was known as the #1 genius since ancient times. Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue were close behind. They were the 3 true geniuses since ancient times. Gu Lingyue nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I feel like I'm almost there, but I keep feeling like I'm stuck there. It's really difficult to break through. It's not that easy. The difference of one step is like a natural chasm. It's not easy to take another step." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's indeed not easy to take another step. Don't worry, take it slow. After all, your cultivation time is still very short. Furthermore, I've been accompanying you all these years. You've rarely ventured out alone and faced true danger alone. So, your tempering is actually not enough. Your clone can go out and temper yourself now. I won't interfere with you unless it's absolutely necessary." Gu Lingyue nodded. "Yes, I understand. I'm not in a hurry. I haven't been cultivating for long, so there's really no need to be in a hurry. I don't want to compete with you in speed. It's okay if I'm a little slower. Let's not talk about me. By the way, Qin Xiao, how is Qini now? Didn't you say that this kid got into big trouble again?" Speaking of his younger brother Qin Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, "Yes, he got into big trouble again. But fortunately, this kid didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, this kid can be considered a blessing in disguise. After that, he successfully became the master of the 6 paths. Yes, Qin became the master of the 6 paths. Why didn't you tell me such a happy thing?" Hearing that Qin became the master of the 6 paths, Gu Lingyue was obviously very happy. After all, this is Qin Xiao's younger brother, the only younger brother. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "I didn't disturb you when you were cultivating. I forgot to tell you about it later. I thought you should know about it. After all, this is not a small news. It has already spread in the divine realm. Little E, although he's a little naughty and his mind doesn't feel too mature, his talent and potential are really good. Compared to you, he's only a little worse. If this kid wasn't so playful, I'm afraid he would have become the master of the 6 paths long ago. However, it's already very good to be able to become the master of the 6 paths. He's on this road, and I hope he can go further on this road. Once he succeeds, he can also enter the great world smoothly, which is what I'm most eager to see." Yes, Gu Lingyue was also very happy. Little Yi's talent and potential are not much worse than ours, and he is also a person of great fortune. Looking at his current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to walk the same path as you. It's a great fortune for your family to have two such geniuses. Qin Xiao nodded. It was indeed a great fortune. Two heroes in one family. This is a story that has been told since ancient times. In order to cultivate Qin Xiao had also put in a lot of effort over the years, and the effort he put in was no less than that of Gu Lingwei. In the past 1 or 2 million years, in addition to the invincible heaven-defying Gu Lingwei and Qin many geniuses were also born. It could be said that 100 flowers bloomed and geniuses multiplied. It was a prosperous era, a truly prosperous era. This prosperity was more prosperous than any era in the Hongmeng universe. This was a new era. Many geniuses emerged, and the 6 holy lands were also doing their best to absorb and cultivate geniuses. The current Hongmeng universe could be said to be 100 things waiting to be done, so there were many opportunities to stand out. Perhaps it was because of such a big environment that the situation of geniuses multiplied. Especially in the Tianlong continent, geniuses multiplied and monstrous geniuses emerged one after another. Even if they didn't reach the heights of Qin Xiao, Gu Lingwei, and Qin they would still emerge from time to time when the Holy Lands absorbed and cultivated them. The Tianlong continent was really a strange place, constantly giving birth to geniuses. This was a dilapidated time, but it was also a good era, a new era, an era of rapid development. The Hongmeng universe had the master of the universe origin. It only needed the accumulation of time to slowly recover the vitality, and the qi of the origin would become stronger and stronger. If this continued, the Hongmeng universe would slowly become stronger and reach the peak of the universe. The current Hongmeng universe was like a dragon that was slowly recovering. Once fully awakened, it would soar among the countless universes of the great wide world. The 6 holy lands were also rapidly recovering their vitality, and all the major cultivation places were recovering. Life was rapidly multiplying. Qin Xiao set a new order, and the entire Hongmeng universe was rapidly returning to a good track. In any case, this also accelerated the development of the Hongmeng universe, making it stronger and more prosperous. Looking at the flowers, Qin Xiao's smile slowly spread. He turned to look at Gu Lingwei and said, "This is not an era that belongs to me. This is an era that belongs to all life in the Hongmeng universe. Although it seems that our Hongmeng universe has produced many geniuses, it's a prosperous scene, and it's rapidly becoming stronger. But looking at the situation of the great wide world, our Hongmeng universe is still too weak. If these days are compared to the great wide world, it's nothing at all. The situation needs to be big in order to see further and go further." Gu Lingwei nodded and looked at Qin Xiao with admiration and said, "Yes, your situation is very big, and your vision is very far. Compared to the great wide world, our Hongmeng universe is too small and weak. Therefore, I have to work hard to become stronger and follow in your footsteps." Chapter 1772. At the edge of Fu Wei mountain range, an extremely desolate area. The aura was gloomy, and danger was everywhere. One could tell at a glance that this was a dangerous place. A miserable figure was hiding in a tree hole. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and he looked flustered. He was looking around vigilantly, appearing extremely worried and cautious. His aura was weak, and his vitality had been severely damaged. It was obvious that he had survived through great danger. Hence, he looked downcast and dispirited. That person sighed and shook his head in distress. I knew that the sacred region was dangerous, but I couldn't hide my endless yearning for the sacred region. However, after coming to the immortal domain, I realized that the cruelty here was many times worse than when I was cultivating in the Hongmeng universe. In just 200,000 years, I felt as though I had gone through a lot of hardships. I even walked through the gates of hell a few times, and am still struggling on the edge of life and death. I don't know how long I can last in this struggle. Everything was fine at first, but that inexplicable force attacked us in the end, causing my vitality to be greatly damaged and I was separated from the others. I don't know how Qin Xiao and the others are doing. I don't think they're in a good situation, right? After saying that, Nine Dragons couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle self-deprecatingly. I can't even protect myself now, so how can I think about such things? Nine Dragons felt bitter as he recalled his experiences over the past 200,000 years. It was already fortunate that he had been able to survive until now. These years, he had really lived an inhumane life. The pain and suffering he had experienced was more than what he had experienced in the Hongmeng universe for nearly an entire era combined. My vitality has been greatly damaged, and I have been tortured for so many years. I have also been hunted for so long. Given my current strength, even an ordinary fourth-step sovereign would find it difficult to deal with me. Sigh. It seems like I really can't avoid this calamity. I yearn for the sacred region, but not everyone can survive in the sacred region. Everything still depends on one's strength. If one enters the sacred region without becoming a heavenly venerate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one would die 9 times out of 10. The sacred region is ultimately just a dream. This was a sense of decadence, helplessness, and despair. Nine Dragons' innate potential wasn't considered top-notch. Previously, he had only been a second-step universe grade. Given his strength, it would have been difficult for him to take even a single step in the sacred region. If he hadn't followed Qin Xiao and the others, he wouldn't have had much confidence to enter the sanctuary. However, the will of the heavens was playing tricks on them. They were all separated once again. Furthermore, their vitality was greatly damaged, and their strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was being hunted down, the Nine Dragons felt as weak as an ant. "They're here." Nine Dragons' expression suddenly changed. He stared outside and sensed a gloomy aura coming from several directions. Soon, a dozen black-clothed people rushed over at lightning speed. Each of them looked ferocious, and their bodies emitted a powerful, baleful aura. These 10 or so black-clothed men were all at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. However, they also seemed to be abnormally strong. If these people joined forces, they would be able to easily kill an ordinary universe grade. Very quickly, the 10 or so black-clothed men quickly surrounded the tree. Following closely behind, an even more powerful black-clothed man walked over unhurriedly. Based on his aura, he was a first-step universe grade. Obviously, he was the leader of this group. "It's over." The Lord Nine Dragons' expression darkened completely. He was in complete despair. He knew that his time of death had come. There was no way he could escape this time. He didn't even have the strength to resist against such an enemy. "If I get caught again, I'll suffer a fate worse than death. I don't want to be a slave anymore. I'd rather die than live such a lowly life. Even if my clone dies, I can still refine another clone in the future. Once my dignity is trampled on, how will I have the face to continue living? Rather than suffer a fate worse than death, I'd rather die. Brothers, Nine Dragons is useless. I'll take my leave first." He was in despair. He had seen through everything and made up his mind. After making up his mind, Nine Dragons no longer hesitated. His power surged as he prepared to self-destruct. However, just as he was about to commit suicide, a powerful force suddenly surged over. It was like an invisible giant hand that directly grabbed the Nine Dragons and imprisoned them. The power that had just surged out of Nine Dragons' body was instantly extinguished. It was forcibly suppressed and returned to nothingness. You want to commit suicide in front of me? Do you think it's that easy? If I wanted to kill you, do you really think you would be able to escape so far? Killing you would be letting you off too easily. Your life is worthless. There's only a little value in keeping you alive. You lowly slave. You actually don't have any self-awareness. You still want to escape? Despair. The first step universe grade black-clothed man walked over step by step with a sinister look on his face. Right now, Nine Dragons was like an ant in his hands that he could trample on. What? Nine Dragons was shocked. His power had been restrained, so he couldn't even commit suicide. How could this be? No. He wasn't afraid of death. However, the thought of being tortured endlessly and living a life worse than death was the greatest pain. That kind of pain if it continued, was unimaginable. Even though the lifespan of the Immortal Protectorate was one era, it still seemed very long. After all, he had only been in the Immortal Protectorate for 200,000 years. During these 200,000 years, he had already suffered a life worse than death. He had already wanted to end his own life several times. It had already been very difficult for him to persist until now. It was unimaginable that he would have to live in such pain for another era. However, he couldn't even commit suicide now. Did he really have to accept his fate? No. He didn't want to accept his fate. He would rather die. Please kill me. Kill me. I only want to die. I only want to die. Nine Dragons became a little agitated as he shouted at the First Step Universe Grade Black-Clothed Man. The First Step Universe Grade Black-Clothed Man sneered and said playfully, No, you can't die. It won't be fun if you die. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I can only slowly play with you if I keep you alive. Don't worry. There is still an era left. I still have countless methods to use on you. I will slowly play with you and torture you slowly. Ha. That's interesting. Very interesting. Killing you is too easy. Nine Dragons felt like he was going crazy. He had never had such a crazy impulse before. However, no matter how crazy he was, it was useless. He could no longer control himself. He couldn't do anything, not even die. There was no way to understand this kind of pain unless he had experienced it personally. How dare you all, a bunch of villains, kneel down before this immortal. However, at that moment, an immortal aura descended and blasted down. The black-clothed men's expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably terrified. Their legs went soft, and they knelt down involuntarily. What a powerful immortal aura! What a terrifying power! A figure descended from the sky, and the powerful immortal aura completely shrouded the surroundings. It was as though he had become the supreme ruler of this space. Everything was bowing down to him. The black-clothed men were all terrified. Their bodies trembled violently. They didn't know what was going on. Why would an immortal descend? Provoking an immortal's aura was tantamount to death. Nine Dragons looked at the descending immortal with his mouth agape. He was completely stunned. He stared blankly, not knowing what was going on at all. And the strange thing was, he couldn't sense any hostility from the immortal. In fact, the immortal's aura seemed to be intentionally avoiding him. It didn't descend on him. That was why he could still stand there and look at the descending immortal. Clearly, the immortal had good intentions towards him, but he didn't know any immortal. Why would a powerful immortal descend to save him? This didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. The immortal who had descended was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in silver armor and a long cape. There was a heavy sword on his back. He looked very majestic and had the demeanor of a god of war. That sharp gaze was like a peerless sharp blade. Being stared at by him would cause one to feel great pain. Supremacy Immortal, we are from the Black Abyss Cave. We were ordered to capture a runaway slave. We don't know how we have offended you, but we hope you can forgive us. If we have accidentally entered your territory, we will leave immediately. We have no intention of disturbing you. Please punish us, Supremacy Immortal. The universe-grade First Step Man in Black came to his senses and said immediately. However, the silver-armored Immortal shot him a cold glare. The universe-grade First Step Man in Black was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly. This was killing intent. There was actually killing intent. You all have committed heinous crimes and should be punished. The Black Abyss Cave is an evil force that has committed all kinds of evil deeds. You should no longer exist in Fu Wei Mountain Range. There is no need for the Black Abyss Cave to exist in the future. The silver-armored Immortal said coldly, each of his words graceful. The black-clothed men were scared out of their wits when they heard the silver-armored Immortal. They felt as though they had been struck by lightning. What exactly was going on? How exactly had they angered this Supremacy Immortal? Not only did he want to kill them, but he also wanted to destroy the Black Abyss Cave. The Black Abyss Cave wasn't a pushover either. However, there were still a few Supremacy Immortals among them. However, before they could think any further, they felt a powerful force descend and take them away. After the silver-armored immortal dealt with the black-clothed men, he walked over to 9 dragons. 9 dragons was surprised to see that the silver-armored immortal was actually walking over with a smile on his face. What a friendly aura. This friendliness made 9 dragons feel as though he was facing the people from the desolate land. Why would such a powerful and lofty immortal be so friendly to him? Was he dreaming? Was he hallucinating? But that couldn't be right. This couldn't be a hallucination. This was real. Your name is 9 dragons, right? The silver-armored immortal asked 9 dragons with a chuckle. He knew who he was? 9 dragons hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, supremacy immortal. I am 9 dragons. After saying that, 9 dragons was about to kneel down and kowtow to the silver-armored immortal. Upon seeing 9 dragons' actions, the silver-armored immortal immediately stopped him and said, No, you can't do that. I can't accept such a grand gesture. 9 dragons stared blankly at the silver-armored immortal. His words had puzzled him. What did he mean by he couldn't accept it? 9 dragons was merely a universe great. It was only natural for him to bow to an immortal. How could he not accept it? Chapter 1773. Qin Zhao's quote. The light you give me is enough to illuminate the entire night until the end of the dawn. This feeling was like a dream. Most importantly, it was a real dream. Therefore, 9 dragons was very confused. In front of a powerful immortal, 9 dragons was very nervous. Judging from the powerful aura emanating from the silver-armored immortal, 9 dragons knew that this immortal's realm was higher than Qin Zhao and Jing Yang's. Didn't that mean that he was at least a second step celestial venerable human immortal? A human immortal, even in the immortal realm, he should be considered a reputable figure, right? For such a powerful existence to be so courteous to him, the 9 dragons were truly terrified. Although the silver-armored immortal was very friendly, 9 dragons was still nervous. At this moment, another powerful aura descended. Soon, a figure landed on the ground. The person who came was dressed in black, which made him look a little strange. The aura he emitted also gave people a cold feeling. 9 dragons' heart skipped a beat when he saw the man in black, and his nerves couldn't help but tighten. Could it be that another immortal was here to kill him? Human immortal Ji Wu, you're fast. You're one step ahead of me. The immortal in black glanced at 9 dragons and said to the silver-armored immortal. The silver-armored immortal smiled and said, Haha, human immortal Huzong, you let me win. I'm just one step ahead of you. You almost beat me to it. I don't think you want to compete with me, right? The immortal in black chuckled and said, You don't think so little of our Purple Mountain House, do you? We, the people of the Purple Mountain House, do things with principles. Since you saved him first, I naturally won't snatch him from you. Otherwise, wouldn't I be bringing shame to our Purple Mountain House? Haha, that's good. The silver-armored immortal Ji Wu laughed. 9 dragons was still confused when he heard the conversation between the two immortals. However, he was sure that at least 2 forces were looking for him. The 2 immortals in front of him were both human immortals. Such a high and mighty existence was far too powerful for him. To think that there would be 2 such existences at the same time. It was not hard to imagine the forces behind the 2 human immortals. They must be very powerful. 2 powerful forces were fighting to find him. What was the reason for this? He wasn't some peerless genius. He was just a lowly life form that came from a small universe. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. Moreover, he didn't rely on his own ability to walk out of the universe, so his talent potential was actually very limited. Even a small force like the Black Abyss Cave looked down on him, let alone a large force. After human immortal Huzong left, human immortal Ji Wu walked towards 9 dragons and said with a smile, 9 dragons, my little friend, don't worry. I'm here to save you. Save me. 9 dragons slowly walked out of the tree hole, still looking very nervous. Haha, that's right, to save you. You should know the Lord Qin Zhao, right? We were ordered by the Lord Qin Zhao to save you. Human immortal Ji Wu nodded and explained. What? Qin Zhao. It was Qin Zhao. Hearing human immortal Ji Wu's words, 9 dragons was really shocked to the extreme, and his mind buzzed like thunder. Countless thoughts flashed through Nine Dragons' mind. Some of them were bold, but no matter how bold they were, they could only say that he was chosen by the two great forces. Of course, he also knew that this fantasy was ridiculous. He thought a lot, but he really didn't expect that it was all because of Qin Shao. He didn't doubt Qin Zhao's talent potential. But in just 200,000 years, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao was, he couldn't have become that strong, right? To be able to command two people from Dali to come and save him. How much power did that require? But the fact was, it was Qin Shao who sent people to save him. In addition to being shocked, he was also very excited. Qin Shao is now. Lord Nine Dragons looked at human immortal Ji Wu eagerly, wanting to know more about Qin Shao. Haha, don't worry, I'll tell you slowly on the way. Let's go. Little friend Nine Dragons, I'll take you back to Linfu City first. Human immortal Ji Wu saw through Nine Dragons' thoughts and said, Linfu City? Where's that? Nine Dragons obviously didn't know anything about Fushin Mountain. Therefore, he didn't know about Linfu City. Cough. Human immortal Ji Wu choked, then waved his hand and said, I'll explain it to you later. You'll understand slowly. Human immortal Ji Wu then waved his hand, and an immortal ship flew out. After inviting Nine Dragons onto the ship, they set off for Linfu City. In a corner of Purple Mountain Pavilion, the two figures sat there, their auras incomparably transcendent. Just by sitting there, it was as though they were outside of this world. This was a symbol of incomparable power. Only when one reached an extremely powerful level would they appear so transcendent. Lu Run, the immortal court beat us to it this time. We lost our best chance. It won't be easy for us to earn a big favor from Qin Shao. An old man with white hair and a beard opened his mouth slightly. His fairy-like voice rang out in a melodious manner. Exalted immortal Lu Run nodded and said, Yes, House Lord, we lost our best chance. It's indeed difficult. We've searched the entire Fu Shun mountain range and only found 9 dragons' whereabouts. The Immortal Court and Blissful Island also found them, but the Immortal Court beat us to it. The Blissful Island knows their limits, so they gave up directly. Our forces can only cover the entire Fu Shin mountain range. It's too difficult to extend our forces beyond that. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone else in the entire 3,000 mountain ranges of the southern wilderness. If we want to find someone quickly, we'll have to mobilize too many forces, and the price we'll have to pay is too great. Therefore, this has become a difficult problem for us. The old man with white hair and beard nodded and said, Yes, Lu Run, this is also a problem that I'm thinking about now. We've lost our best chance. If we want to find someone else, the price we'll have to pay will be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Our forces can't cover the other mountain ranges, and it'll be too difficult for us to find someone in the other mountain ranges. The price we'll have to pay is too great. Therefore, I'm also considering whether we should give up and let the Blissful Island and the Immortal Court fight for it. If we give up, wouldn't it be too strange? Exalted Immortal Lu Run said with a regretful expression. Yes, it's a pity. That's why I wanted to ask for your opinion. The House Lord nodded and said. Exalted Immortal Lu Ren's expression became serious. His brows were deeply furrowed as he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, Qin Zhao's potential is limitless. Based on his current situation, becoming an exalted immortal shouldn't be a problem at all. It's even possible for him to reach the level of a genius. Of course, a genius hasn't been cultivating for a long time. If he's given more time, he'll definitely surpass Palace Lord Fu Shi. If Qin Shao is given more time, who knows how much he'll grow. Moreover, I like Qin Shao more. He doesn't have the arrogance of a genius. Qin Shao is still a person who values friendship and loyalty. He also understands gratitude and grudges. It's definitely a good thing to be able to befriend him. Therefore, even if we have to pay a great price this time, I think it'll be worth it. I think we should keep looking. I believe the Immortal Court and the Blissful Island think the same. If they don't, then even if they give up, I think we shouldn't give up. We've tried our best. Even if we don't get any results, I think Qin Shao will see it and understand. The Purple Mountain House Lord nodded with a serious expression. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, I think so too. Since you think so, then let's continue. Our Purple Mountain House has been accumulating for countless years. We're not afraid of wasting it. Since we're going to fight for this big favor, then let's do it. We, the Purple Mountain House, have to set our sights further. It's not easy to survive in the immortal region for a long time, not to mention a power like our Purple Mountain House. Even immortal sects can be annihilated if they're not careful. Sometimes, an immortal sect can be annihilated without even knowing what's going on. Our southern wasteland is also a barbaric and desolate land, but there aren't many wars. Take the Central Divine Continent, for example. It looks like a prosperous place, but there are too many wars. An empire can be annihilated just like that. Exalted Immortal Lu Run nodded heavily. Yes, it's really too difficult to survive for a long time. There are only a few supreme, immortal holy lands that can exist for all eternity. It's pitifully few. It's not a bad thing to look further. 100 years was a short time. 100 years in the outside world was 10 billion years in Paradise Illusionary World. It was equivalent to 10 epochs. It was a relatively long time. Outside the Paradise Illusionary World, Fairy Yun Ru and Fatty Kai had been guarding there, not moving an inch. Not to mention 100 years. Even if it was 10,000 years, they would be willing to wait. Sister Fairy Yunru, I heard there's good news from the Immortal Court. They found one of Qin Zhao's brothers, right? Fatty Kai smiled slyly at Fairy Yunru. Fairy Yunru looked at Fatty Kai with a bit of disdain. You're really well informed. How'd you find out so quickly? He, of course. I, Fatty Kai, have the nickname of well-informed. It's not for nothing. Sister, you don't know, but there are many people who come to buy information from me. We just don't do this information business. If we do, wouldn't we be able to compete with the Purple Mountain House? The Mountain Pavilion is a powerful force that can compete with the Blissful Island. Fatty Kai bragged without hesitation. Fairy Yun Ru naturally knew Fatty Kai's character, so after rolling her eyes at him, she no longer paid any attention to him. He's here. Fatty Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Xiao walked out of the Paradise Illusionary World. His face was calm and indifferent, as if he had not experienced anything. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, you're finally out. There's good news waiting for you. Brother Qin Xiao, how do you feel? It's great in the Paradise Illusionary World, right? Fatty Kai smiled and greeted him. Good news? Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Qin Xiao was overjoyed. It seemed that the efficiency of the three major forces was very good. Qin Xiao said casually, it's just like that. I don't feel anything. After going in, my memory completely disappeared. I only recovered after coming out. So, no matter how real it is, it's just like a dream. Thinking about it, it's not bad, but it's not interesting. Chapter 1774. After spending 10 billion years in the Bliss virtual reality world, it felt pretty good. In a world that completely belonged to him. He was the only master, ruler, and creator. Everything in the world was at his will, and all the laws were at his will. Completely controlling a world was very real and had a very confusing power. It was very easy for people to completely sink into it. Once he sank into it, he would be unable to extricate himself, and it would be difficult for him to walk out of the Paradise virtual reality world. However, Qin Zhao's mind was very strong, and his state of mind was very firm, so the Paradise virtual reality world had no way of sinking him into it. To Qin Zhao, what happened in the Bliss virtual world was nothing more than a dream. Qin Zhao was just about to ask Fatty Kai what the good news was. At this time, Xiao Dao and Aman also came out. Their expressions were a little complicated, as if they had not completely walked out of the Paradise virtual reality world. Haha, little knife on man. I can tell from your expressions that you're still reminiscing about what happened in the Bliss virtual world. Fatty Kai joked with a smile. Xiao Dao and Aman were embarrassed by Fatty Kai's words and scratched their heads. The situation was indeed like that, especially Aman, who looked as if she had not had enough and said, the Paradise virtual reality world is really something that makes people reluctant to leave. Indeed, you can enjoy a very special kind of bliss. Such bliss can only be enjoyed in this blissful, illusory world. No wonder so many people are immersed in it. I feel like I'm a little fascinated, but I also know that once I am really fascinated, I will definitely sink into it. Once I sink into it, I will definitely cut off my own cultivation path. A good place is a good place, but once is enough. If I do it again, I will really be poisoned. Xiao Dao nodded and said, yes, once is enough. If I do it a few more times, I might really sink into it. Next time, I will definitely not go in again. The Paradise virtual reality world is really an incredible place. Ha ha ha. Fatty Kai grinned and laughed. Yes, it is indeed an incredible place. There shouldn't be any problems with your temperaments. Experiencing it once is actually beneficial. Your mental states should be improved imperceptibly. Perhaps you haven't noticed it yet, but the benefits will slowly appear later. Xiao Dao and Man nodded. In fact, they also felt it and believed Fatty Kai's words. Qin Xiao asked again, Fatty Kai, what about the good news you just said? Before Fatty Kai could say anything, Fairy Yun Ru said, there's good news from the Immortal Court. Your friend called 9 Dragons has been found. He's already on his way back to Fu City. He should be here soon. The Immortal Court has long since sent a human immortal over. He was just waiting for you to come out. He wanted to personally report this matter to you. It's not the Paradise Island's credit. Sister Yinru, why are you snatching it? Fatty Kai couldn't help but mutter. Fairy Yinru glared at him, scaring Fatty Kai so much that he immediately made a gesture to shut up. He looked at Fairy Yinru with a flattering expression. Fairy Yinru could only give up on his shameless look. 9 dragons have been found. Hearing Fairy Yinru's words, Qin Xiao immediately became excited. This was indeed good news. Hearing such good news as soon as he came out, Qin Xiao's mood was indeed very good. Although he still felt somewhat regretful that he only found 9 dragons and had no news of the others. This meant that the others were most likely not in the territory of the Fu Ding mountain range. If they were in other mountains, it would be troublesome, but there was no other way. No matter what, finding the 9 dragons was good news that made people excited. Fairy Yinru, please take me to see the human immortal of the Immortal Court, Qin Xiao said to Fairy Yinru. Fairy Yinru nodded and made a gesture to invite Qin Xiao in. Soon, they saw a handsome man. He was a human immortal. Shuidong greets Lord Qin Xiao. I've heard a lot about you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Nice to meet you. The handsome human immortal's attitude was still quite humble. He bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao. Although he was a human immortal, his status was naturally far inferior to Qin Xiao's. So it's human immortal Shuidong. You're too polite. No need to be so polite. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said seriously, tell me the details. Human immortal Shuidong shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Qin Xiao. I'm only in charge of notifying you. I don't know the details. I only know that human immortal Ji Wu saved your friend, Lord Qin Xiao, and then brought him back to Linfu City at full speed. If I calculate the time, they should be arriving soon. So, I'm waiting here for Lord Qin Xiao. I want to see if Lord Qin Xiao can make a trip to our Immortal Court. If Lord Qin Xiao doesn't want to, then I'll go back and tell Lord Qin Xiao that when your friend arrives at Linfu City, we can send him here. Since he had a request, he naturally couldn't rely on others for everything. So Qin Xiao immediately said, no need. I'll go with you to the Immortal Court. Speaking of which, I haven't been to your Immortal Court yet. Just take it as a visit. After saying that, Qin Xiao said to Fatty Kai and the others, Fatty Kai, you take Xiao Dao and Man to the blissful district to play. I'll come back after I'm done. And Fairy Yinru, thank you for your hard work. You don't have to take care of us anymore. Thank you. Fairy Yinru smiled and winked at Qin Xiao. She said, what? Are you trying to chase me away? Can't I play with him anymore? Qin Xiao almost choked. He looked a bit embarrassed and could only say, of course you can. I'm just afraid that I'll disturb Fairy Yinru. Hee, I'm just joking with you. You took it seriously. I'm not that insensible. Accompanying the 3 of them is fine, but accompanying you is more like it. Since you don't want me to accompany you anymore, then I'm not interested in staying here anymore. Okay, I'm leaving. Fairy Yinru snickered. After saying that, she really left immediately. However, her words made Qin Shao speechless. Qin Shao helplessly shook his head and said to human immortal Shui Dong, "Let's go." Immortal Court, a land of immortals. Exalted immortal Ming Yang handed over a palm-sized, strangely shaped wooden carving to Qin Shao and said with a smile, "Little friend Qin Shao, take a look at this." Qin Shao did not refuse and took it. Something that could come out from the hands of immortal Ming Yang must not be simple. He took the wooden carving and held it in his hand. Indeed, he did not feel anything special. At first glance, he felt that it was an extremely ordinary thing. It was as if he could not feel any immortal qi in it. It was extremely ordinary. However, Qin Shao knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. It was definitely not simple. Qin Shao held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. However, he could not see anything special about it. After looking at it more carefully, he still felt that it was a relatively ordinary thing. However, Qin Shao vaguely felt that this thing was not simple. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. If it was really an ordinary thing, immortal Ming Yang would not show it to him. It came from the hands of an immortal. If it was really an ordinary thing, no one would believe it. Unless immortal Ming Yang deliberately wanted to tease Qin Shao. However, this possibility obviously did not exist at all. Therefore, there was only one possibility. This thing was extraordinary. The more one could not see anything extraordinary about it, the more extraordinary it was. Qin Zhao's heart stirred. His consciousness penetrated into it. As soon as his consciousness entered, Qin Zhao's mind suddenly trembled. His whole body seemed to be sucked in. After a long while, Qin Shao withdrew from it and withdrew his consciousness. Qin Shao looked at immortal Ming Yang. The latter looked at Qin Shao with a smile and said, "How do you feel?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "It's very wonderful. There is actually such a strange thing in the world. TSK. It's really an incredible feeling. It looks like an ordinary thing, but it contains the immortal Tao. Looking at it to comprehend the Tao, the artistic conception, is actually so wonderful. Immersing one's mind in it makes one feel as if they are in the natural Tao, listening to the whispers of the great Tao, and comprehending the purest immortal Tao. Comprehend the Tao. Comprehend the Tao. Only by comprehending it can one enter the Tao. Only when there is the Tao can one comprehend it. Comprehension and the Tao complement each other. The uniqueness of this thing is that it can bring one into the artistic conception of the Tao. Only by comprehending the Tao in it can it be easier to attain the Tao. Comprehending the Tao in this way has endless benefits. It has endless benefits for the cultivation of the immortal Tao." Immortal Ming Yang nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, you are right. This thing is indeed quite unique. It looks ordinary, but it has extraordinary aspects. Everything in the world has its own uniqueness. It just depends on how much uniqueness it has. In our immortal realm, there is a thing called the Epiphany Tree. Have you heard of it?" Epiphany Tree? Qin Shao shook his head. Indeed, he had not heard of it. He had not been in the immortal realm for long, and the things he came into contact with were very few. Immortal Ming Yang said, "Yes, you have not been in the immortal realm for long, so it is normal that you do not know. Even in the immortal realm, not many people know about it. The so-called Epiphany Tree is a strange object of enlightenment born of nature. It is specially used to help cultivators comprehend the Tao. The Epiphany Tree is born of Tao. Therefore, if you obtain the Epiphany Tree and comprehend the Epiphany Tree, it is very easy to attain the Tao and cultivate immortal Tao. There are endless benefits. The Path Understanding Tree contains the purest immortal Tao from the very beginning. Therefore, it is extremely beneficial to cultivation and has no side effects. That is why the Epiphany Tree has become a sacred object, a supreme treasure. But the Epiphany Tree is too rare. If you can get one, it is enough to make people go crazy." After listening to immortal Ming Yang's explanation, Qin Shao was a little relieved. He could not help but ask, "Then the one in my hand is the Epiphany Tree?" Immortal Ming Yang shook his head and said, No. Strictly speaking, the one in your hand is not the Epiphany Tree." Strictly speaking? What did that mean? Did that mean that it could also be called the Epiphany Tree? Little friend Qin Shao, you are right. If you want to call it, it can also be called the Epiphany Tree, but it is not the real Epiphany Tree. But the real Epiphany Tree is too rare. It is so rare that you can only come across it by chance. Therefore, some objects with the ability to comprehend the Tao are also called Epiphany Trees. They are called Epiphany Trees. But in fact, these are fake Epiphany Trees. Chapter 1775. Pseudo Path Understanding Tree, Half Path Understanding Tree, True Path Understanding Tree. The Path Understanding Tree could be divided into 3 levels. This was the first time Qin Shao had heard of it, but it sounded interesting. Qin Shao looked at the Pseudo Path Understanding Tree in his hand and said, I find the lowest grade Pseudo Path Understanding Tree so miraculous and so helpful for cultivating the Tao. If I need it, just comprehending this pseudo-path understanding tree is enough for me to break through and become an immortal in a short time. If it's a half-path understanding tree, or a true path understanding tree, then it's even more incredible. Exalted Immortal Ming Yang said, yes, a pseudo-path understanding tree is enough for one to become an immortal. A pseudo-path understanding tree, given enough time, can help one become an immortal. As long as one's talent is not too bad, there is basically no problem. It just depends on the time. If it's a half-path understanding tree, then one can cultivate to the 3rd or 4th step of the heavenly venerate level. As for how far one can reach, it depends on one's talent. A true path understanding tree, at least I haven't seen one, not even in the Fumu Immortal Palace. It is said that a true path understanding tree can help one find the ancient path to the ancient sage level. Therefore, if a true path understanding tree appears, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Exalted immortals and half-sages will definitely fight until their heads bleed. Even the Fumu Immortal Palace will definitely use all their resources to fight for it. A true path understanding tree is enough to cause a huge war. Listening to it, it was quite frightening. Even exalted Immortal Ming Yang had not seen a true path understanding tree before. Naturally, it was a rare divine object. A pseudo-path understanding tree was very helpful to Qin Shao. It was enough for him to comprehend it. The half-epiphany tree above was of no use to Qin Shao at this point. If his level was not high enough, there was no need to forcefully comprehend it. Thank you, exalted Immortal Ming Yang. Qin Shao saluted exalted Immortal Ming Yang. This pseudo-path understanding tree must be very valuable. With that, Qin Shao returned the fake path understanding tree to Supreme Immortal Ming Yang. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang didn't take it. Instead, he smiled and said, since I gave it away, there's no reason for me to take it back, right? It's just a pseudo-path understanding tree. It's not too valuable. Little friend Qin Shao, please accept it. This isn't a gift from the Immortal Court. Take it as a small gift from me. My young friend Qin Shao is also a guest in my mansion. I don't think it's too deliberate for me to give you a small gift, right? Qin Shao couldn't refute Immortal Ming Yang's words for a while. Since the words had come to this point, he had to accept it. In truth, Qin Shao didn't have any ill feelings towards exalted Immortal Ming Yang. A pseudo-tree of path understanding was not too valuable and could not be considered a favor. Therefore, Qin Shao accepted it. Okay, I'll take it then. Thank you. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang. Let's talk about the specific situation. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang nodded seriously and said, based on the current situation, your friend shouldn't be in the territory of Fu Wei mountain range. We've searched seriously and only found the whereabouts of the 9 dragons. There's no other news for now. Of course, it's also possible that we've missed something. Therefore, the search of Fu Wei mountain range is still ongoing. At the same time, we've also searched the other mountain ranges. However, the entire southern wilderness is too big. Among the 3,000 mountain ranges in the southern wilderness, our Fu Wei mountain range is only medium-sized. Therefore, it's actually quite difficult to find people in other mountain ranges. For now, with the strength of the Immortal Court, I'm afraid that we can only search the surrounding dozens of mountain ranges. However, we'll spare no effort to find them. Qin Shao sighed helplessly and said, then I'll have to trouble the Immortal Court. Qin Shao will definitely remember this favor. By the way, what's the situation with the 9 dragons? Supreme Immortal Ming Yang told Qin Shao in detail about the 9 dragon situation in the past 200,000 years. After listening to him, Qin Shao felt rather pained. The 9 dragons have been living a life worse than death these past few years. Fortunately, he's still alive after so much torture. This can be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. When the 9 dragons fell into the immortal region, he was captured and enslaved by the Black Abyss Cave as soon as he woke up. When he woke up, he naturally resisted with all his might. However, the more he resisted, the more the people of the Black Abyss Cave tortured him. All kinds of torture made him live a life worse than death. This torture went on for 200,000 years. There were even a few times when he almost died. The 9 dragons also tried to escape a few times, but he was captured every time. After being captured, they tortured him even more cruelly, making him want to die. The last time he escaped, he ran relatively far away. Fortunately, the people of the Immortal Court appeared and saved him in the end. In these 200,000 years, the 9 dragons have been tortured in all kinds of ways by the people of the Black Abyss Cave. Knowing that the 9 dragons had been tortured like this, Qin Shao was very angry and distressed. Qin Shao, our Immortal Court has already sent people to take control of the entire Black Abyss Cave. From top to bottom, no one has been able to escape. They're all trapped and waiting for Qin Shao to deal with them. How do you want to punish them? Just say the word, said Supreme Immortal Ming Yang. How do I punish them? In his heart, Qin Shao really wanted to kill them all. However, Qin Shao had never been a person who liked to fight and kill. When he could avoid killing people, Qin Shao would try his best not to. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shao said, "Although they are indeed detestable, and I am also very angry. However, I don't want to kill wantonly. Of course, we still have to kill people. However, just kill a few important people. As for the rest, just punish them as you see fit. After all, the 9 dragons are the main characters in this matter. So, when he arrives, ask for his opinion and let him make the decision. I won't interfere." At this moment, Supreme Immortal Ming Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked into the distance, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "We're here. We're here." Qin Zhao's expression became slightly excited. He stood up and followed Supreme Immortal Ming Yang's gaze. Sure enough, he saw an immortal ship in the distance rapidly approaching. Soon, the immortal ship approached, and 2 figures walked out of it. They were human Immortal Ji Wu and the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons were obviously intimidated by the immortal Qi here. Their faces were full of fear, and they looked extremely unnatural. Their nerves were all tensed up. When he saw Supreme Immortal Ming Yang land on the ground, his legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. This immortal might was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that he felt like an ant that had encountered a giant dragon. The huge difference in the level of life seeped into his bones. Therefore, there was an invisible force that made him want to kneel down and worship it. 9 dragons. Qin Shao strode forward and grabbed the 9 dragons' arms. Seeing Qin Shao, the 9 dragons became extremely excited. He forgot his fear and was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Qin Shao, it's really you. It's really you. Ah, I didn't expect you to be the one who saved me. After 200,000 years, you're still defying the heavens. Ha ha, it's our fortune to have such a peerless genius like you in the primordial universe. I feel so safe following you. It's good that you're fine. Staying alive is the most important thing. It's all in the past. The light will come. Qin Shao patted the 9 dragons and comforted him. The 9 dragons had experienced great ups and downs, and they must be in a complicated mood right now. Along the way, he listened to human Immortal Ji Wu explain a lot to him. Only then did he understand Qin Zhao's current status and what Qin Shao had experienced in the past few years. Towards Qin Shao, he only had endless admiration and pride for him. He, 9 dragons, knew his own limitations. His talent and potential had always been average. Everything he had was because of Qin Shao. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, he wouldn't even be able to come to the immortal region. Everything was because of Qin Shao. His life was saved by Qin Shao long ago, and now Qin Shao saved him again. The darkness was over, and now the light was coming. After calming down a little, the Lord Nine Dragons carefully glanced at Supreme Immortal Ming Yang, then immediately looked away. He guessed that this immortal emitting a supreme immortal aura must be an extremely powerful existence. However, he didn't know what kind of status this person had. Little friend Qin Shao, since I've already handed her over to you, our mission this time can be considered completed. We'll do everything we can for the others. If there's any news, we'll inform you immediately. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang said. Qin Shao naturally knew what Supreme Immortal Ming Yang meant. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye." At this moment, Human Immortal Shui Dong walked over. Qin Shao was received by Human Immortal Shui Dong, so he naturally sent him off. Xiao Dao and the others were still at the Blissful Island, so Qin Shao naturally returned to the Blissful Island first. After leaving the Immortal Court, the Nine Dragons felt a lot better. They didn't have to be so tense anymore. Qin Shao, where are the others? Did you find them? The Nine Dragons asked. They were also very concerned about the others. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said with a sigh, "For the time being, I only found you. I didn't find the others." "Ah, you didn't find them?" The Nine Dragons were stunned. They wanted to ask something, but they didn't. They could only sigh inwardly. It seemed that the situation was a bit troublesome. However, they still hoped that the heavens would help them. The Nine Dragons also had a new lease on life. They didn't know what to say at this time. Lord Qin Shao, Supreme Immortal Ming Yang has something to discuss with you. He also wants to ask little friend Nine Dragon's opinion. It's like this. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang has a disciple who is a great immortal. He has been looking for a personal disciple. Supreme Immortal Ming Yang wants to introduce Nine Dragons to his disciple. What do you mean by this? Shui Dong asked. Qin Shao knew what Supreme Immortal Ming Yang wanted. He also wanted to rope him in. However, Qin Shao didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Nine Dragons and said, "You decide." Nine Dragons looked at Qin Shao blankly. He naturally knew how powerful a great immortal was. To be able to be a disciple of a great immortal was his good fortune. However, he also knew that the reason the great immortal accepted him was completely because of Qin Shao. Therefore, Nine Dragons was actually a bit scared. "Don't look at me. If you want it, then agree. If not, then forget it," Qin Shao said again. Nine Dragons thought for a while and said tentatively, "Then I agree." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Sure. After all, to be a disciple of a great immortal, the benefits are endless." "Then I'll agree," the Nine Dragons said again. Shui Dong smiled and said, Okay. I'll report to Supreme Immortal Ming Yang immediately. By the way, Lord Qin Shao, there's one more thing. How should we deal with the people of Black Hole Abyss? Nine Dragons, you decide," Qin Shao said to Nine Dragons. "Huh? You want me to decide again?" Nine Dragons looked innocent. However, after thinking about it, it was indeed his business. Therefore, Nine Dragons thought for a while and said, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'm not dead anyway. Although those people are despicable, they're not that hateful after all. You can deal with them however you want. I can't be bothered." Chapter 1776. Paradise District. Nine Dragons felt like a beggar who had entered a palace. Wherever he went, he would be greeted with curious gazes and gasps of surprise. The prosperity of this place was indeed too flourishing for him. He, Nine Dragons, had been enslaved and tortured. Now, he had become a dragon. He felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. The huge contrast made Nine Dragons feel like he had been reborn. "Hey, Qin Shao, is this your friend?" Qin Shao brought Nine Dragons to meet up with Fatty Kai and the other two. The three of them sized Nine Dragons up curiously. Nine Dragons was a little terrified when he was sized up by the three of them. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Aman's realms were only ordinary. They were only second-step universe grades. In fact, their realms were the same as Nine Dragons. However, the aura exuding from the three of them was obviously extraordinary. 9 dragons could clearly feel their strength. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were naturally not weak. They were exceptional geniuses who had passed the fuming puppet Immortal Palace's nominal disciple assessment. Although a man was a little weaker, he was definitely considered a genius. At least, 9 dragons would definitely be ashamed of his inferiority. When his aura weakened, 9 dragons naturally felt a little inferior. Yes, this is my friend from my hometown, 9 dragons. Qin Xiao nodded and introduced them to Fatty Kai and the others. He also introduced them to 9 dragons. Fatty Kai, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic. Qin Xiao's hometown friend, Fatty Kai, also treated him as one of his own. He was very friendly, which made 9 dragons a little uncomfortable. Haha, brother 9 dragons, don't be so reserved. We are all brothers in the future. We are all Qin Xiao's brothers, so we are very casual. Fatty Kai grinned. 9 dragons nodded with a smile. He just needed some time to digest all this. He naturally knew that all this was thanks to Qin Xiao, because Qin Xiao had given him everything. Fatty Kai added, Brother 9 dragons, you seem to have suffered a lot. There are also many injuries on your body. It seems like you have suffered a lot over the years. I have many healing immortal medicines and immortal pills that can restore immortal chi. I don't have any with me. I've already asked someone to send them over. It will be delivered. His words stunned the 9 dragons. They had just met, and he was already taking care of them. Although he didn't know much about celestial medicines and celestial pills, he could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary item. It was definitely something very precious. However, Fatty Kai had taken the initiative to ask someone to bring it over to heal him, which indeed made 9 dragons feel very confused. He looked at Qin Xiao with a helpless expression. Qin Xiao understood Fatty Kai's intentions. In fact, there was no need for Fatty Kai to do anything. The Immortal Court would naturally heal the 9 dragons. But since Fatty Kai took the initiative to say it, it was also his intention, so it was still worth thanking. Since Fatty Kai asked someone to send it over, you should accept it, Qin Xiao said to 9 dragon. 9 dragons then said to Fatty Kai, Thank you, Fatty Kai. Haha, it's nothing. Fatty Kai waved his hand and continued. By the way, 9 dragon brothers, have you become a disciple of any expert or joined any forces? The 9 dragons nodded and said, Yes, I have already promised the Immortal Court. Haha, great. You were directly taken in by the Immortal Court. Not bad, not bad. Then I won't dare to ask again, lest I become a joke. Fatty Kai smiled and said, Obviously, if 9 dragons didn't join any forces, he wanted to recruit him for his family. On the way here, 9 dragons learned some basic information about Linfu City. He knew about the Immortal Court's prestige. The Immortal Court was the oldest force in Linfu City. Its strength was definitely unfathomable and immeasurable. Although the Blissful Island was the undisputed overlord in name, it was only because the Blissful Island had a genius behind it. But who was behind the Immortal Court? That was unknown. Anyway, apart from the Blissful Island, there was probably no other force that could compete with the Immortal Court. The Fumu Immortal Palace was a celestial sect that transcended everything. Being able to join the Immortal Court was definitely something that countless people dreamed of. Originally, with 9 dragons' talent and potential, not to mention the Immortal Court, even the ordinary forces in Linfu City wouldn't necessarily want him. All of this was given to him by Qin Xiao. The blissful area was filled with wine and meat, singing and dancing, extravagant and chaotic. The so-called blissful area was to enjoy all the blissful things in the world. There were all kinds of blissful things that could be enjoyed in this area. Of course, most of the blissful things were nothing more than a few themes. It was nothing more than eating, drinking, playing, and having fun. In this blissful area, as long as you were willing to spend money, there was nothing that you couldn't eat, drink, or play. As for playing, for men, it was mainly some activities related to women. These activities in the blissful area could be said to have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, the blissful area could be called a man's paradise. Yo, isn't this Lord Qin Xiao? I've heard a lot about you. Today, I finally have the honor of seeing you in person. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Lord Qin Xiao for a few drinks? Look over there, it's Qin Xiao. It's really Qin Xiao. He actually came to the blissful area to play. Ah, it's really Qin Xiao. My idol. I admire him so much. Don't pull me, I'm gonna hug his thigh. Not only Qin Xiao, but also Princess Xiaoyu's younger brother, Xiao Dao. If I can make friends with Xiao Dao, that would be great. Hey, do you think Qin Xiao came to the blissful area to look for women? Bah, bah, bah. Do you think everyone is as addicted to sensual pleasures as you are? What's wrong with being addicted to sensual pleasures? It's human nature. What a wonderful thing. Don't you like it too? What's the point of cultivating so hard? You can't take it easy. It's better to enjoy it. Along the way, many people greeted Qin Xiao, and there was a lot of discussion. Qin Xiao didn't pay much attention to these people who were trying to curry favor with him. He just casually responded to them. Hee, brother Qin Xiao, do you guys want to go have some fun? Fatty Kai suddenly said sneakily, emphasizing the word have fun. Obviously, there was a deeper meaning behind it. Xiao Dao and Man didn't have much experience and didn't understand. Qin Xiao and 9 Dragons naturally understood the meaning behind Fatty Kai's words. Without waiting for them to speak, Fatty Kai continued, it's very wonderful to play in there. There are all kinds of beautiful women, not only from a human race, but also from other races. Haha, there are even breeds that are specially made for men to play with. A real stunner, that's what I call cool. That's really something that can make people happy. It's definitely something that will make people reminisce about it endlessly. Xiao Dao and Man finally understood, and couldn't help but blush with shame. Qin Xiao said somewhat speechlessly, we're all decent people, okay? Huh, you're talking as if we're not decent people? I, Fatty Kai, am also very decent. But it's the nature of a man, food, sex, and sex. These things are a man's nature, so it's nothing. Some things are quite fun to play with, so it's nothing. There's so many fun things in this world that people need to explore. If you haven't tried some things, it'll be a regret in your life. I can guarantee that you'll like it after playing with it once. Fatty Kai continued. 9 Dragons had lived in the Hongmeng universe for more than half a universe epoch, and he had also produced a huge race. He probably had the most right to speak about the matters between men and women. He had lived for a long time and had experienced a lot, so he naturally understood a lot. Compared to 9 Dragons, Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao, and Man were simply fledglings. 9 Dragons couldn't help but tease. Fatty Kai, look at how fat you are. Don't tell me your body has been hollowed out. You have a lot of experience and are very clear about this. You come here often, right? Haha, that's impossible. Am I, Fatty Kai, the kind of person who is addicted to women? Occasionally, I'll do it. My focus is on cultivation. I'm just playing with it occasionally for fun. Fatty Kai said with a smile. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, okay, Fatty Kai, don't talk nonsense here. If you want to go and play, then go ahead. Don't lead us astray. We didn't come here for this thing. If the Elysium is full of these things, then we can leave. There's nothing good about it. We can stay. Fatty Kai's mouth twitched, and he immediately said, Don't, I just said it casually. I didn't mean to play. The blissful district is definitely not just these. There's a lot to play with. How about this? Let's go eat something first. The food in the blissful district is also very good. If we don't eat, then we've come to the blissful district for nothing. No, let's go eat something, drink some wine, and watch some singing and dancing. That's fine, right? Qin Xiao nodded. This was naturally fine. Following Fatty Kai, the group quickly came to an area. This area was very popular. As soon as they arrived, they felt the lively atmosphere. Just the atmosphere here was already very good. So when they came here, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. So their mood naturally became better. A beautiful maid walked over. She had bright eyes and a pair of big teeth. She was extremely beautiful, and when she walked, she gave off a very flirtatious feeling. Her smile was charming. Her body emitted a somewhat enchanting aura. Such a coquettish woman could attract people's eyes, and they couldn't help but look at her a few more times. As soon as this maid came, 9 Dragons, Xiao Dao, and Man's eyes suddenly became a little straight, especially Xiao Dao and Man. After all, they had less experience. As for 9 Dragons, after all, They had lived for more than half of the universe era. They still had experience and knowledge. So, they wouldn't be too rude. Calm down, this is just the most ordinary maid. If you like her, it's very easy. She can even play with you. Fatty Kai said to 9 dragons and the other 2 with a smile. 9 dragons and the other 2 immediately retracted their gazes. None of them were interested in such things. Chapter 1777. What surprised 9 dragons was that the most ordinary maid, in Fatty Kai's words, was also exuding the aura of an immortal. She was actually a fairy, but here, she was the most ordinary maid, a humble maid. Becoming an immortal was something the 9 dragons yearned for even in their dreams. Give us a good one. Fatty Kai showed his generosity again, waving his big hand, revealing his domineering aura. Clearly, the cost of living in the Elysium was terrifyingly high. A good private room was definitely expensive. The maid smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Kai really came at the right time. There is only one good private room left. Today is especially crowded. I reckon that if you came a little later, all the good private rooms would be gone." "Oh, it's so crowded? What good programs are there?" Fatty Kai was slightly surprised. There were a lot of private rooms here, and many of them were of the best quality. It was extremely rare to see a full house. At least he, Fatty Kai, had never encountered such a situation before. The maid said, "Young Master Kai, did you forget that our Bliss District has a small Bliss Festival every million years and a big Bliss Festival every 100 million years? The small Bliss Festival has already begun, so there will be a lot of interesting programs, which naturally attracted a lot of people." Fatty Kai patted his head and immediately laughed. "Ha, I know about the Bliss Festival, but I didn't count it carefully. What a coincidence. Interesting, really interesting. I was worried that there wouldn't be any good programs, and now it's solved." The maid led Qin Xiao and the others to a private room. It was called a private room, but it could be said to be a very unique courtyard. The layout inside was very unique and strange, and it even contained the Tao of the heavens. It was incomparably mysterious. Therefore, when he saw this private room, even Qin Xiao was slightly startled. He couldn't help but look for a while, and his heart was secretly shocked. The layout here contains the Tao of the heavens, and I can only see a little bit of it. It's incomparably mysterious. The layout of a private room is so profound. It's really eye-opening. Qin Xiao thought in his heart. Anyone who entered this place would feel a sense of nobility. It was as if they were standing at the peak of a mountain, overlooking the heavens. 9 dragons and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They didn't come back to their senses for a while. This place could even be regarded as the best place for cultivation. Cultivating here was very good, and one could comprehend the immortal Tao. Of course, no one would be so extravagant as to use this place as a place to cultivate. "Young Master Hao, this is the place. There's only one private room left." At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. A group of people walked over under the lead of a maid. When a maid saw Qin Xiao and the others clearly, she was obviously stunned and immediately became a little embarrassed. She said to the maid who brought Qin Xiao and the others, "Xiao Xian, I didn't know you brought guests." After she finished speaking, the maid said to the group of people, "Young Master Hao, I'm really sorry. They came first, so we can only give this first-class private room to them. How about I change a better room for young Master Hao?" The Blissful Island had always had a tacit, unspoken rule, and that was first come, first served. Of course, unspoken rules were unspoken rules. Since they were unspoken rules, breaking them was even easier. The person called Young Master Hao by the maid took a step forward. His gaze swept over Qin Xiao and the others, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said in a mocking tone, "Oh, if it isn't our peerless genius, Qin Xiao, and Princess Xiaoyu's little brother, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Dao and a damned fatty." As for Wild and 9 dragons, they were clearly ignored by young Master Hao. Fatty Kai's face was filled with embarrassment after being called a damned fatty by young Master Hao. There was a bit of green on his face, but there was also a bit of helplessness. From Fatty Kai's reaction, it was clear that young Master Hao's background was even greater than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid to speak. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on young Master Hao. Based on the aura emanating from his body, Qin Zhao could tell that young Master Hao was only a first step heavenly venerate. No matter how strong his aura was, he still hadn't reached the second step heavenly venerate level. However, this person's arrogance was overbearing, so he was definitely an arrogant and despotic person. There were 6 people behind him, all of whom were first step heavenly venerates. Their auras weren't weak, and their strength was probably among the top first step heavenly venerates. These people would most likely be able to put up a fight against an ordinary second step heavenly venerate. On Qin Zhao's side, all of them were universe grades. There was indeed a huge gap between their cultivation bases. I want this private room. I don't think you guys have any objections, right? Young Master Hao said casually as he looked at Qin Zhao and the others. This was a casual tone, but there was an unquestionable power within it. It was as if no one dared to refute his words. This kind of domineering aura was indeed like a huge mountain pressing down on them, making them feel a little suffocated. Brother Qin Zhao, this person is a disciple of the Haochu clan. He has a flamboyant personality and is extremely arrogant and despotic. He is a famous hedonistic young master in Linfu City. Not many people dare provoke him. Fatty Kai secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Zhao. Haochu clan? Qin Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, he knew about the Haochu clan. It was one of the top 10 factions in Linfu City, so its foundation was naturally very solid. However, given Qin Zhao's current reputation, even the top 10 factions in Linfu City would give him some face and wouldn't provoke him easily, let alone a mere disciple. Fatty Kai continued to explain. It would be fine if this person was just an ordinary disciple of the Haochu clan. Although he wasn't accepted by the Fumu Immortal Palace, he has 2 outstanding brothers. His eldest brother is Hao Guilong, his second brother is Hao Guihu, and his name is Hao Guixian. Hearing this, Qin Zhao somewhat understood where young Master Hao's confidence came from. Hao Guilong was a god's favored son. His status in the Fumu Immortal Palace was incomparably high. As for Hao Guihu, although he was only an ordinary disciple, his ranking was relatively high among the ordinary disciples. His reputation was not below by Shan, Tai Yulong, and the others. He could be considered to be standing at the top of the ordinary disciples. He could take another step forward and become a core disciple. Moreover, Hao Guihu hadn't cultivated for a long time and still had great potential. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a core disciple. It could even be said that he had a high chance of following in Hao Guilong's footsteps and becoming a god's favored son. It was precisely because of these 2 brothers that the Haochu clan's current momentum was abnormally strong. It was faintly showing signs of surpassing the other factions. Hao Guixian was the younger brother of these 2 brothers. It was no wonder that he dared to be so arrogant. He didn't even put Qin Zhao and Xiao Dao in his eyes. Brother Qin Zhao, this person is indeed not to be trifled with. Moreover, this person's character is too strong. He definitely won't allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, if we don't step aside today, he will definitely go against us. I'm afraid that something will happen today. Both of his brothers are extremely protective of him. Therefore, Brother Qin Zhao, what do you think? Fatty Kai secretly transmitted his voice again. The meaning of his words was very obvious. He wanted Qin Zhao to take a step back. After all, the matter hadn't been stirred up yet. As long as one side took a step back, the world would be peaceful. Qin Zhao understood Fatty Kai's meaning. In terms of the situation, it was indeed a little pressuring. Qin Zhao also had some self-awareness. Although he was a peerless monster, he hadn't grown up yet. It was only said that his talent and potential were there, but whether he could grow up in the end was still unknown. Even if he could grow up, it was possible that no matter how monstrous he was, he could only reach the god's favored son level. If Qin Zhao really reached the god's favored son level, the Haochu clan would probably have 2 god's favored sons. 2 against 1, they would still be able to crush Qin Zhao. Therefore, in all aspects, Qin Zhao had no advantage at all. As for Xiao Dao, he had the support of Princess Xiaoyu. However, ordinary matters wouldn't be enough for Xiaoyu to ask the palace master to take action. Moreover, Hao Guixian obviously wasn't targeting Xiao Dao. Instead, he was targeting Qin Xiao. Obviously, he was targeting Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao naturally understood the principle of suppressing others with force, and taking a step back would allow one to have a better view of the world. However, Qin Xiao had never been a person who would bow down easily. Moreover, Qin Xiao clearly felt that this matter wasn't so simple. Hao Guixian obviously had the intention of targeting him. It wasn't as simple as bumping into him and showing off his character. Therefore, Qin Xiao knew that even if he was willing to take a step back, he might not be able to calm things down. Even if he calmed things down this time, he was afraid that there would still be trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao didn't want to retreat. Instead, he looked straight at Hao Guixian and said, "I'm sorry. I don't like your opinion. Since we came here first, this first-class private room naturally belongs to us. I don't need to tell you the principle of first come, first served, right?" Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Fatty Kai was also stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at Qin Xiao in surprise, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. In fact, he wanted to take a step back, but Qin Xiao didn't. Therefore, Fatty Kai couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Yes, that's right. We came here first. Why should we give this room to you? How can you bully others like this? Of course, we won't give up this first-class private room. You should find another one," Xiao Dao said indignantly. Although he didn't know the situation clearly, he firmly followed Qin Xiao's footsteps. No matter what Qin Xiao did, he felt that it was right. First come, first served? When did the Blissful Island have such a rule? Why didn't I know about it? Hao Guixian sneered. His eyes suddenly became sharp and swept over Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao like a peerless blade. Rules have always been set for the weak. Don't you understand this principle? Qin Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're a peerless monster and an official disciple of the Fudo Immortal Palace. You want to fight with me? You're still too young. I'll give you one more chance. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Don't wait for me to get angry. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't bear it. You've just entered the Fudo Immortal Palace, and your feathers are still young. How dare you act like this? Humph, you really don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, Hao Guixian was a little angry. He directly exploded with anger. What kind of arrogance was this? The two maids stood there in fear, but they didn't know what to do. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, if something really happened, they were afraid that it would affect them. Fatty Kai was even more nervous. He opened his mouth to say something but stopped. He was also a little helpless. Chapter 1778. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. The atmosphere had long since reached a state of mutual hostility, and a great battle was about to break out. The two maidservants nervously retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. Such a matter was no longer something that they could step forward to handle. Neither side was someone that they could afford to offend. Hao Guixian's arrogance was unparalleled, and the followers behind him were equally arrogant and overbearing. Few in the entire Linfu city dared to look down on an official disciple of the fuming Immortal Palace. But Hao Guixian had the confidence to do so. He had a proud elder brother and a core disciple for a brother. This was enough for him to be unbridled. Ordinary disciples, even core disciples, would have to be patient with him. After all, it was beneath their dignity to fight with such a spoiled brat. Qin Xiao didn't want to argue with Hao Guixian, but the other party's overbearing attitude was really irritating. "What? If I don't let you, will you dare to take action?" Qin Xiao looked calmly at the arrogant Hao Guixian. His tone was flat, but there was a sharp edge to it that wouldn't tolerate being bullied. Qin Xiao's words made Hao Guixian's face darken. It was so cold that it could kill. But would he really dare to take action? The answer was obviously no. Taking action against a disciple of the fuming Immortal Palace was a violation of the palace's rules. No matter how powerful Hao Guixian's background was, he wouldn't dare openly challenge the palace's rules. Unless, of course, he had to make a move without anyone knowing. But there was no such thing on the Blissful Island. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Those who offend our brother Xian have never had a good ending. Umph. Don't think you can act without fear just because you're a disciple of the fuming immortal palace. You're nothing but dog shit in front of our brother Xian. Even a core disciple would have to give our brother Xian face, let alone an official disciple like you. Our brother Xian has a million ways to deal with you. Don't think the fuming immortal palace's rules can protect you. How Guishuan's followers also began to clamor. It seemed that these people were used to acting like a tyrant. Ignore them. Let's go in. Qin Shao didn't pay attention to those people. He said to Fatty Kai and the others, then took the lead and entered the private room. Such an action was a form of disregard for Hao Guixian. Hao Guishuan's face darkened in anger. Obviously, Qin Shao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. But he, Hao Guixian, liked to trample on these so-called geniuses, so-called monsters. He had always been resentful. He felt that he was a rare genius, but he wasn't accepted by the Fuda Immortal Palace. Therefore, he was unwilling. He had always been unwilling. He wanted to trample on Qin Shao, who didn't have any background. It would be much easier if he could solve it with his own hands, but he couldn't. Since they're going in, we're going in too. Hao Guixian sneered and waved his hand, leading his followers in. This private room was big enough that it wouldn't be crowded even if there were more people. But when two different groups of people entered, the atmosphere changed. Seeing Hao Guixian and the others enter, Qin Shao frowned. He looked at Hao Guixian coldly and said, "Are you done yet? So what? If I, Hao Guixian, want to trample on someone, I will. Unless you obediently give up this private room today, otherwise, this matter will not be over. If I can't trample on you, it's my loss. If I want to deal with you, I have many ways. Don't think the Fuda Immortal Palace's rules can protect you. There will be a time when you're not in the Fuda Immortal Palace. Even if you stay in the Fuda Immortal Palace, I still have ways to deal with you. And don't forget, some of your friends aren't disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I can't deal with you, but can I deal with them?" Hao Guishuan's smile was sinister, as if he had Qin Shao under control. "Don't go too far." Xiao Dao glared at Hao Guixian angrily. Qin Zhao's eyes turned even colder. She stared at Hao Guixian like an icicle and said coldly, "You shouldn't have used my friends to threaten me. You shouldn't have touched my reverse scale. There's a saying in my hometown, touch the reverse scale of a dragon and you'll die." "Ha ha!" Hao Guixian laughed loudly and said, "Touch the reverse scale of a dragon and you'll die. But I don't believe you. I'm going to trample on your reverse scale. What can you do to me? So what if I used your friends to threaten you? If you dare touch the people of the Exanhua clan, my sister won't let you go." Xiao Dao gnashed his teeth in anger. Hao Guixian laughed eerily and said, "Then you need to have proof that I did it. Your sister hasn't grown up yet. With her strength alone, how can she not let me go? Without proof, do you really think the Hao Chu clan is a pushover?" Xiao Dao was speechless, but he had to admit that this was the truth. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Shao asked again. Hao Guixian laughed proudly. He looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, "Yes, I'm threatening you. I like it when you're angry at me. The angrier you are, the happier I am." Ha ha. This kind of person had a twisted mind. Qin Shao had met many people like this. She could only say that there were all kinds of birds in the sea. They say that a detestable person must have a pitiful side. You're just a pitiful person with a low self-esteem. Since you want to find happiness in others so much, why don't I be merciful? This place is big enough anyway. It doesn't matter if there are a few more of you. Just think of it as my reward. Fighting with you will only make you look pitiful. It will only make me seem as pitiful as all of you." After Qin Shao said this, he gestured for everyone to sit down. Humph. Hao Guixian was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Qin Shao angrily and said, "Kid, let's see how long you can be stubborn for." Hao Guixian waved his hand and sat down with his people. It seemed that he had no intention of leaving. This matter obviously wouldn't end here. Fatty Kai, who had always been talkative, became silent at this time. "It's okay. This is between me and him. You don't have to worry about anything." Qin Shao smiled and patted Fatty Kai's shoulder. No, I'm not." Fatty Kai hurriedly tried to explain, but Qin Shao stopped him and said, "I know. You don't have to explain anything. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's nothing. A tree lives with a layer of bark, and a person lives with a breath. If I can retreat, I will. If I can, I won't. As a cultivator, we should have the spirit of a cultivator. Fatty Kai looked at Qin Shao for a while, then said, Brother Qin Shao, no matter what you do, I will support you. Although Hao Guixian is not to be trifled with, if he really bullies you, there is no place to retreat. Let's not talk about this. Didn't you say that there is bliss here? Why can't I see anything? Qin Shao changed the topic. Since Qin Shao didn't mention it, Fatty Kai didn't say anything more. He waved to the maid. The maid waved her hand, and one of the walls became transparent, forming a row of windows with a wide view. Through the windows, they could see the outside scene. There was a huge open space outside, divided into many different areas. In every area, there was an exciting show going on. There were songs and dances, acrobatics, auctions of all kinds of beauties, competitions, gambling, and so on. There were all kinds of shows, and there were all kinds of shows. At first glance, it was indeed very pleasing to the eye. Just those alluring women alone were a beautiful sight to behold. And those beautiful women were not only from a human race, but also from other races. They were also very beautiful, blooming with strange light, which was very eye-catching. The cheerful atmosphere could be transmitted. Brother Qin Shao, let's order first. The wine and dishes here are also the best. You can eat anything you can't eat outside here, Fatty Kai said. The maid waved her hand, and a thick menu appeared in front of Qin Shao. Fatty Kai, you eat a lot here. You order. I'm not picky about food, Qin Shao said. Fatty Kai laughed and said, Brother Qin Shao, you should take a look first. Just looking at the menu will be fun. If you don't look at the menu, you won't be able to experience the bliss of this place. Eating and drinking take up a large part of the Elysium. There was such a saying. Since Fatty Kai had said so, Qin Shao didn't refuse anymore. He opened the menu. The first dish was called Flame Kingdom. It was a very difficult dish name. If he did not look at the side notes, he would not know what it was at all. This dish turned out to be made from the meat of an extremely rare flame beast that lived in the Flame Country. Moreover, it was made from the best parts of the flame beast body and added a lot of spices to make it a special dish. To be able to be at the top of the menu, it was obviously very popular in the bliss. The flame beast's meat is tender and delicious. It has an indescribable taste. Most importantly, the flame beast's meat has the effect of nourishing the immortal body. If you eat the flame beast's meat for a long time, your immortal body will be strengthened by a lot, Fatty Kai said. Qin Shao pursed his lips. It looks good, but the price is not ordinary. This dish costs 68 chaos source stones. Haha, yes, 68 chaos source stones. As for the price, it was indeed extraordinarily expensive. Of course, the specialties here weren't cheap. It's not easy to have a meal here. Fatty Kai smiled. Qin Shao was very poor now. With his wealth, it would be difficult to eat a meal here. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. I don't lack money. Today, everyone, eat as much as you want. If you eat until you are broke, then it's my loss. Fatty Kai waved his hand. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He knew Fatty Kai was rich, but he did not want to eat too much. As he continued to look, Qin Shao found that the dishes here were indeed very special. There was a dish called Deep Sea Pearl. If you eat it a few times, you will cultivate the eyes of clairvoyance. There was a dish called Aged Heart. After eating it, it will nourish the soul and improve the state of mind. The reason why the dishes here were so expensive was because the ingredients were very particular. Not only were they eaten as dishes, but they also had many benefits for the body. They could nourish the immortal body, the soul, improve the state of mind, help in the cultivation of immortal techniques. The cheapest dish here was 8 Chaos Source Stones per serving. The most expensive dish was 128 Chaos Source Stones per serving. Just thinking about it was enough to make one speechless. Chapter 1779. The bliss of the bliss region should be far more than this, right? Qin Shao didn't think much of what he saw. True bliss should be far more than this. Haha, of course it's far more than that. Fatty Kai grinned. Eating, Drinking and having fun is only a small part of the bliss region. The true bliss of the bliss region is playing, participating in the fun. As long as you want to play, you can play anything. There's so many things you can play with. Qin Xiao didn't have much interest in playing. This time, he just came out to relax. Fatty Kai, on the other hand, was in high spirits as he introduced all kinds of Elysium activities to Qin Xiao. It sounded very interesting, but Qin Xiao wasn't interested in them. Fatty Kai, what's going on over there? Wild pointed at an area and asked. There were hundreds of creatures of all kinds standing in that area. Some were as tall as giants, some were short and skinny, and some were ugly and ferocious. They all had their own ferocious appearances. Every one of them had an extremely ferocious appearance and an extremely evil appearance. They all looked scary enough. In terms of cultivation, they were all first step Empyrean immortals. That's a gambling competition. Everyone can choose one person from those people to fight with others. In addition, you can also gamble with the Bliss Island and bet on the top 3. If you win, you'll get 20 returns for first place, 10 returns for second place, and 5 returns for third place. There's also another way. You can send your own people to participate in the gambling competition. If the person you send out can win, then it will count. For example, you can send a particularly powerful subordinate. If you're sure that he'll get first place, then you can spend a lot of money to buy first place. If you win, you'll get 20 returns, and you'll make a lot of money. Actually, there have been people who have succeeded in this way, and more than once. So this competition is quite exciting. Just as Fatty Kai finished speaking, Hao Guishuan's voice sounded. Qin Xiao, do you want to play? I'm not interested. Qin Xiao rejected without even turning his head. Let's make a bet. Whoever loses will have to pay for the dishes on the table. I took a look, and the price of our table is about the same. Are you interested now? Hao Guishuan asked. However, Qin Xiao still flatly refused. I'm even less interested. At this moment, Hao Guishuan wanted to strangle Qin Xiao to death. Hee, do you guys want to play? 10 primal chaos source rocks could be used once. If one won, they would get 15. If not, you can also buy the top 3. You can buy them for at least 1 chaos source stone, Fatty Kai said to everyone. Xiao Dao and 9 dragons clearly weren't very interested. A man, on the other hand, seemed a little interested, sizing up those life forms. Fatty Kai, how's your eyesight? Which one do you think has a higher chance of winning? Wild asked. Fatty Kai shook his head and said, Haha, that's hard to say. It depends on luck. It was very difficult to rely purely on one's eyesight. After all, this is a battle of life and death. It's common for the strong to be killed by the weak. That's why, even if you have some eyesight, you still have to rely on luck. Just treat it as having fun. Don't think too much. Qin Xiao wasn't interested in this. His gaze landed on another area, which should be a slave trading area. There were all kinds of slaves, both male and female. Qin Xiao's gaze landed on a 3-eyed race slave. The 3-eyed race's appearance was no different from a human's, except that they had an additional vertical eye between their eyebrows. Qin Xiao noticed him among the many slaves because most of the other slaves were standing there listlessly. Slaves were originally reduced to lowly status and had lost everything. However, this 3-eyed race slave had an unquenchable energy. His gaze was incomparably resolute as he stared in one direction. Such a gaze moved Qin Xiao. It was too resolute and resolute. It gave people the feeling that no matter what happened, nothing would be able to destroy him. His heart was already unbreakable. This kind of strength didn't originate from his strength, but from his heart. The strength of one's heart was the true strength. Therefore, the feeling he gave Qin Xiao was that he was very powerful. Even in the face of a powerful opponent, he could still create miracles. This was the true strength of a person. What, Brother Qin Xiao, are you interested in slaves? These are all ordinary slaves. There's nothing to look at. If you really want to buy slaves, then buy real good ones. As long as you can afford it. You can even buy the slaves of great immortals. Fatty Kai laughed. What? Slaves of great immortals? That's impossible, right? Fatty Kai's words greatly shocked a man and the others. A great immortal was a third-step celestial venerable. Even in Lin Fu City, A great immortal was a lofty existence and an extremely powerful existence. A great immortal was enough to support a sizable force. How could such a powerful existence be reduced to slaves? Didn't this sound too inconceivable? It was already inconceivable that Xiao Xian was a slave. If it was a human immortal, he could barely accept it. Great immortal. It was really hard for them to accept. Even Qin Xiao had a look of surprise on his face. A slave of a great immortal. Perhaps the top 10 forces of Linfu City would go crazy for it. Haha, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible on the blissful island. Great immortal slaves definitely exist, but they can only be found by chance. Of course, if you want to get a great immortal slave, you have to pay a price that ordinary people can't afford. Not to mention, ordinary people, even the top 10 forces of Linfu City, have to cut their flesh. Fatty Kai said. Fatty Kai looked at the three-eyed slave and said to Qin Xiao, "This is a little immortal slave. It's not expensive. It should be around 100 chaos source stones. If Brother Qin Xiao wants it, I can buy it." Qin Xiao pulled Fatty Kai and said, "Don't worry, I don't want a slave. I just feel that this person is a bit special. Look at his eyes. There's an indescribable steadfastness. There must be a powerful force supporting him in his heart. His will must be very strong." Fatty Kai looked at him and said, "It's fine if he's a bit special. No matter what, he's just a slave. A little immortal slave is a burden to Brother Qin Xiao. It's useless. There's no need to waste money on him. It's different. A little immortal slave is naturally nothing to me. It's useless. It's just that I feel that he's a bit special and has a different kind of potential. So, I want to let him play in the gambling arena." Qin Xiao said. Ahem. Fatty Kai coughed dryly when he heard Qin Xiao's words. What's the problem? Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask after seeing Fatty Kai's reaction. Fatty Kai said, Ahem, well, Brother Qin Xiao, that's a good idea. But I think we can change the way we play. 100 Chaos Source Stones isn't a big number, but it's not worth it if it's too boring. Fatty Kai, you mean he'll definitely lose? Qin Xiao asked. Fatty Kai nodded with a smile and said, Yes, of course he'll lose. These slaves don't have much strength. The ones in the gambling arena are all carefully selected. They're absolutely ruthless. All of them have extraordinary strength. Although they're little immortals, ordinary human immortals can't do anything to them. They're nothing. You just pick a random slave. Isn't that just giving him away? This business is too serious. It's not worth it. Qin Xiao curled his lips and chuckled. I see. But what if I don't believe in this evil? Ahem. Fatty Kai's face was a bit red. After a while, he said, Well, a master is a master. He doesn't walk the normal path. It's also possible that he'll win. That doesn't mean he'll lose. Qin Xiao waved at the maid and pointed at the triangular-eyed slave, saying, Go, I'll buy that slave and bring him here. Yes, young Master Qin. I'll go right away. This slave costs 100 origin stones. The maid nodded. Just as Fatty Kai expected, Fatty Kai wanted to rush to pay, but Qin Xiao had already prepared 100 Chaos Source Stones and handed it to the maid. Hee, Fatty Kai, don't fight with me. I still have enough Primal Chaos Source Stones, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Fatty Kai could only withdraw his hand. Qin Xiao had won first place in the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The Blissful Island rewarded him with 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Plus the 100 Chaos Source Stones he already had. Qin Xiao still had some Chaos Source Stones on him. Taking out 100 Chaos Source Stones was indeed very easy. Haha, I forgot that you're also a little rich now. Fatty Kai joked. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Buying a slave to participate in the gambling fight. You really have too much money to burn. What do you want? This young master will play with you. Hao Guixian looked at Qin Xiao mockingly. Qin Xiao glanced at Hao Guixian indifferently, saying, That's my business. What does it have to do with you? If you want to play, then play. You have money to burn, so I have no interest in talking to you. Humph, then let's play. Hao Guixian snorted angrily. There was a wave of anger in his heart that he couldn't vent. He wanted to control Qin Xiao, but Qin Xiao just ignored him. He felt like he had nowhere to use his power, and every move he made missed. It was very painful. Soon, the maid brought the three-eyed slave over. Slaves were lowly, and they were terrified when they saw people. This three-eyed slave seemed to have some courage and didn't show too much fear. The maid handed the soul stone to Qin Shao, saying, "Young Master Qin, this is the soul stone of this slave. Young Master Qin, you only need to inject a bit of soul power into it, and it will recognize you as its master." Qin Shao took the soul stone, but didn't recognize it as its master. Instead, he looked at the three-eyed slave. Perhaps he didn't feel any aggression from Qin Shao, so the three-eyed slave looked at Qin Shao. "What's your name?" Qin Shao asked. "I'm Shao. Shao." Qin Shao repeated. It was rare to see someone with a one-word name. This name was interesting. Qin Shao smiled faintly, saying, "Shao, do you want to be free?" "Buzz." When he heard Qin Zhao's words, Zhao's whole body trembled. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze and couldn't believe his ears. Be free? What slave didn't want that? No one wanted to be a slave. If you were born a slave, and your mind was implanted with the idea of being a slave, then so be it. But most slaves were born after birth and were captured and forced into slavery. Shao was obviously the latter. You didn't hear wrong. I asked you if you want to be free. Qin Shao asked again. Chapter 1780. Fatty Kai and the others looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Spending 100 chaos source stones to buy a slave just to give him back his freedom? Wasn't that a bit too willful? In this world, there were so many slaves that they were simply innumerable. If one had such a great heart of compassion, then they would never be able to save all of them. Qin Shao continued, "You want freedom, but I won't give it to you directly. It's not realistic to expect a free lunch. If you want to get something, you have to fight for it with your own efforts. Although I don't know how strong you are, I feel that your mental strength is very strong. You have a firm heart and a resolute personality. I admire that. But that's not enough. You need to prove yourself. So, I'll give you a chance now. Go to the arena. If you can survive, I'll give you your freedom." Fatty Kai and the others thought that Qin Shao was too willful, throwing 100 chaos source stones just to give a slave his freedom. Hearing Qin Zhao's conditions, they immediately clicked their tongues. Fatty Kai's facial muscles couldn't help but tremble. He said, "Brother Qin Shao, you're making it too difficult for him." Cough, cough. The rules of the arena say that only the top 3 have the right to survive. Round after round of fighting, round after round of elimination. The loser will die. In the end, it will end when he reaches the top 3. This slave, let alone the top 3, he can't even survive 1 round. 1 round? Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. 1 round, is it that bad? Xiao Dao asked with some doubt. Fatty Kai waved his hand and said, No, it's not that bad. It's definitely worse than that. It's possible that he can't even survive 1 round. This was a fact. Those who could enter the gambling arena were definitely good seeds selected from tens of thousands. They were definitely ruthless and peerless beauties who did not care about their lives. They're all extremely strong. Fatty Kai, I don't believe you. I believe in Brother Qin Shao. Since he dares to do this, he must have his reasons. So, I think Shaw still has a chance to get into the top 3. Xiao Dao shook his head. Fatty Kai rolled his eyes at Xiao Dao and said with a gloomy expression, You don't even believe my Fatty Kai's words? Sister, when did I say anything wrong? It's not that I don't believe you, but relatively speaking, I believe in Big Brother Qin Shao more. 1 round? You think too highly of this three-eyed slave. If he can survive 1 move, I'll pay for the drinks on your table. Fatty Kai was speechless, but Hao Gue Xian laughed. As soon as Hao Gue Xian's voice fell, Fatty Kai immediately replied, Young Master Xian, you said it? Are you sure? Hao Gue Xian glanced at Fatty Kai contemptuously and said with a sneer, Of course, my brother Xian's words have always been a man of his word. If this three-eyed slave can survive the 1st round, all the food and drinks on your table will be on my brother Xian. A gentleman's word, Fatty Kai immediately asked. A horse can't go back on his word. Hao Gue Xian replied affirmatively. Fatty Kai suddenly smiled like a blooming flower, as brilliant as it could be, as cunning as it could be. Xiao Dao and a man glanced at each other. Both of them knew the fatty well. Even though this fellow was careless and overbearing, he was absolutely shrewd like a ghost. So, seeing Fatty Kai smile so strangely and cunningly, the two of them knew that Fatty Kai definitely didn't have any good intentions. He was definitely up to no good. Sure enough, Fairy, bring me the menu, and add some more food and drinks. Today, young Master Xian is treating us. We don't lack money. Fatty Kai's voice made Xiao Dao and Aw Man almost burst out laughing. How could they not know Fatty Kai's evil intentions? Qin Xiao smiled, but didn't say anything. Fatty Kai's actions were exactly what he wanted. He liked this kind of black-bellied person. Playing this little trick is really laughable. Wait, let's see how you cry. Naturally, Hao Gue Xian also saw through Fatty Kai's words. Being slandered, he was indeed unhappy. But it didn't matter. He was sure that Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand one move. Spending some money didn't matter. The most important thing was to make himself happy. As long as he was happy, everything was worth it. If he couldn't step on Qin Xiao today, he wouldn't be happy at all. Even if he had to spend 10,000 Chaos Source Stones, it would be worth it. Qin Xiao looked at Xiao with a faint smile and asked, "Do you dare to try? If you don't dare, I won't force you. I can give you a second choice. You will still be a slave, but I will choose a good master for you. Although you will be a slave, you are still better than a pig or a dog. You may even be treated well. There are two paths. Choose one." Xiao looked seriously at Qin Xiao, but there was no flicker in his eyes. He said very firmly, "There is no need to choose. All I want in my life is freedom. With this opportunity in front of me, I have no reason not to fight with my life. I know it will be difficult, but I will definitely fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." After saying that, he bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao. This was a sincere gratitude that came from the bottom of his heart. Qin Xiao nodded slightly in approval and said, "I knew you would choose the first choice. Opportunities will always be in your own hands. If you want to be free, then show me your determination. Go." "Thank you, sir." Xiao bowed slightly, and the servant girl led him away. "Ha, brother Qin Xiao, your way of commanding people is too brilliant. If you want to recruit subordinates, there will definitely be many who will follow you wholeheartedly," Fatty Kai said teasingly. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "I have no interest in recruiting subordinates. Perhaps this is what an expert is like," Fatty Kai said with a sigh. His words were full of charm, and it was very interesting. A man tried very hard not to laugh. It was very difficult to hold it in. "Hey, look, someone entered the arena. Why does he look so weak? Who sent him? Isn't he afraid of losing face? Why does this three-eyed race person look a little familiar? Oh, right, I remember. I saw him in the slave district. Isn't he a slave? Interesting. Which rich person would play like this? Throwing away 100 Chaos Origin Stones, just like that? What a pity. Throwing away 100 Chaos Origin Stones is a small matter. Losing face is a big deal. Which idiot would play like this? I think it's the Lord Qin Xiao. So it's an idiot called Qin Xiao. What do I say to you? Qin, Lord Qin Xiao, the Peerless monster Lord Qin Xiao. How many Qin Xiao do we have in Linfu City? I knew it. Who would be so daring to play like this? So it's the Lord Qin Xiao. As expected, monsters don't walk the normal path. Admirable. Maybe that three-eyed race person has some ability. As soon as Xiao entered the arena, a heated discussion broke out. At first, it was one-sided mockery. But after knowing that Xiao was Qin Zhao's man, the direction of the discussion became a little strange. Although there were a lot of praises, the tone of the praises was strange and changed a little. Qin Zhao's arrival attracted a lot of attention. What a bunch of bootlickers. Aren't they afraid of hitting the horse's hooves? Hao Gue Xian said with a hint of jealousy. Qin Zhao's arrival caused such a big reaction. With so much attention, Hao Gue Xian was naturally very unhappy. Brothers, do you want to play more exciting? Fatty Kai looked at Qin Xiao and the others with a sneaky smile. With one look, it was obvious that this two-faced guy had some tricks up his sleeve. A man patted Fatty Kai and said, If you want to say it, just say it. Why are you always so secretive? Haha, it's boring to say it directly. That's why it's more interesting. Fatty Kai said with a proud look. After saying that, he added, brothers, watch carefully. Whether or not Brother Kai makes a fortune today depends on this gamble. With this gamble, my bamboo hat will turn into a golden net. Hearing Fatty Kai say this, everyone felt that Fatty Kai was really going to do something big this time. Sure enough, Fatty Kai got up and walked to the window. He shouted at the top of his lungs, fellow Taoists, I, Fatty Kai, am here today with Brother Qin Xiao and Brother Xiao Dao to have some fun. That three-eyed race person is a slave that Brother Qin Xiao bought and placed in the arena to have some fun. Coming out to play is just for the sake of having fun. Therefore, I, Fatty Kai, am itching to be a banker and set up a board. Anyone who is interested can come and have some fun. I believe I don't need to say more about my reputation. As long as you can afford it, I can afford it. Hee hee, Fatty Kai, you're just a little universe grade, but you're so arrogant. Don't think you can eat just because you have a big stomach. We can drown you with our saliva. This is not the place for you to show off your wealth. Fatty Kai, be careful not to sprain your tongue. You're still wet behind the ears. Get lost. You don't have the right to speak here. Fatty Kai, how do you want to play? Fatty Kai obviously didn't have much face, so he was scolded as soon as he came out. Fatty Kai's skin was thick enough. He ignored them and continued. It's very simple. I'll be the banker and bet on whether that three-eyed race person can make it to the top 3. If he can make it to the top 3, it's my win. If not, it's my loss. The payout is 1-to-1. Of course, if someone bet that he can't pass the first round, then I'll pay 100-to-1. Ha ha ha. There are 2 kinds of payout. Anyone who wants to play can come and play. I, Fatty Kai, will take out all my wealth to accompany you. If I have to die, let me die quickly. Fatty Kai's words caused an uproar. Is this Fatty Kai crazy today? I think water must have entered his brain. He's seriously sick. That three-eyed race person looks so weak. How can he make it to the top 3? He can't even pass the first round. Haha, what a joke. You can't spend money like this even if you're rich. Sai, what can he do? Who asked him to have a good father? He's rich, so he can be willful. No matter how willful he is, he'll lose today and beg for mercy. You're all wrong. Fatty Kai is smart. He's doing this to curry favor with Lord Qin Xiao. But this guy is really willing to spend money. He's really deep. I have to give it to him. Yeah, he's too ruthless. I have to give it to him. Whatever. I'll bet 500 Chaos Source Stones on him first. Damn it, I'll bet that he can't pass the first round. Haha, 100-to-1. That's 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. Haha, I'm going to be rich. I'll bet all my wealth too. I'll bet 600 if he can't pass the first round. I'll make him vomit blood. Isn't he rich? Let's see how rich he is. You guys are wrong. You're too evil. Learn from me. Don't be so greedy. I won't bet on the first round. 100-to-1 is too much. How much did you bet? Not much. 1,000 Chaos Source Stones. I bet all my money. Chapter 1781. Fatty Kai, you sure have a big heart. You really dare to play. Aren't you afraid of capsizing? Xiao Dao was sweating for Fatty Kai. Wild had a gloating expression. Little Dao, why are you worrying for Fatty Kai? Look at his body. So what if you cut off a bit more? No matter how big the game is, my brother Kai can handle it. Our family is rich. Fatty Kai, you've bet 100,000 Chaos Source Stones, right? 100,000. Little Dao's mouth twitched. Just listening to it was enough to scare someone to death. 100,000 Chaos Origin Stones. A slightly poorer Exalted Immortal would probably only have that much in their lifetime. This wasn't a small amount of money. He was going to bet as much as an Exalted Immortal. Fatty Kai was probably the only one here who dared to play like this. He really wasn't afraid of death. Therefore, Xiao Dao was naturally worried for Fatty Kai. However, Fatty Kai didn't seem to be prepared for death. He smiled slyly. Over 100,000. Hee hee, these people are really ruthless. Now that he has the chance, he wants to bite off a piece of meat from my brother Kai. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so meaty, I wouldn't even have bones left. More than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. I'm feeling a bit of pressure. Hey, Wild, Why are you guys looking at me like that? I'm serious. More than 100,000 chaos source stones. You think I can just casually take it out? If I lose, I'll have to ask my old man for help. If my old man knows that I lost so many chaos source stones, he'll go back. He'll skin me alive. Hey. Aren't we brothers? Have some sympathy. Why are you guys laughing? Damn it, Brother Kai. Did I make friends carelessly? It's time to consider cutting ties. Although this guy said so, his face didn't show a trace of such a feeling. Go, Brother Kai. You have a lot of meat. You can do it. Wild said. Little Dao added, don't look at me. I'm poorer than your followers. I can only support you mentally. If you have the guts, tell Brother Qin Shao to support you. Fatty Kai looked at Qin Shao and immediately shook his head. Forget it, I wouldn't dare. Even if he had to cry, he had to finish bragging about it. Sai, what can I do about it? Who asked me, Fatty Kai, to like this? Since we're all going to die, Brother Kai, let's brag a little more. After saying that, Fatty Kai roared again. Are you all not going to bet? Let me ask you, who else? With such soul-stirring words, those who didn't know would think that a king had descended. Xiao Dao and Aman both had the impulse to go up and seal Fatty Kai's mouth. This fellow had just said that he couldn't hold on any longer, and now he was stirring up trouble again. He was really courting death. Cough, Xiao Dao, I think we should cut ties with Fatty Kai. Otherwise, I feel that we will also be chased down by his creditors. Wild said to Xiao Dao in all seriousness. Xiao Dao nodded seriously. Yes, for our personal safety, I think it is necessary. Hey, Fatty Kai was unhappy. Don't be like this. What if I win? If I win, I will give you dividends and take you out to play often. Isn't that great? More than 100,000 chaos source stones. It is enough for us to squander. Tis TSK. This is a mountain of gold in front of us. I'm a master of this mountain of gold. Is it really good for you to treat me like this? Even if you don't give me, Fatty Kai, confidence, you should give Brother Qin Shao some confidence, right? He's such an awesome person. How can the slaves he picks be bad? They must be awesome, so we will definitely win the top 3 this time. Didn't you just say that you can't even last one round? Xiao Dao curled his lips. Fatty Kai hugged Xiao Dao and said, Is this your first day knowing me, Fatty Kai? If I didn't say that, would those people be fooled? This is called strategy, understand? Xiao Dao thought about it seriously, then shook his head seriously. I don't understand. This is called treachery. A man nodded in agreement. Fatty Kai was also helpless. Stop talking nonsense. The arena is about to start. Let's see how you will die. How Xuan Gui's voice sounded. Fatty Kai looked over with a smile. Young Master Xian, you can't do it today, can you? Only bet 100 chaos source stones? This doesn't suit your status at all. I know you are worried that I will lose too much. You have good intentions. But sometimes, when I make a mistake, even I am afraid of myself. Today is the day I make a mistake, so don't pity me. Hit me hard. Hit me with chaos source stones. The harder you hit, the better. Don't be polite with me. How Guixian snorted coldly. But he didn't care. How Guixian wanted to care. But he wasn't as rich as Fatty Kai. He can take out 100,000 chaos source stones so easily. Forget 100,000 chaos source stones. He couldn't even take out 10,000 chaos source stones. He was just a minor immortal. No matter how high his status was in his family, they couldn't give him too many chaos source stones. So, after saving for so long, he only had a few thousand chaos source stones on him. He couldn't afford to squander them. He had just boasted that he would bet on the first round. If he lost, he would have to bet on both sides. That would be a few thousand chaos source stones, and he would be out of money. So, he didn't dare to bet more. He bet 100 chaos source stones because he was too angry. He could not bet at all. Now that he was humiliated by Fatty Kai, he was very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy he was, he could only endure it. The arena was about to start. Fatty Kai sat back down and raised his wine glass. Haha, brothers, come, let's drink and eat. Drink happily, eat happily, and watch happily. That's how fun it is. If any one of these 3 pleasures is missing, it will not be perfect. It will not be true bliss. You have such a good attitude. You can eat and drink. Aren't you afraid of losing? A man joked. Fatty Kai waved his fat hand and said, You crow's mouth, can't you say something good? If Brother Qin Shao can be so calm, I have to be too. Qin Shao suddenly chuckled and said, Fatty Kai, did we forget something? What did we forget? Fatty Kai was stunned, looking at Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao said, in the arena, if you bet on the first place, you have to pay 20 times, right? Fatty Kai slapped his head, laughing so hard his eyes narrowed. Haha, I really forgot about that. This is the road to riches. Brother Qin Shao, how do you plan to play? I'm not as generous as you. I'm poorer. Now, I'll bet 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao said calmly. He had bet all 10,000 Chaos Origin Stones. How bold. Betting on the first place was much riskier than betting on the first 3. In fact, it was more than 3 times. Therefore, such a way of playing was crazy enough. Haha, I admire your craziness. Since Brother Qin Shao wants to play so hard, I, Fatty Kai, will play with you today. If you bet 10,000, I'll do the same. Haha, if I win, I'll pay 20 times. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Fatty Kai laughed loudly. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were completely petrified. Nine Dragons was speechless. The two of them were playing like crazy. It was as if 10,000 Chaos Source Stones were worthless. They bet 10,000 Chaos Source Stones just like that. How Gue Xian and the others were also stunned speechless by this display of wealth. They could only look at Qin Shao and Fatty Kai with strange eyes. Of course, there was no need to mention how jealous they were. The maidservant was also shocked by Fatty Kai's actions today. No matter how much Fatty Kai usually did, he would never do something like this. Today, it was as if there was water in his brain. Qin Zhao's actions were shocking, but when she thought of Qin Zhao's monstrous talent, it was somewhat acceptable. Roar! A loud roar suddenly rang out. The battle in the gambling arena had finally begun. With a command, all the slaves in the gambling arena charged forward. They were fighting for their lives. Hundreds of slaves were in a huge battlefield. Once the battle started, each of them roared and fought, bathed in blood, fought crazily, and fought without regard for their lives. If they wanted to live, they had to kill as many people as possible. If everyone else died, they would naturally live. In the end, only 3 people would survive. So naturally, they would choose the weak ones to step on. They would kill the weak ones first, then slowly kill the strong ones. And Xiao was obviously the weak one in everyone's eyes. So when the battle began, dozens of eyes locked on Xiao, wanting to kill him first. I'm not strong enough. If I fight them head-on, I'll die. They all have their eyes on me. They think I'm easy to bully and want to kill me first. The more they think so, the more I have to endure and not expose my strength. Otherwise, I'll become the target of all. They all think I'm easy to bully from the beginning. So the stronger I show them, the faster I'll die. So now, I can only continue to pretend to be weak and confuse them. This is the only way I can survive. My chances of survival are very low. I have to fight for everything. No matter how small the chances are, I have to fight until the end. Zhao's mind was spinning fast. He had already understood the situation. The current situation was very bad for him. If he did not deal with it seriously, he would only die faster. Faced with dozens of vicious people locking onto him, Xiao showed a weak face. He shook his head and waved his hand at them as if begging for mercy, then stepped back step by step. But such a move did not stop the vicious people. Instead, their killing intent grew stronger. Little ant, how dare you come here? I'm going to tear you apart. Hee hee. Let me crush this weakling into a ball of meat. Get lost, all of you. I want to drink his blood. Don't snatch it from me. I'll kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. Bah, you'll have to have the ability first. Stop talking nonsense. Let's kill this kid first. First come, first served. The vicious people rushed over one by one. They were incomparably ferocious, and their killing intent was monstrous. Zhao's nerves were tense. He pretended to be weak and begged for mercy while scanning his surroundings. His footsteps kept moving. Although it seemed chaotic and irregular, it was very stable. Only those with good eyesight could tell that he was looking for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. They were surrounded right from the start. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be a dead end. Dozens of people killing one person. No matter how strong they could only die with regret. It could only be said that the weak would be bullied. Xiao gave the impression that he was the weakest one. That was why he was treated this way. The others would not be treated this way. Chapter 1782. A man shook his head with a regretful expression and sighed. That's right. He really did die in an instant. I was hoping for a miracle, but it seems that I was wrong. He died as soon as he came up. Could it be that he really couldn't take one move? If he really couldn't take one move, there would be a shame. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, dozens of people ganged up on one person. Anyone else would have died. I can only say that Shaw was too unlucky. Yes, he was too unlucky. Sometimes life was like this. Otherwise, why would there be a saying, drinking water can hurt teeth? You lost just like that? Xiao Dao looked at Fatty Kai and then at Qin Xiao. Fatty Kai didn't have time to care about Xiao Dao. His eyes were wide open, and he stared at Shaw like a dead fish. His thick lips were trembling. No one knew if he was muttering or nervous. A bunch of idiots. Did they really think that the sun would rise from the west? How ridiculous is it to count on such a miracle? I told you this kid can't take one move. It turns out that I was right. This guy's going to die in one move. Ha ha. How Gui Xian was overjoyed to see such a scene. He was actually a little worried. After all, he had said that Shaw couldn't take one move. Battles in the gambling arena did happen in the blink of an eye. Many times, one move was enough to decide a person's life and death. However, one move was too short. What if the three-eyed race had some life-saving ability? But he couldn't take back his boast. He could only brace himself and continue. Now, the boast was about to come true. This was such a joyous thing. How Gui Xian wasn't the only one. Many people were staring at Shaw. They were all happy and excited. If Shaw was killed in one move, then they would win all their bets. Many people were looking forward to this. I didn't expect to make money so easily. If I had known, I would have bet all my money instead of just half. I told you to bet all your money, but you didn't listen to me. Learn from me and bet all your money. What's there to be afraid of? In this round, who couldn't tell that Fatty Kai was crazy and wanted to give us money? It's a free gift. It's a waste not to take it. Damn it, you guys are so smart. I've been blind for so many years. I didn't bet. I lost a great opportunity to make money. 1,000 chaos source stones. Kill him quickly, kill him. Kill. Everyone charge. Don't give that brat any chance. Those who had placed their bets were all excited. The corner of Fatty Kai's mouth twitched even more. It seemed like he was really nervous. If he were to lose, he would lose over 100,000 Chaos Origin Stones. Calm. His calmness was like a poisonous snake being surrounded by a group of animals. However, poisonous snakes were deadly. They would not attack easily. Once they attacked, they would be extremely fierce. Xiao was seizing the opportunity. He was looking for the right one. He knew very well that he only had one chance to escape. If he didn't grasp it well, he was afraid that he would really die here today. He would die without being able to fight back. It would be a horrible death. Being surrounded and killed by dozens of people was the most wronged and aggrieved thing. If he died in a one-on-one battle, there was nothing to say. He could only blame himself for being weaker. However, it was very unfair to be surrounded and attacked by dozens of people. This kind of gambling fight had lost its meaning. However, this was the rule of the gambling fight. It was a messy fight. Therefore, the one who survived in the end might not be the strongest. It could only be said that the strongest would have the highest chance of survival. However, there would always be some exceptions to the rule. They were getting closer. Those fierce people were like terrifying monsters. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They pounced on Xiao with a ferocious expression. Die! Shatter! Kid, you're mine. A gust of wind rose and a cold light burst out. A terrifying force surged toward Xiao. Under such a terrifying attack, Xiao could not help but have goosebumps all over his body. He knew very well that if he met force with force, he would die. He would be killed in an instant. He would not even have a chance to fight back. Therefore, he could not meet force with force. He could only look for an opportunity. Zhao's eyes moved. He saw an opportunity. Now was the time. As the three terrifying energy beams intertwined and blasted toward Shaw from three different directions, Shaw's figure suddenly became strange. He turned into a ray of light, and in a flash, he shuttled through the gaps between the three energy glows. After passing through, he quickly made use of the small gaps. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he actually made a big circle and directly made those people who were surrounding him dizzy. When they came to their senses, Xiao had already rushed out of their encirclement. What's going on? What just happened? That kid, how did he get out of our encirclement? Why didn't I feel anything at all? What's going on? Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. I clearly tried to stop him, but he went past us in an instant. I was not in a hurry to stop him. How did this happen? This kid is not simple. It seems that we have underestimated him. Don't just stand there. Go and kill that kid. What happened just now was too humiliating. Yes, kill that kid. Those who surrounded Xiao were all dumbfounded. They were completely confused and did not know what had just happened. Therefore, this made them even angrier. One by one, they rushed back to kill Xiao Luo. However, once a good formation was lost, it would be difficult to find it again. The encirclement was supposed to lead to a certain death. Obviously, there was no way to form the encirclement again. I can't believe that the kid escaped. He has some ability. It seems that this kid is not as weak as we thought. We underestimated him. He has some ability. It's no wonder that the Lord Qin Shao bought him. I knew it. Why would the Lord Qin Shao buy an ordinary slave? It seems that the Lord Qin Shao has good eyesight. So what if he has some ability? It's useless to kill him with dozens of people. What's more, he only has some ability. That's right. It's useless no matter how much you try. No matter how much he has, he can't escape death today. It would be strange if dozens of them couldn't kill a single one of them. Therefore, we don't have to worry about anything. This kid is definitely going to die. Don't think too much. Let's just wait for the money. Seeing that Xiao Luo had escaped, the corners of Fatty Kai's mouth stopped twitching. Xiao Dao and Man were surprised. They really thought that Xiao Luo was going to be killed. From the looks of it now, there was still a slight chance of turning things around. It might not be that there was no chance at all. Man, what did you say to me just now? Fatty Kai looked at Man with a smile. It was as if he had come back to life. Man shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about it." Haha, why don't you talk about it? You were just afraid that Xiao Luo would die in one move. It turns out that my brother Kai has good eyesight. You see, didn't Xiao Luo survive? My brother Kai is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Fatty Kai said. Man and Xiao Dao were speechless. They didn't know who was the one who was so nervous that the corners of his mouth were trembling. However, they definitely couldn't say this. Fatty Kai would definitely not admit it. There was no need to doubt how thick-skinned this guy was. Man fiercely despised Fatty Kai, but the latter replied with a smile, Man, are you worshipping Brother Kai now? Do you think that in addition to being rich, Brother Kai has a lot of advantages that can make you admire me involuntarily? Man was completely speechless. Could he be any more shameless? Could he? Chapter 1783. At this time, the fighting in the arena was extremely fierce, and people died from time to time. Even if they won, they would not get peace. They would immediately throw themselves into a new battle. Either they kept fighting, or they would die on the battlefield. The gambling arena was a cruel meat grinder, a place where one's life was cut. Only 3 out of hundreds of people could survive in the end. The mortality rate was as high as 99%. Just think about it, and you will know how terrible it was. Fierce, bloody, cruel, and life-risking. This was the reality of the arena. Everyone was risking their lives. But this kind of bloody passion could often arouse a lot of people's blood. So many people like to play in the arena. From the popularity of Fatty Kai as the banker, it could be seen that the practitioners in Class 1 were very happy to do such things. Bloody killings were indeed very exciting and stimulating to people's souls. Brother Qin Shao, can he do it? Why does he keep hiding? It's a little worrying. Fatty Kai said with confidence, but after a while, he asked Qin Shao in a low voice with some worry. What do you think? Qin Shao said deliberately, as if he was fishing for Fatty Kai's appetite. Fatty Kai was a little anxious. He said with red ears, How would I know, Brother Qin Shao? If I knew, I wouldn't ask you. Brother Qin Xiao, I've put my life on the line this time. I put everything I have on the line just for this gamble. Don't let your brother die because of you. Seeing Fatty Kai pretending to be poor, Qin Xiao naturally didn't care about Fatty Kai. He knew that this guy was fat. Even if he lost this time, he would not do anything. Of course, Qin Xiao naturally hoped that he could win. However, Qin Xiao didn't have much confidence in winning the battle. Even if he did, it might not be more than 50%. To be honest, Qin Xiao did not know how strong Xiao was. The reason why Qin Xiao did this was just to give Xiao a chance. As for whether Xiao could grasp it or not, it depended on his luck. Qin Xiao just wanted to form a good relationship with Xiao. He thought Xiao was a good person, so he was willing to give Xiao a chance to live. That was all. Fatty Kai had asked for it by playing such a big game. However, Fatty Kai was not a fool. He was very smart, and he must have prepared for the worst. Since he dared to do this, it meant that he could afford to lose. I didn't ask you to be the banker. Qin Xiao smiled at Fatty Kai. A man also teased. Oh, Fatty Kai, there are times when you're scared. This is illogical. Fatty Kai, haven't you always been fearless? Go, go, go. Do you think it's easy for me to earn that little money? If he were to lose, he would lose everything. Furthermore, he would have to ask his father for help. If my father knew that I was such a prodigal, he would skin me alive. You're not in my position, so you can't understand my pain. So you don't understand, you don't understand. Fatty Kai waved his hand at our man Hao Guishuan's side was also in heated discussion. That Xiao managed to survive in the midst of danger. He managed to escape from the calamity. Yeah, he has some tricks up his sleeve. He's also quite smart. However, it's useless. He'll definitely die. He definitely will. Yes, he's definitely going to die. With that little bit of strength, he won't die. Our brother Xian will definitely win. But didn't brother Xian bet with them that if he didn't die in one move, he would pay their bills? Bah, don't speak if you don't know how to. Hao Guishuan looked on coldly and couldn't help but mock. Fatty Kai, now you know how to be afraid? But it's too late. You'll definitely lose today. Don't cry too hard later. You want to be in the top 3? I think it'll be difficult for him to last another 3 incense sticks. We can still hide for now. Even if we can hide for a while, we can't hide forever. Soon, he won't be able to hide anymore. Fatty Kai looked over and grinned. Young Master Xian, you mean that Xiao will definitely die in 3 incense sticks worth of time? More or less. Hao Guishuan said weakly. A sly smile appeared on Fatty Kai's face. He laughed and said, Young Master Xian, since you're so confident, do you mind if we make another bet? Anyway, I've already died today. One more time won't make any difference. Young Master Xian, you've already lost me once. Later, I'll have to trouble you to settle my debt. Well, it's embarrassing to win against you once, so I'll take this opportunity to return the favor. Let's make another bet. Hearing Fatty Kai's provocative words, Hao Guishuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He glared at Fatty Kai. How could he not know that Fatty Kai was doing this on purpose? Hao Guishuan wanted to make another bet with Fatty Kai. He wanted to win back 10%. However, Hao Guishuan didn't dare to easily agree. He wasn't as rich as Fatty Kai. What if Fatty Kai asked for thousands or tens of thousands of chaos source stones? Should he agree or not? Instead of putting himself in such an awkward situation, it was better not to respond. At least, it wouldn't be too ugly. However, this kind of grievance was really uncomfortable. Hao Guishuan had the urge to strangle Fatty Kai. Not interested. You play by yourself. Hao Guishuan replied with a cold face. Fatty Kai didn't stop there. He said, Young Master Xian, since you're already here, let's play to our heart's content. Let's make another bet. Worst comes to worst. We'll play a smaller bet. I guarantee you can afford it. What did he mean? Wasn't he saying that Hao Guishuan was poor and couldn't afford to play? This kind of sarcasm naturally provoked Hao Guishuan, making him want to kill someone. Fatty Kai, I dare you to say one more word. Hao Guishuan gnashed his teeth and glared at Fatty Kai. His face was cold and threatening. Fatty Kai knew that Hao Guishuan was really angry, so he didn't dare to continue provoking him. Okay. Then I won't say anymore. I won't play anymore. After saying that, Fatty Kai sat back down and looked at Qin Xiao with a proud expression. He raised his chin and winked at them. Xiao Dao and Wild also gave Fatty Kai a thumbs up. Their faces were full of admiration and praise. This move was too satisfying. Not bad, not bad. How good Xian, who asked him to be so arrogant just now. Now it's time to trample on him. That's how satisfying it is. Wild gloated. If it were him, he would have trampled on him even harder. However, Hao Guishuan's background was too great. Fatty Kai really didn't dare to offend him. Now that he had offended him, Fatty Kai was actually ready to risk it all. In any case, Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao were behind him. Since he had already offended him today, there was nothing to be afraid of. Although he said he wasn't afraid, offending him to death was the behavior of a fool. Therefore, Fatty Kai knew when to stop. The battle was still going on. People kept dying. The scene was extremely tragic. Shaw kept dodging and didn't confront others head-on. But even so, Shaw didn't feel good because he was being attacked by a group of people. The more those people couldn't kill Shaw, the angrier and crazier they became. Therefore, Shaw's situation became more and more difficult. Brother Qin Xiao, why don't you give me a clear answer so that I can feel at ease? Fatty Kai couldn't help but ask. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said with a serious face, "Miracles always need people to create them. I hope that Shaw is the one who creates miracles." What do you mean? See for yourself. Chapter 1784. One had to have a resolute heart and the power to survive. This was the so-called seeking riches and honor in danger. Everyone's potential was limitless. It all depended on whether one could tap into it and how much they could tap into. If one could tap into their limitless potential, they would be able to unleash limitless power. It was hard to estimate what kind of performance they could achieve. Of course, one's potential was not something that could be obtained just by pushing it or risking one's life. Most people could not tap into their potential even if they died. Whether one could tap into their potential or not depended on one's heart. A strong heart was the foundation of everything. It was the prerequisite. If one did not even have this prerequisite, then there was no need to mention anything else. The reason why Qin Xiao had chosen Shaw was because he had a strong will and a firm mind. This was what Qin Xiao admired, and was also one of the foundations that allowed him to create miracles. If he did not even have this foundation, then Qin Xiao would not have given him this opportunity. Fatty Kai appeared to be full of confidence, but in fact, he was not confident at all. Every time Shaw encountered danger, the muscles on Fatty Kai's face would tremble. Because of Qin Xiao's choice and Fatty Kai's role as the banker, Shaw had become the focus of the gambling arena from the beginning. There were hundreds of people who had placed their bets. These people naturally paid close attention to Shaw. Everyone had been hoping that Shaw would be killed, but he had escaped death time and time again. He had disappointed everyone time and time again despite everyone's expectations. Shaw was like a seed that could create endless miracles. He had walked out of desperate situations time and time again. Sometimes, the more one walked, the smoother the path would become. People would only become braver as they fought. Those who had surrounded Shaw were gradually attacked by others. As the number of people decreased, the pressure on Shaw became lighter and lighter. However, the more time passed, the more Shaw was forced to fight head-on. Shaw's strength was not considered strong. He could barely deal with some of them. However, when faced with stronger opponents, he could only hide. Logically speaking, with such strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. Even if Shaw had some life-saving means, they could be used once or twice. If this continued, they would be stretched thin. Indeed, Shaw had fallen into a desperate situation several times. There were a few times when Fatty Kai covered his eyes, thinking that Shaw was going to die. But every time, Shaw was able to create miracles. He would break out of a desperate situation and survive. His repeated breakthroughs had greatly increased Shaw's strength in battle. Qin Xiao was quite impressed by Zhao's performance. Xiao had achieved what he had hoped for. He gave Shaw a chance because he wanted to see if Shaw could be like him in the past when he was in a predicament. Shaw was able to break through time and time again and improve himself in the midst of a predicament. If Shaw could take this step, he would be considered a promising talent. If he was given a chance, he might be able to grow stronger. In fact, it might not be impossible for him to reach the ascendant immortal realm. Of course, this was only a possibility. It wasn't a certainty. Shao had to walk his own path in the future. Qin Shao could give him a chance to live, but of course he had to fight for it. People died one by one. Soon, there were only 10 people left in the arena. Shao, on the other hand, had managed to survive until now. Many people were taken aback and surprised by the fact that he was still alive. Fatty Kai became more and more excited as time went on. Every step he took meant that he was one step closer to success and one step closer to unearthing a great treasure. More than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood boil. Qin Shao could be considered to have bet all his assets, but he was still incomparably calm at this time, without any excitement. It was not that Qin Shao was very confident, but he believed in his own judgment and intuition. Even if he lost, it was not a big deal. It was just 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. He did not care that much. Hao Guixian was starting to lose his composure. His initial determination had been shaken time and time again. Now that there were only 10 people left, Shao was still alive. If this continued, he might really be able to survive until the end. Although Hao Guixian did not bet many Chaos Source Stones, he had already made a big promise. If Shao lost, it would be a slap to his face. This was something that Hao Guixian could not tolerate. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. When had he, Hao Guixian, ever lost? Brother Xian, that three-eyed race, can't really make it to the top 3, right? One of Hao Guixuan's followers asked cautiously. But as soon as he finished speaking, Hao Guixian slapped him hard on the head and scolded. Bullshit. You want me to lose? No, of course not. I definitely want you to win, but I was wrong. Brother Xian, I won't say anymore. Don't hit me. Hao Guixian gritted his teeth and pointed at the follower. Brother Xian, what have I ever lost? I have never lost before, and I will never lose again. It's just a Qin Shao. I don't believe that I can't get him today. If I want to get him, I will get him. Definitely. But as soon as Hao Guixian finished speaking, another person died. Only 9 people were left. If Shao was still alive, it meant that he was one step closer to survival. Seeing this, Hao Guixuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he cursed in his heart. Why isn't this three-eyed race dead yet? How can he be so tough? He should have died earlier. He should have died earlier. I spent so much effort and sent so many people to kill him, but he still didn't die. Kill him. Despicable, truly despicable. I will not lose my dignity in his hands. This three-eyed race must die. He must. Hao Guixuan's eyes were filled with viciousness. It was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. Pucci. Boom. Following the sound of another person falling to the ground, another person had died, leaving only 8. 5 more people were eliminated, and the top 3 would be out. The gambling arena had entered the final stage of the final battle. In a private room. That three-eyed race is still alive. For a slave to be able to live until now, it's really a miracle. An angry voice rang out. The one who spoke was a handsome man. However, his expression was quite ugly. There was a trace of ashen color on his face. His face was ice cold and his eyes were filled with anger. It was obvious that he was in a terrible mood. He was filled with hatred. Sitting across from him was a man who looked quite similar to him. However, this man was much more elegant. He sat there with an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that he was a man of high status. His body naturally exuded the aura of a king. It was an aura that was superior to others. Another one has died. That three-eyed race member is very close to surviving. From the looks of it, the three-eyed race can really survive. He's still alive? He's really lucky. Another one died. That's 6 people now. Big brother, say something. The elegant man looked over and chuckled. He-Feng, why are you in such a hurry? The one who was called He-Feng was none other than Dao Huffing. When Dao Huffing heard his brother's words, he looked confused and said, Big brother, how can I not be anxious? That three-eyed race is going to reach the top 3 soon. That three-eyed race is a slave bought by Qin Shao. They represent Qin Shao. If a random slave he bought can reach the top 3, he'll be so proud. What kind of glory would that be? If this continues, young Master Xian will lose. So what if he loses? Dao Hufeng's brother, Dao Hetai, replied nonchalantly. Dao Hufeng was so anxious that he did not know what to say. Saber Hetai smiled coldly and said, "When will you grow some brains, Hefeng? Isn't it better for us if we lose?" Better? Dao Hufeng looked at Dao Hetai in confusion. Why? Dao Hetai shook his head and said, "You've really let your hatred get to your head. You don't even understand this simple logic. Think about it. If Hao Guixian loses, he'll lose face today. Do you think he'll let it go? You should know Hao Guixuan's personality. He cares about his face the most. If he loses face, he'll definitely go crazy. If he loses, he'll definitely fight to the death with Qin Shao. That'll be a good show to watch." Ha ha ha, you're right. I'm so stupid. I didn't think of such a simple thing. Dao Hufeng slapped his head in realization. The logic was simple. It was just that the person involved could not see clearly. Big brother Qin Shao, I think I saw Dao Hufeng over there. There was also someone who looked like Dao Hufeng. Xiao Dao suddenly nudged Qin Shao. Where? Qin Shao asked. He hadn't noticed. Little Dao pointed in a direction. However, there were very few openings in the private room. He couldn't see much inside. The angle wasn't good either. He could only see a small corner. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't see the person inside. Qin Shao frowned and asked little Dao, "Are you sure you saw Dao Hufeng?" Xiao Dao nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. I just happened to be looking in that direction and caught a glimpse. Although I only caught a glimpse, I'm very sure it was Dao Hufeng. I don't think anyone else would be so bored as to disguise themselves as Dao Hufeng here. This is Blissful Island. It's normal for Dao Hufeng to come here play." Just to play? Could it be so coincidental? Qin Zhao's lips curled into a strange sneer. Dao Hufeng and someone who looked like him? It had to be Dao Hetai. Looks like Hao Guixuan's matter isn't so simple. No matter how bad Hao Guixian is, he wouldn't step on me for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. I don't think it's a coincidence that Dao Hetai and Dao Hufeng appeared here. Dao Hufeng, I've already let you go once, so I won't be so calculative with you. If you still don't repent and continue to provoke me, then I won't be as polite as before. I'll never let go of anyone who wants to kill me. Ha ha ha. Fatty Kai's sudden burst of laughter interrupted Qin Zhao's train of thought. Qin Shao came back to his senses and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. I'm rich. Today I, Fatty Kai, have found a treasure. Shao, you've really done well for me. You've really made it to the top 3. You've really survived. Chapter 1785. Brother Qin Shao, I love you so much. Ha ha. Fatty Kai suddenly jumped on Qin Shao excitedly. This sudden attack caught Qin Shao off guard, and he was hugged tightly by Fatty Kai's huge body. Not only did he hug her, Fatty Kai also disgustingly kissed Qin Zhao's face. Damn you! Qin Shao was truly disgusted. He used all his strength and forcefully shook Fatty Kai away. The huge meatball rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. It was a funny scene. However, Fatty Kai didn't care about this. He quickly got up and said to Qin Shao with a flattering smile, My mistake. I was too excited and mistook you for a girl. Hee, don't stare at brother Qin Shao. I'm just too happy. Ha! I've earned more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. It's my glory to earn so much from a single transaction. Stay away from me. Qin Shao was angry and amused at the same time. He knew that Fatty Kai was excited. In fact, he was also a little excited. Qin Shao was in the top 3. How could Qin Shao not be happy? This proved that he had a good eye for people. His intuition was right. Shaw had successfully made it to the top 3, shattering the dreams of many people and causing them to sigh in amazement. I've seen a ghost today. That three-eyed race actually got into the top 3. There's no justice in this world. I'm crying. I've been saving up for millions of years, and now I've lost it all. Bah, you've been saving for 1,000,000 years. I've been saving for 13 million years. I've only saved so much, and now I've lost it all. I don't want to live anymore. Can I regret it? Sigh. I failed miserably. I thought I'd picked up some money, but I didn't expect to lose all my money. Serves me right. Damn rich fatty. This guy's doing this on purpose. Fatty Kai had indeed cheated a lot of people. There were hundreds of people who had placed their bets, and they were all killed by Fatty Kai. Over 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. That was a massive amount of wealth, comparable to the total wealth of the average Ascendant Immortal. Many factions had less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones in total. Fortunately, the people who came here to play were more rule-abiding. It went without saying that they were willing to accept their loss. Therefore, no matter how unhappy the loser was, he wouldn't do anything to Fatty Kai. Of course, Hao Guixian was the most upset. When it came to betting, he had made 2 bets. The first bet was to pay for the food and wine. For the second bet, he had only bet 100 Chaos Source Rocks, which was nothing much. The main reason was that Hao Guixian couldn't tolerate the fact that he had lost twice. Losing money was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. Hao Guixian's expression was extremely ugly. He was like a barrel of gunpowder that had been compressed to the extreme and could explode at any time. The top 3 had been decided, but the battle was not over yet. It was still ongoing, and the top 3 had to be decided. However, at this point, there was no need to kill. They only needed the other party to admit defeat. If they could make it to the top 3 and survive, there was no need to risk their lives. Naturally, there was no need to fight to the death. The battle continued. For Qin Shao, this wasn't a true victory. The true victory was to take first place. What he had bet on was the first place. If he couldn't take first place, he would still lose. Young Master Kai, here are the 108,650 Chaos Source Stones that you won as the banker. Please count them. The maidservant handed an exquisite storage jade slip to Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai took it and scanned its contents. He grinned and said, that's right. I didn't count them. This is the amount. With that, Fatty Kai waved his hand, and 50 Chaos Source Stones flew into the maidservant's hand. Fatty Kai said generously, "This is Brother Kai's reward for you. You must serve Brother Qin Shao and the others well today." Looking at the 50 Chaos Source Stones in her hand, the maidservant was so excited that her face flushed slightly. She thanked Fatty profusely. This scene made many people envious. A single reward of 50 Chaos Source Stones? Perhaps only someone as rich as Fatty Kai would be able to afford such a generous reward. Generally speaking, a reward of 1 Chaos Source Stone was already very generous. However, when they thought about how Fatty Kai had won almost 110,000 Chaos Source Stones, they were even more envious and jealous. Fatty Kai, you really value your lover over your friends. You're so generous to the maidservant. Why don't you do the same to us? You have to think about your brothers after winning so much. Man said. Fatty Kai slapped his thigh and smiled at Man. Yes. How can I forget about my brothers when there are benefits? We're sharing blessings. We can't forget. We have to share in our brothers. Man's eyes lit up when he heard Fatty Kai's words. He looked at Fatty Kai expectantly. Fatty Kai opened his fat hand and extended it in front of Wild. There was a Chaos Source rock lying quietly in his palm. Man was a little confused when he saw the Chaos Source Stone in Fatty Kai's hand. He looked at Fatty Kai in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" "Here, it's a reward for you. Why don't you want it?" "Then don't say that your brothers don't think about you when there are benefits." Fatty Kai said, "What? A Chaos Source Stone? A reward?" Hearing Fatty Kai's words, a man wanted to strangle Fatty Kai to death. She angrily cursed, "Scram, I don't know you. Hey, you're quite hot-tempered. It's not a small amount. You still don't want it? Forget it. I'll save it." Fatty Kai smiled and put away the Chaos Source Stone. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Fatty Kai, Man would probably beat him up to vent his anger. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He naturally knew that Fatty Kai was joking with Man. Fatty Kai was smart, but he wasn't a stingy person. Of course, Man was also joking. He didn't really want Fatty Kai to get a share of the spoils. Brother Qin Shao, these two are strong enemies. Zhao's situation is a bit bad. Fatty Kai suddenly became serious and said to Qin Shao, Qin Xiao had already noticed this problem. The situation was indeed a bit worrying. Among the three survivors, Xiao should be the weakest in terms of strength. Therefore, Zhao's difficulty in getting first place was also the greatest. As for the other two, one was from the Ironstone race, and the other was from the Water race. They were both very strange races. The Ironstone race's bodies were very strong. Ordinary second step, Empyrean, human immortals couldn't hurt them at all. Their immortal bodies were the Ironstone race's greatest reliance. Of course, the Ironstone race's ability to get into the top 3 wasn't just because of their immortal bodies, but also because of their powerful attacks. Not only was his defense a bit perversely strong, but his offense was also perversely strong. He had both offense and defense, and both were very strong. Therefore, the Ironstone race had the advantage and was the most popular candidate for first place. It was also the biggest challenge in front of Xiao. The Water race's body was a mass of water. It was a strange water that could change into thousands of forms. The Water race's transformation was endless. Although their offense and defense weren't as good as the Ironstone race's, their vitality was too strong. It was as if they couldn't be killed. He could pester others. Once he pestered them, even if he didn't kill them, he would exhaust their immortal power. These two life forms were both very powerful. To be able to get to this point, one could imagine that they weren't simple characters. Compared to them, Xiao was the weakest one. At this moment, Xiao was fighting the Water race's life. Brother Qin Xiao, the Water race's life is too strong. They have too many tricks up their sleeves. Xiao has no way to deal with them. If he pesters him, he'll lose sooner or later. Zhao's methods are still a bit lacking. Fatty Kai said helplessly. He had also bet on Xiao to be first place with Qin Xiao. If he really got first place, they make a fortune. But Fatty Kai also knew that it was too difficult for Xiao to get first place. His chances were the smallest among the three. But now that he'd won almost 110,000 Chaos Source Stones, losing 10,000 was nothing. It was still a big profit. So Fatty Kai didn't care about winning or losing that much now. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. The Water race's life is indeed difficult to deal with. Xiao is still weak in all aspects. The chances are indeed very slim. But it's not impossible to turn the situation around. There's still a chance to win. We'll have to see if Xiao can handle it. The Water race's life is indeed difficult to deal with, but it's not without weaknesses. The Water race's life can heal infinitely. It's as if there's no way to cut them. They're incomparably tenacious. However, if the speed of your destruction is faster than his healing speed, then you can also pose a threat to his life. Fatty Kai shook his head. That's not very likely. The Water race's innate superpower is healing. Their healing speed is too fast. Just like water, you can cut it with a knife, but after you pull out the knife, the water will immediately return to its original state. Faster than they can heal? That doesn't sound very likely. Theoretically, it's not very likely, but it's not necessarily absolute. If it's so easy to do, it's not a miracle. Now, let's see if Xiao can create a miracle. Qin Xiao said. Fatty Kai thought for a moment, then nodded his head. Yes, now, let's see if Xiao can create a miracle. In the arena. This Water race's life is too difficult to deal with. Their life force is like an ocean. There's no way to destroy it. I'm now entangled with him. If this drags on, my immortal power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, I'll be at his mercy. What should I do? I can't just sit here and wait for death. I must find a way to break out, or I'll definitely lose. Hurry. Yes, it's fast. The Water race's strength lies in their strong healing ability, so there's no way to destroy his life force. But if my speed of destruction is faster than his healing speed, won't it be possible? But how is that possible? No matter how fast I am, how can I be faster than his healing speed? It's possible, and it's not impossible. Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, the sword in Zhao's hand became a little strange. A strange change suddenly occurred. Look, what a fast sword. So fast. How can it be so fast? How did the three-eyed race do it? Yes, it's incredible. How did they do it? Could it be that the three-eyed race can really defeat the aquatic creature? It's not just possible, it's true. The water race's healing ability can't withstand the three-eyed race's sword's destructive speed. Ha, Brother Qin Shao, look at this kid, good job. Fatty Kai laughed again. Qin Shao pursed his lips and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1786. The Aqua Tribe had been defeated. The Aqua Tribe, which was almost unkillable, had actually been defeated by Shaw. This seemingly gentle human had once again given everyone a huge surprise. The Aqua Tribe had been defeated. Now, only the Metal Stone Tribe was left. As long as Shaw could defeat the Ironstone Tribe, he would be the champion of the duel this time. The final battle was about to begin. Fatty Kai became extremely excited again. At first, he did not have much hope, as he had thought that Shaw would definitely not be able to take first place. Among the three of them, Shaw's chances of taking first place were definitely the lowest. However, now that Shaw was one big step closer to taking first place, Fatty Kai saw a glimmer of hope. After seeing a glimmer of hope, Fatty Kai naturally also had some longing. Haha, I have a very strong feeling that Brother Kai is going to strike it rich today. Exciting. This is the most exciting thing in life. Fatty Kai had already won nearly 110,000 Chaos Source Stones in the previous round. According to the Blissful Island's odds, if Shaw were to take first place, the odds would be 120. Fatty Kai had bet 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. If the odds were 120, that would be 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. He had taken such a huge risk as the banker and won less than 110,000 Chaos Source Stones. All of a sudden, he would earn 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. Even after deducting the 10,000 Chaos Source Stones he had bet, he would still earn 190,000 Chaos Source Stones. If he had been the banker, he would have earned 300,000 Chaos Source Stones in total. Earning 300,000 Chaos Source Stones in one go was indeed a huge fortune. This was the maximum amount an ordinary Exalted Immortal could earn. How many Exalted Immortals were there in the entire Linfu City? Which one of them was not an existence that could shake the entire Linfu City with a stomp of their feet? 300,000 Chaos Source Stones was definitely a huge sum. It was a fortune that even Exalted Immortals would be envious of. Fatty Kai was only a 4th step universe grade. Once he got his hands on these Chaos Source Stones, he would become a moving treasure trove. He was afraid that if he left Linfu City, he would be targeted by many people. Calm down. Qin Shao glanced at Fatty Kai and said. Fatty Kai waved his hand and said, I'm very calm. I'm not excited. It's just 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. There's nothing to be excited about even if I win. Qin Shao glanced at the hand grabbing his arm and said, If you're not excited, why do you keep grabbing my arm? Fatty Kai immediately pulled his hand back as fast as lightning. He smiled awkwardly and said, I like you. Scram. Boom. The battle had begun. Fatty Kai immediately looked over, but he only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. When he looked again, the battle was already over. Shaw and the Ironstone creature had separated after the battle. At this moment, they stood back to back, hundreds of feet apart. It was as if time had stopped. They did not move at all. Such a scene caused many people to be confused. What was going on? Not fighting anymore? Was it over? Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? Fatty Kai pushed Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled and said, It's over. It's really over? So fast? Are you joking? It was just a flash of light, and it's over in one move? Impossible. Fatty Kai's face was filled with disbelief. Fatty Kai wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Small Knife, A Man, and 9 Dragons also looked at each other in confusion. There were others who also looked at the arena in confusion, not understanding what had happened. It had only been one move. Could it be that the outcome had already been decided? It couldn't be that fast, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, the Ironstone creature suddenly moved, but his body went soft, and he knelt down on one knee. This action immediately caused an uproar. The Ironstone creature had really lost. The Ironstone tribe had lost their lives, which was a very difficult thing to accept in the first place. After all, in everyone's opinion, the Ironstone creature should have been the one with the greatest hope of taking first place. Whether it was in defense or offense, the Ironstone creature had no weaknesses and was terrifyingly strong. But in the end, not only had the Ironstone creature lost, he had lost in one move, and before anyone could react, he had lost. This was simply inconceivable. Many people were completely confused, unable to understand what had happened. Everything that had happened just now was a little too fast. Those who didn't have enough eyesight wouldn't have been able to understand what had just happened. Brother Qin Xiao, why don't you tell us what happened just now? Although Xiao had won, Fatty Kai wasn't in the mood to be happy. He wanted to first understand what had happened. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It seems that even I have underestimated Xiao. He was actually hiding a trump card and only used it just now. It seems that he is very smart. He knew that he had to preserve his strength in order to win by surprise. If he had met force with force, his chances of losing would have been very high. Therefore, he had been preparing for this from the beginning, and it came in handy in the end. He only had one chance to win against the Ironstone creature, so he went all out just now. Either he succeeds or he dies trying. If he fails, then he can only lose." The Ironstone creature thought that he had seen through Xiao and had a clear grasp of Xiao's strength. Because of this, he underestimated Xiao, and this gave Xiao a chance. Carelessness was also an important part of the Ironstone creature's loss. Speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. Although the Ironstone creature's defense and offense are both terrifyingly strong, there are almost no flaws, and it is almost unbreakable. Under normal circumstances, Xiao wouldn't have had much chance of winning. But Xiao's attack was too fast, too fast. When one's speed reaches an extreme, it can break through anything. So, Xiao successfully broke through the Ironstone creature's defense. And when the creature was completely unprepared, he broke through the creature's defense in one move and won. After listening to Qin Xiao's explanation, everyone understood a little. Although they didn't fully understand how Xiao had done it, they had a general idea of what had happened. Speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in the world of martial arts. "So, Xiao really won?" Fatty Kai asked again, still a little uneasy. Qin Xiao nodded. Of course, Xiao had won. In a battle between experts, speed was not the most important thing. It was very normal for the outcome to be decided in an instant. Ha 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 ha. No, I can't stop. Let me laugh a little longer, ha. After getting Qin Xiao's confirmation, Fatty Kai laughed very exaggeratedly. His whole body was like a balloon, inflating and contracting. It was very funny. Fatty Kai's laughter made people want to beat him to death. It was no wonder that Fatty Kai was so happy. He had won 200,000 Chaos Source Stones in one go. How could he not laugh? Only Qin Xiao and Fatty Kai dare to place their bets on Xiao being number one. This is unreasonable. Fatty Kai won more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones as the banker, and now he's won another 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. Damn it, I want to rob him. Damn it, why don't we go all out and find a chance to kidnap Fatty Kai? Are you crazy? You dare to touch Fatty Kai in Linfu City? Do you want to die? Cough, cough, of course not in Linfu City. But outside of Linfu City, it was a different story. Bah, I'm just joking. I'm so jealous. Who wouldn't be jealous of 300,000 Chaos Source Stones? But there's nothing we can do about it. This Qin Xiao is really lucky. He bought a random slave and found a treasure. He really dared to bet 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Only those who dare to bet can win big. He won 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. He's rich now. They say that wealth comes from danger. It's true. The battle in the arena was finally over. Xiao won first place. This was something no one had expected. It was a miracle. Qin Xiao and Fatty Kai were the biggest winners of the battle. One won 300,000 Chaos Source Stones, the other 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. The two of them had won a total of 500,000 Chaos Origin Stones. This was a fortune that many exalted immortals couldn't compare to. Even the combined wealth of many major factions in Linfu City couldn't compare to this. This was a crazy win. It had been a long time since someone won so much. Soon, the maid brought the Chaos Source Stones. He looked at the 200,000 Chaos Source Stones in his hand. After deducting 10,000 of his capital, he still earned 190,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Xiao wasn't too excited about this many Chaos Source Stones. He wasn't too happy about it. To him, wealth was just a worldly possession. Strength was the most important thing. Only with strength could one have everything. What was the point of having so many Chaos Source Stones if you didn't have strength? Thinking back, we went through 2 greater thousand secret realms to get Chaos Source Stones. We went through a lot of hardships before we finally got enough Chaos Source Stones to come to the Immortal Realm. Now, I've 190,000 Chaos Source Stones, but I don't need them so urgently anymore. That was then, and this is now. Now that we've found the 9 dragons, we still don't know where Master and Big Brother Desolate Land are. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only pray that they're fine. As long as they're fine, it'll just take a bit more time. We'll find them in the end. Fatty Kai put away the Chaos Source Stones. He was very pleased with his windfall. He was still talking to Lil Dao and Wild. I told you to bet with us. 20 times the odds. You don't have many Chaos Source Stones. Bet 100 and you'll get 2,000 back. You didn't even grasp the chance to get rich. I feel sorry for you. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed as his cold gaze swept toward a certain direction. Just as he was about to return, a minor immortal rushed out and splashed him with a strange liquid. Xiao was not prepared at all, so the strange liquid splashed all over his body. As soon as the liquid touched him, he felt waves of terrifying power burrowing into his body like vipers. It rapidly eroded his immortal body, his soul, his will, his consciousness, and everything else. This power was so strange and powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. He lost consciousness in an instant and collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the Paradise District to quiet down a bit, and countless gazes converged on this side. Chapter 1787. Xiao was dead. Xiao, who had just won first place in the arena, died in the blink of an eye. He was the creator of miracles, the genius who had escaped from his slave status. But he died in the blink of an eye. Zhao's death was really unjust. He didn't even have the chance to fight back before he was killed by that strange liquid. They were all killed on the Blissful Island. It was like a joke. Crack! Qin Xiao suddenly stood up and stared at Xiao, who was lying on the ground. His chest was burning with anger, and his fists were clenched tightly. His anger was burning, and his anger was surging. Everyone knew that Xiao was a slave bought by Qin Xiao. When he fought in the arena, he represented Qin Zhao's face. Xiao had created a miracle and won first place, which gave Qin Xiao a lot of glory. Qin Xiao admired Xiao and thought that he was a talent with great potential. Qin Xiao was still thinking about which force to recommend Xiao to, but he didn't expect that Xiao would be killed in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the person who killed Xiao wasn't targeting Xiao, but Qin Xiao. This was obviously a provocation to Qin Xiao and trampling on his face. How could Qin Xiao not be furious over such a matter? To provoke him in front of so many people, this person didn't take him seriously and humiliated him. Qin Xiao. What? Xiao is dead? Who has the guts to kill someone on the Blissful Island? Is he tired of living? Fatty Kai's eyes widened in shock. Just a moment ago, he was still grinning from ear to ear. In the blink of an eye, he was assassinated. Wasn't this change too fast? Killing someone on the Blissful Island was crazy enough. This was the Blissful Island, a place where even the Shangxian didn't dare to act rashly. Killing someone on the Blissful Island meant that there was a price to pay. No matter who it was, there was no doubt about it. Generally speaking, if you killed someone on the Blissful Island, you had to be prepared to die. How dare you make trouble on the Blissful Island? A thunderous roar descended from the sky. A group of warriors in golden armor descended from the sky with supreme dignity. This was the Blissful Army, the exclusive army of the Blissful Island. They were responsible for maintaining order on the Blissful Island. If anyone dared to violate the Blissful Island's immortal rule, the Blissful Army would definitely rise up and return to the righteous path. The Army of Bliss was not only powerful, but they were also endowed with divine power. Behind them was the supreme, immortal might of the blissful island. Take him down. After a thunderous roar, the minor immortal who had plotted against Shao was taken away by the blissful army. Then, he would be punished according to the blissful island's immortal rules. Killing people on the blissful island was basically a dead end. The death of Shao was actually not a big deal. Many people did not take it to heart at all. However, there are some details behind this matter that made people relish in talking about. Obviously, someone was targeting Qin Shao. Hao Guixian. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze and coldly glanced at Hao Guixian. It was obvious that Hao Guixian was behind all this. Fatty Kai also looked at Hao Guixian with some anger. He knew that Hao Guixian was not someone to be trifled with. He was a person who would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. However, what he had done this time was really too much. Killing Shao here was the most severe provocation to Qin Shao. It was completely trampling on Qin Zhao's dignity. No one could tolerate such a thing. Hao Guixian had gone too far. He was challenging Qin Zhao's bottom line. Hao Guixian looked at Qin Shao with a cold smile. When he saw Qin Zhao's anger, he was happy. What is it? What do you want? Don't ask when you already know the answer. Don't you know what you've done? Qin Shao said in a bone-chilling voice. Hao Guixian smiled even more happily. I've done many good things. How would I know which one you're talking about? How would I know if you're asking me? I'm happy to see you angry. What do you think? You don't like it? Even if you don't like it, what can you do? His arrogant and domineering aura had returned. I know. You must be unhappy about the death of the three-eyed race, right? Haha, a dead man is a dead man. Even if he won first place, he still ended up dead. What a pity. Yes, he's a promising talent. Unfortunately, he won't live long. If he's dead, no matter how talented he is, it's useless. I don't know who has such a big grudge against you. Why did you have to kill him in the blissful area? A life for a life, I don't think it's worth it. Seeing how Guixian gloating over his misfortune and mocking him, Qin Zhao's anger flared even more. Qin Shao didn't hold back and said bluntly, Hao Guixian, you don't have to pretend here. You're the mastermind behind all of this. Why are you still pretending? I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You're willing to trade a life for a life. The liquid you used to plot against Shao must be soul-devouring water. A bottle of soul-devouring water shouldn't be worth less than 1,000 Chaos Source Stones, right? You're willing to pay a hefty price to kill Shao, sacrificing a minor immortal for a bottle of soul-devouring water. That's a hefty price indeed. You're testing my limits, aren't you? Hao Guixian shook his head and laughed. Qin Shao, don't slander me. Don't accuse me without proof. The blissful island has its own rules. I, Hao Guixian, won't do anything that violates them. You're so arrogant. Qin Shao, you made a lot of enemies. Why must it be me, young Master Xian? Besides, do you know who the three-eyed race's enemy is? Can it be done by the enemies of the three-eyed race? Anyway, what does this have to do with me? Don't even think about trying to frame me. I won't fall for it. You won't admit it? Qin Shao sneered. What? The great Hao Guixian is a coward? You don't even have the guts to admit it? You don't even have the courage to admit it? Qin Zhao's provocation didn't work on Hao Guixian. His expression was as calm as ever. He chuckled softly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. If I didn't do it, why should I admit to it? This is the blissful island. How can you accuse me unjustly? Enough, Qin Shao. Don't waste your breath. The three-eyed race is dead. There's nothing you can do. If you're unhappy, then I'm happy. Let's end today's matter here. I'll slowly settle the score with you in the future. No rush, no rush. I have plenty of time to play with you. With that, Hao Guixian stood up and prepared to leave. Stop! Hao Guixian was about to leave, but Qin Shao wouldn't let him. With a loud shout, Qin Shao moved and blocked Hao Guixian's path. Obviously, he wouldn't let Hao Guixian leave. Hao Guixian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at Qin Shao. His face was full of arrogance. What? You're not going to let me go? Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you think too highly of yourself. Just because you're an official disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, you think you can be so arrogant? Do you really think that no one can stop you? I'm leaving. If you're not afraid of death, why don't you try to stop me again? With that, Hao Guixian continued to move forward. However, Qin Shao stood there and didn't seem to want to leave. Instead, he stretched out a hand and blocked Hao Guixuan's path. Qin Shao, do you want to die? How dare you block my brother Xin's path? Get out of my way. Qin Shao, don't be insensible. You guys are no match for us. If we really fight, we'll kill you in a matter of minutes. Our brother Xin isn't someone you can afford to offend. You should go back and cultivate for thousands of years. Now is not the time for you to be arrogant. Get out of my way. Hao Guixian didn't say anything, but the followers behind him started to clamor and yell at Qin Shao. Fatty Kai stood there with a troubled look on his face. He didn't know what to do and didn't know what to do. On one side was his brother, and on the other side was Hao Guixian, who he couldn't afford to offend. Hao Guixian laughed wildly. He pointed at Qin Shao's nose and said arrogantly, "Did you hear that, Qin Shao? You can't afford to offend me. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If we weren't on the blissful island today, I wouldn't have let you go so easily. Get out of my way while I'm still in a good mood. Don't spoil my mood. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't think that the fuming immortal palace's immortal rules can protect you. The fuming immortal palace's immortal rules can only ensure that you don't die. I won't kill you, but I can trample on you. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hao Guixuan's tone was arrogant and threatening. This was a trick that Hao Guixian had always used. It was a tried and tested tactic. However, he had encountered Qin Shao this time. Qin Shao had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. He hated being threatened the most. Therefore, Qin Shao was really angry. Qin Zhao's face was cold as he said, "Hao Guixian, you have successfully angered me. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. You are really arrogant. People who don't know better might think that you are an exalted immortal. Who are you trying to fool? No matter how much experience you have, Qin Shao, aren't you just a fourth-step universe grade? No matter how much experience you have, how heaven-defying can you get? Hee hee hee. Let me tell you a joke. You have successfully angered me. Damn it, even I know how to talk big." Before Hao Guixian could say anything, the lackeys behind him started mocking and ridiculing him. Hao Guixian looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, "Then I would like to know what you can do if I angered you. Why? Do you dare to make a move here? Ha ha ha. If you still have the guts, Qin Shao, then I will respect you as a man. If you want to make a move, then come on. I'm standing right here. Why don't you try?" As he said that, Hao Guixian spread his arms wide and made a provocative gesture at Qin Shao. His body language seemed to be saying, "Come on, hit me. Come on, hit me." His expression was as despicable as it could get. Anyone who saw him would want to hit him. Crack! Qin Shao clenched his fists so tightly that it seemed like he was going to crush his bones. "Brother Qin Shao, don't be impulsive. Don't make a move." Fatty Kai rushed over and grabbed Qin Zhao's shoulder. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, this is young Master Xian's provocation. Don't fall for his trick. If you make a move, you will violate the Blissful Island's rules and will be punished. Besides, if you make a move, you will be at a disadvantage. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Bear with it for now. If there is anything, we could talk about it later. Don't be impulsive. Otherwise, you will fall into young Master Xian's trap." Qin Shao looked at Fatty Kai. How could he not know this? How could he not know the Blissful Island's rules? Even if you want to make a move, you should leave the Blissful Island first. No matter what, you can't make a move on the Blissful Island. Chapter 1788. Qin Zhao's quote, "My happiness is very simple. A single smile from you is my sunshine for an entire day." However, Qin Shao knew that once he left Blissful Island, he wouldn't have another chance to make a move against Hao Guixian. Although Hao Guixian was incomparably arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He was tyrannical and oppressive. In Linfu City, he could be said to have done as he pleased, committing all sorts of evil deeds. But the fact that he was still alive today was a testament to his strength. Wanting to make a move against him was easier said than done. The Haochu clan was one of the 10 great powers of Linfu City. That wasn't an undeserved reputation. Furthermore, if he didn't make a move now, what face would Qin Shao have left? His dignity would be completely trampled on by Hao Guixian. As an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace, Qin Shao was a peerless, monstrous genius who shone brilliantly. But today, someone who wasn't even an in-name disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace had provoked him, humiliated him, and even trampled on his dignity. This was like a dragon being trampled on by a small snake. How could he endure this? In terms of status, how could Hao Guixian compare to Qin Shao? Hao Guixian's only support was his two genius brothers. Haha, what's wrong, Qin Shao? You don't dare? Aren't you blocking me because you want to make a move against me? I'm standing right here, so I won't fight back. If you have the ability, why don't you make a move against me? If you have the ability, why don't you kill me in one blow? I'll give you a chance to make a move. Do you dare? Hao Guixian was still incomparably arrogant. He spread out his hands in an incomparably provocative manner, provoking Qin Zhao's limits of patience. It was as if he already had Qin Shao in his grasp. He was certain that Qin Shao wouldn't dare make a move against him. Brother Qin Shao, you mustn't. Don't fall for his trick. If you make a move, you'll definitely suffer. Fatty Kai continued to persuade him. Originally, Xiao Dao and Man supported Qin Shao no matter what she did. But this time, they were trying to persuade Qin Shao not to be impulsive. Offending Hao Guixian wasn't that scary. After all, the Haochu clan wouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao was an official disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. With this identity, no one would dare to make a move on Qin Shao easily. At most, Hao Guixian's two brothers would cause some trouble for Qin Shao. But no matter how much trouble they caused, they wouldn't really dare to do anything to Qin Shao. However, this was the Blissful Island. If he were to make a move here, he would violate the Blissful Island's rules. Even his identity as a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace would not be able to protect Qin Shao. Therefore, Xiao Dao and Man were naturally very worried and didn't want Qin Shao to act impulsively. Hao Guixian was certain of this. That was why he could provoke Qin Shao without any bottom line. He could provoke Qin Shao and force Qin Shao to act. This wishful thinking was pretty good. Haha, today is really interesting. Young Master Xian actually went against Qin Shao. I've heard that Qin Shao is a very strong-willed person. He won't back down. What do you think will happen after today? Hao Guixian is really sinister. He deliberately provoked Qin Shao and trampled on Qin Zhao's dignity, forcing Qin Shao to act. If Qin Shao acts, he'll be in a passive position. If Hao Guixian also acts, then he'll be fine. The responsibility will be shared. If Hao Guixian doesn't act, then it'll be troublesome. That's right. Hao Guixian is too domineering. He's using his power to bully others. He actually dares to bully Lord Qin Shao. He's gone crazy. Yes, he's crazy. But he has the right to be crazy. Who told him to have two good brothers? If I had two brothers like him, I would also be crazy. Hey, do you guys think Qin Shao will dare to act? I don't think so. If he did, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't have held back. After all, this is the Blissful Island. If Hao Guixian really wants to do something bad, he can make Qin Shao suffer. That's right. No one dares to violate the Blissful Island's immortal rules. Even though Qin Shao is an official disciple of the Fuxiao Immortal Palace, a peerless genius, a genius who has the potential to become a proud son of heaven. But this is the Blissful Island. Who dares to violate the immortal rules set by a proud son of heaven? In another private room, Dao Hefeng is in a good mood. He has a sinister smile on his face. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao. Let's see how you're going to deal with this today. If you don't act now, you'll lose all face today. Your dignity will be trampled on, and you'll become a laughingstock. If you dare to act now, you'll violate the Blissful Island's immortal rules. The Blissful Island's immortals won't care if you're an official disciple of the Fuxiao Immortal Palace or not. They'll punish you all the same. Being punished by the Blissful Island's immortal rules can also vent my anger. In short, Qin Shao, you won't be able to escape today. Dao Hefeng smiles coldly and continues to drink. All of this was already under his control. Countless gazes converge on Qin Shao. They're waiting to see how Qin Shao will deal with this situation. Qin Shao, if you want to act, then hurry up. If you're a man, then be straightforward. If you don't dare, then scram. Don't get in my way, Hao Guixian said rudely once again. The lackeys behind him also started to mock him. They're really aggressive. As you wish. This time, before Hao Guixian could rejoice, he heard Qin Shao spit out these four bone-chilling words. Before he could finish speaking, something strange happened. A gorgeous ray of light gushed out of Qin Shao's hand. The image of the universe reversed the heavens and the earth. Golden light surged, and the terrifying immortal power seemed to break everything. The rays of sword energy crazily bombarded Hao Guixuan's body. Hao Guixian was already prepared not to fight back. With Qin Zhao's sudden attack, he didn't have time to react. Therefore, Hao Guixian didn't resist at all. He stood there like a target, allowing Qin Zhao's sword qi to attack him. Qin Shao is using the Cosmos sword art. Although Qin Shao hasn't cultivated this immortal art to perfection, he's at least 70 to 80% of it. Once the sword energy is unleashed, it decides the fate of the universe. With Qin Zhao's many tricks, Qin Shao obviously didn't hold back at all. It's fine if he doesn't attack, but once he does, he's ruthless. He wants to kill Hao Guixian. Qin Shao making a move this time had clearly frightened quite a few people badly. Brother Qin Shao, you can't, Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and the others all had their hearts in their throats, but they couldn't stop Qin Shao. It was too late. Those who were still discussing whether Qin Shao would attack or not now had their answer. Qin Shao really did dare to attack. He really did dare to attack. Crazy, he's really crazy. He's as crazy as ever. Everyone said Hao Guixian was crazy, but now it seems that Qin Shao is even crazier. He actually dared to attack on the blissful island. He's really crazy. What's worse is that Hao Guixian really didn't fight back, which changed the nature of the situation. If Hao Guixian didn't fight back, it would be Qin Shao breaking the blissful island's immortal rules. Damn it, he really dares to attack, and he dares to be so ruthless. Hao Guixian howled in his heart. He smelled danger. How can Qin Shao be so strong? His attack was actually able to threaten my life. I'm a first step exalted immortal, a whole realm higher than him. I'm strong in all aspects. I don't even fear ordinary human immortals. However, his methods made me smell the aura of death. It seems that I've seriously underestimated Qin Shao. If it's a real one-on-one fight, I might not be his match. Damn it. No wonder he was directly accepted as an official disciple of the fuming Immortal Palace. This kid is really not an ordinary monster. I've really gone overboard this time. But what's done is done. I can't care too much. Fortunately, I still have a life-saving trump card. Otherwise, if I take this attack head-on, even if I don't die, I'll lose half my life. Hao Guixian clenched his teeth. With a wave of his hand, a golden metal ball flew out. The golden metal ball was like a drop of water. As soon as it flew out, it expanded rapidly until it formed a thin film that wrapped around Hao Guixian. Qin Zhao's sword light bombarded Hao Guixuan's body again and again. When Qin Shao attacked with all his might, his strength was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the golden ball's protection, Hao Guixuan's immortal body would have been shattered. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and stop him, Hao Guixian shouted when he saw his followers standing there in a daze. He couldn't do anything, but the others could. Only then did his followers come back to their senses. One by one, they attacked. They weren't weak, but the weak ones couldn't follow behind Hao Guixian. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Hence, when they attacked together, a powerful immortal might gushed out and instantly forced Qin Shao back. How could Qin Shao fight so many immortals by himself? After all, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step universe grade. He hadn't entered the immortal realm yet. If Qin Shao had become an immortal, he might have been able to put up a fight. However, there was no other way now. I can't kill or seriously injure Hao Guixian with one strike. There's no chance now. Qin Shao shook his head. He had no choice but to stop because he knew very well that he would be the one at a disadvantage if he attacked again. In fact, Qin Shao hadn't thought of killing Hao Guixian with one strike. He'd only wanted to seriously injure Hao Guixian and teach him a lesson. As for other debts, he could slowly settle them in the future. However, Hao Guixian actually had such a powerful, life-saving, immortal treasure on him. His attack hadn't hurt Hao Guixian at all. At the moment, Hao Guixian was being protected by his followers, so Qin Shao didn't have a chance to attack. Hao Guixian, who had come back to his senses, glared at Qin Shao fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Qin Shao, I underestimated you. You really dared to attack me. So what? You can't kill me. Even if you were 10 times stronger, it would still be useless. I have a life-saving, immortal treasure. Even a great immortal might not be able to kill me with one strike, let alone you." Qin Shao glanced at him coldly and said, "I never thought of killing you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. You were in such a sorry state just now. I've already achieved my goal of teaching you a lesson. I will slowly settle our debts with you. You don't have to be so impatient. There will be a day when you will beg for mercy." The corners of Hao Guixian's mouth twitched involuntarily. He snorted angrily and said, "You won't be able to wait for that day. You injured me for no reason and violated the Blissful Island's immortal rules. Don't even think of walking out of here in one piece." Just as Hao Guixian was speaking, a group of majestic blissful army descended from the sky. Their leader was a human immortal. His aura was powerful, and his eyes shone with a powerful light. A single glance was enough to intimidate everyone. Chapter 1789. Qin Shao knew he had violated the Blissful Island's immortal rules, but he wasn't going to let these people off lightly. To put it bluntly, immortal rules were set for the weak. As long as you were strong enough, you could even break the Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao laws, not to mention the immortal rules. Qin Shao was now an official disciple of Fu De Immortal Palace. How noble was his status? Even the top 10 factions of Lin Fu City had to give Qin Shao some face. Even immortals would smile when they saw Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao just stand there and let the Blissful Island's army take him down? It's a misunderstanding, This is a misunderstanding. Fatty Kai hurriedly walked out to smooth things over. But Hao Guixian wasn't that easy to talk to. He immediately interrupted Fatty Kai and said, "Get out of here, Fatty Kai. This has nothing to do with you. There's no misunderstanding. Qin Shao openly violated the Blissful Island's immortal rules. This is unforgivable. Hurry up and take him away." "Young Master Xian, why do you have to make things like this?" Fatty Kai still wanted to say something, but Hao Guixian was even angrier. "You think this is enough? My anger won't be quelled so easily. Fatty Kai, you like to meddle in other people's business, right? Then the next person I'm going to step on is you." Fatty Kai's face turned green with anger. After the muscles on his face violently trembled, he unhappily replied, "If young Master Xian has the ability to step on me, then go ahead. Fatty Kai, don't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble." You overestimate yourself." Hao Guixian looked at Fatty Kai with disdain. But Hao Guixian couldn't be blamed for his disdain. Although Fatty Kai had some family power, his family hadn't reached the level of the top 10 factions of Lin Fu City. If they didn't reach that level, then it would be impossible for them to go against the Haochu clan. Fatty Kai was truly infuriated today, so he dared to talk back to Hao Guixian. "Fatty Kai, don't say any more. This has nothing to do with you. Go back with Xiao Dao and the others. I'll take care of this." Regarding Fatty Kai's actions, Qin Zhao's heart actually warmed, although he didn't agree with Fatty Kai's actions. Although he didn't approve of Fatty Kai's actions, he did treat him as a friend. Fatty Kai knew that he couldn't help Qin Zhao, so he could only back off with Xiao Dao and the others. Capture him. The Blissful Armies is his army. 12 soldiers, Blissful Armies, to capture Qin Zhao. The Blissful Army represented the will of the Blissful Island, so the formless immortal pressure was enough to suppress people, making them not dare to resist. Blissful's army, who dared to resist? Dare to resist, to challenge the blissful island, S army. Blissful to Tess. Its islands, S's army, Two's not to die's to die to go to die. Brother Qin Shao, it's better if you don't resist. Just go with them. You only injured someone, so it's not a big deal. The blissful island will at most punish you. After all, you didn't really kill anyone, so it's not a big deal. Just bear with it, Fatty Kai said to Qin Shao. Fatty Kai said. Qin Shao wanted to bear with it, but could he really bear it? How Guixian had forced him to make a move first. If he continued to bear with it, then what was the point of making a move just now? In the end, he was still punished, and Hao Guixuan's goal was achieved. When had he, Qin Shao, ever suffered such vexation all along the way? However, what could he do if he didn't admit defeat? Power. Everything depended on power. He was only a fourth-step universe grade, so his power was still weak. In front of the blissful island, he wasn't even an ant. How could he resist? What should he do? Should he really bear with it? Should he really surrender? Should he really let the blissful army capture him and let them deal with him? He was an official disciple of the fuming immortal palace, yet he was powerless to resist. Were they all going to be at his mercy? How could the blissful island do this? Why did they have to disregard the Fuda immortal palace? On what basis? Just because the blissful island was founded by a genius? Just because the rules of the blissful island were set by a genius? However, Qin Shao didn't want to be oppressed by this power. He couldn't even lift his head. He hated being oppressed like this the most. When Qin Shao saw the blissful army walking towards her in an imposing manner, she glanced at them coldly. Her imposing manner was not inferior to that of the blissful army. Because Qin Shao was a heart force cultivator, he had actually used his heart force when he glanced at them. That was why the army of bliss was startled and involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Qin Shao, do you want to resist? Are you going to openly challenge the rules of our blissful island? I know you are an official disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, but this is the blissful island. I don't want to offend you, but I have a mission. If anyone dares to violate the rules of the blissful island, I will have to step out to maintain order. So, please don't make things difficult for me. We won't make things difficult for you. We won't touch you. Come with us. How about it? The army of bliss said in a deep voice. He was only a human immortal. Personally, he didn't dare to offend Qin Shao. However, he had a mission, and he had to do this. So, he didn't want to make the situation too awkward. Qin Shao looked at the army of bliss and said, "You have a mission, so I won't make things difficult for you. Who is the person in charge of your disciplinary hall? Tell him to come see me." That Hao Guixian provoked me again and again. He humiliated me and trampled on my dignity. Why can't I hurt him? I want to ask, which rule of the blissful island did I violate? If the blissful island wants to do anything to me, it won't be that easy. The army of bliss shook his head and said, "Lord Qin Shao, you're making things difficult for me. It's not that easy to see the disciplinary hall elder. I'm sorry, but I don't have that kind of authority." I know what you're thinking. You're an official disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. You do have the right to be arrogant. I don't need to know what happened. The blissful island's rules are like this. You violated the rules, so we have to act according to the rules. We treat everyone equally. So, Lord Qin Shao, don't try to resist. The Fuda Immortal Palace won't interfere in this matter. If you don't believe me, Lord Qin Shao, you can ask the Fuda Immortal Palace for help. If the Fuda Immortal Palace sends someone, I can call the disciplinary hall elder over. However, I advise you, Lord Qin Shao, don't waste your energy. It's useless. Just come with us obediently and accept your punishment. If Lord Qin Shao cooperates, we'll only give you a small punishment. We won't make things too difficult for you, Lord Qin Shao. If Lord Qin Shao insists on doing things your own way and refuses to cooperate, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Once the blissful island's dignity is challenged, I don't know what kind of consequences there will be. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. I believe you, Lord Qin Shao, are a wise man. A wise man submits to circumstances? Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh at himself. A wise man submits to circumstances. The invisible pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Qin Zhao's heart. It was very uncomfortable. Was there really no way to resist? Qin Shao knew that this human immortal blissful army wasn't lying to him. The Fuda Immortal Palace wouldn't interfere in this matter. In the entire Fuda mountain range, only the Blissful Island could do this. The other 10 factions wouldn't dare to do this to the disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Not to mention official disciples. Even nominal disciples wouldn't dare to do this. However, the Blissful Island was different. They could ignore the rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace to a certain extent. Of course, this was only limited to the Blissful Island. It didn't apply outside of the Blissful Island. In the face of this kind of pressure, if he didn't yield, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? In life, there was always a time when one had to yield. If he didn't yield now and continue to cause trouble, the situation would only get worse. If things got worse, then so be it. In the end, he still wouldn't be able to resist. How could a firefly's light shine together with the sun and the moon? No matter how unhappy and unwilling he was, Qin Shao couldn't find a good solution. It was very rare for Qin Shao to feel so powerless. The human immortal blissful army also saw that Qin Zhao's heart had softened a little. He waved his hand, indicating for the blissful army to take Qin Shao away. This time, Qin Shao didn't resist. Although he still had a little struggle in his heart, he was more inclined to compromise. Stop! At this moment, a voice descended from the sky, like an immortal descending. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The supreme immortal pressure descended like the majestic heavenly might, enveloping the entire blissful island. Everyone couldn't help but want to submit to it. Even the heavens had submitted to it. This supreme immortal pressure was actually the immortal pressure. The person who appeared in front of them was an old man with an immortal aura. The majestic, immortal pressure enveloped him, making him look extremely sacred. Greetings, immortal! Everyone couldn't help but bow and greet him respectfully. Greetings, immortal Dao Guide. The blissful army bowed respectfully. Only then did they realize that the person in front of them was immortal Dao Guide. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on immortal Dao Guide. He was slightly surprised because he had seen this immortal Dao Guide once before. It was the immortal Dao Guide that Fairy Yun Ru took him to see after he won first place in the Immortal Promotion Plateau. He didn't know this immortal's name before, but now he knew that he was immortal Dao Guide. Qin Shao greets immortal Dao Guide. In front of an immortal Dao Guide, Qin Shao didn't dare to be rude. He immediately bowed. Immortal Dao Guide's gaze fell on Qin Shao. There was a faint smile on his face as he said, "Little friend Qin Shao, I haven't seen you for a while. I have to look at you in a new light." "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a heaven-defying genius. It's a pity that this old man wasn't able to get you to join our blissful pavilion. It's a pity. Let's not talk about the past. The old man already knows about what happened today. You did violate the blissful island's immortal rule, but it's still acceptable. The immortal rule is dead, but humans are alive. Let's end today's matter here. We won't pursue it any further. We'll pretend that it never happened." "What? Don't pursue it any further? Pretend that it never happened?" Hao Guixian was instantly unhappy. He was looking forward to Qin Shao being punished by the blissful island. He had risked getting injured and using a life-saving trump card to achieve this result. Don't pursue it any further? What kind of joke was that? Therefore, Hao Guixian was naturally the first to disagree. "What? You have a problem with that?" Immortal Dao Guide looked over with a dark expression. His supreme, immortal pressure pressed down, causing Hao Guixian's face to turn pale. This was an immortal Dao Guide. How could he dare to offend him? Therefore, how could Hao Guixian dare to have a problem with that? Chapter 1790. The rules were always set for the weak. This was a principle that would never change. In this world, no matter where one went, the strong were respected. The law of survival was the law of the jungle. The blissful island had its own immortal rules, but as the enforcer, immortal Dao Guide had the power to change the immortal rules and give Qin Shao a lenient punishment. Who would dare to object? Hao Guixian cursed inwardly. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to say no. Immortal Tao Guide wasn't just a mere immortal. He represented the blissful island's supreme immortal aura. Therefore, even the Vaschu clan didn't dare to offend Immortal Tao Guide. The others didn't dare to say anything either. With Immortal Tao Guide protecting Qin Shao, there was naturally nothing to say. Things had really taken a turn for the better. After hearing Immortal Tao Guide's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned for a while. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. It seemed that the heavens were very kind to him and let him avoid a disaster. It was a great fortune. Ah, that's great, that's great. It's fine, it's fine. Fatty Kai shouted excitedly. Xiao Dao and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. After calming down, Qin Shao bowed to Immortal Tao Guide and thanked him. Thank you, Immortal Tao Guide. Although Immortal Tao Guide seemed to be a bit unhappy with Qin Shao because of the previous incident, he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with admiration and nodded slightly. It's just a small matter. However, it's an exception. If there's a next time, it won't be good for me to do that again. Let's end today's matter. With this experience, Qin Shao would naturally be more careful next time. It wouldn't be like this again. Today's matter was over. Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to stay in the blissful island any longer and prepare to leave. At that moment, a heaven-shaking immortal aura suddenly enveloped the blissful island. When this immortal aura appeared, almost everyone couldn't help but kneel down. Immortal might was vast and mighty, and immortal light bloomed, illuminating the entire Paradise District. What a powerful immortal might! What a sacred light! What a terrifying heavenly might! Who is this? Qin Shao was startled by the vast and mighty immortal pressure. He stared blankly at the void. This immortal might was actually much stronger than that of an exalted Immortal Tao Guide. To be so much stronger than an ascendant immortal, what kind of existence would that be? A heavenly talent. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a name popped up in his mind. Only a Heaven's Pride expert could have such power, right? Qin Shao couldn't think of anyone else other than the Chosen One. Sure enough, Exalted Immortal Guide bowed respectfully towards the void. Only a Heaven's Chosen could cause Exalted Immortal Guide to act in such a manner. Even the arrogant and unruly Hao Guixian knelt on the ground in fear under this supreme immortal pressure. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and the others had already knelt down. Although the immortal pressure was strong and mighty, Qin Shao was not shaken to the point of kneeling down. Instead, he stood there firmly and looked into the void. However, no figure appeared in the void. The person hadn't appeared, yet the immortal pressure was so frightening and powerful that it could shake the entire realm. Was this the might of a Heaven's Pride expert? What kind of powerful existence was a Heaven's Pride expert? At the moment, the entire Paradise District was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make a sound, as if doing so would blaspheme the immortal pressure. Why had a Heaven's Pride expert suddenly appeared? Qin Shao had a bad premonition that the Heaven's Pride expert had appeared at this time. It was as if the Heaven's Pride expert had come for him. However, Qin Shao really couldn't understand. How had he managed to catch the eye of a Heaven's Pride expert? No matter how good his innate potential was, it couldn't compare to the brilliance of a Heaven's Pride expert. He was merely a universe fourth-step kid. He hadn't even started his cultivation journey yet. How could he catch the attention of a Heaven's Pride expert? Suddenly, dazzling light erupted in the void. It was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. A few large words slowly appeared in the light. Paradise Immortal Law cannot be violated. Paradise Immortal Prison. 10,000 years of punishment. It was a simple sentence, yet it emitted a supreme immortal pressure that no one dared to defy. After the words appeared, the light slowly dissipated. The immortal pressure also dissipated like a receding tide. Soon, everything returned to its original state. Only then did the people who were crouching on the ground stand up as if relieved of a heavy burden. Everyone else was relieved, but Qin Zhao's mood fell to the bottom again, becoming extremely heavy. Paradise immortal law cannot be violated. Paradise immortal prison, 10,000 years of punishment. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. Immortal Guide exalted wanted to settle this matter, but the Heaven's Pride expert wouldn't allow it. He wanted to punish Qin Shao. Heaven's Pride token. It's actually the Heaven's Pride token. Ha ha ha. I've heard about the Heaven's Pride token for a long time. I never imagined that I would be able to see it with my own eyes today. How Guixian laughed wantonly. He felt as though he had been sent from hell to heaven. How Guixian laughed maniacally as he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao. Qin Shao. I thought that you had escaped a calamity. Who would have thought that you would be beaten back? Qin Shao. You should be proud that you were able to provoke the Heaven's Pride token. The 10,000 years of punishment in the Paradise Immortal Prison is considered light for you. Ha ha ha. Once the Heaven's Pride token is issued, no one in this world will be able to protect you. Just accept your punishment obediently. Qin Shao glared coldly at Hao Guixian. This fellow was indeed very loathsome. However, Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to bicker with Hao Guixian. Fatty Kai's lips twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, which was a little comical. Fatty Kai, what is the Heaven's Pride token? Xiao Dao couldn't help but forcefully push Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai let out a long sigh. He helplessly shook his head and said, to put it simply, the Heaven's Pride token is an order issued by the Heaven's Pride token. It is an order that the blissful island must carry out with all its might. It is the highest order. It represents the supreme will of the Heaven's Pride token. No one can go against it. The Heaven's Pride token is something that the blissful island will carry out with all its might. Once the Heaven's Pride token is issued, it will never be taken back. Therefore, Brother Qin Shao will definitely be punished this time, and no one will be able to change this matter. No one could do anything about it? Xiao Dao asked. Fatty Kai nodded and said, yes, in theory, no one could do anything about it. Of course, unless the Palace Master of the Fuda Immortal Palace personally appears. But do you think that is possible? Xiao Dao helplessly shook his head. How could the Palace Master of the Fuda Immortal Palace personally appear? Qin Shao wasn't the Palace Master's direct disciple. How could he provoke the Palace Master to appear? Even Xiao Yu might not be able to make the Palace Master appear. For such a small matter, the Palace Master wouldn't appear so easily. The Heaven's Pride token was like a huge mountain that made people unable to breathe, a huge mountain that made people unable to resist. This pressure was more than 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. Heaven's Pride. Qin Shao tightly clenched his fists, a voice roaring in his mind. I have no enmity with you. Did you really act to protect the blissful island's immortal rules? No, that's impossible. Such a small matter isn't worth your Heaven's Pride token. You obviously came for me. I really don't know if I should be happy or sad. I'm happy because I, a mere Qin Shao, am worthy of your Heaven's Pride token. I'm sad because such a small matter is worthy of your Heaven's Pride token. For a Heaven's Pride token to appear, how big of a grudge do you have against me? It seems that my future path of cultivation in the Fuda Immortal Palace is going to be quite bumpy. However, no matter how bumpy it is, I'll definitely walk my path well. I've always wanted to surpass you, a Heaven's Pride token. You're not friendly to me. That's good. You've given me more pressure and motivation. You forced me to challenge you. Heaven's Pride, I, Qin Shao, will remember today's humiliation. Although I, Qin Shao, am far from being able to fight you now, one day I'll make you pay for what you've done. And I firmly believe that day won't be too far away. That won't happen, absolutely not. In the face of a Heaven's Pride token, Qin Shao was indeed powerless to resist. He gave up, accepted his punishment, and remembered today's humiliation. This humiliation became the motivation for him to move forward. Exalted Immortal Guide looked very embarrassed. He just stepped forward to calm the matter, but the Heaven's Pride token was about to be issued. He couldn't go against it. Once the Heaven's Pride token was issued, no one dared to go against it. He could only respect it. Therefore, Exalted Immortal Guide said rather helplessly, Young Qin Shao, I'm sorry, but you'd better come with me. I can't do anything about it. Faced with this predicament, Qin Shao laughed coolly and said, "Exalted immortal guide, there's no need for this. Qin Shao knows that I'll accept it. It's my fault for being weak. This is the way of survival in this world. I, Qin Shao, have long understood this. There's no need to say anything more. I'll go with you." AI, exalted immortal guide, sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, he took Qin Shao away. The blissful army quickly left as well. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Qin Shao was taken away, Hao Guixian laughed wantonly. He looked very unhappy. Hee hee. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, why don't you keep on being arrogant? Why don't you keep on being arrogant? He. So what if exalted immortal guide is protecting you? Even a heaven's pride token won't tolerate you. 10,000 years of calamity in the blissful heavenly prison. Ha ha ha. It'll be enough for you. Just thinking about it makes me happy. How delightful. 10,000 years of punishment will be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. If you come out 10,000 years later, I'm afraid many things will have changed. 10,000 years isn't too long, but it's not too short either. 10,000 years of punishment in the blissful heavenly prison wasn't a light punishment. Fatty Kai, what should we do? Hurry up and think of something. Xiao Dao was worried. Wild and Jiulong were also worried. Qin Shao had been taken away. What would they do? Fatty Kai looked at Xiao Dao and the others with a sullen face. He said helplessly, "There's really nothing I can do. The prodigy command has already been issued. Who could do anything about it? This matter isn't something that can be solved with money. If it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem at all for me. There's no solution to this matter. There's really no solution. AI, the only consolation is that it's just punishment. There won't be any danger to your life. At most, you'll just have to suffer a bit. There's no need to worry so much." Xiao Dao gritted his teeth. "How about I go find my sister?" Fatty Kai immediately pulled Xiao Dao back. He shook his head. No, you can't go find your sister. Don't let your sister know about this for now. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble might occur. Your sister has only just become the palace master's disciple. If she goes to the palace master for such a small matter, she'll only be displeased. Your sister's future is limitless. Don't ruin her future for such a small matter. It's not worth it. I believe that even if Brother Qin Shao was here, he wouldn't let you do that. Unless it's absolutely necessary, this is not a choice." Chapter 1791. Qin Zhao's quote, "With the rest of my life, I promise you a lifetime of youth." The blissful heavenly prison was the most special place on the blissful island. From the name, one could tell that this place was used to imprison and punish people. Since the blissful island had set the immortal rules, they naturally had the corresponding punishment methods. No matter how strict the immortal rules were, there would always be people who would violate them. Therefore, anyone who dared to violate the immortal rules of the blissful island would be thrown into the blissful heavenly prison or killed on the spot. The blissful heavenly prison was specially designed to punish people. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was inside. Anyone who was thrown into the blissful heavenly prison would definitely suffer unimaginable torture, pain, and punishment. Even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. 10,000 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. This punishment wasn't small. Standing in front of the blissful heavenly prison, one could feel the gloomy and cold aura coming from it from afar. There was also a dense aura of death assaulting one's senses. If it was someone with a weaker temperament, just this aura alone would be enough to scare them to the point of pissing their pants. The terrifying aura pervaded the air and spread throughout this space. As soon as one entered this place, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Gloomy, and terrifying. This place was indeed not a good place. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. To be honest, Qin Shao had lived for so long, but he had never been treated like this before. Being thrown into a prison to be punished was an extremely humiliating thing. This was the greatest humiliation in life. However, did he have the ability to resist? The answer was no. He was still too weak, and his status was far from enough. He had no way of shaking the mountain that was a prodigy. Little friend Qin Shao, I'm sorry. Once the prodigy token is issued, no one dares to go against it. I originally wanted to settle this matter, but I have no other choice. I can only bring you to the blissful heavenly prison and send you to suffer 10,000 years of torture. Immortal Guide, Dao said with some embarrassment. Qin Shao smiled calmly and waved his hand, saying, Immortal Guide Dao, you're exaggerating. I know what happened. I was the one who caused this. I admit it. I don't blame you. Exalted Immortal Dao Induction. Exalted Immortal Dao Guide. For you to step forward for me. You have already taken care of me, Qin Shao. Qin Shao will remember this. All right, Exalted Immortal Guide, send me in. 10,000 years of torture, I accept it. Although Qin Shao admitted it. He had to admit it even though he didn't want to. He had no choice. It was only because he didn't have the strength that he deserved it. But Qin Shao would definitely remember what happened today. Exalted Immortal Guide, Dao shook his head and waved his hand. A hoarse, heavy, and ancient voice rang out. A stone door opened, and behind it was the heavenly prison of bliss. The news of Qin Shao being thrown into the blissful heavenly prison for 10,000 years quickly spread throughout Linfu City. Although it didn't cause a huge uproar, it still caused quite a stir. How great was the name of Qin Shao previously? Her reputation had even surpassed Princess Nangongling's. Miracle after miracle, record after record, peerless genius after peerless genius, he directly became an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. All of these made Qin Zhao's reputation resplendent. He could be considered a rising star in Linfu City. Some people even thought that Qin Shao would become the second prodigy. He would follow in the footsteps of other prodigies and surpass Nangong Qianzi's position. Therefore, Qin Zhao's every move naturally attracted a lot of attention. Such a big news like him being thrown into the blissful heavenly prison naturally spread quickly throughout Linfu City, causing countless heated discussions. Suffering from 10,000 years in prison, this Qin Shao is really unlucky. Truly, people fear fame just as pigs fear fattening. Yeah, with such a status, he still couldn't resist. Anyone who dares to violate the Blissful Island's rules can't go unpunished. This is the strength of the Blissful Island. Isn't that right? I originally thought that someone like Qin Shao would be an exception. But now it seems that the Blissful Island's rules are indeed untouchable. They're too powerful. How Guixian is really tyrannical. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Qin Shao. How did Qin Shao provoke him? The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. How Guixian has always been this kind of person. He can't be bothered to provoke ordinary people. Sai, that's right. It's all because How Guixian has the ability to do so. The Haochu clan is very powerful now. How Guixuan's two elder brothers are also very bright. They're enough to protect How Guixian. There's no helping it. There's no point in being envious. I'm afraid that in the entire Linfu City, only How Guixian would dare to provoke Lord Qin Shao like this. I still feel sorry for Lord Qin Shao. This is an unexpected calamity. But I have to admire Lord Qin Zhao's character. He's really strong. He clearly knew that he violated the Blissful Island's rules, but he still made a move against How Guixian. That's right. He's courageous and manly. He's my idol. This grudge has been formed. I'm sure something else will happen in the future. Let's talk about the future later. Let's not talk about these things so that the walls won't have ears. In the depths of the Fumu Immortal Palace, in a cultivation area, Xiaoyu became somewhat anxious after learning that Qin Shao had been locked in the blissful heavenly prison for 10,000 years. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and decided to go beg her master. But just as she was about to go find her master, she was stopped by Phoenix. Princess, you can't. It's better that you don't disturb your master over such a small matter. Your master might be displeased. Xiaoyu said anxiously, Martial Aunt Phoenix, I know this is a small matter, but it's a big deal to me. I don't want anything to happen to Qin Shao. I don't want him to suffer or be punished. 10,000 years isn't a short time. When I think about this, I can't calm down. If I can't calm down, I won't be able to cultivate properly. So, Martial Aunt Phoenix, please let me go find my master. I want my master to ask Tianjiao to let Qin Shao go. I beg of you. How about, Martial Ant Phoenix, please do it. Tianjiao will definitely listen to you. I owe you a favor. Phoenix shook her head and said, Shao Yu, calm down. It's not good for you to be like this. This is a small matter. You don't have to be like this. It's not like Qin Zhao's life is in danger. Why are you so nervous? Don't disturb your master. I won't help you. I can't afford to lose face for such a small matter. Also, you'd better not get involved with Tianjiao. Even if you look for your master may not stand up for you. Even I might not be able to make Tianjiao give me face. Shao Yu was in disbelief after hearing Phoenix's words. No matter how powerful Tianjiao was and how famous he was still a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. How could Tianjiao not give face to Phoenix? Even his master couldn't help him? Was Tianjiao so powerful? Was his status so high? Don't doubt me. I have no reason to lie to you. Anyway, don't ask too many questions. There are many things you don't understand now. You'll slowly understand in the future. In short, don't get involved with Tianjiao. You don't have to bother about Qin Zhao's matters. It's just 10,000 years in prison. At most, he'll suffer some physical pain. Nothing will happen to him, Phoenix said again. But Shao Yu still wanted to say something, but Phoenix left directly, not giving Shao Yu a chance to speak. Shao Yu could only sit back down helplessly. She couldn't see her master, and Phoenix refused to help her. She couldn't even leave this place, let alone think of a way to help Qin Shao. Taoji Ridge, Taoji territory. A figure was hiding in a crack in a stone. His breathing was weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Under his somewhat messy hair was a resolute face that was as sharp as a blade. Although he was in a sorry state and his breathing was weak, he didn't look too flustered. His eyes were firm. Cough, cough. If Qin Shao were here, he would surely recognize the person in front of him. It was none other than Desolate Land. That Yanghua's life force is truly terrifying. The flames it spits out can burn an immortal's body and soul. Even my will is affected to a certain extent. I was burned by Yanghua's life force. My immortal body and soul are still in pain. If it happens a few more times, I'm afraid I'll be burned to death. Where the hell is this damn place? The more I stay here, the more danger I'll be in. And I feel that I'm getting more and more dangerous. Perhaps I'm still slowly sinking into danger. But I don't know where to go. I've been hiding all these years, but it's still not a solution. Sigh, it looks like Desolate Land is really going to die here. I wonder how the others are doing. Haha, after so many hardships and so many years of anticipation, I've finally arrived at the sacred domain of my dreams. But the sacred domain isn't as beautiful as I imagined it to be. The sacred domain is filled with endless danger. It's a huge challenge to our lives. It's only because we've been living in peace for too long that we think about the sacred domain. That's why we want to experience these dangers again, forcing ourselves to grow. No matter where we go, we need strength. If you don't have enough strength, then only death awaits you. My strength is still too weak to come to the sacred domain. Hiding here, and there won't be enough to protect my life. It looks like my dream of the sacred domain is still going to be shattered. The sacred domain dream. Everyone had a sacred domain dream. He had been dreaming of entering the sacred realm in the savage, desolate era for close to an epoch. He had been searching and working hard for it. But some things were best when you couldn't get them. Once you really got them, you'd realize that it wasn't the case. The legendary sacred domain wasn't as beautiful as one imagined. This was the truth. But Desolate Land didn't regret coming to the sacred domain. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. He didn't have the fortune to grow. Whoosh. Not good. Meng Huang's expression suddenly changed. He quickly looked in a certain direction and saw a life form bathed in flames appear. The life form exuded a powerful aura, and waves of heat surged out from it. A black flame being. It's over. Desolate Land's heart thumped. It was over. He was going to die. At this moment, a beam of immortal light suddenly descended. A human immortal with a sword slashed down. When the black flame life form saw an enemy, it let out a strange sound. As soon as the sound fell, several black flame beings rushed out from all directions and surrounded the human immortal. Not good, "We've been ambushed." The human immortal's expression changed, then immediately said to Desolate Land, "Hurry, leave this place." Mang Huang, on the other hand, was stunned. He didn't know where this human immortal had come from, nor did he know why he was saved and allowed to leave first. But Desolate Land didn't think too much about it. Without any hesitation, he quickly said, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life." Then he quickly fled. Chapter 1792. 10,000 years was not a long time, and it would pass very quickly. 10,000 years to Lin Fu City would not cause any changes. In a long river of time, it was just a small amount of time. Hao Guixian did not vent his anger on the people of the Xianhua clan. After all, Princess Xiao Yu was there, and after Hao Guixian offended Qin Xiao, he was severely reprimanded by the elders of the clan. Thus, Hao Guixian restrained himself. The news of Qin Xiao being imprisoned in the blissful heavenly prison for 10,000 years also gradually faded away. The heat of 10,000 years should have long since passed. Qin Xiao's incident made the blissful island's immortal prestige even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient and heavy stone door slowly opened, and a figure walked out from the dark and gloomy atmosphere. The person who walked out was none other than Qin Xiao, who had been imprisoned in the blissful heavenly prison for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of punishment and suffering did not affect Qin Xiao's mood at all. 10,000 years. I'm finally out of this damn place. That damn place was really uncomfortable. There was no light at all. It was really not a place for people to stay. Qin Xiao curled his lips. He finally saw the light. The blissful heavenly prison only had endless darkness. Moreover, in these 10,000 years, he had been suffering all kinds of torture and pain. There was no way for him to cultivate it all. It was a waste of 10,000 years. As soon as Qin Xiao came out, a few figures walked up to him. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Man, 9 Dragons, and Mo Wangbei. Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. Mo Wangbei did not pass the selection and did not become a registered disciple of the Fuyu Immortal Palace. Instead, he was recruited by one of the top 10 factions in Lin Fu City. Thus, Qin Xiao had not seen Mo Wangbei since they parted last time. He did not expect Mo Wangbei to be here waiting for him. This was a brotherly relationship. After not seeing each other for 10,000 years, everyone had obviously undergone some obvious changes. Their strength had obviously improved a lot, especially 9 Dragons, who had broken through and become an immortal. This surprised Qin Xiao. 9 Dragons, congratulations, you've finally become an immortal. Qin Xiao smiled and said. The 9 Dragons responded with a smile. That's right, I've finally become an immortal. After working hard for an entire universe era, I finally succeeded. Speaking of which, I feel ashamed. The Immortal Court has given me too many cultivation resources. My immortal energy and soul have been greatly nourished, allowing me to break through and become an immortal in one go. This can be considered a fortunate thing. Qin Xiao nodded. The 9 Dragons could indeed be described as having accumulated a lot of power. After all, the 9 Dragons had lived for a universe epoch and cultivated for so long. In fact, their accumulation was definitely not something that Little Blade and Man could compare to. Of course, the most important thing was that the Immortal Court had given him a large number of cultivation resources. With such assistance, coupled with the innate potential of the 9 Dragons, it was reasonable for him to be surprised. Although the 9 Dragons' talent and potential couldn't be considered very good, they were probably close to the standard of the Fuda Immortal Palace's nominal disciples. They were definitely stronger than Wild. In fact, he might even be able to compete with Xiao Dao. With a sufficient foundation and a large amount of cultivation resources, it was normal for him to break through and become an immortal in 10,000 years. Just like Xiao Dao, if it wasn't for his lack of foundation, he could have directly become an immortal. Qin Xiao could have become an immortal long ago, but he had been suppressing his breakthrough. He wanted to accumulate more and strengthen his foundation. Qin Xiao was very happy for him that the 9 Dragons had become an immortal. It wasn't easy to take this step. If you don't become an immortal, you'll always be an ant. Brother Qin Shao, you've worked hard for the past 10,000 years. I've prepared a welcome banquet and a large number of beauties. Fatty Kai walked up with a distressed look on his face, but before he could finish, Qin Shao covered his mouth and said, "There's still a welcome banquet, but forget about the beauties. I don't have the fortune to enjoy them, so you can slowly enjoy them." Fatty Kai grinned. "Don't worry, Brother Qin Shao. Listen to me first. I spent a lot of effort to get them. They're definitely first-class beauties. Hee, you can definitely enjoy the bliss between a man and a woman. I'm not interested in the welcome banquet. I'll just go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace." Qin Shao said. Fatty Kai's mouth twitched, and he immediately changed his mind. Okay, no beauties. Just drinking will be fine, right? Qin Shao knew that Fatty Kai was being kind. If it was just drinking, he could accept it. Qin Shao really wasn't interested in other activities. "All right, Xiao Dao, how have you been all these years?" Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao and asked. In fact, he was still worried about the people of the Exinhua clan. How Guixian might not dare to do anything to Xiao Dao, but there were still many people of the Exinhua clan in Linfu City. Xiao Dao knew what Qin Shao was thinking. He immediately said, "Don't worry, Brother Qin Shao. We're all fine. How Guixian has been more low-key recently. Maybe, with my sister there, he wouldn't dare to do anything to the people of the Exinhua clan. No matter what, my sister is the palace master's personal disciple. I believe that as long as he isn't a fool, he wouldn't dare to offend my sister. Touching the people of the Exinhua clan means that he doesn't put my sister in his eyes." Fatty Kai laughed heartily and said, Little Dao, you're wrong. How Guixian doesn't dare to touch the people of the Exinhua clan. It's not only because of Princess Xiao Yu's reputation. More importantly, Hao Guixian was severely reprimanded by the elders of the Haochu clan for messing with Qin Shao. He was even ordered to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. That's why the past 10,000 years have been so peaceful. Or else, with Hao Guixuan's personality, he wouldn't have been so nice. He is a fearless lord. After all, if he messes with someone, there will be someone to clean up his mess. Only then did Xiao Dao feel relieved. He really didn't know about this. Qin Shao was also relieved. If nothing happened, that would be for the best. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. "By the way, big brother Qin Shao, my sister also went to beg the palace master, but she couldn't see him. My sister has always wanted to save you, but..." Xiao Dao said again. Qin Shao smiled and patted Xiao Dao's shoulder. "Say I know. I understand Sister Xiao Yu's intentions. However, I don't agree with her doing this. Begging the palace master for such a small matter will only make him unhappy. I'm just going to be imprisoned for 10,000 years. It's just some physical pain. It's nothing. Sister Xiao Yu is also stupid. There's no need for her to worry about me." Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled, not saying anything. A man was secretly laughing, but after Qin Shao glanced at her, she forced herself not to laugh again. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fortunately, at this time, 3 figures walked over. Qin Zhao's gaze also immediately looked over. Qin Shao knew all 3 of them. They had interacted before. Immortal Court's human immortal Shui Dong, Purple Mountain House's human immortal Hu Zong, and Blissful Island's Wu Chanzi. All 3 of them were second-step Empyrean human immortals. They had met Qin Shao before and were not unfamiliar with him. Seeing the 3 of them appear at the same time, Qin Zhao's heart moved. It seemed like there was good news, so Qin Shao quickly went up to greet them. "You 3, I wonder if you have good news for me?" Qin Shao asked directly. The 3 nodded at the same time, then looked at each other. All 3 sides had news at the same time. This formation was a bit interesting. After the 3 of them seemed to have a discussion, human immortal Shui Dong said, "Lord Qin Shao, it's like this. In the beginning, our immortal court was the first to discover the situation. However, at that time, Brother Qin Shao was still in the blissful heavenly prison, so we couldn't inform him in time. Lord Qin Shao, you were the first to be informed. Soon, the Purple Mountain Mansion and the Blissful Island also received the news. However, they also couldn't inform you, Lord Qin Shao. Therefore, the 3 of us acted separately. Unfortunately, until now, none of us have been able to find and rescue a brother of yours called Desolate Land. Brother Desolate Land. After hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart moved. This was the brother he respected the most. Desolate Land's position in Qin Zhao's heart was undoubtedly very high. Among everyone, he was probably second only to his master, mortal guest, and Jingyan. Therefore, after hearing the news about Desolate Land and hearing human immortal Xue Dong's words, Qin Zhao became anxious. Human immortal Xue Dong, tell me more about the Desolate Land. Human immortal Xue Dong nodded and said, "It's like this, Lord Qin Zhao. 8,000 years ago, we found out that Desolate Land had appeared in the Inferno realm in the Yaji mountain range. Therefore, our immortal court sent people to search for it. After spending 3,000 years, we really did find it. However, the situation in the Inferno realm is very complicated and dangerous. Therefore, although the human immortal sent by our immortal court found the Desolate Land, he was attacked and his clone was killed. He died. Meng Huang, on the other hand, fled. Since then, there has been no news of him. The only thing we can be sure of is that Desolate Land is still in the Inferno realm. For the past 5,000 years, we've sent people to search for it and sacrificed many immortals. However, we still haven't received any good news. After 5,000 years, we still haven't received any news. 5,000 years? No news at all? Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown. The situation didn't sound good. Although Qin Zhao didn't know what kind of place the Inferno realm was, the fact that many of the people sent out by the three forces had died was enough to show how dangerous the place was. Even human immortals had died there, which was enough to show how dangerous it was. Therefore, Qin Zhao couldn't help but worry about Desolate Land. Desolate Land's big brother was only a third-step universe grade. Furthermore, he might not even be a third-step universe grade because of the previous incident. Lord Qin Zhao, you don't have to worry too much. I believe that Taoist Desolate Land is blessed by the heavens. According to the information we received, he has been in the Inferno realm for a long time, hundreds of thousands of years. He has survived for such a long time. I believe that he can survive 5,000 years. Human immortal Xue Dong comforted him. I hope so. Qin Zhao nodded slightly. It was useless to think too much now. He could only hope for the best. Come to think of it, Desolate Land's big brother might have been in the Inferno realm ever since he entered the immortal realm. It wasn't easy for him to survive for so many years. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Therefore, Qin Zhao couldn't help but feel anxious. Time was life. Even if he was fine after staying there for so long, the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be and the lower his chances of survival would be. Therefore, he had to hurry and save him. However, the three forces had sent people to search for him for 5,000 years without any results. It seemed like the situation was a little troublesome. The more troublesome it was, the more they couldn't delay. Chapter 1793. Human immortal Xue Dong had been prepared for this. He handed a jade slip to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao took the jade slip and quickly scanned it with his consciousness. It contained detailed information about the conflagration realm. It took Qin Zhao a while to digest the enormous amount of information. After reading it, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown. The conflagration realm is indeed a terrifying and strange place. It's full of endless dangers. The stronger you are, the greater the danger you'll face. Even exalted immortals might die in there. On the contrary, those who are weaker will have a higher chance of survival. There are countless powerful beings in the conflagration realm, but those powerful beings don't bother to kill the weak. This is rather interesting. It's no wonder that Big Brother Meng Huang was able to survive in such a dangerous place. But that's the usual situation. It doesn't mean you can survive in the conflagration realm just because you're weak. There's no doubt that the conflagration realm is terrifying. No matter how high the chance of survival is, it's still pitifully low. It's not an exaggeration to say that there's only a slim chance of survival after entering the conflagration realm. Big Brother Desolate Land must have a great fortune to survive in there. However, there will definitely be a time when this kind of luck will be exhausted. Qin Shao finally understood why the three factions had sent some of their human immortals and lesser immortals in there, but they had all died. Qin Shao felt somewhat apologetic for causing the three factions to suffer such losses. Human immortals, I, Qin Shao, will remember the favor you've done for me. I'm truly sorry for the heavy losses I've caused. I'll enter the conflagration realm and look for Big Brother Desolate Land as soon as possible. You don't have to send any more people in there to avoid further losses. With this information, I've gained a detailed understanding of the conflagration realm. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll give it a try, Qin Shao said to the three human immortals. Shuedong, human immortal, quickly said, Lord Qin Shao, you must think twice about this. Do not act rashly. Lord Qin Shao has yet to become an immortal, and he has yet to refine a clone. It was too dangerous to enter the realm of enchanting fire like this. If anything were to happen, we would be doomed eternally. We will continue to send people to search for him, so I think you don't have to worry, Lord Qin Shao. Our three forces will spare no effort. No matter how many losses we suffer, we will not give up. Lord Qin Shao, why don't you leave it to us? The Hellfire Realm was way too big. Finding a single person was like finding a needle in a haystack. This matter can't be rushed. Yeah, Lord Qin Shao, you can't let anything happen to you. Leave it to us. We will do our best. Human immortal Hu Zong also said immediately. Qin Shao didn't doubt the intentions of the three forces, but they had searched for 5,000 years without any results. Qin Shao didn't want to wait another 5,000 years, or even a few dozen. It was too long, and he didn't want to wait. At any time, Qin Shao trusted himself the most. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't agree to leave the life of the desolate land in the hands of others. If he were to do it himself, then no matter what, he would have the greatest confidence, and Qin Shao wouldn't have to worry. Qin Shao waved his hand. If you want to continue to send people to search, then go ahead. You look for your people, and I will look for mine. There's no conflict. No matter how dangerous it is, I will still go. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as I can save my brother from a desolate land, I'm willing to pay any price. That's why you don't need to say anything more. I've made up my mind, and I won't change it. I'll have to trouble you to continue searching for my other friends. Qin Shao thanks the three of you. Seeing that Qin Shao had made up his mind, the three naturally couldn't say anything more. After all, this was Qin Shao's business, and they had no right to interfere. Shuedong said, Lord Qin Shao, since you insist on going to the Hellfire Realm, I have something to say. The Hellfire Realm is too dangerous, so Brother Qin Shao, you should make more preparations before entering. That'll be better. For example, you can use some targeted immortal treasures. If you encounter danger, you'll be more at ease. It's not an easy task to save someone in the Hellfire Realm. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm thinking about that as well. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Shuedong nodded and didn't say anything more. The three human immortals soon left. After seeing them off, Fatty Kai said, Brother Qin Shao, are you really going to enter the Hellfire Realm? Of course. Do you think I'm joking? Qin Shao nodded. No. Fatty Kai had a worried expression and said, Brother Qin Shao, you really have to think about this over and over again. It really isn't a joke. I know a little about the enchanting fire realm. It's infamous. It's definitely an extremely dangerous secret realm. Who knows how many powerful immortals have died there? As far as I know, even exalted immortals have to be careful. There's a high chance they'll die there. Indeed, many exalted immortals have died in the Hellfire Realm. Brother Qin Shao, you're not strong enough. It's too dangerous for you to enter the Hellfire Realm. Moreover, it would be even more difficult to find someone in the realm of enchanting fire to save them. If you're not careful, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Ecstasy Fire Realm is definitely a place that causes people to tremble in fear. Qin Shao looked at Fatty Kai and said, What? You seem to be cursing me. Will I definitely die in the Hellfire Realm? No. Fatty Kai immediately shook his head and waved his hand and hurriedly explained, Of course not, Brother Qin Shao. Of course I hope you'll be safe. I'm just saying that the Hellfire Realm is really dangerous. I'm worried about you, Brother Qin Shao. But all right, Fatty Kai, I'm just joking. Why are you so nervous? Qin Shao patted Fatty Kai's shoulder, interrupted him, and continued, I know what you mean, and I know how dangerous the Hellfire Realm is. But there's something I must do. I can't say that I'm giving up because the Hellfire Realm is too dangerous. Some things are more important than my life. There's no reason for me to shrink back. Big Brother Meng Huang is the big brother I respect the most. I must save his life. I can't leave him in the lurch. So, I have to take a big risk and go to the Hellfire Realm. Ew. Fatty Kai still wanted to say something, but he also knew Qin Zhao's character, and he also knew Qin Zhao's determination. Once Qin Zhao decided on something, he would definitely not change his mind. So Fatty Kai knew that he couldn't say more, or he would really make Qin Zhao unhappy. Since there was no way to dissuade Qin Zhao, he could only think about how to help Qin Zhao. Brother Qin Zhao, I'll go with you, Xiao Dao suddenly said with a determined face. A man and 9 dragons immediately followed. I'll go too. Seeing the three's attitude, Fatty Kai was stunned for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, although I, Fatty Kai, am a bit timid and sometimes afraid of trouble. But even if I'm greedy for life and afraid of death, I'm not someone who will abandon my brothers. Xiao Dao, you all dare to go. If I, Fatty Kai, don't dare, then I won't have the face to call you brothers in the future. So this time I, Fatty Kai, will go all out. Count me in. No matter what, there's strength in numbers. If the 5 of us go, our chances will definitely be better. Seeing Xiao Dao and the others' attitude, Qin Zhao felt a warm feeling in his heart. Brotherhood is best shown in times of danger. Qin Zhao smiled at the 4, but shook his head and said, since you treat me, Qin Zhao, as your brother, then I'll be frank. If you go, I'm afraid you'll just die. I'll go alone. I can't drag the 4 of you down. It's good that there's strength in numbers, but in a dangerous place, it may not be a good thing to have more people. So this time, don't come with me. If you really come with me, you may not be able to help me. You may even become my burden. Even if you can help me, I won't let you enter the enmity fire territory with me. Don't be stupid. Life is your own. You only have one life. If something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is right. Brother Qin Zhao, Xiao Dao was anxious and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Qin Zhao. Okay, Xiao Dao, I know your intentions, but there's really no need. Listen to me and wait here for my good news. I, Qin Zhao, have experienced all kinds of dangers along the way. I don't know how many times I've walked through the gates of hell, but I'm still alive and well. I can live until now. Naturally, I have my own means. If I go alone, even if I encounter great danger, I have ways to escape. But if I take you with me, it's hard to say. If I go alone, I have no worries and can do my best. Since Qin Zhao had put it this way, Xiao Dao and the others didn't know what else to say. They could only give up. They wanted to help Qin Zhao, but they also knew in their hearts that they were too weak and might really become Qin Zhao's burden. A place like the enmity fire territory was indeed not suitable for them to enter. It was too dangerous. But was this all they could do? They couldn't help at all? Fatty Kai's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly said, by the way, Brother Qin Zhao, you also need to make some preparations before entering the enmity fire territory, right? I'll study the enmity fire territory right away and see what immortal treasures Brother Qin Zhao needs to prepare so that you can enter the enmity fire territory more easily. If you bring more immortal treasures with you, you'll be more confident. You must have some life-saving means. Qin Zhao nodded. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also thinking about what immortal treasures I should prepare. If you can, then you can help me check so that I can make some preparations. But I can't delay for too long. I need at most 10 years to prepare. The sooner the better. From here to the enmity fire territory, with the speed of my low-grade flying device, it will take me several hundred years to reach the enmity fire territory. Time is a bit tight. I can't delay. Fatty Kai nodded. Yes, I know. I'll do it as soon as possible. It definitely won't take 10 years. I think a year is more than enough. All right then. Brother Qin Zhao, I'll take my leave and go home first. I'll look for you very soon. Qin Shao nodded. Okay, we won't go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'll go to the Kulai Immortal Inn. When you have news, you can find me there directly. It'll be more convenient. Okay. Fatty Kai nodded and quickly left. Chapter 1794. Fatty Kai was quite efficient. He said 1 year was enough, and he came half a year later. Fatty Kai didn't beat around the bush this time and got straight to the point. Brother Qin Shao, this is a list of immortal treasures I've made after studying the Nightmare Fire territory. If you can buy all of them, your chances of survival in the Nightmare Fire territory will be greatly increased. Qin Shao took the list. There were quite a lot of things listed. There were actually close to 100 items, but there were only 5 important ones. Fatty Kai continued to explain, the Nightmare Fire territory has the most life forms of the Nightmare Fire tribe. They bathe in flames and can spit out terrifying flames. This is the Nightmare Fire unique to the Nightmare Fire territory. It can burn a person's immortal body, spirit intent, and even will. It's very terrifying. Once touched by the Nightmare Fire, it'll be very troublesome. So, to prevent the Nightmare Fire, I found 2 matching immortal treasures. The first is called the Frost Pincers. It's made from epical ice from the depths of the extreme frost pool, and it's infused with a lot of frost energy. It's very precious and can block almost all attacks of the abnormal fire. The second is used to heal wounds after being hit by the Nightmare Fire. It's called the Fire Resistance Pill. It's an extremely precious immortal pill. These 2 immortal treasures are very precious and hard to buy. I've already asked around. There are only 2 places in Linfu City where you can buy them. One is the Blissful Island, and the other is the Treasure Mirror Paradise. But relatively speaking, the Treasure Mirror Paradise is more professional. After all, the Treasure Mirror Paradise specializes in trading immortal treasures. Basically, everything can be found in the Treasure Mirror Paradise. Qin Shao nodded. The Treasure Mirror Paradise was indeed the best in Linfu City in this aspect. There was no doubt about it. The Blissful Island was also good, but it wasn't professional enough. In addition to the Nightmare Fire territory having more life forms, there are also many terrifying natural dangers. The terrain is very complicated, and everywhere can be filled with killing intent. So, I think you should buy some life-saving immortal talismans, Brother Qin Shao. I think invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, or even big ones. It's very necessary to prepare some teleportation talismans. As for the invisibility talisman, if used at a critical moment, it can make you invisible. This is a life-saving divine artifact. There are also teleportation talismans and major teleportation talismans, which are also life-saving divine weapons. Staying alive is the most important thing in the Hellfire realm. Qin Shao nodded. He had also thought of this. As for the invisibility talisman, he had one on him. It was given to him by Sean. He didn't have the instant shift talisman and great shift talisman. These immortal talismans were very expensive and not something ordinary people could afford. For ordinary human immortals, it was very difficult for them to own these life-saving immortal treasures. These were the main items. The rest were ordinary immortal treasures. However, these few items were already precious enough. Even so, Qin Shao could not be bothered about that right now. It was better for him to head to the Treasure Mirror Sky Grotto to have a look first. The group soon arrived at the Treasure Mirror Paradise. The arrival of Qin Shao was an esteemed guest. Naturally, the Treasure Mirror Paradise attached great importance to him as well. An elderly man with the demeanor of a transcendent being welcomed him personally. This was a 3-step, celestial, venerable immortal. He was a very prestigious elder in charge of the Treasure Mirror Paradise. He had great authority. Elder Yintong looked at Qin Shao with a smile and said in a friendly manner, "Lord Qin Shao, is there any old man that I can help you with?" Since Qin Shao had come to visit him personally, it must be no small matter. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He handed the list to Elder Yintong and said, "Elder Yintong, I need the immortal treasures on this list. Please take a look." Elder Yintong took the list. After skimming through it, he frowned slightly and said, "Lord Qin Shao, you need so many immortal treasures. Are you preparing to go to the Hellfire Realm? Qin Shao was slightly surprised to hear that Elder Yin Tong had guessed that he wanted to go to the Hellfire Realm after skimming through the list. Elder Yin Tong explained, "It's not hard to guess. These immortal treasures are all targeted. Apart from the Hellfire Realm, I can't think of any other place that needs the immortal treasures on this list." Yes, Elder Yin Tong is right. I am indeed preparing to go to the Hellfire Realm. Qin Lu did not deny it and nodded. Elder Yin Tong hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Qin Shao, this is your private matter. This old man should not say anything." However, the old man still reminded Lord Qin Shao, the Hellfire Realm is not an ordinary place. It's extremely dangerous. Although it's said that those with weaker cultivation levels will have a greater chance of survival if they enter. They will have an advantage. But it's only a small advantage. It's still very dangerous to enter the Hellfire Realm. Who knows how many exalted immortals have died there. Although there are immortal treasures on this list, it's still extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lord Qin Shao, if you really enter the Hellfire Realm, you must be careful. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Yin Tong. I understand. I will be careful. After all, life is our own. No one wants to die. I won't say anything unnecessary. Elder Yin Tong, please take a look at this list for me." Elder Yin Tong did not say anything more. He looked at the list seriously again and said, "We can get all the immortal treasures on this list, but it will take some time. Roughly 10 years or so. It won't be too long. I wonder if young Master Qin Shao can wait?" 10 years was indeed not long. Although Qin Shao did not want to wait, there was no other way. He believed this was the fastest way. Therefore, Qin Shao could only nod and say, "All right, 10 years is not a problem. Time is not a problem. Elder Yin Tong, please calculate the price for me. I will see what I can prepare." Qin Shao had 200,000 Chaos Source Stones, but it was probably not enough. Elder Yin Tong nodded and said, "These things are indeed more precious. For the Frost Pincers, a set costs 80,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, I must say that the Frost Pincers are not invincible. It does not mean that you can do whatever you want in the Hellfire Realm with them. The Frost Pincers have a limit. Once it reaches its limit, it will break. Therefore, it is possible that a set of Frost Pincers alone will not be able to support you for long. 80,000 Chaos Source Stones for a set? It was really extraordinarily expensive. Although Qin Shao was already mentally prepared, she was still a little surprised when she heard the price. A set of Frost Pincers would cost 80,000 Chaos Source Stones, and it would not be able to protect him for long. So if he could afford it, it would be best if he could get 2 sets. Qin Shao did not think too much about 2 sets of Frost Pincers. If he spent 160,000 Chaos Source Stones, he would not be able to make ends meet. He would not be able to buy anything else. The Fire Resistance Pill is cheaper, but still costs 2,000 Chaos Source Stones each. If the injury is not too serious, 1 pill can basically heal it. If the injury is too serious, I'm afraid you'll need 2 or 3 pills. Therefore, it would be best to buy at least 3 pills. 3 fire resistance elixirs were equivalent to 6,000 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao felt as though he was spending money like water the moment he arrived at this place. His 200,000 Chaos Source Stones weren't considered much at all. The Invisibility Talisman costs 10,000 Chaos Source Stones each. The duration of an Invisibility Talisman is shorter, only 1 year. The Teleportation Talisman costs 10,000 each. Each can only be used once. The Major Teleportation Talisman is more expensive. It costs 50,000 each. Each can only be used once. These 3 talismans are all life-saving treasures. They are very precious. Entering the enchanting fire realm was full of dangers. The Major Teleportation Talisman is too expensive, so I don't need to prepare too many. However, I intend to prepare a few more Invisibility Talismans and Major Teleportation Talismans in case of emergency. They can save your life at a critical moment. You can't be careless. If I'm not wrong, young Master Qin Shao must have entered the enchanting fire realm in such a desperate manner to save someone important to you, right? If he wanted to save someone in the Mara fire realm, He might have to stay in a Mara Fire realm for a long time, and he would encounter many dangers. Therefore, you need to prepare more. Qin Shao was also considering this. After some thought, Qin Shao said, Elder Yintong, what do you think I should prepare? I only have one invisibility talisman, but nothing else. Lord Qin Shao, Elder Yintong said, if you want the old man to build his will, the safest way is this. 2 sets of frigid pincers, 5 fire resistance pills, 2 invisibility talismans, 3 major teleportation talismans, and 1 major teleportation talisman. Then prepare a set of other treasures. You'll have a better chance of success if you prepare according to this. 2 sets of frigid pincers would cost 160,000 Chaos Source Stones. 5 fire resistance pills would cost 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. 2 invisibility talismans would cost 20,000 Chaos Source Stones. 3 major teleportation talismans would cost 30,000 Chaos Source Stones. 1 major teleportation talisman would cost 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. In total, it would cost 270,000 Chaos Source Stones. In addition to the other immortal treasures, it would cost around 30,000 Chaos Source Stones. In total, it would cost 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. This gave Qin Shao a headache. He only had 200,000 Chaos Source Stones in total. It was still a long way from 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. Fatty Kai waved his hand and chuckled. Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about money. Since Elder Yintong has such a plan, it must be a good idea. Let's go with it. I've calculated that it should be around 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. Brother Qin Shao, you have 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. I'll lend you the remaining 100,000. Haha, I just won 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. Lending you 100,000 is no problem at all. Brother Qin Shao, don't stand on ceremony with me. I'm not giving it to you. I'm lending it to you. It won't be too late to return it to me when you have more in the future. No matter what, the bigger picture is more important. Qin Shao also wanted to borrow some from Fatty Kai. It was hard to ask, but the bigger picture was more important. No matter what, saving people was the priority. If he couldn't even save his own life, then there was no need to talk about saving people. He only had one life. It was okay to take risks, but it would be best if there was a better guarantee. Qin Shao knew that Elder Yintong's reminder was right. Hence, this list was necessary. Lord Qin Shao, our treasure mirror grotto heaven has always admired geniuses. We admire you very much, Lord Qin Shao. I can give you a discount. We'll give you a 10% discount according to our highest membership price. In that case, you only need to pay 270,000 Chaos Source Stones. Elder Yintong said with a smile. Ha, that's great. A 10% discount. That's definitely not a discount that ordinary people can enjoy. Fatty Kai was overjoyed when he heard that. All of a sudden, he would be able to save 30,000 primal Chaos Source Stones. One could only imagine how great this discount was. Chapter 1795. Enjoying a 10% discount was indeed not something that ordinary people could enjoy. 30,000 Chaos Source Stones were deducted in one go. That was definitely a huge sum. Since the treasure mirror Utopia wanted to befriend him, Qin Shao did not reject them. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to accept them. Elder Silver, Qin Shao, will thank the treasure mirror paradise in advance. Qin Shao thanked him, then looked at Fatty Kai and said, Fatty Kai, I'll borrow 70,000 Chaos Source Stones from you first. I have some immortal treasures that I can sell, but I don't have enough for 70,000 Chaos Source Stones. So, I might as well borrow from you. You just made a fortune, and you're not in a hurry to repay me. I'm relieved. Fatty Kai grinned and waved his hand. Brother Qin Shao, what are you saying? What's there to be worried about? We're brothers. Even if you borrowed 300,000 Chaos Source Stones, I wouldn't bat an eye, let alone 70,000. Thanks. Qin Shao knew how generous Fatty Kai was. Qin Shao still had some immortal treasures on him. The more valuable ones were the 2 Celestial Ascension artifacts. Although they were low-grade, they were still worth around 20,000 Chaos Source Stones. Other than that, there were also immortal treasures, but they weren't that valuable. Plus, he couldn't really sell all of them. He still needed them. After borrowing 70,000 Chaos Source Stones from Fatty Kai and paying 270,000 Chaos Source Stones, Elder Silvereye said, Lord Qin Shao, I've already ordered people to collect these immortal treasures. They'll be done in 10 years. I prepared some wine. Lord Qin Shao, please stay in the treasure mirror paradise for the time being. We'll do our part as hosts. A few years was a short time, so Qin Shao didn't refuse. He nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Elder Yin Tong said it would take 10 years, but he didn't really ask Qin Shao to wait for 10 years. He would collect everything in 8 years. Lord Qin Shao, please check if everything is here. Elder Yin Tong handed everything to Qin Shao. Qin Shao checked it and found that it was indeed complete. Actually, he didn't need to check to know that everything was complete. The reputation of the Treasure Mirror Paradise went without saying, not to mention that it was with him. Now that everything was ready, there was no time to delay. Qin Shao immediately bid farewell to Elder Yin Tong and left. After he left, Qin Shao said to everyone, Fatty Kai, Knife 9 Dragons, you guys can go back and cultivate. You don't have to see me off. Don't worry. Qin Shao, am very tough. Nothing bad will happen to me. 9 Dragons patted Qin Shao on the shoulder, pursed his lips, and looked at Qin Shao. He said solemnly, Qin Shao, you must bring the desolate land back alive. It's our greatest honor to have a brother like you. Without you, we would have died many times over. I should go with you, but I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you. Seeing you take the risk alone, I don't feel good in my heart. I'm too useless. I'm too weak. That's why I'm so powerless. I really want to fight side by side with you and save the desolate land. Qin Shao knew 9 Dragons' pain and helplessness. He smiled and said, 9 Dragons, don't worry about me. I can go alone. I don't have enough immortal treasures to share with you. If you want to go, you'll have to prepare another set of immortal treasures. I can't afford that. Don't worry, just leave it to me. If you want to help, we'll talk about it later. There are others waiting for us. You should focus all of your energy on cultivation now. Power is everything. 9 Dragons nodded helplessly. Yes, that was the only way. He could only put all his energy into cultivation and raise his strength as quickly as possible. Only with great power could he protect himself and take care of his friends. All right, I'm going, Qin Shao said, and was about to take out his flying artifact to leave for the Flame realm. At this time, Fatty Kai said, don't be in such a hurry, Brother Qin Shao. Right now, time is the most precious thing for you. It'll take at least 500 years for your low-grade flying artifact to reach the Flame realm. Although it's not that long, it's still a bit long to save people. So, Brother Qin Shao, let me send you on your way. Brother Qin Shao, I specially went to my father to get a mid-grade flying artifact. It's 100 times faster than your low-grade flying artifact. I'll send you there in 2 or 3 years. It'll be very fast. Wow, Fatty Kai, you actually managed to get such a good thing. A man was a bit stunned. Fatty Kai smiled proudly and said, that's right, as long as I, Fatty Kai, want it, then there's nothing that I, Fatty Kai, can't get. Isn't it just a mid-grade flying artifact? It's nothing. Everyone knew that Fatty Kai was boasting, but they didn't care. All right, since Fatty Kai has good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Thank you. Qin Shao didn't refuse. Indeed, time was too precious for him. To be able to save 500 years was also very good. No need to be so polite with me. Let's go. Fatty Kai curled his lips. With the help of Fatty Kai's mid-grade celestial flying device, Qin Shao arrived at the edge of the enchanting fire domain in less than 3 years. This was no longer the territory of the Fuji mountain range, but the Fuji mountain range. Looking at the red world in the distance, one could feel waves of heat rolling over. It was as if there was an incomparably huge mountain of flames in front of them. Although the Flame realm wasn't filled with flames everywhere, there were indeed many places with flames. Moreover, the Flame realm was mainly made of fiery red rocks, so it formed the scene in front of them. It gave people the feeling that it was a flaming mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Entering the Flame realm was like entering a sea of fire. The waves of heat were enough to make people feel a bit of fear. Brother Qin Xiao, the Inflame realm is in front of us. I won't send you in. Otherwise, you'll attract too much attention and cause a lot of trouble. The rest is up to you. We'll wait for your good news in Linfu City. Fatty Kai said with a serious face. Everyone was a bit worried about Qin Xiao, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for Qin Xiao's safe return. Qin Xiao stood on a huge rock and gazed at the enchanting fire domain in the distance. He could feel a ghastly and terrifying aura surging over, causing him to involuntarily feel a sense of dread. The Inflame realm was definitely a place that would make people tremble in fear. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. The gloomy, and resentful aura was very dense. People with weaker temperaments wouldn't even have the courage to enter. However, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid at all. His mind was very firm. You guys can go back, Qin Xiao told Fatty Kai and the others. Fatty Kai and the others also knew that they couldn't stay any longer, so they quickly left. After sending Fatty Kai and the others off, Qin Xiao's eyes turned cold as he quickly approached the Inflame realm. He was still a 4th-step universe grade and couldn't fly. Thus, he could only rely on his feet to move forward. On the sky shuttle, Fatty Kai, are we really going back just like that? Are we going to stand by and do nothing? The one who spoke was Xiao Dao. He had always been connected to Qin Xiao. No matter what Qin Xiao did, he would always want to be able to help. This was such a big matter, so he naturally wanted to go with Qin Xiao to save people. Why don't we go back now and follow them in? A man came up with a bad idea. Fatty Kai looked like he was in a difficult position. He actually wanted to help, but this matter was really difficult to handle. 9 Dragons shook his head and said, "Don't worry about it. If we go in like this, we will probably only add to Qin Xiao's troubles. We might even implicate Qin Xiao. Then, the gains won't make up for the losses." Qin Xiao brought so many immortal treasures in. As long as we are careful, I believe there won't be any problems. Qin Xiao has always been careful, so we don't have to worry too much about this. If we really follow secretly, we will only make Qin Xiao unhappy. I know Qin Xiao's character. When he decides to do something, he will definitely do it well. He doesn't want to be interfered with by others. We are too weak and can't help much. Although we are worried, our most important task now is to hurry back and cultivate. Only by improving our strength will we have the confidence to protect ourselves in the future. Fatty Kai and the others nodded. This was indeed the truth. Immortal Court. Exalted Immortal Mingyang. Qin Xiao has entered Enchanting Fire Field. What should we do? Human Immortal Xue Dong reported respectfully. Exalted Immortal Mingyang stroked his long beard and said leisurely, "We have already sent out a lot of people to search for him. We have lost a lot in Enchanting Fire Field. Our investment has never stopped. If we send out more people, it will be more difficult. We have already done our best. There is no need to increase our strength. If we do, we will really empty out the Immortal Court. And this is a long-term matter. We can't just think about the present. We also have to consider the future. Let's leave it at that." Human Immortal Xue Dong nodded and didn't say anything more. Blissful Island, in a secret room. Young Master Uni sat cross-legged on a strange stone and murmured to himself. Qin Xiao is indeed loyal and affectionate. For his friends in his hometown, he dared to recklessly enter Enchanting Fire Field, even at the expense of his own life. If we can rope in such a loyal and affectionate person, it will indeed be a good thing. Earning a big favor from him is a very good thing. It seems that we need to increase our investment in Enchanting Fire Field. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the void, followed by an illusory figure. Young Master Uni hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the prodigy. Although it was only an illusory figure, it emitted a supreme power that could make the world submit to it. Let's drop the matter of Qin Xiao. Withdraw everyone and don't worry about it in the future. An ethereal voice sounded from the illusory figure. What? Young Master Uni was taken aback. He looked at the illusory figure in confusion, but it had already disappeared. Who dared to disobey the prodigy's orders? Young Master Uni could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that our blissful island won't be able to earn this favor. Forget it. Since it's the prodigy's order, I can only obey. Even from a personal point of view, young Master Uni actually quite admired Qin Shao. However, the prodigy had already given the order. No matter what the prodigy thought, all he could do was obey. Chapter 1796. In the enchanting fire domain. Behind a huge tree, the space suddenly rippled, but nothing could be seen. It was a little strange. After a while, a human-shaped ball of water was faintly discernible. The eyes of the human-shaped ball of water suddenly opened, emitting a strange green light. It was very strange. He stared at a place thousands of miles away and laughed eerily. A human, an ordinary mortal who hasn't even become an immortal. How dare you enter the enchanting fire domain? It's been a long time since I've sucked the essence of a human. This human looks good. His essence must be very nourishing for me. Ha ha ha. The water-shaped ball of life silently disappeared again. On the other side, a handsome and delicate man was walking through a stone forest. He was leaping from boulder to boulder as he moved forward. There was an indescribable determination on his delicate face, as if it had been carved by a stone knife. He saw that there was a vertical eye on his head, and that eye emitted a weak light. This man was none other than Qin Shao. He had been in the enchanting fire domain for more than 300 years. The third eye on his forehead was actually an immortal treasure called the Eye of 1,000 Miles. With this eye, one could easily see everything thousands of miles away. Qin Shao's eyesight could only see a few thousand miles, so with the help of this eye, he could see much more clearly. It was naturally the best thing to be able to see the dangers in advance while walking in the enchanting fire domain, so that one could avoid them in advance. Of course, these were only minor means of assistance. After all, immortals could easily see things thousands of miles away. Most of the living beings in the enchanting fire domain had become immortals. Therefore, when Qin Shao saw other living beings might also see Qin Shao. They could avoid them in advance, but they would still catch up. There were benefits, but they were not great. They were only minor aids. To truly avoid danger, one had to rely on one's own strength. However, Qin Shao had always been steady and careful in his actions. In the 300 years since he entered the enchanting fire domain, he had encountered many dangers, but also avoided many of them in advance. If he really couldn't avoid it, he could only fight with his strength. Perhaps they were still in the outer realm of the hell fire domain for the time being and hadn't gone too deep into it. Therefore, the danger wasn't too great, and Qin Shao was able to deal with it calmly. In front of Qin Shao, ordinary little immortals were indeed nothing. Given Qin Shao's current level of strength, if he went all out, he could even put up a fight against a human immortal. The chances of encountering a human immortal realm cultivator in the outskirts of enchanting fire realm were not too high. Moreover, the experienced immortals of the ecstasy fire realm disdained to attack the weak. This could be considered as a special feature of the nightmare fire realm. Otherwise, it would not be said that the weaker ones would have a higher chance of surviving in the nightmare fire realm. Of course, it was only a little bigger, but not by a lot. In the hellfire realm, the stronger one's aura was, the more powerful life forms would be attracted. In the hellfire realm, it was difficult to conceal the aura of any life form. No matter how skillful one was, it would be difficult to conceal one's aura well in the hellfire realm. At this rate, it will take me at least 1,000 years to reach the place where Big Brother of the Desolate Land was last seen. And that's under the condition that everything goes smoothly. More than 5,000 years have passed. If I wait another 1,000 years, I don't know where Big Brother of the Desolate Land will be. I'll go there first, then look for some clues, and then search. Only in this way will I have a higher chance of finding him. Otherwise, if I'm too blind, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It'll be difficult to find Big Brother of the Desolate Land. If I drag it on for so long, the range will be very large. But there's no other way. For now, this is the best way. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head. Time was life. The later he found the Desolate Land, the more dangerous it would be. But there was no other way. Qin Shao was already trying his best to find Big Brother of the Desolate Land. But his speed was only so fast. He had bought a speed-type immortal treasure, so his walking speed was not inferior to Shao Xian's. However, this speed was still not fast enough. It would be great if he could use his Heavenspan device. But Qin Shao only dared to think about it. Using his Heavenspan device to walk in the Hellfire realm was simply courting death. If the target was too big, it would definitely attract a lot of life forms. Once he provoked powerful life forms, the consequences would be unimaginable. After walking for a while, Qin Shao suddenly became alert. He vaguely felt a strange aura approaching him. Qin Shao looked around carefully without batting an eyelid, but found nothing. I can't be careless. There are many strange life forms in the Hellfire realm. They can hide in the void and are hard to find. If I'm really being targeted, it will be troublesome. My senses have always been accurate. I'm afraid there really is a strange life form approaching me. I have to be careful. Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He had already prepared himself. Qin Zhao's clothes were a defensive immortal treasure. Although it was only a low-grade immortal treasure, it was difficult for ordinary Shao Xian to hurt him. In addition, Qin Shao had passed the 8th tribulation of the 9 tribulations road, so his immortal body had been strengthened. In terms of his body alone, even human immortals would find it difficult to hurt him. After jumping on top of a huge rock, Qin Zhao's expression changed. He clearly felt a powerful aura suddenly rushing over and pouncing on him. A water-shaped life form appeared from the void, revealing a ferocious face. Its eerie eyes emitted a strange light. The powerful water element immortal energy was like a raging inferno. It came from all directions and turned into countless sharp icicles. It carried a powerful immortal energy and immortal aura as it attacked, breaking everything in its path. This sudden attack instantly annihilated Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't even have a chance to escape. Clearly, their momentum was incomparably turbulent. They had come with the intention of killing Qin Shao. Most of the life forms in the Hellfire realm were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Naturally, they wouldn't let a human go easily. Since there was nowhere to hide, Qin Shao could only face it head-on. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and fully displayed the cosmic sword technique. There was a universe in heaven and earth, a universe in the sword, and a universe in the immortal Tao. However, Qin Shao hadn't become an immortal yet. He couldn't mobilize much true immortal power. His immortal might was limited, so the cosmic sword technique couldn't be fully displayed. Therefore, Qin Zhao's cosmic sword technique couldn't withstand the attack at all. It was directly defeated. As soon as the sword momentum was defeated, the defensive force weakened. Numerous icicles pierced Qin Zhao's body, trying to poke bloody holes in Qin Zhao's immortal body. The defensive immortal treasure on Qin Zhao's body shone brightly, resisting the attack with all its might. However, this wave of attack was too strong and surging with immortal power. After resisting for a while, the defensive immortal treasure was shattered into pieces. Soon, it turned into dust. It was actually shattered by brute force. A human immortal at the second step of the celestial venerable realm. Qin Zhao's heart sank. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Even a minor immortal wouldn't be able to shatter a defensive immortal treasure with one blow. Only a human immortal could do that. Qin Shao would have a headache if he encountered a human immortal. The limit of his strength was probably only that he could exchange blows with a human immortal, but that was all. The human immortal in front of him looked very strong. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't deal with him at all. This was troublesome. After the defensive immortal treasure was broken, Qin Shao could only use his immortal body to resist. Fortunately, his immortal body wasn't weak. Otherwise, his immortal body would have been destroyed. The icicles pierced Qin Zhao's body. It hurt a lot, but Qin Zhao's immortal body could withstand it. What a powerful immortal body. I didn't break it. Interesting. No wonder a mere mortal dares to come to the enchanting fire domain. You do have some ability. The water creature exclaimed in surprise. A water creature. A second step celestial venerable? or human immortal. Qin Shao also saw what kind of creature attacked him. The water creature's body was like water. It had a myriad of transformations and was very difficult to kill. Moreover, it had a very powerful concealment method. It could hide in the void and was very difficult to be discovered. Water creatures were good at sneak attacks. Therefore, they were often killed by water creatures. However, there weren't many water creatures in the enchanting fire domain. After all, the enchanting fire domain was full of enchanting fire. Water creatures were actually afraid of enchanting fire. Therefore, they wouldn't appear in places with enchanting fire. Because of their scarcity, they were usually more dangerous. If he ran into one, he would be considered unlucky. Qin Zhao's luck wasn't very good. He encountered a human immortal water creature. Human kid, you know me. However, it's too late. It's your bad luck to encounter me. You're quite capable. I believe many lesser immortals can't deal with you. However, I'm a human immortal. My strength isn't something you can imagine. No matter how strong your immortal body is, I have a way to break it. At most, I'll have to expend more energy. That's good. I haven't played with humans in a long time. This time, I'll take this opportunity to play with you. No rush. I'll play you to death slowly. Qin Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. He had only been in the enchanting fire domain for 300 years and had already encountered such danger. He had encountered a tough opponent. In terms of strength, Qin Zhao knew that he couldn't defeat this water creature. He would only be tortured. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Therefore, it wasn't wise to fight with strength. If he wanted to survive, his immortal body alone wasn't enough. He could hold on for a while, but he couldn't hold on forever. Moreover, Qin Zhao absolutely believed that the water creature had a way to deal with him. Because of this, Qin Zhao had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he would really die here. Moreover, he couldn't delay for too long. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous to him. It seems that I can only use the immortal talisman. There's no other way. Sigh. Elder Intong's suggestion is really good. I really need to prepare more. Should I use the invisibility talisman or the teleportation talisman? Qin Zhao was also thinking. If he used these two talismans, he should be able to escape. Qin Zhao was considering which immortal talisman would be better to use. Relatively speaking, the teleportation talisman was more likely. However, the teleportation talisman was more suitable to be used at the most critical moment. He wasn't in too much trouble now. He hadn't reached the end yet. It didn't feel right to use the teleportation talisman now. Chapter 1797. Weak human, stop resisting. It's useless, The aquatic creature was not happy for long, but the situation suddenly changed. He could not help but frown because Qin Zhao suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? What happened? The aquatic creature frowned deeply. Was it an invisibility talisman or a teleportation talisman? These two talismans could make the user disappear in front of him in an instant, making it difficult for him to track them down. If it was a teleportation talisman, then there was no possibility for him to chase after him. A teleportation would be at least 1,000,000 miles away, and the direction was completely up to the user's will. Therefore, there was no way to find him. If it was an invisibility talisman, then he could still look for it, but the problem now was that he did not know what kind of talisman it was. However, although it was possible to find the invisibility talisman, it was not that easy. After all, once the talisman was invisible, it would be completely undetectable, and it would be very difficult to find him. If he went back in the right direction, there would be no result, and it would only be a fruitless effort. After thinking for a while, the aquatic creature snorted angrily and could only choose to give up. Human boy, you're lucky this time. No wonder you dared to break into the Hellfire domain. It turns out that you brought a lot of immortal treasures with you. The aquatic creature left angrily. On the other side, after using the invisibility talisman, Qin Zhao quickly left at the fastest speed. The effect of the invisibility talisman was only for a year, so he could not be careless. However, if he hurried with all his might, he could go very far in a year's time. It was not until he was far away that Qin Zhao let out a sigh of relief. It seems that the aquatic creature did not catch up with me. I used the invisibility talisman, so he is completely blind. It is not that easy to catch up with me. But I can't be too careless. Maybe the aquatic creature has not given up yet, so I can't be happy too early. It's not good to stay here for long. The effect of the invisibility talisman is still there, so I'll try to go as far as possible. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and continued to move forward quickly. A year passed quickly. The effect of the invisibility talisman finally wore off. Qin Xiao's figure also appeared from the void. I've been on the run for a year, and I haven't sensed any signs of aquatic creatures along the way. It seems that the aquatic creatures aren't chasing after us anymore. The realm of ecstasy fire is indeed full of dangers. A single aquatic creature forced me to use an invisibility talisman. I've only been in the realm of hellfire for about 300 years, and I've already used an invisibility talisman. The situation is really not optimistic. However, no matter how pessimistic it was, there was no way out. They had to continue searching. The only thing that's worth being happy about is that I've been moving forward at full speed in this 1 year. The road I've walked is worth more than 10 years in the past. I'm afraid it's worth at least 30 years. I'm getting closer and closer to the place where Big Brother disappeared in the desolate land. Qin Xiao quickly found a trace of comfort. He had never been a pessimistic person. However, although he was getting closer and closer, there was still no way to reach that place without at least 1,000 years. It was really hard to say what could happen in the realm of hellfire in 1,000 years. The deeper I go, the more dangerous it will be. Perhaps I've underestimated the dangers of the Nightmare Fire realm. The dangers of the Nightmare Fire realm are definitely more than what Fatty Kai had told me. It's really not easy to survive in the realm of hellfire. No wonder they say that even upper immortals don't dare to enter the realm of hellfire easily. These words are indeed true. I'll have to be more careful in the future. I also hope that my luck won't be too bad, and I won't encounter those ruthless characters. The second step, Celestial Master Aquatic Creature, has already made me so uncomfortable. If I encounter more of them, I'll really be killed. Keep moving forward. As Qin Xiao expected, the deeper he went into the realm of hellfire, the more dangerous it was. In fact, Qin Xiao was still in the outer area of the realm of hellfire, and had not really reached the inner area. Even the place where the desolate land disappeared was still in the outer area, and had not yet reached the inner area. Once he reached the inner area, it would be a very terrible thing. In fact, this situation was also what Qin Xiao was worried about. If the desolate land entered the inner area, the chances of survival would be extremely slim. In the outer area, at least he would not encounter any extremely powerful existences, and the chances of survival would be much higher. 1,000 years, 1,000 years of hardship, 1,000 years of danger, and one crisis after another were all tempering Qin Xiao. In the following 1,000 years, Qin Xiao experienced many dangers and was forced into a predicament no less than 10 times. The most dangerous time, Qin Xiao was directly forced to use his teleportation mansion to escape. Along the way, Qin Xiao had already used an invisibility talisman and a teleportation talisman. Qin Xiao had prepared 3 invisibility talismans and 3 teleportation talismans. Now he had used one of each, and there were 2 of each left. It seemed that he had not reached the bottom yet, but it was enough to make him panic. After all, even the desolate land people had not been found yet. No one knew how long he would have to stay in the realm of hellfire or what dangers he would encounter in the future. Therefore, the invisibility talisman and the teleportation talisman were very easy to use. The less of these life-saving things, the more panicked he would be. Fortunately, in the following 1,000 years, Qin Xiao had finally survived. Qin Xiao walked to a rock and stopped. His gaze was extremely serious as he carefully sized up the surroundings. It was as if he didn't want to miss any detail. After a long while, Qin Xiao finally returned his gaze. His brows were deeply furrowed, and he seemed to be deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking about. According to the intelligence, Big Brother of the desolate land went missing here. A human immortal of the immortal court died here to save Big Brother of the desolate land. This place is full of danger. Even I have to be careful when I walk around. Big Brother the Desolate Land is only a 4th-step universe grade, so this place is even more dangerous for him. If he is not careful, he could be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, I don't think Big Brother the Desolate Land would have gone far. He should know very well that he would have lost his life very quickly if he had tried to escape. Therefore, he should have calmed down and hidden. It has been more than 6,000 years. The people of the 3 forces have been searching for him, but there has been no news. This also proves that the probability of Big Brother of the Desolate Land hiding is higher. However, even so, it is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. There is no other way now. We can only search for him. However, there's so many directions. I really don't know which direction Big Brother of the Desolate Land would have run in. I have checked this place carefully and did not leave anything behind. If we want to find Big Brother of the Desolate Land, we will have to rely on our luck. If we are unlucky and keep looking in the wrong direction, I don't think anyone will be able to save Big Brother of the Desolate Land. Let's not worry about this for now. No matter how difficult it is, there will always be hope as long as we do it. After pondering for a while, Qin Xiao did not hesitate. He chose a direction based on his intuition and rushed over at full speed. Chapter 1798. Qin Xiao's quote, "What can't be cured is love poison. What can't be emptied is love, and what can't be exhausted is a lover." It's late at night. Good night. Somewhere in the hell-fire territory, a strange ripple suddenly appeared on one of the rocks. The rock seemed to have opened a passage. After a wave of fluctuation, a figure walked out from the rock. Whoosh! The figure that walked out of the rock was none other than Qin Xiao. He looked a little disheveled, so he must have encountered something bad. Moreover, to be able to directly walk out of the rock, it was obvious that he had used a teleportation talisman to cause such a scene. This enchanting fire realm is indeed extraordinarily dangerous. I was forced to use an invisibility talisman earlier, and now I'm forced to use a teleportation talisman. I've only been in the Hellfire territory for a little more than 1,000 years. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll run out of invisibility talismans and teleportation talismans soon. Once this life-saving immortal talisman is used up, I will have to face even more dangers, and the situation will be very bad. It's indeed not easy to save people in the realm of enslavement. I've spent 270,000 Chaos Source Stones and prepared so many immortal treasures, but I may not be able to get out of the Hellfire territory. No matter how difficult it is, I have to go on. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Thinking of his situation just now, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Just now, after he entered a strange forest, those strange trees seemed to come alive one by one. They turned into vicious demons and surrounded Qin Xiao. All the branches turned into demonic hands and rushed toward Qin Xiao. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Xiao tried everything he could, but he couldn't break free. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. If he didn't escape now, he would be trapped there and die. In this situation, the invisibility talisman was not very useful, because the huge space was completely sealed. He couldn't escape even with the invisibility talisman. Therefore, he could only use a teleportation talisman and teleport away from there. In this way, Qin Xiao's life was saved. The enchanting fire realm was full of dangers. Some of them were so terrifying that you couldn't even imagine them. Qin Xiao knew that trees could become monsters, but it was very scary that all the trees in a large forest could become monsters. Once they entered the forest, it was like entering hell. Without the teleportation talisman, Qin Xiao would definitely die there. Not to mention Qin Xiao. Even a human immortal would have no choice but to nurse a grievance. After calming down, Qin Xiao picked up her mood and continued to move forward. After advancing for a short while, Qin Xiao suddenly raised her eyebrows slightly. She sensed that something had happened. Suddenly, 2 long tongues of flame spurted out from the crevices of 2 rocks. They turned into 2 fire dragons and suddenly attacked Qin Xiao from 2 directions. The sudden occurrence of this situation indeed made people feel that it was impossible to guard against it. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's perception had always been very strong, and she had long known that the most common danger in the enchanting fire realm was the sudden appearance of the enchanting fire. Once burned by the enchanting fire, it would devour the immortal body, soul, and even the will. It would be very painful. Most of the people who came to the enchanting fire realm died in the terrible enchanting fire. It had been almost 2,000 years since Qin Zhao entered the enchanting fire realm. During this period, he had probably encountered the enchanting fire hundreds of times. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, Qin Zhao could easily and calmly deal with it. If she tried to dodge, it would be very difficult. Generally speaking, in the face of such a sudden attack, she could only resist it. Because it was difficult to dodge, many people would be hit by it. Of course, it didn't mean that one would die after being hit by it. This kind of small danger, even if one was hit by it, would not directly kill him. But it would be very painful. If it happened a few more times, she would definitely lose her life. If she encountered a big enchanting fire attack, she was afraid that she would lose her life in one attack. The attack power of these two fire dragons was considered relatively small. Over the years, the most that Qin Zhao had encountered was when 10 fire dragons attacked at the same time. That was the most terrifying. If it weren't for the ice pincers, Qin Zhao would have been killed at that time. Even if she didn't die, she would have lost half of her life. At this time, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, the ice pincers immediately appeared and covered Qin Zhao to protect her. The ice pincers was an ordinary silver armor. It looked like it was made of blocks of ice and exuded an extremely cold air. Wearing the frost pincers was quite uncomfortable at first because it was very cold and made people feel very uncomfortable. It also took some time to adapt to such a cold air. When the two fire dragons attacked the ice pincers, they were directly blocked by the extremely cold air of the ice pincers. Qin Zhao also quickly left and escaped from the place. After escaping, Qin Zhao put away the ice pincers. Originally, she said that the ice pincers could be worn all the time. That would be better. Even if there was a sudden danger, it could be protected all the time. However, if she had to use the ice pincers to block all kinds of dangers, the time that the ice pincers would lose their effectiveness would be greatly reduced. The enchanting fire attack would slowly destroy the ice pincers. Fortunately, I listened to Elder Yintong's suggestion and prepared 2 sets of ice pincers. It's really necessary. This set of ice pincers has been in the enchanting fire territory for less than 2,000 years, but it has been damaged a lot. When I find the Desolate Land's brother, I'm afraid that it will be almost completely broken. Once that happens, the ice pincers will be useless. It will be difficult to find the Desolate Land's brother, but I believe that it will be more difficult to bring him out of the Desolate Land alive. The 2 sets of ice pincers may not be able to support me until I succeed in bringing him out of the Desolate Land. But that's all I can do. Don't think too much. If I'm careful, I'll have a better chance. This is a test for me, but it's also a challenge. But Qin Zhao, will never be afraid of it. Qin Zhao continued to move forward. He walked on the dangerous road, but he was incomparably determined. His steps were sonorous and powerful. Another 500 years had passed, but Qin Zhao still had not found anything. The longer time passed, the more unfavorable it would be for the Desolate Land. This kind of atmosphere was indeed very oppressive. However, Qin Zhao knew that he could not be anxious or impatient. He had to be calm. Once he was anxious, he would panic. Once he panicked, it would be difficult to find him. The more difficult the situation was, the more he needed to deal with it calmly. The more he could not panic. I didn't find anything on my way here. After all, the Desolate Land's brother has lived for an era. He has rich experience in all aspects. Faced with such a predicament, I think the Desolate Land's brother is smart enough to think of the best way to survive. The Desolate Land's brother could survive for so long in the Nightmare Fire Realm. I think it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive for more than 8,000 years. To survive in such a dangerous place like the Nightmare Fire Realm, the Desolate Land's brother doesn't have any immortal treasures. So, if he wants to survive, he can't wander too far. The most likely situation is to find a place to hide. Even though more than 8,000 years have passed, I think the Desolate Land's brother can't wander too far. Maybe the Desolate Land's brother is not sure which direction leads to the center of the Nightmare Fire realm. So, he won't wander around recklessly. The closer he goes to the center, the more dangerous it will be, and the closer he will be to death. The Desolate Land's brother must be very clear about this. So, he can't wander too far. He must find a hidden place to hide. Along the way, I found some hidden places, but I didn't find anything. Logically speaking, if the Desolate Land's brother comes across those hidden places, he should go in and have a look or hide for a while. It seems that I'm going in the wrong direction. I can't keep searching, or I'll go further away. It seems that I really need to change my direction. Thinking of this, Qin Shao changed his direction and continued his search. 100 years later, Qin Shao stopped in front of a hidden place. After looking carefully for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh at the magic of nature. This is indeed an excellent place to hide. If I hadn't been looking for it deliberately, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found it at all, and would have missed it. If I were the Desolate Land's brother, I would definitely hide in such an excellent place to hide. Of course, unless I didn't find it. Qin Shao stepped into it and looked carefully. While looking, Qin Shao directly shouted into it. "Are you in the Desolate Land's brother?" "I'm Qin Shao." However, there was no response. It seemed that the Desolate Land's brother was not here. Otherwise, he would definitely come out after hearing his voice. And Qin Shao didn't notice that someone was here. He wasn't here. When Qin Shao was about to leave, he suddenly saw something on a rock from the corner of his eye. Qin Shao quickly walked over. When he saw the thing on the rock clearly, his face suddenly surged with a bit of surprise. There are traces of fighting here. There are sword marks. They are very familiar sword marks. These are the sword marks left by the Desolate Land's sword skill of the Desolate Land. It's right. They were left by the Desolate Land's brother. The fighting here is not too bad. It's not too fierce. There's no smell of blood here, nor are there any corpses. It seems that the Desolate Land's brother has left here, and he must have left alive. These battle scars were left behind not too long ago. I estimate it to be around 500 years ago. The Desolate Land's brother can't have gone far in 500 years. With this point as the center, my range has narrowed down a lot. The hope is getting bigger and bigger. The Desolate Land's brother, you must hold on. You must protect yourself. Don't let anything happen to you. I'll find you soon. Qin Shao felt a little happy. After more than 2,000 years in the Nightmare Fire territory, he finally made some substantial progress. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. After leaving the hidden place, Qin Shao did not rush to find a direction. Instead, he stood there and looked around. Then, he had a pensive look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. If I were the Desolate Land's brother, which direction would I run to? Qin Shao was thinking about this question. At this time, he imagined himself as the Desolate Land's, and then considered this question from the perspective of the Desolate Land. Although it sounded a little strange, Qin Shao felt that it might be faster to find the Desolate Land's brother this way. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.